Ah, that sounds somewhat reasonable. But just letting them go like that, I still feel uneasy. Exactly, they're happily living in the big family house in the community, while I'm stuck alone in a cluttered room. Shen Yitong and Jiang Shuang both felt sorry for Xue Xilan. Xue Xilan smiled. It's not too bad. Actually, when I left, I took all the money from the house. I also borrowed money from many of Feng Jianping's friends in his name. They will pay it back slowly over time. Really? Feng Jianping is willing. He didn't want to, but he had no choice. I threatened him. If he didn't give me the money, I'd report him for inappropriate relationships. Now, he has a chance for a promotion, which could be at risk. At this critical moment, he's afraid I'll go ahead and report him, and their lives aren't easy either. Feng Jianping married me because I'm educated. He likes educated people. He doesn't look down on someone like Feng Ziyim. That was just a temporary novelty. He'll get bored soon enough. Infidelity leads to more infidelity. I'm just waiting for them to make a mess of their lives. Plus, the military leaders aren't blind. Even if Feng Jianping's misconduct isn't public, everyone has their own judgment. His career as a company commander is probably over. He won't get promoted, and sooner or later, he'll retire. When that happens, my son will be grown up, and I can let go. I'll ask him if he's willing to stay with me. If his stepmother treats him badly, I think he'll probably be willing. Hearing this, Shen Yitong and Jiang Shuang could only describe her as more than just admirable. This woman is too formidable. There's no need for their help anymore. She's already thought everything through carefully and handled everything perfectly. Shen Yitong felt that with her intelligence, if she were to oppose such a woman, she would definitely end up completely defeated. Laughing out loud, it's funny that they still rushed over today eager to support her. Xue Xilan continued, I've been living away for a few days. I guess Feng Xiumei couldn't wait to tell everyone about it. Jiang Shuang rolled her eyes. That's right. She's going door to door giving out candies. So shameless, acting like everyone should know she stole someone else's man. She didn't even hold a wedding banquet. I just don't understand what she's so proud of. Xue Xilan said, Everyone can see I was wronged, but the only ones willing to come see me and offer to help are just you two. Thank you so much. Cough, we're women too. If we don't help other women, who else would we help? Maybe they're afraid of offending Feng Jianping and don't dare come. But we're not afraid. Our men are squad leaders, Jiang Shuang said confidently. This made Xue Xilan smile. When they went back together, both of them felt a bit emotional. Thinking back, when they first came, they thought Xue Xilan was a poor woman. They came to help her out of kindness. But unexpectedly, they experienced a kind of mental awakening. Jiang Shuang sighed. Little Shen, how is it that Xue Xilan is so impressive? Shen Yitong replied, in the end, women need to stand on their own. Think about it, if a housewife's husband doesn't want her, everything could fall apart. How could she dare to divorce? But Xue Xilan has her own job and can support herself, so she's not afraid. Jiang Shuang nodded in agreement. That's right. If our old Liao was out there flirting with other women, I wouldn't know what to do. If we divorced, I'd have to go back to my parents' house, live there, eat there. My sister-in-law would be furious. She suddenly slapped her thigh hard. No, I have to work too. When old Liao comes back today, I'll make him find me a job, Shen Yitong asked her. Sister-in-law, what kind of work do you want to do? In the military district, about half of the military family members have jobs and half don't. Of course, everyone wants a job. Having one means earning extra money, and life at home can improve. Not everyone can be like Gu Huaijing, who is young and already earning so much. Most people here earn less than she does and have to send money back home. The place is full of children, and everyone has to spend carefully, living quite frugally. However, the army has limited job options for family members. Most of them lack education and can't do jobs like teaching or nursing. There are no factories on the island, so it's not easy to find suitable work for these family members. Originally, Jiang Shuang didn't think much about jobs. If she could get one, that was good. If not, she would just wait patiently. But now, after being encouraged by Xue Xilan, she really wants to find a job. I'd love to work in the canteen, but it's a good position, and I'm afraid the captain's words might not help. I'm okay with doing other things, like cleaning. Any job is better than nothing. Shin Yitong thought for a moment. I want to work too. Jiang Shuang looked her up and down. You? You can't carry heavy loads, or do much. What can you really do? Shin Yitong rolled her eyes. Honestly, my education level might be the highest among the army wives here. If I leave the island, I could find a good job somewhere. Jiang Shuang sighed. It's a pity your background doesn't allow you to join the army. Otherwise, you could choose from the communication or propaganda units. You're so pretty, you could even join the cultural troupe. What a shame. By the way, maybe your company commander could ask if you could become a teacher like Xue Xiulan. Shin Yitong frowned. Teaching those unruly kids? I think I'll pass. The elementary school on the island has students who are children of fishermen and some from the family housing area. But they're all equally naughty and dirty. She doesn't have the patience for that. After her husband Gu Huaizheng passed away, the army arranged a teaching job for her. It was for middle school students, who are a bit more mature and less likely to cause trouble. There's no middle school on the island yet. She remembers it was built years later. That's not possible either. I can't think of any other suitable jobs for you, Jiang Shuang said. Then there's no rush. We'll wait until something suitable comes up, Shin Yitong said, not minding at all. Unfortunately, when the two returned to the residential area, Fang Xiumei was still happily handing out candies. Fang Xiumei just came out of a house, and it was clear that the family was very polite to her. They even warmly sent her out, so Fang Xiumei stood at the gate of their yard, showing off proudly for a while before turning to leave. As she left, she gave Shin Yitong and Jiang Shuang a big white eye. Strangely, neither of them got angry at her attitude. The more proud she was now, the more she would cry later. Just like Xue Xiulan said, she was waiting for her life to fall apart, waiting for Fang Jianpain to get involved with someone else, waiting for Fang Jianpain to be discharged, waiting for her to raise someone else's child for free. However, Jiang Shuang found Sister Luo, who was married to the steward, very annoying. She said, Ji Fang, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you're a woman too. Why are you so polite to someone like that? Think about it. What if one day someone like that moves into your home, steals your man, lives in your house, eats your food, and even hits your child? Can you still smile then? Luo Zhifang replied, but she said that Captain Fang's lover didn't want him and left the child behind. She couldn't bear to see Captain Fang working and taking care of the child alone, so she stayed to help him. Since they're living under the same roof as a man and woman, it's not good, so they decided to live together. I think she married in just to be a stepmother, which isn't easy either. She's not having an easy time? I think you're just not thinking clearly. If she really felt wronged, which woman would leave her newborn child behind? Xue Xiulan didn't go far. She just lives at the school. They live in a big house in the family compound, but she can only squeeze into a storage room at school. Who's right or wrong here? Can't you see that? Although Xue Xiulan said she initiated the divorce, it didn't stop her from misleading others into thinking otherwise. She just didn't want that couple to have a good life. Luo Zhifang asked. Then, Jiang Shuang interrupted, I don't care who you associate with. I just want to advise you to do some good deeds. It might help you pray for your husband not to meet a woman like Fang Xiumei. This made Luo Zhifang so angry her eyes turned red. Shin Yitong, sister-in-law, you really speak bluntly. Jiang Shuang. Hey, I've been saying this not just today. I plan to keep saying it every day. I just want everyone to see the true nature of those two troublemakers. Seeing her proud look makes me angry inside. Gu Huaizheng came home in the evening and started making coconut oil soap. He filtered the ash alkali solution from yesterday's herbal mixture, then slowly poured it into the heated coconut oil, stirring constantly as he did. Shin Yitong sat on a small stool nearby, watching him work and talking about Xue Xiulan. Gu Huaizheng frowned. Fang Jianpain is so blind? Even Fang Xiumei is interested in him. He really hasn't seen good things. Shin Yitong. Bad men and mean women make a good pair. I think Jiang and I both agree that women should have jobs. That way, no matter what happens, they can stand on their own. Jiang plans to start working. She asked her friend, Captain Liao, to help find a job for her. Gu Huaijing casually said, "Yeah, old Liao isn't very reliable." "It's like you're very reliable yourself. I also want a job. Can you help me find one?" Hearing this, Gu Huaijing looked up and carefully studied Shinitong. She looked back at him seriously, showing she wasn't joking. "Gu Huaijing, you can work, but you probably can't do physical labor. Office jobs are hard to find, so you need to be patient. Okay, I can wait. But you have to take this seriously and not ignore me." Gu Huaijing stirred the thickening liquid in his hands. "When have I ever not cared about your matters?" "That's true." Shin Yitong thought for a moment, resting her hands on his thighs, then tilting her chin up to look at him. She could see his sharp jawline clearly. Good-looking people really are perfect from every angle. From this view, he still looked handsome. "Actually, I want a job just to prove my worth. I don't want to waste time." "It's not that I don't trust you." Gu Huaijing felt a bit proud and was touched by her unconditional trust. "I didn't expect her to say, 'Everyone has seen a woman like me.' Who else could catch your eye?" Gu Huaijing was speechless and couldn't argue back. He bent down and kissed her on the lips, saying, "With me here, you can be proud and fierce forever." Mixing the liquid until the marks wouldn't easily fade was enough. Gu Huaijing poured the mixed liquid into a bamboo tube, tapped it on the ground to release bubbles, and smooth the surface. Then he wrapped it in a towel and placed it in a warm, ventilated spot. In a few days, the soap will solidify and be ready to cut into small pieces. After drying for a month or two, it will be usable. After saying that, Gu Huaijing turned around and picked her up. "Let's go. Time for a shower." "Go by yourself, I don't want to. Shower together saves time. Can't you be a bit more calm?" "Every day like this," Shen Yitong complained. She didn't know if other couples lived like this, but she really felt Gu Huaijing was a bit too energetic. At first, she thought he was just excited after tasting success, and his enthusiasm was understandable. She thought it would pass after a while, but it seemed his energy only increased. He used to consider her feelings a little, but now he didn't even bother. Unfortunately, she was too shy to ask Zhang's wife if all men were like this. But she remembered her brother and sister-in-law weren't like that. In her previous view, her brother and sister-in-law's respectful relationship was the ideal marriage. But now, she found herself with such a man. "Can't stay calm for a bit," Gu Huaijing said. "Isn't your aunt coming soon? We need to hurry or we'll have to wait many more days." "Listen to that, he's really shameless." Shen Yitong was so angry she almost cried and laughed. "What aunt? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Just once tonight. I'll try to be quick so I won't delay your sleep." Only a fool would believe him. Jiang Shuang's work didn't take long to get news. It was quite a coincidence. One of the kitchen chefs suddenly fainted at work a few days ago and was rushed to the hospital, where they found a brain hemorrhage. After waking up, half of his body was no longer able to move. He couldn't continue working as a chef. The army had to arrange a medical retirement for him. The cafeteria was short one person, so they needed to hire someone new. Commander Liao heard the news and quickly asked his superiors to help his wife find a job. Unfortunately, the news spread too fast and many people were interested in the position. It was hard to offend anyone. In the end, they decided to hold a test to select the best candidate. The job in the kitchen didn't require a high education level, only good cooking skills. The previous chef's skills were quite average and many people had given feedback that they wanted better food. Since a test was needed, they decided to choose someone with good cooking skills. The army leaders also took this seriously. Even the commander and political commissar were invited to be judges. The test was scheduled for 3 days later. Shen Yitong was also worried about Jiang Shuang. With nothing to do, she went next door to watch her practice. Jiang Shuang was in the yard, huffing and puffing, using a shovel to move a pile of small stones. Shen Yitong asked, "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? It's so late, you should be practicing cooking instead." "These chores can be left to Commander Liao." Jiang Shuang replied, "I'm preparing for the test, building up my arm strength." She had heard that the cafeteria leaders didn't want women to work there because they thought women were too weak. Since the kitchen needed to cook large pots of food, the spatula was almost as big as a shovel. Without enough strength, no one could flip it. But Jiang Shuang really wanted the job. What if women could be strong too? She was determined to practice her arm strength. Her method was to shovel a pile of small stones in the yard repeatedly. Shin Yitong told her, just practice a little, don't overdo it. You don't want to be too tired during the test and not be able to lift your arms. Jiang Shuang nodded, I understand. I'll practice a bit more, then go cook. Later, you can help me read the menu. I don't recognize a few words. Jiang Shuang was busy, so at noon, Shin Yitong told Gu Huizheng to go with her before he started work. They needed to send some local specialties back to their families. Gu Huizheng was surprised that she had prepared these things and felt very happy. My mom will be so pleased. I've been in the island army for so many years, and she never got me a good gift to show her appreciation. But now, with my wife here, I finally have something. It really is better to have a wife. About your parents, do I need to prepare something for them too? Shin Yitong replied, no need. I've already prepared everything. Just come with me to send the packages. From now on, I will handle these family matters. She felt a strong sense of achievement. See? She has grown into someone who can take care of her family. Shin Yitong had prepared quite a few things. Besides the gifts brought by Li Kuling's husband that day, she later went with Jiang Shuang to buy many local specialties from the fishermen. They packed each family a big bag. Gu Huizheng borrowed a bicycle from the neighbor and pushed it as he and Shin Yitong went to the post office together. They carefully filled out the addresses for both families, watched the postal workers put labels on the packages, and then sent them off. Only then did they feel at ease. After leaving the post office, Shin Yitong sighed. Gu Huizheng quietly held her hand. Missing home? Yes, I wonder how they are doing now. Shin Yitong was actually quite worried about the upcoming relocation of the Shin family. It was something that was bound to happen, and no one could stop it. But she couldn't say anything, couldn't predict that the Shin family would be relocated, or ask the Gu family for help. Although no one said anything openly, everyone knew that Gu Huizheng, having married into her family, had already been affected, both himself and the Gu family. She, protected by the Gu family, didn't have the right to ask them to do more for the Shin family. That was also the wish of the Shin family. Grandpa Shin's gratitude towards Grandpa Gu, he had kept it all these years and only used it for her. That gratitude was exchanged for the Gu family's protection of her. As for others, they had long prepared themselves to face the coming storms on their own. Before coming to accompany the army, her parents had warned her that no matter what happened in the future, she was not allowed to ask Gu Huizheng for help, to avoid damaging their relationship. Shin Yitong only felt she was truly powerless, unable to do anything. So she must take good care of herself and stay safe, not letting her family worry. Then, she will do her best to send them more supplies after they are relocated, helping them get through the hardest times. Fortunately, in her past life, although the Shin family faced many difficulties, they eventually got through it all, and the family was able to reunite happily. After overcoming those hardships, everything else should be smooth sailing. In this life, she believes they will also get through it. Gu Huizheng held her hand tighter and said, Don't worry, my grandfather and parents are here with us. Yes, Shin Yitong replied. She knew that the Gu family wouldn't ignore the Shin family. It was just that in her past life, the Gu family had their own problems and couldn't help. They didn't refuse to help, they just couldn't. She had never blamed them, and the Shin family hadn't either. During those years, they protected her so well. That was the greatest kindness. She gathered her emotions, and in the afternoon, Shin Yitong went to help Jiang Shuang read the recipe again. Soon, the day of the exam arrived. Jiang Shuang was a little nervous and asked Shin Yitong to accompany her. There were 3 women and 2 men taking the test. One of the men was big and strong, and it was said he had worked as a helper at rural banquets. Jiang Shuang saw him as a strong competitor. The first test was actually about strength, lifting and flipping a shovel. They used a large iron pot for cooking, filled halfway with sand, and the task was to hold a spatula and continuously flip the sand for 5 minutes without stopping. This was the basic requirement. Only those who could persist could move on to the next stage. The spatula also had specific rules. It couldn't be flipped slowly, and they couldn't just gently turn the top layer. It had to be flipped deeply enough to turn all the sand underneath. Shun Yitong watched from the crowd, looking at the huge spatula and then at her thin arms and legs. She doubted she could flip even once. She wasn't sure if Jiang Shuang could pass this test, or all her previous cooking skills would be wasted, along with the ingredients she had used. In the past few days, Shun Yitong's family hadn't cooked at all, only eating the results of Jiang Shuang's practice. The 5 contestants took turns flipping the sand, following the draw. The first to go was the burly man. He finished easily, which put a lot of mental pressure on the people behind him. The second person to go up was another woman. She was thin, and her arms were not much thicker than Shun Yitong's. Without a doubt, she failed. Halfway through, her arms started trembling like dry leaves, and she couldn't turn the page anymore. She came out crying. Next was a small, thin man who also failed. Was it really this hard? Shun Yitong couldn't help but sweat for Jiang Shuang, who went up after him. Jiang Shuang had been working with stones these days, so her strength had definitely improved. Even though her face was red from exhaustion, she kept going until the end. The last man also passed. The second stage tested their overall ability to work. Each person was given a small basket of potatoes to peel and cut into thin strips. Of course, working in the cafeteria kitchen didn't require the same high standards as fancy restaurants outside. The cuts didn't have to be as fine as hair, just even and not too different in size. Jiang Shuang was used to this kind of work at home. She first rinsed the potatoes with water to wash off the dirt on the surface. Then she started peeling quickly, making the skins thin and even. She couldn't help but adopt her bossy friend's picky habits after being around her for so long. The moment she picked up the potato, she immediately imagined Shun Yitong frowning and criticizing. She was sure she would say, "It's so dirty. Why didn't you wash it first? All that dirt is inside now. Can you still eat it?" So, even if it took a little more time, she had to wash the potatoes first. Fortunately, this test was about their skill and speed, so there was no strict time limit. After peeling, Jiang Shuang placed the potatoes in a basin of clean water to soak. Since peeled and cut potatoes tend to turn color and look unappetizing if exposed to air, soaking was necessary. This was also mentioned in the cookbook Shun Yitong had lent her. Once all the potatoes were peeled, Jiang Shuang took the soaked ones and started cutting them on the chopping board. With a quick, rhythmic sound of thud, 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 the knife flashed through the air, creating a blur of motion. Soon, a large pile of evenly cut, light yellow, clean-looking potato strips appeared in front of everyone. The man who was considered a strong rival by Jiang Shuang also finished cutting quickly. He was fast and skilled with the knife, and the potato strips he cut were indeed thin and even. However, he didn't wash the potatoes before peeling them, so his hands were dirty, and he didn't rinse the potatoes before cutting. As a result, many dirt particles stuck to the strips, and some parts had oxidized and changed color, showing various shades of dark and light. Overall, his potato strips looked less clean and neat compared to Jiang Shuang's. But after carefully observing the judges' expressions, Shun Yitong noticed they were all showing appreciation, with no signs of disapproval. The other spectators also didn't seem to care much about cleanliness. Well, she thought, maybe they would wash the potatoes before cooking. As for the other man, his situation was quite pitiful. He usually didn't do any kitchen work. But he didn't want to miss out on this opportunity, so he forced himself to participate in the test. He kept hoping that maybe luck would be on his side, and someone else would do worse than him. But it turned out, without proper skills, you shouldn't take on difficult tasks. His potato strips were uneven and bumpy, and after peeling, he was left with only half a potato. What he cut couldn't really be called potato strips, just potato sticks. And to make things worse, he accidentally cut his hand while cutting. Blood immediately gushed out, frightening the people nearby. They quickly called the medic to bandage his hand. After this round, only Jiang Shuang and the burly man remained. Next was a cooking challenge. Each person would use their own cut potatoes to fry a dish. Jiang Shuang felt she probably had little hope. Even if her potato strips turned into something fancy, how much difference could there be? The leaders preferred a man, and this man had been performing better than her all along. It seemed she would just be a token participant today, but it didn't matter.
She still needed to do her best.
As long as the leaders remembered her, she might have a chance for future opportunities. Jiang Shuang stopped overthinking and focused on heating the oil in the pan. The stir-fried shredded potatoes were made using a regular cooking pot. The man beside her also showed off his skill at flipping the spoon. He received applause from the crowd. Jiang Shuang accepted her loss gracefully, but she didn't want to waste ingredients. She carefully cooked the shredded potatoes and served them on a plate. Shen Yitang watched the judges taste the potatoes made by the man and nodded in approval. But she felt a bit angry inside. Were these people blind? Jiang's shredded potatoes looked much better than the man's. Before cooking, Jiang Shuang washed the potatoes in water to remove the starch. She also added a little vinegar, so the potatoes looked fresh and clean when cooked. However, these judges were all rough men who probably weren't used to fine food. That's why the food in the military cafeteria has been poor for decades. They couldn't see or taste the small differences in the shredded potatoes. Seeing Jiang Shuang's face look more disappointed, Shen Yitang couldn't hold back. She stepped in front of the judges and said, "Excuse me, I have something to say. People who look good usually get special treatment." The judges looked at her kindly and asked, "What does this young lady think?" Shen Yitang pointed at the man and said, "I think he doesn't keep good hygiene when cooking." Potatoes covered in dirt were in his hands, and he didn't wash them at all before making the dish. Imagine how much dirt and bacteria might be in that plate of shredded potatoes. Also, when cooking, he reached into his hair and grabbed a handful, then used that hand to put the potatoes into the pot. I suspect he might have just come from the bathroom and didn't wash his hands. These details might seem normal to others, but they didn't notice or didn't care. They were used to this kind of behavior every day. In contrast, this young lady has been very careful about hygiene from the start. She washed the potatoes and cutting boards several times. After lighting the fire, she washed her hands thoroughly before cooking, ensuring everything was clean and safe. That's right. The cafeteria has so much food to prepare. If we wash everything over and over like this, will we be able to serve meals on time? As long as we can eat, it's fine. Isn't all food grown from the ground? What's there to complain about? If it's not dirty or unclean, eating it won't make you sick. Someone recognized her. Wasn't she the young lady who once ate in the cafeteria and used a handkerchief to wipe her chopsticks, making the cleaning staff so upset they cried? She was the daughter of the business owner, Gu Huaijing's wife. Shen Yitang didn't care what others said. She continued, "Illnesses often come from what we eat. Especially as cafeteria workers, we are responsible for the health of all soldiers who eat here. Soldiers' health is the foundation of our revolution and the basis of our battles. People in the cafeteria are usually careless like this. Isn't it easy for bad people to take advantage? What if enemy spies poison our food at a critical moment? Who will be responsible for the damage caused?" I think this responsible attitude of this young lady shows the kind of quality that cafeteria staff should have. Finally, regardless of the exam results, I want to take this opportunity to suggest to the leaders that our military district's cafeteria hygiene management needs to be improved. After speaking, she respectfully bowed to the leaders and moved aside. The leaders nodded. This young lady is right. In the past, conditions were poor, and as long as there was enough to eat, hygiene wasn't a big concern. But now it's different. Since we have the means to maintain hygiene for the health of all officers and soldiers, we should pay more attention to it. Jiang Shuang looked at Shen Yitang gratefully. She hadn't expected that the proud and aloof young lady, who usually thought that anyone who spoke badly of her was lowering herself, would stand up and speak for her. However, just these few words from Shen Yitang weren't enough for the leaders to decide to choose Jiang Shuang. And others wouldn't be convinced either. The men's skills were obvious. It was just a minor hygiene issue. If higher-ups really demanded it, they could improve it later. But it wouldn't be good to immediately decide on this young man, since the young lady's performance was also good. The leaders hesitated. Someone quietly whispered a few words in their ears. Their eyes brightened. Since neither of the two comrades wins, let's have a tiebreaker. Someone brought out a large bowl of squid. also known as cuttlefish. The cafeteria staff generally don't like preparing squid. It's difficult to handle, the meat isn't much, and it can stain your hands black. The texture is tough, and the flavor is fishy, so it's not very tasty. Just make a dish with this squid, she said. Jiang Shuang looked at Shin Yitong with some surprise, and Shin Yitong nodded back at her. They had just learned a new recipe from a cookbook, cuttlefish ink dumplings, that no one here had ever seen before. They believed it would impress everyone. However, Jiang Shuang was a bit worried. What if this method was too unusual and others couldn't accept it? But after getting Shin Yitong's reassurance, she felt confident. The man nearby was also very confident. It was just squid. Stir-frying with scallions was easy. It was just a matter of controlling the heat well. Getting the squid just right, crisp and tender, wasn't easy. He reached out and grabbed a few squid, casually starting to prepare them. The ink sac was definitely not needed and the cartilage was discarded. The meat was scored with cuts. Jiang Shuang silently picked up the discarded ink sacs, carefully removed the ink bags intact, and then mixed the ink with flour, water, and salt to knead into a dark, squid ink dough. Others looked confused. What is she doing? Isn't she wasting ingredients? Such good flour, and now mixed with ink. Can it still be eaten? Jiang Shuang ignored their comments and the man who had already cooked a plate of squid meat for the leaders to taste. She carefully chopped the squid meat into fine pieces, seasoned it, and quickly wrapped it in the squid ink dough to make dumplings. Meanwhile, she disassembled the squid cartilage, cleaned it thoroughly, and dried it by the stove. Once dried, she ground it into fine powder using a stone mortar and pestle. Soon, amid everyone's doubtful gazes, Jiang Shuang presented a plate of shiny, black squid ink dumplings. They even emitted a surprisingly fresh aroma. The leaders' mouths watered, but they hesitated. Looking at the dark dumplings, they asked, "Can we really eat this?" The leaders were still cautious. Jiang Shuang nervously looked at Shin Yitong. Shin Yitong sighed softly. Sister Jiang is a good person, very capable. Usually, she is quite fiery and not afraid to argue or be loud. But living in the countryside for a long time has naturally made her afraid of leaders. Her usually eloquent tongue becomes clumsy in front of them. So she had to step forward again. According to ancient texts, cuttlefish ink has high nutritional and medicinal value. It is also a natural flavor enhancer. Dumplings made with cuttlefish ink taste very delicious and are rich in nutrients. Please try some, leaders. Although the leaders are now high-ranking officials, they are still basically rough people. They always have a strange respect for cultured individuals. Listening to Shin Yitong speak, it's clear only someone educated could say such things. No one doubted anymore, and they all picked up chopsticks to take a dumpling and put it in their mouths. Bite into it, and the juice splashed out. The cuttlefish filling was tender, juicy, and very fragrant. One dumpling was not enough. They wanted a second. Soon, the plate was empty. Delicious, really delicious. I didn't expect that the so-called ink, often looked down upon, could taste so good. Seizing the moment, Shin Yitong said, "This is called turning waste into treasure. Our country is currently facing a food shortage and resource scarcity. At all times, we should not waste or discard anything but instead develop their uses to the fullest. For example, besides the cuttlefish ink, there is another treasure on the cuttlefish that is often discarded." She deliberately cast a sidelong glance at the man beside her. Then she signaled to Jiang Shuang. Jiang Shuang immediately brought over a small dish of powder. The leaders looked confused. Is this also for us to eat? Could it be a dipping sauce for the dumplings? But the dumplings had already been eaten. Shin Yitong calmly explained, "This is the cartilage of the cuttlefish, scientifically called sea sponges. After cleaning and drying, it is ground into powder, which has high medicinal value and is very effective in stopping bleeding." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the leaders' eyes light up. Veteran leaders who had experienced wartime hardships knew well the scarcity of medicine back then. Hemostatic medicine was truly precious. "Are you serious?" Shin Yitong smiled and said, "It can't be that I made this up myself. Just check the medical books or ask an experienced traditional Chinese doctor for advice." "Yes, that's a good idea. This really turns something useless into something valuable. The man who had casually thrown away the ink sac and cartilage earlier finally became nervous. I didn't realize these things could be so useful. Shun Tong was very direct. If you don't know, learn. To do a good job, strength alone isn't enough. Jiang Shuang finally dared to speak up. Actually, I know many ways to prepare and handle seafood. Since food is precious and we live by the sea, we should eat more seafood, making tasty and healthy dishes. The cafeteria rarely serves seafood, not only because everyone gets tired of eating it after going out to sea, but also because the way the cafeteria handles seafood is simple and rough, often not very tasty. If we could find new and better ways to cook seafood that everyone likes, we could save a lot on food costs. Honestly, this is what really impresses the leaders. In the end, the leaders decided to keep both of them. The man has strength and skills, suitable for making large dishes, so the cafeteria still needs such talent. Jiang Shuang is good at making delicate dishes, so the leaders decided to assign her to the small kitchen window. Jiang Shuang was very grateful to Shun Tong. If she hadn't spoken up for her, she might not have gotten this job. They agreed to invite Shun Tong and Director Gu to their home for a meal. Early in the morning, Jiang Shuang went to the seaside, waiting for the fishing boat to return. She spent a lot of money to buy many seafood items she usually wouldn't buy. Using the recipes she knew, she prepared a big seafood feast. That evening, when she got home, Gu Huaijing discussed with Shun Tong that in a few days, he planned to invite his leaders and close comrades over. They've always wanted to meet you. I also want to take this chance to introduce you to them properly. If any good job opportunities come up in the future, it will be easier to talk. Gu Huaijing had already known about his plan to host a gathering since the last time she was sitting under his desk. He had been waiting for her to bring it up. Since they all live in the same family compound, if someone else had come to serve as a military spouse, the invitation would have been sent long ago. With Shun Tong's usual attitude, Gu Huaijing didn't dare bring up this topic. Now he dares to mention it, and even makes a somewhat unreasonable request. I think Sister Zhang's cooking skills are pretty good. I want to invite her over later to help us cook, so she doesn't work so hard for nothing. We'll pay her, sure, but I don't think Sister Jiang would want our money, though she's definitely happy to help. That's fine. Let's just consider it as us owing her a favor. By the way, Tang Deng, Gu Huaijing said shyly, when they come, I'll tell them that all the dishes are made by you. And also, could you act a little more caring and capable?
And
Show me some respect. Shun Tong looked at him with a complicated expression. I never thought you'd be like this. Gu Huaijing sighed. Well, I've been bragging so much that no one believes me. They're just waiting to see me fail. You can't just watch your man be laughed at like that. Shun Tong glanced at him sideways. So, now in the army, even caring for your wife can be a joke. Of course not. In our military district, everyone knows I care about my wife. I just want them to know that my wife cares about me too, not just me doing everything alone. Then I'll just treat you better in the future, Shun Tong said, wanting to keep a good reputation. She didn't want people to think she had a bad temper or was spoiled. It's just acting a little. What's so hard about that? But is it really necessary to take Sister Zhang's hard work for yourself? If her cooking isn't good enough, does that mean she's not caring? She also thinks her cooking isn't necessarily bad, just that she's not as quick as Sister Jiang. Gu Huaijing slapped his own mouth lightly. It's all my fault. I talked too much and bragged too much. And actually, I don't think we're really lying. You and Sister Jiang learned from the same recipe. The dishes you make are equally delicious. I just feel sorry for you. I don't want you to work too hard, so I thought of asking Sister Jiang to help. Actually, I can do it too. But you know my cooking isn't much better than the cafeteria's. Since he said that, what else could Shun Tong do? She pinched his ear and said, Don't do this again. But I still need to ask Sister Jiang if she's willing. The next day, Shun Tong went to talk to Jiang Shuang about this. Jiang Shuang agreed immediately, without hesitation. She also said that if they really paid her, it would feel strange. She didn't mind keeping her efforts a secret. If you hadn't read me the recipes, I wouldn't have learned to cook these dishes. I owe my progress to you. Whenever you host a party, tell me first. Let's plan the menu, prepare the dried ingredients in advance, and buy fresh items from the fishing boat on the morning of the event. Shun Tong then told Gu Huaijing that he could invite guests anytime. Unexpectedly, Gu Huaijing wasn't in a hurry. Hee, wife, can you draw me a picture first? Shin Yitong tilted her head in confusion and looked at him. Make it big enough to frame and hang here. When guests arrive, they can see it as soon as they walk in. Shin Yitong was both annoyed and amused. Are you bragging again? What if I refuse? How could I? Gu Huaijing stepped forward and hugged her waist. You treat me so well. You wouldn't want to refuse me, right? He leaned in close to her ear, his breath warm. Maybe I can thank you with some extra effort tonight. Shin Yitong hadn't planned to refuse him, but hearing his words made her legs feel weak, and she almost wanted to back out. Still, Shin Yitong finally agreed to draw another picture for him. He had many requests. The background should be the sea, with a battleship. He wanted to stand on the ship, facing the wind, and most importantly, to be depicted as heroic and dashing. Shin Yitong thought for a moment. I haven't seen your heroic pose on a battleship, so I can't imagine it. You need to take me to the scene to draw. Sure. Gu Huaijing was very happy. Let's go tomorrow. He was so excited, he wanted to kiss his wife. Shin Yitong raised her hand to stop him. Don't touch me tonight. I need to rest well, or my drawing won't turn out well. Don't blame me. She wore a wide-brimmed hat to protect herself from the sun, and she even wore white silk gloves to prevent her fingers from getting dark. Even her own mother wouldn't recognize her. Gu Huaijing's mouth twitched. Do we really have to dress like this? Shin Yitong confidently replied, Of course. The sun on the sea is very strong. I don't want to turn into a dark egg like you. The shiny, smooth black egg, a nickname, touched his nose and said, Yes, women should take good care of themselves. Actually, today Gu Huaijing was also dressed quite well. He wore his military dress uniform, which he usually only put on for important occasions. It was freshly ironed last night and looked very sharp. So, they headed out. Gu Huaijing carried a painting easel, and Shin Yitong held a small bucket with paints, brushes, and a palette. Gu Huaijing was clearly very excited, talking nonstop about ships on the way. Men, after all, always want to show off a little. He believed he was quite successful in his career, youngest regimental commander in the entire military district with many honors. But unfortunately, she didn't seem to understand what that meant and didn't care much about his military work. She didn't seem very interested in listening. Gu Huaijing felt a bit disappointed. If only his wife knew how impressive he was in the military, maybe she would like him more. Shin Yitong looked at him, thinking about whether she had been too indifferent to him. In her past life, she had been completely absorbed in her own world, so it was understandable. This life, she decided, she would try to satisfy his pride a little more. So, Shin Yitong listened carefully. Even if she didn't really understand everything, she always responded appropriately when needed. She widened her eyes in surprise, tilted her head in confusion, and Gu Huaijing became even more excited. He almost revealed some secret military information that shouldn't be shared. Shin Yitong quickly stopped him, frightened. You don't need to tell me those things. I wouldn't understand even if you did. For the first time in her life, Shin Yitong saw a warship up close. Its tall, mighty appearance truly amazed her. She originally thought it would be similar to the ferry they took when they arrived on the island, allowing Gu Huaijing to stand on the warship while she stayed on the shore and drew. But it didn't work at all. The warship was too tall and big with a deep draft, and it was some distance from the coast. If she had Gu Huaijing stand on the warship, she would have to look up at him from the shore, and he would appear very small, which didn't give the effect she wanted. On the other hand, if she also stood on the warship with Gu Huaijing, the distance would be too close, making it hard to see the full view and draw it properly. After thinking for a moment, Shin Yitong said to Gu Huaijing, I want to make 2 sketches first. One is a wide view from the shore, and the other is a detailed close-up from the ship. Then, after I go back, I will combine the 2 into one picture. Gu Huaijing only then realized that his request might be a bit difficult. Wouldn't that be too tiring? If it's hard to draw, you can make it simpler. Shin Yitong shook her head. No, I can't do that. When I work on something, I either do it perfectly or not at all. Just be patient. Today, since the warship was in port for maintenance and didn't need to go out to sea, she had the whole day to draw slowly. Shall we start now? Gu Huijing said as he set up his easel under the shade of a tree. Today, I'll follow your instructions completely. Just tell me where to go, and I'll go there. Whatever pose you want me to do, I'll do it. Shen Yitong walked around looking for the best angle.
You don't need to be involved right now.
Just set the easel here. Gu Huijing replied, there's no shade there and it's too hot. Let's stay here and paint. He didn't want his wife to paint under the blazing sun. Shen Yitong glared at him. You just said I call the shots today. As always, she believed that whatever she started, she should do it to the best. Shen Yitong took out her brushes and began mixing colors. Gu Huijing looked around, took off his military coat carefully and found a safe place to put it. Then suddenly, he climbed up a nearby coconut tree. He climbed several trees in a row, plucked a bunch of coconut leaves, layered them, and tied them together to make a huge sunshade. Even though he had already applied sunscreen to his hair, the scorching sun still made his clothes feel very hot. Just when Shen Yitong was starting to feel overwhelmed, she suddenly felt a cool shade overhead. She looked up and saw that Gu Huijing had held out an umbrella to shield her from the sun. She smiled at him, then lowered her head and continued to draw. Her face was covered by a cloth, so Gu Huijing couldn't see her smile, but he could feel her happiness through her eyes. The tiredness from climbing up and down suddenly disappeared. On such a hot day, it would be nice to get a cool coconut for his wife to drink. But if he went to pick a coconut, no one would hold an umbrella for his wife. While looking around for a solution, he saw two little soldiers happily carrying two open coconuts with straws inserted. Actually, when they arrived at the port, they already attracted everyone's attention. It was an unusual day, with no officials inspecting, and Commander Gu dressed so formally, which was already strange. Moreover, he had brought a woman along, which was very rare. Although she was fully covered, so no skin was visible, her graceful figure made it clear she was very beautiful. Legend said that Commander Gu's partner was a stunning beauty. Plus, Commander Gu was always so attentive and careful with her, so everyone guessed she must be his wife. They had seen the little soldier, who was close to Commander Gu's partner before. When he returned to the camp, he exaggerated her beauty, making everyone curious. Everyone wanted to see her up close, but they didn't dare approach because of Commander Gu's usual authority. Seeing their attitude, it seemed they were about to draw a picture. By the way, recently, there was a new painting in Commander Gu's office of him. It was said to be painted by his partner. Was she coming to paint a ship this time? Gu Huijing was climbing up and down like a monkey, making a shade for his wife, unaware that their actions had already been secretly watched. These two brave soldiers took the opportunity of delivering coconuts to act as advance scouts. Gu Huijing praised the little soldiers for their sharp eyes. The little soldiers' courage grew. Is that the wife? Is she painting? Shen Yitong could only smile and greet them. Hello. Yes, just a quick sketch. She was covered so tightly that the little soldier could only see a pair of shining eyes like stars. But just seeing those eyes was enough to make anyone's heart beat wildly. Gu Huijing couldn't help but tease, saying, "That's right. On such a hot day, the great artist suddenly got inspired and insisted on painting me at work. No one could stop her, so I just went along with her." Shen Yitong. Before she got angry, he quickly added, "Wife, are you thirsty? Want some coconut juice to quench your thirst?" Shen Yitong was indeed thirsty. She didn't bother to put down her brush and simply signaled for Gu Huijing to bring the coconut over. She gently lifted a corner of her cloth with her small finger, revealing her delicate chin and bright red, cherry-like lips. The little soldier's eyes widened in amazement. Wow, she's so fair. How can someone be this white? Gu Huijing could tell what they were thinking without asking. He kicked at them and said, "What are you looking at? So bored? Hurry up and get lost." Others, feeling bolder, kept coming closer to watch Shen Yitong paint, some even offering to hold an umbrella for Gu Huijing. Gu Huijing, dream on. Does anyone have the right to hold an umbrella for my wife? On the paper, the outlines of the sea and the battleship quickly took shape. Shen Yitong asked Gu Huijing to stand on the battleship first, sketching a distant outline. Gu Huizheng had to hand over the sunshade to someone else and repeatedly warned him not to let his sister-in-law get sunburned. He jumped onto the battleship, found a good spot at the front, leaning one hand on the railing and the other on his forehead, pretending to shield his eyes and look into the distance. He thought his pose looked very heroic. Shen Yitong frowned slightly and softly said, "Comrade, could you help me? Go up and tell him to put his hand down from his forehead, then step a few steps to the left and slightly turn your body to the right." Several young comrades eagerly volunteered to pass the message. They even had a little scuffle over who would go first, and the winner ran off quickly. Halfway there, he returned looking embarrassed and said, "I need to tell Commander Gu." What was it again? This caused everyone to burst into laughter. Soon, Shen Yitong finished sketching the scene. Gu Huizheng came down to take her onto the battleship. The air on the ship smelled of steel and diesel. Sometimes, when Gu Huizheng returned home from work, he carried that scent with him. Shen Yitong changed angles and made several quick sketches of Gu Huizheng, then put away her brushes. "That's about enough. You can take your time to finish the painting at home." When Gu Huizheng left with Shen Yitong, many young soldiers felt very disappointed because they didn't get to see what his wife looked like. Soon after, a rumor spread in the army. It said that the young Commander Gu was actually very old-fashioned and conservative inside. He didn't allow his wife to show her face in public, and she was fully covered with cloth from head to toe. People thought he was treating her like a woman from ancient times who never left the house. This was considered very backward and shocking. Of course, these words were just spoken privately and not meant to cause trouble openly. But the next day, the division commander called Gu Huizheng for a talk. "Little Gu, I heard you took your wife to the ship to do some painting yesterday." "Yes," Gu Huizheng replied honestly. "My wife is good at painting. I wanted her to help me make a portrait of me working as a keepsake. You should know that the harbor is a military area, and most people are not allowed to enter freely, especially someone from a family like hers. I don't doubt her intentions, but you also need to be careful about the impact." It was as if a fire was burning in Gu Huizheng's heart. He suddenly stood up and said, "Division Commander, I can personally guarantee that my wife has no problematic thoughts." The division commander raised his hand and pressed down gently. "Calm down, little Gu. I believe you, but for safety, we need to prevent any risks. We should eliminate any potential problems early. This matter can be let go this time, but in the future, be more careful. Also, I hope you and your wife destroy those paintings from yesterday. Spies and enemies are everywhere. Some things might be leaked without us realizing it. We must stay alert." Gu Huizheng broke out in a cold sweat. He understood these reasons well.
It was his mistake.
He hadn't thought carefully enough. As a veteran soldier who had been in the army for many years, he shouldn't have made such an error. But he did. It showed that recently, he had been a little blinded by love. Even if Shen Yitong had no problem because he had brought her here and she had painted those pictures, if something happened, those paintings could become her guilt. "I'm sorry, Division Commander. It's my fault. I will reflect on it, and I promise to destroy the paintings immediately. Please rest assured, my partner's character is absolutely trustworthy." The teacher nodded. "I believe you. You don't need to worry too much. Learn from this experience and don't make the same mistake again." "Yes," Gu Huizheng saluted with both legs. "That's enough. You can go out now." Gu Huizheng dragged his heavy steps home. He wouldn't openly oppose the teacher's words, but he didn't know how to tell Shen Yitong when he got back. She worked so hard yesterday, spending the whole day outside with him under the hot sun. When they returned, he noticed her clothes were soaked with sweat. Even though she was dressed very carefully, her skin was red from the sun. She looked exhausted and couldn't even eat her meal. She was someone used to a comfortable life, so she had never experienced such hardship. Last night, she drank a little porridge but kept looking at those few paintings, thinking about how to arrange the composition to make it perfect. She kept sketching on paper again and again until late at night before going to sleep. This morning, she spread out her drawing paper, ready to start painting seriously. She was not just taking this work seriously but was putting her heart into it. But now, he had to go back and tell her she couldn't continue with this painting, and all her sketches from yesterday had to be destroyed. Not only Shen Yitong, but even Gu Huaijing felt heartbroken just thinking about it. When he returned home and pushed open the door, he saw Shen Yitong standing by the window at her easel, holding a palette in one hand and a brush in the other, focused on her painting. Her long hair, like seaweed, was loosely tied at the back, with a few strands falling on her cheeks. Her face probably had some paint on it by accident. She looked so focused, and under the sunset, she was stunningly beautiful. Gu Huaijin couldn't help but hold his breath, worried that his breathing might disturb her. He stared at her intently, unwilling to blink, wanting to deeply imprint her image into his mind. Suddenly, Shen Yitong stopped painting, tilted her head to examine her work carefully for a long time, then smiled, seeming very satisfied with her piece. She then put down her brush and palette, stretched lazily, and gave her shoulders a gentle massage. Suddenly, I saw Gu Huijing standing at the door. "You're back. Why are you just standing there?" "Come in quickly." Gu Huijing smiled a little awkwardly. "Have you finished the painting?" Shen Yitong rubbed her waist again. "It's been a long time since I painted all day."
I'm exhausted.
"It's almost done. Just a few details need fixing. Since it's not dark yet, I want to finish it quickly." She picked up her brush again. Gu Huijing's steps felt very heavy. He wanted to go over and take a look, but he couldn't move his feet. He was afraid that if he looked even once, he wouldn't be able to bear to destroy the painting. Even if it broke the rules, he wanted to hide it away. "I'll go cook first, okay?" Shen Yitong replied casually. Gu Huizheng hurriedly headed to the kitchen, as if afraid that if he moved too slowly, he would regret it. Shen Yitong was completely focused on her painting and didn't notice his strange behavior. She carefully refined every detail until it was perfect. She straightened up, satisfied, and admired her work. Then she folded the sketches she drew yesterday at the port neatly and rolled them up. While rolling, she walked into the kitchen. She saw Gu Huizheng squatting in front of the stove, lighting a fire. She casually handed him the rolled-up drawings. "Here, burn these." Gu Huizheng's heart skipped a beat. "Burn what?" He opened it and saw it was yesterday's drawing. His face showed mixed feelings. "Why do you want to burn it?" "Since it was a picture of a military ship at the port, it counts as military secret. If someone with bad intentions sees it, they might analyze some information we didn't notice. It's better to burn it." Gu Huizheng looked at Shen Yitong in surprise. "You even thought of that?" Shen Yitong felt proud. "Of course, I'm a military family member. I have some awareness." Actually, she didn't understand these things at this time in her previous life. But then something happened. A military wife in the family compound met a woman outside. That woman was very flattering and tried to buy her favor with small gifts every day. That military wife was a bit greedy for small benefits. She was flattered by the woman and told her many things about the port, which she didn't think were secrets. The woman was actually a spy, and the secret she obtained almost caused serious damage to a military operation. Later, the military held several meetings with the families of soldiers to emphasize the importance of preventing spies. Yesterday, when Gu Huizheng took Shen Yitong to the port to draw, she already had this in mind. She wouldn't be so foolish as to actually draw the real situation at the port. But after she said that, she suddenly realized that Gu Huizheng's words had a problem. "What do you mean you also thought of it?" "So, you had already thought of it too? Then why did you ask me to draw?" Gu Huizheng looked apologetic. "Sorry, I was careless. The leader already criticized me today." As for the drawing, Shen Yitong suddenly pushed him angrily. "I see now. So, when you came back today, you had already decided to make me destroy the drawing. No wonder I thought you were acting strange." The first thing he did after returning wasn't to hug or kiss her, but to go cook.
Why?
"In your eyes, my awareness is so low that you don't even dare to tell me and have to hide here?" "It's not that." Gu Huizheng hurriedly held his wife. "I just feel sad. I don't want your hard work on the drawing to be wasted. Then go and see my drawing now. Whether to keep it or destroy it, it's just one word from you." Gu Huizheng. Is it really okay to give him such a dangerous task? But since it's already like this, he might as well take a look. With a feeling of sacrifice, Gu Huizheng strode out. His worries completely disappeared when he saw the drawing. He looked at it happily for a long time, then let out a sigh of relief and said, "It's really well done. Blue sky, clear sea, warship, soldiers." Everything was so perfect. It was clear that it was a warship, but it didn't reveal any sensitive details. Though the scene wasn't intimidating, it still conveyed the pride of a great nation. Though the soldiers looked brave and handsome, looking at the picture made his nose feel a bit sore. It was as if he could hear the waves crashing and the bugles sounding in the distance. There is a group of the most lovable people who tirelessly protect the beautiful mountains and rivers of our homeland. Gu Huizheng stood in front of the painting for a long time, memories of his time in the army flashing through his mind one after another, until the sunset slowly sank into the horizon and dusk completely covered the sky. Snap! Shen Yitong turned on the light. "What do you think? Should we destroy it?" "Of course not. Anyone who dares to touch this painting, I will fight them." The date for the gathering was finally set. Jiang Shuang had already gone to work at the cafeteria. Using her position, she asked the procurement staff to help bring some fresh seafood. During the break from breakfast to noon, she delivered it to Shen Yitong. She works in shifts at the cafeteria. She works the morning shift, and after finishing lunch and cleaning up the kitchen, she can finish work around 3 p.m. When she got back, she and Shen Yitong prepared dinner for the gathering. The seafood included scallops, large shrimp, mantis shrimp, and a bunch of miscellaneous fish. The vegetables grown at home weren't edible yet. Shen Yitong bought cucumbers, cabbage, loofah, and sweet potato leaves from the community service store. Gu's mother also sent them some pig stomach, which she had soaked in water beforehand. After work in the afternoon, Gu Huizheng led about 7 or 8 people to their home. When colleagues invite others over for a meal, they usually don't bring their families along. Nowadays, it's common for families to have 4 or 5 children. If they really invited the whole family, there wouldn't be enough food for everyone. Over time, the small yard had become full of life. On one side, there was a neat vegetable garden with healthy, sprouting plants, and the vines were starting to climb along the bamboo trellises. Chickens clucked and pecked in the coop. On the other side, a rustic thatched pavilion exuded simple elegance, with colorful flowers blooming along the wall. The grapevines also stretched out tender new branches. Several sets of navy uniforms fluttered in the wind on the clothesline, smelling of soap. A small cobblestone path curved from the yard gate to the main entrance. "Little Gu, your yard is well taken care of. Compared to most homes filled with chickens, ducks, and clutter everywhere, it looks much better." Gu Huizheng modestly said, "It's all made by my wife. She loves tinkering with these things. People who learn to paint care about making things look pleasing." "Yes, that's true," the political officer nodded. "Only those who love life can have the passion to keep the yard so well maintained." People used to say that Gu Huizheng's wife didn't want to come with the army, argued with him every day, did no chores at home, and only waited for him to bring food back for her. If she were really that lazy, could she have made the yard look so beautiful? They didn't doubt Gu Huizheng at all. The style of the yard clearly reflected the owner's taste. They couldn't believe that a rough man like Gu Huizheng could create such a beautiful yard. While everyone was admiring the yard with their arms crossed, Shen Yitong came out, smiling as she looked at Gu Huizheng. "You're back." Gu Huizheng's voice immediately dropped by 8 tones, his smile gentle and warm. "Wife, come here, let me introduce you." Although some people had already seen Shen Yitong, and others knew she was a great beauty, seeing her in person still stunned them. She was truly stunning. The moment she appeared, the whole yard seemed brighter. What was even more surprising was Gu Huizheng himself. This soft-spoken, slightly husky-voiced man, was this really the Gu Huizheng they knew? A grown man, how could he act so delicate? After a brief greeting, Shen Yitong told Gu Huizheng to invite everyone inside for tea. "Sit down for a bit, have some tea. The food will be ready soon. I need to get back to work." You all chat. The tea was Longjing from the day before, served in delicate white porcelain cups. The tea was clear and fragrant, very pleasant. It wasn't just for drinking, but for tasting. A group of men used to brewing strong tea in big bowls, carefully holding the rough cups with their big hands, afraid of breaking them with too much force. They sipped carefully, unsure if it tasted good, but still praising it. Good tea. Gu Huizheng continued to be modest. I don't really know much about good tea. My wife brought these leaves. She likes drinking tea, but inside, he was worried. What kind of tea was this? Why hadn't he seen the painting on the wall yet? Finally, someone saw it and suddenly stood up. This is. Gu Huizheng calmly replied, Oh, this painting? My wife painted it. She likes to draw a few strokes when she has free time. No one paid much attention to his words. They all stood up and moved closer to look at the painting carefully. For a moment, everyone seemed to recall their own memories, years of sailing at sea, facing storms and challenges. Feelings of nostalgia, gratitude, past ambitions, and hopes for the future filled their hearts, making it hard to speak. They might not be experts in art, but if a painting can touch people's hearts, it is a good work. Really well done, someone finally exclaimed. The lively atmosphere returned to the living room, with everyone praising Shin Yitang's painting. They also complimented how nice the house was decorated. Just when they almost ran out of things to praise, Shin Yitang finally brought out the dishes. Dinner is ready. Ah Zheng, please call the guests to the table. Gu Huizheng confidently led the guests to sit at the table, happily enjoying Shin Yitang's attentive service. The dinner was very delicious. There were steamed scallops with garlic vermicelli, braised prawns, salt and pepper shrimp, turnip and cabbage stew, crab meat and seaweed rolls, 5-spice smoked fish. There was also cold cucumber salad, stir-fried sweet potato leaves, and a clear loofah and clam soup. Finally, a big pot of seafood paella was served. When the last dish was brought out, Shin Yitang couldn't help but give Gu Huizheng a firm kick under the table. Although they had agreed in advance to do this as a show of respect and to entertain others, seeing his proud and smug expression still made her feel annoyed. Shin Yitang was tired of drinking and eating with these rough men. They smoked too, and the smoky, alcoholic atmosphere at the table was too much for her. She pretended to join in with a drink, then made an excuse that she needed to check the stove in the kitchen, and quickly slipped away. She left the men to enjoy themselves. After she left, everyone seemed to breathe a little easier. Although she hadn't said anything, just sitting there made them feel tense and uncomfortable. They didn't dare speak loudly, eat loudly, or drink openly. As soon as she was gone, the atmosphere immediately became lively again. Gu's life is really full of flavor. Everyone says the young lady has a bad temper, but isn't that just being kind and caring? It's because our little Gu teaches well. Shin Yitang hid back into the kitchen, feeling relieved. Oh my, I'm exhausted. Jiang Shuang said, Come and eat. Your Captain Gu probably has to kneel on the washboard tonight, right? They wouldn't want to embarrass themselves, so they left a portion of each dish in advance. The two women ate slowly, enjoying a peaceful moment. Shin Yitang snorted. At least half a month, I won't let him get close to me. Jiang Shuang was surprised. Really so strict. It's because of his childish pride, and I have to pay the price for it. Just then, they heard Gu Huizheng shouting outside, asking for some soy sauce to be sent out. Shin Yitang rolled her eyes, muttered a few curses under her breath, took a small bowl of soy sauce, and happily handed it out. Don't be formal, everyone. Eat well and enjoy yourselves, Jiang Shuang smiled. Look at Captain Gu, so proud and confident. If we didn't live right next door, I might actually believe he's that impressive. Haha, Shin Yitang also found it funny. He's just pretending. He can only keep up the act today. In fact, I think Captain Gu isn't just worried about his pride. He's also thinking about your reputation. You don't know, when I first arrived, some people said really nasty things. I was so scared, I almost didn't dare talk to you. Shin Yitang hummed softly. I don't care what others think of me. Even soldiers, even when drinking or eating, are very quick. Soon, everyone finished their meal, and the table was cleared. Shin Yitang naturally came out to see the guests off. Your cooking is truly amazing. I've been on this island for a long time, but this is the first time I've had seafood this delicious. Young lady, our little Gu joined the army at a young age. It's not easy to get to where he is now. You all must live happily. Hopefully, you'll have a big, chubby baby soon. Gu Huaizheng, worried that these people might upset Shin Yitong further, quickly put his arm around her shoulder and pushed her out. All right, you've had enough. You're drunk. Go home and lie down. Shin Yitong smiled warmly. Sorry for the poor hospitality. Take care and come again next time. After sending off the last guest and watching their figure disappear into the distance, she finally closed the courtyard door. Then her expression turned cold. Gu Huaizheng shivered, walking over with a cheerful smile. He bent slightly, like a little, supporting Shin Yitong's arm. Wife, you worked hard today. You are our family's hero. Come, I'll help you inside. Rest well. I'll handle everything else. Shin Yitong snorted. You're so smooth-talking. Just remember what you promised. Gu Huaizheng immediately looked worried. Wife, are you serious? I really can't touch you for half a month? Of course. Didn't we agree on that? I'm going to take a shower now. Xiaozheng, fetch some water. Gu Huaizheng took the hot water to the bathroom and helped her mix it with cold water. Then he clattered around, tidying up the dishes and washing the plates. Tonight, Shin Yitong washed her hair. She stayed in the kitchen for a long time, smelling of cooking fumes. She couldn't sleep without washing her hair. She came out with damp hair. Gu Huaizheng had already finished washing the dishes and tidied up everything. The living room floor was mopped clean. All the windows in the house were open to air out, and the smell of smoke and alcohol was gone. Here. She handed him a clean towel. Gu Huaizheng quickly took it and helped her dry her hair. He was strong, pressing down a few times to soak up her thick hair until it was half dry. The rest could only air dry naturally. Seeing Shin Yitong walk toward the yard, Gu Huaizheng immediately followed, lighting a mosquito coil. Wife. Tang. Shin Yitong. Trying to act cute won't work. Speak honestly. Gu Huaizheng grumbled and went to take a shower. Shin Yitong pushed her hair back, draping it over the back of a chair, then leaned back comfortably, closing her eyes. The phonograph in the room played beautiful, soothing music. Shin Yitong thought it was probably time to put those away. Sooner or later, these things would become poisonous weeds. If someone found out, they would be smashed and even she might get involved. Actually, destroying them completely would be the safest choice, but she really couldn't bear to part with them. These records were carefully selected and treasured by her. Every single one was special to her. Losing them like this made her heart ache painfully. She really wished she could keep them all. But in my past life, thinking about my past life, Shin Yitong felt a tightness in her heart. Back then, she stayed mostly in the family compound. Although the outside world was becoming chaotic, the compound remained relatively peaceful. She didn't like socializing much and was protected too well by Gu Huaizheng, so she had no sense of caution. She simply lived according to her own wishes, just like before. Until one day, a group of somewhat older children stormed into her home, smashed her record player, and broke her favorite records, stepping on them. One child even pulled her hair, claiming it was part of the old customs, and held scissors, threatening to cut her hair, which scared her badly. Fortunately, Gu Huaizheng arrived just in time, chased away the troublemakers. That incident left her with a deep psychological scar. For a long time afterward, whenever she saw children of that age, she would hide at home, afraid to go outside. Gu Huaizheng was furious. He found the leader of the troublemakers, beat him up, and brought him to apologize to her. Gradually, Shin Yitong started to feel better. But only much later did she learn that, because of that incident, Gu Huaizheng was punished in the military. What a fool! Shin Yitong thought about how Gu Huaizheng always silently did so much for her behind the scenes, never letting her know. Fortunately, fate gave them a second chance. This time, they both let go of the sharp thorns that hurt each other and began to discover each other's good qualities. Suddenly, Shin Yitong, lost in her thoughts and floating in her mind, felt a lightness on her body. Gu Huaizheng had picked her up as if she were a child. What are you doing? I'm not planning to keep my word anymore. You. Shin Yitong punched his chest with her weak little fists. But Gu Huaizheng simply threw her onto the bed, holding her wrists with one hand and pressing them above her head. You can't do this. Help. Shout all you want. Even if you scream until your throat is sore, no one will come to save you. Although she felt embarrassed, Shin Yitong secretly admitted in her heart that she actually liked this feeling. Gu Huaijing, when he was assertive, was really exciting. A few days later, Gu Huaijing returned home, bringing back a carload of messy things. There was a large piece of metal, wood blocks, a motor, and wires, but Shin Yitong couldn't understand any of it. "What are you trying to make now?" she asked. "Just a good thing," Gu Huaijing replied as he moved the items. "Didn't you say before that you wanted a washing machine?" Shin Yitong gasped softly. "You want to make a washing machine?" She had mentioned this before and even wrote to her brother asking him to help find blueprints for a washing machine. Later, her brother replied that he couldn't find any. She didn't think much of it and didn't dwell on the matter. But she didn't expect him to care so much. However, the washing machine she talked about was made of wood and powered by manual effort. It had nothing to do with the things he brought back. Could he be trying to make one of those modern electric washing machines from later years? But even she, who had seen a washing machine, didn't understand how it worked. How could someone who had never seen one before possibly make it? Shin Yitong looked at him suspiciously as he fiddled with the parts. "Are you really capable of doing this?" Gu Huaijing smiled and said, "Aren't you the one who knows best whether your man can do it or not?" She felt annoyed and decided not to pay him any more attention. Shin Yitong went to cook. That morning, she went to the seaside and collected a bunch of small, miscellaneous seafood. Since they weren't many, it would be too much trouble to cook each separately, so she decided to make a seafood porridge with everything mixed together. She added some carrots and soaked dried mushrooms, then cooked it all. When it was ready, she sprinkled chopped green onions on top. The seafood porridge was so fresh it made your tongue tingle. As it grew darker, Shin Yitong called out to Gu Huaijing, "The seafood porridge is ready. Come and serve it." She usually didn't handle hot, heavy dishes herself, just in case she spilled it, wasting food, or worse, burning herself. Gu Huaijing said, "Wait a moment, it's almost done here." He then pulled a long wire into the house and plugged it in. "Come look at our washing machine." "Really made it?" Shin Yitong was very surprised. It was a strange, round metal drum, made of iron sheets. On closer inspection, it was double-layered inside and out. Inside, there were two wooden sticks crossed at an angle. Gu Huaijing had fetched a bucket of water from the well, poured it into the inner drum, and then flipped a switch on the outside. The two sticks inside started to move with a loud clattering, causing the water to swirl continuously. Shin Yitong widened her eyes. "It really can move." Gu Huaijing threw a towel into the water, and the towel began to tumble and spin with the flow. "It looks like it can really clean clothes." Shin Yitong was very happy. "Try throwing in your military jacket too." Actually, lightweight clothes are easy to wash, but Gu Huaijing's military uniform is made of thick fabric. When it gets wet, it becomes very heavy, and she simply can't wash it by hand. She wanted a washing machine, mainly to wash his uniform and large items like sheets and blankets. If the machine isn't strong enough to handle big items, it wouldn't be useful at all. She threw a set of military clothes in, and it still stirred the water, but the loud clattering sound was even louder, and the whole machine slightly shook. Shin Yitong looked at it nervously. "It might fall over." Gu Huaijing thought for a moment. "It's okay. I'll reinforce the bottom later." The noise from the washing machine was so loud that it attracted the nearby couple, Zhang Shuang and her husband Liao Mingcheng. "Oh, what are you guys doing? That noise is really loud." Shin Yitong said, "Sister-in-law, come see this washing machine." "A washing machine?" Gu Huaijing explained. "A machine for washing clothes? Can clothes even be washed with a machine?" Zhang Shuang and her husband leaned over to look. "Wow, you're really washing clothes. This is much easier than scrubbing by hand. But do you think it can really clean?" "I don't know. We just made it and are testing it." "How does it make soap foam?" Shin Yitong also didn't know and looked at Gu Huaijing. He thought for a moment, took some soap, and used a small knife to cut thin slices, tossing them into the water. The four of them watched for a while, but there was no reaction. He cut a few more slices. Finally, bubbles started to form in the bucket, and the water gradually became cloudy. "Wow," Zhang Shuang said, "that must use a lot of soap." Nowadays, soap also needs a ticket to buy. Most families have to save soap carefully, barely enough for daily use, and they are even reluctant to throw away soap scraps. Some families have many children and dirty clothes that are hard to wash. People use all kinds of methods, like soap nuts and ash, to clean clothes. No wonder many kids' clothes are always dirty and can't be cleaned easily. Someone like Shin Tong, who loves to be clean, washes her clothes after each wear and regularly washes the bed sheets and blankets. Jiang Shuang often doubts that her family's soap is enough. Watching the washing machine spin for a while, she asks, how do we drain the water? How do we pour the water out of this bucket? Gu Huijing switches the machine on, waits for it to stop spinning, then pulls out a round plug at the bottom, letting the dirty water flow out. Once all the water is drained, he puts the plug back, fills the tub with water from the well, and turns the switch on again. The machine starts spinning and tumbling once more. Everyone watches this process with curiosity. Jiang Shuang sighs. Wow, washing clothes with this machine must take a lot of effort. If I spent that much time filling and draining water, I could have washed them by hand already. Shen Yitong frowns in disagreement. The process is a bit complicated, but it definitely saves effort. And this is just the beginning. There will be some imperfections. As we improve it over time, it will get better and easier to use. Yes, it saves effort, but it probably uses a lot of electricity, right? Electricity is so expensive now. I don't want that. Liao Mingqing sneers. You think it's given to you for free? This was made by Captain Gu for little Shen. Don't be so greedy, you want one too? Jiang Shuang crosses her arms. All right, Liao Mingqing. Instead of learning from Captain Gu on how to treat his wife well, you're here criticizing me. The couple argued as they went back home. Shin Yitong looked at her husband with admiration. You're so amazing. You even made a washing machine. If Gu Huijing had a tail, it would be wagging high in the air right now. That's nothing. I know many other things. If you want anything in the future, just tell me. How did you come up with the idea to make this kind of washing machine? Actually, it's not entirely my idea. I saw a similar machine in a foreign document in our resource room. Luckily, the army had some discarded materials, so I picked out what I could use, tried it out, and surprisingly it worked. Shen Yitong widened her eyes and asked, Wow, you can read foreign documents? The words sounded a bit awkward, and Gu Huijing looked a little unhappy. Why can't I understand them? Shen Yitong explained. I didn't mean it like that. I was just surprised. Didn't you join the army when you were very young? He replied. We also need to learn cultural knowledge in the army. I even went to military school and learned Russian. Otherwise, how do you think I became a company commander so easily? I'm a skilled person. Do you think I'm illiterate? Shin Yitong felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't think he was illiterate, but she thought he probably only knew a few characters. Otherwise, why did she dislike him so much in her past life? She thought he was uneducated and rough, and marrying him was like putting a flower in cow dung. You also went to military school? Why didn't you tell me before? He said. You never asked. Gu Huijing looked a little wronged. You just don't care about me. My military school diploma is in the drawer. Have you ever looked at it? You don't care about me at all, she replied. It's because I respect your privacy, so I never go through your things. You're blaming me. She turned angrily and tried to leave. Recently, Shin Yitong found a foolproof way to deal with Gu Huijing. When he gets angry over small issues that don't involve principles, if she immediately shows that she's angrier and more wrong than him, she can turn the situation around. Sure enough, Gu Huijing panicked and quickly hugged her waist. I'm just joking, wife. Don't be angry. Did I go to military school or not? Isn't it all me? Shin Yitong wasn't angry at all. Today, Gu Huijing was even more charming. She turned around, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him on the lips. A reward for you. After saying that, she pushed him away and ran into the house. Gu Huijing caught up. You want to run after teasing me? The porridge has cooled down. Hurry up and eat. Fortunately, the weather was hot, and the hot seafood porridge was still warm enough to eat. Shin Yitong ate one bowl, and the rest all went into Gu Huijing's stomach. Watching him clean up the dishes, Shin Yitong suddenly remembered, oh no, the clothes are still being washed. She thought for a moment. Had they torn the clothes apart while washing? Gu Huijing quickly went outside, turned off the washing machine, drained the water, took out the clothes, wrung them out, and hung them up to dry. This is a problem. We need to find a way to add a timer device. You're so capable. I'm sure you can design one. While Gu Huizheng was focused on improving the washing machine, a major incident happened in the family compound. Many people suddenly experienced ING and diarrhea and were taken to the health clinic, especially elderly people and young children. The clinic quickly became overcrowded, and there weren't enough beds. Many had to sleep on the ground under the eaves. Some who recovered went home, drank a little water, but then started ING and diarrhea again. Some doctors believed it was a serious case of collective poisoning and reported it to the military authorities immediately. Although Shin Yitong and Jiang Shuang's families were not affected, they were still very frightened. For a while, they didn't dare to eat anything. The authorities sent people to investigate right away. They soon found out that the problem was with the water well in the family compound. Someone had poisoned the water well. Most families in the compound drank water from this well. As a result, most households were affected. Shin Yitong and Jiang Shuang's families, who used water from their own wells in their yards, avoided the disaster. The military leaders were furious about this serious incident and ordered a strict investigation. Everyone was panicked and many different rumors spread. The most common rumor was that spies were involved and that there were spies in the compound trying to harm everyone. Shin Yitong and Jiang Shuang were very scared too. During the day, they didn't dare to go out freely. At night, they made sure all doors and windows were tightly closed before feeling safe enough to sleep. Shin Yitong also had a big worry. Although the water well in the compound had been emptied and disinfected, many people still didn't trust drinking from it. At first, only a few families who got along well with her came to her yard to fetch water. Later, more and more people came to get water. Shin Yitong couldn't refuse politely, so she agreed to everyone. This caused a lot of trouble. People argued all day, and the constant coming and going damaged a small patch of grass she had planted for enjoyment. Some people are very careless. They step in mud or water and walk around the yard freely. Some even try to sneak into her house to look around, making everything dirty. Shin Yitong was very angry. When Gu Huizheng came home from work, she complained, "When will the water in the family yard's well be usable again?" Gu Huizheng also felt helpless. It's already been cleaned, and the health office tested it. The water is safe to drink. The main problem is that the person who poisoned it hasn't been caught yet. Everyone is afraid it might happen again. Many people got sick before, though no one died. It was still a big trouble. No one wants it to happen again. If you're really upset, I can put up a sign at our door tomorrow morning that says, "Private well, no water drawing allowed." What do you think? Shin Yitong replied, "That won't work. If we do that, everyone in the yard will spit on us and drown us. Forget it. I'm not that selfish. Let them keep using it for a while longer. But you have to promise me you'll take care of the yard's cleanliness and restore the lawn later." Gu Huizheng quickly promised. "And when will they catch the person who poisoned the water?" "Until it's found, no one can rest easy. Someone poisoned the well this time. Who knows what they might do next? We have some clues now. It should be solved soon." A few days later, the case was solved, shocking most people. It turned out the poisoner wasn't a spy but a nearly grown child from a nearby village. The trouble started when some children from the family yard and village kids had a fight at school. They argued and fought. Although the teacher stopped it in time, one village child was slightly injured. The family yard children apologized and even paid for medical expenses. Everyone thought the matter was over. But one village child held a grudge. He went to the mountain, picked some poisonous large blue mushroom, dried it, ground it into powder, and sprinkled it into the water well. The toxin from the large blue mushroom causes severe stomach inflammation. The well water was diluted, but since he used a large amount, many weak or sick people still got sick. This family compound has a security guard at the gate. Every day, many people come and go. This child used to play with the other children from the compound before. That day, he came in with the other kids, and the guard thought he was just playing and didn't stop him. A child wandering near the water well wouldn't attract much attention, so no one noticed what he was doing. No one thought this incident would be connected to him, so it took several days of investigation before they finally suspected him based on various clues. The child was brave, but not very strong mentally. When frightened, he told everything he knew. They caught the person responsible, but deciding what to do with the child was very difficult. He is not even 14 years old, so he can't be sentenced like an adult. However, the people in the compound were very angry and strongly opposed just letting him go easily. Fortunately, the poison he used was not deadly. But if he still harbored resentment and tried again? What if next time he uses a very dangerous mushroom?
Bad seeds are bad seeds.
Being young doesn't mean he shouldn't be punished for doing bad things. In the end, the military decided to send the child to a juvenile detention center for education and correction. On the day they took him away, many family members gathered to watch, throwing rotten eggs and vegetables. Jiang Shuang was working the afternoon shift that day. She was free in the morning and insisted on taking Shen Yitong to see the scene. Yitong couldn't refuse her, so he went along. He was worried someone might throw rotten eggs or vegetables and dirty him, so he only watched from a distance. Just one look, and he was stunned. This child was the same one who led the others to break into her house and cause trouble in her past life. She remembered clearly, especially since it was the home of a squad leader. The other children looked a bit reserved, but he was the one shouting and stirring up trouble. He was the first to act, smashing her record player and breaking her favorite record. He was also the one holding scissors, threatening to cut her hair. Back then, children in the military were strictly controlled by their families and weren't allowed to participate in such things. But the village children took advantage of the situation, acting recklessly and, in the name of revolution, amplifying the worst parts of human nature. Sure enough, he was a born troublemaker. In Shen Yitong's heart, a feeling of great revenge and satisfaction flashed. In her previous life, for unknown reasons, she didn't carry out the poisoning, which made her proud and reckless for many years. Now, it was truly a blessing from heaven that she was sent to juvenile detention early. Maybe this could save many people she had harmed later. Without her leading, perhaps no one would dare to cause trouble at her home this time. Well, maybe not. Shen Yitong didn't want to take that risk. The things at home that needed handling should be dealt with promptly. But just thinking about this made her very sad, and she just wanted to escape, delaying each day as it came. Anyway, today was still a day worth celebrating. Shen Yitong took Jiang Shuang's hand. Let's go to the service station. I'm happy today, so I'll treat you to peach cookies. Why are you so happy? Well, I won't hold back then, Shen Yitong. The bad person who poisoned has been caught. From now on, no one will come to my house to fetch water. Isn't that worth celebrating? Definitely, we should celebrate. Just eating peach cookies isn't enough. I also want to drink soda. Shen Yitong was very generous. Drink, there was even better news to celebrate. After this incident, the army decided to install running water in the family compound. The army paid to build a water tower in the compound, using a motor to pump underground water up to the tower, then connecting pipes to each household. The water tower was built on the site of the old well. The old well was completely phased out. The government installed water pipes only reached into each yard, with just one faucet installed. If someone wanted more, they had to pay for additional pipes and faucets themselves. Shen Yitong chose convenience, of course. So her house had the most faucets, one in the yard, one in the kitchen, one in the bathroom, and even one in the toilet. This made cooking, bathing, and flushing the toilet much easier. Each household had a water meter, and water bills were based on the meter readings, collected once a month. This also meant there was a new job for reading meters and collecting water fees. Shen Yitong heard about this in the morning when she went to the seaside with some sisters-in-law. Since Jiang Shuang started working in the cafeteria, the other sisters-in-law who get along well with her are all very jealous. Which woman doesn't want to have some money of her own, instead of always asking men for money? Even if some men are kind-hearted and willingly give money to women, it's not truly their own money. It can only be used for family expenses, and they dare not spend a penny on themselves. If the women earned their own money, it would be different. They would stand tall and spend confidently. For them, Working as a water meter reader is undoubtedly a good job. Sister-in-law Zhang quickly said, "It's a pity I don't have much education. I can't read or write well, and I can't even count the extra items I buy at the market. I wouldn't be able to do this job. If I could, I would definitely try for it." Sister-in-law Luo said, "I want to try too. I went to elementary school, so I can do basic math. I learned basic math in a literacy class, but I'm not sure if I can do it," another sister-in-law added. Several sisters-in-law expressed their hope to get this job. Even Lu Guiying, who is usually shy and quiet, timidly said, "The best thing about this job is that I don't have to work fixed hours. As long as I finish my tasks each month, it's fine, and I can still take care of my family." When she said that, everyone understood. Who else needs this kind of job more than her? Her family situation is the worst among the officer families here. Her elderly father-in-law is seriously ill, her mother-in-law is paralyzed, her younger sister-in-law had a fever as a child that damaged her brain, and she is still a bit slow. Plus, she has 2 weak and sick children. This big family relies solely on her husband, Officer S. allowance. Other families might be just getting by, but her family is truly in hardship. She can't do normal jobs because her father-in-law and mother-in-law are bedridden and need her care. She also has to watch her younger sister-in-law all the time to prevent her from causing trouble outside. This job has flexible hours, and she can bring her younger sister-in-law along. It doesn't interfere with caring for her family, and she can earn money to help with household expenses. For her, this job is just perfect. Someone asked, "What does your husband say about it?" Li Guiying shyly said, "He already asked for me, but since so many people want this job, I probably won't get it." Everyone sighed and agreed. That's true. Many people are interested in this job. Even if they want to give it to Li Guiying or give up competing, it doesn't mean she will get it. In fact, it might just help others. Besides, people have their own interests. If a good, easy job with good pay is right in front of you, who would willingly give it up just because others are having a harder time? At this moment, Zhu Hongying, Zhu's wife from Zhou Lian's family, suddenly said, "When it comes to education, I think no one here can compare to Xiaoshen." "Xiaoshen, didn't you say a while ago that you wanted to find a job? If you want this one, others probably won't have a say anymore." Among this group, Shen Yitang's husband has the highest position, and her own conditions are the best. If she wants to compete, she is most likely to get this job. Before Zhu Hongying said this, Shen Yitang hadn't even thought about applying for the job. The job of meter reader and fee collector was never part of her future plans. But since Zhu Hongying said it, she looked at her with a half-smile and asked, "What do you mean by that, Sister Zhu?" Zhu Hongying originally thought that since she pointed out Shen Yitang, a proud person, would probably openly say she would give the job to Li Guiying. But unexpectedly, she was pretending to be naive. Yes, Zhu Hongying just couldn't stand Shen Yitang. Why could she marry a man with such good conditions who loved his wife? She eats well, dresses well, and lives a good life. If she also got this job, wouldn't she take all the good things in the world? Deep down, she didn't want her to live so well. So, Zhu Hongying forced herself to say, "What I mean is, Xiaoshen, your family is well off. This job is just a bonus for you, but for Guiying, it's like a life-saving help. You would give her this job, right?" Shen Yitang looked at her, her lips still curved in a smile, but her eyes didn't show any warmth. "And you? Would you give it up?" Zhu Hongying clenched her teeth. "Of course I let it happen. As a cashier, at least she should be able to count money accurately, but she couldn't even keep track of her daily grocery expenses properly." She knew deep down that she had little hope of getting this job. Since that was the case, she might as well do a favor and try to impress Lu Guiying. So Zhu Hongying said again, "Xiaoshen, why don't you help Guiying? As long as you ask for it, no one can compete with you. Once you get the job, you can give it to Guiying. How about that?" Shen Yitang didn't hold back at all. "You're quite good at giving away other people's opportunities. If you're so kind, why don't you help her yourself?" Zhu Hongying's face turned red. I just don't have the ability." "Oh, so you know you can't get this job. No wonder you're so generous," Shen Yitang said with a smirk. Someone couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Zhu Hongying, exposed, decided to go all out. "Why are you so selfish? Your family is so well off, you don't need this job at all. Why can't you help Guaying? Shen Yitong sneered. Helping her in this way, is that fair to others who also want this job? She looked at the other sisters-in-law. The others lowered their heads and said nothing. Of course, it's unfair. If someone earned the job through their own skills, everyone would accept it happily. But if someone was helped into it, and everyone is equal, why should it be given to Lu Guaying instead of them? Shen Yitong looked at Zhu Hongying with disgust. You want me to offend everyone else just for one person? Your plan is pretty clear. This world isn't about who is weaker, and therefore right. If you want the job, show your real ability. After saying that, she turned to the other sisters-in-law. I dislike this person. From now on, don't call me when she's around. She was a person who knew her feelings clearly. She would rather lose all her friends than compromise herself. After speaking, she picked up her bucket and went to the other side alone. Anyway, she was now very familiar with clam digging. Even without others, she could do it herself. I didn't expect several sisters-in-law to come along with her. One sister-in-law said, we didn't call her today. She insisted on coming herself. Last time, sister-in-law Jiang got a job in the cafeteria, and she said a lot of mean things. Now, we don't like to hang out with her. What surprised Shen Yitong the most was that Lu Guaying also came. She raised an eyebrow and said, just now, Zhu Hongying was actually defending you. Actually, she didn't quite understand either. Whether it's about a man's power and status or the benefits of being friends with her, it seems better to please herself. After all, her generosity is well known. Being with her often means getting to enjoy things you don't usually see. Last time, when she was packing her suitcase, she saw some silk scarves hidden at the bottom. She didn't like them much, so she casually gave a few to some sisters-in-law she knew well. She wondered what Zhu Hongying was thinking, deliberately offending her to flatter Lu Guaying? Lu Guaying pursed her lips and said, Xiao Shen, don't be angry with me.
I didn't tell her to say that.
I don't know why she did it. I really want this job, but I don't have the nerve to ask others to give it to me. It should be a fair competition for everyone. I will try hard to get it myself. If I don't succeed, it just means I lack the ability. Don't blame others. Please don't give up this opportunity just because of me. Shen Yitong smiled gently. She thought Lu Guaying isn't the kind of person to use moral pressure, so she was right about her. Since many people want this job, the higher-ups probably won't just pick someone randomly. I think they might hold a test, like last time, for a fair competition. When she mentioned the test, the sisters-in-law all groaned. Oh no, I'm terrible at tests. When I pick up a pen, I get nervous. I might forget everything, even what I know how to write. Xiao Shen, what do you think they'll test us on this time? Then she quickly covered her mouth. Oops, look at me, asking all these questions. If you don't want to tell us, you don't have to. People who guess the questions correctly have their own skills and advantages. If she forced them to reveal it, it would be no different from Zhu Hongying. Shen Yitong smiled and said, I think the most likely reason is the math test. Collecting water fees is important, but the main thing is to avoid mistakes in the calculations. Do you know how to keep records and calculate water bills? Her sisters-in-law were stunned. Huh? Isn't that something someone teaches you after you get a job? They probably didn't know yet. Isn't it usually taught when you start working? Shen Yitong smiled again. We've never had a job where we read meters and collected fees before. We don't have experience. Maybe the test is to see who can come up with the best way to do this job. Oh no, they all didn't know how to do it. Little Shen, it seems this job is really meant for you. Maybe we shouldn't bother joining in, Shen Yitong said. If you're free this afternoon, come over. I can teach you how to fill out the forms when reading meters and how to calculate the charges based on the monthly water readings. But if you teach us, aren't you worried you'll teach your apprentices and then be out of a job? Wait, little Shen, you don't actually want to take part in this job exam, do you? You don't want the job, Shen Yitong smiled. You know, I have a bad temper, and I don't like dealing with people. Going door-to-door collecting fees is not something I can do. They all thought about it. She's such a refined young lady. How could she handle arguing over a few cents of water bill? But if you don't want the job, why didn't you say so earlier? Zhu Hongying was still pushing her, calling her selfish and saying she was terrible. But how is she selfish? She's not selfish at all. She's even willing to teach them how to take the exam. Shin Yitong snorted. What is she? Why should I tell her anything? Yes, that proud attitude. Anyone who opposes her will be driven crazy, but those on her side feel great. Little Shin, you're so kind. Thank you so much. Do you like clams? I found a lot here. Come and take some. Another sister-in-law quickly poured her good finds into Shin Yitong's bucket. Lu Guaying didn't find anything special, but she wasn't willing to be left out. Your bucket is too heavy. Let me help carry it. In the afternoon, several sisters-in-law tidied themselves up carefully before going to see Shin Yitong. Everyone knew that the young lady was very clean. She didn't like wearing clothes with sweat or sour smells, worried they might bother her. They also made sure their feet were clean. When they entered, they took off their shoes, no foot odor allowed. If it had been anyone else, such fussiness would have been seen as annoying and silly. Just the rule about changing shoes at the door. Who could stand being looked down on like that? But strangely, when Shin Yitong looked at them with disapproval, they actually felt happy about it. They even teased each other, joking about what the young lady had disliked today. Maybe it was because she gave them so much kindness and attention. Today, Shin Yitong brewed rose tea for them. She added goji berries, red dates, longan, and rock sugar. The tea was a beautiful amber color, served in a clear glass cup with a petal-shaped saucer. She had first cooled the cup in well water, so the tea was cool and sweet to taste. It was the best tea they had ever had. The women pretended to be elegant, lifting their pinky fingers as they sipped small amounts. Though inside, they really wanted to gulp it down from a big bowl. But outwardly, they kept up a refined appearance. As they drank, they felt more elegant too. A plate of peach cookies was casually placed nearby, ready for anyone to take a piece. Of course, don't expect Shin Yitong to insist on offering her food with enthusiasm. Whether you eat or not, she wouldn't mind. People who knew her well understood her personality. She wouldn't be unkind or make things difficult just for appearances. But when eating, be careful, support your chin with your hand, and don't spill crumbs on the table or floor. Otherwise, the young lady might frown, and next time, she might decide not to invite you in again. So, the women sat around the table, eating peach cookies and drinking flower tea, listening as Shin Yitong gave her lesson. Her voice was gentle, her tone soft, and her explanations flowed smoothly like a bubbling spring, filling their minds with knowledge. Before they knew it, they had understood everything. It is really strange. When I used to attend the literacy class, I would always feel sleepy during lessons, and the knowledge never stayed in my mind. Now, listening to Xiao Shun's class, I feel more energetic and even understand it. Xiao Shun has a nice voice and teaches well. I think you are very suitable to be a teacher. Shin Yitong smiled, but didn't continue the topic. I'm glad you all understood. Just do your best in the exam and don't embarrass me. Someone asked, Xiao Shun, you told Zhu Hongying before that you wanted this job, and it wasn't fair to others. Now you're giving us extra lessons. Isn't that a little unfair to others who also want this job? Xiao Shun laughed. So, you mean I should call everyone over and give them lessons to be fair? No, I didn't mean that. They have nothing to do with you. Why should you help them? Someone next to her tapped her forehead. What are you thinking? Xiao Shun said that if she gets the job and gives it to Guang, that would be unfair. Right now, we're all competing fairly. Whoever has the ability should get it. Being friends with Xiao Shun is also our skill. Exactly. Do you think Xiao Shun helps just anyone? At this moment, someone outside the door called, Is Xiao Shun at home? Before Shin Yitong could speak, someone loudly answered, Yes, she's here. Do you need to see her? There are 2 big packages at the post office for her. Finally, Shin Yitong had a chance to speak. Okay, thank you. Everyone looked at her with envy. Is this from your family or your in-laws? They are so kind, sending you nice things every now and then. Yes, I don't have to worry. They think we came out to live a good life, so they send us good stuff. If not, it would seem unfilial. Shin Yitong remembered the 2 big packages she sent out. It should be from both families. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. Don't mention it. This mid-autumn, my family sent back 30 yuan, saying it was a holiday gift. Others cherish family reunions, but we get hurt during festivals. As they talked, Shin Yitong sat still, showing no sign of rushing to get the packages. There's a package at your house. Why don't you go pick it up? Shin Yitong replied calmly. I was told there are 2 big packages. I can't carry them. Then we'll help you carry them. We'll bring them back together. Shin Yitong originally planned to wait until Gu Huijing returned to pick up the packages, but she couldn't resist their enthusiasm and had to go with them to the post office. The 2 packages were almost half a person tall, very heavy, and needed 2 or 3 people to lift them. Fortunately, many people came, and a few women managed to carry the packages back for her, grunting and straining. Although she was curious about what good things were sent to their home, the sisters-in-law politely said goodbye. If there was something delicious inside, and they opened it in front of her, she wondered if they would share it with her. They weren't the type to be greedy over small treats, and would not stay at someone's house just for that. When they left, they thoughtfully helped her close the courtyard gate. Shin Yitong took out a pair of scissors and started opening the packages. The packages from the Gu family, unsurprisingly, contained mostly food and daily necessities. They sent milk powder, malt extract, sugar, and brown sugar, which were hard to find here, almost as if they were free. There were also red and white mooncakes, and a gift box of snacks from Xiangjugong, not only for their own enjoyment but also considering gifts for others. Shin Yitong couldn't quite remember if the Gu family had sent so many things in her previous life. Maybe they did, but she hadn't paid attention, so she didn't remember. Besides food, her mother also sent her 2 dresses, a set of clothes, a pair of leather sandals, and a pair of black leather shoes. The colors and styles suited her perfectly, and the sizes were just right, as if made for her. It was clear they put a lot of thought into it. Along with the letter in the package, they also reminded her that life with the army was not easy. If she needed anything, just write to them, and they would send it. Suddenly, Shin Yitong found a small, tightly wrapped package. When she opened it, she saw several new menstrual pads and a large stack of soft, white toilet paper. She couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. Currently, it is not easy to find clean and soft toilet paper on the market. The only type she can buy here is rough, light pink tissue paper. Shin Yitong doesn't really know how most people here handle their monthly periods. They probably don't even buy the pink tissue paper often. In her past life, whenever she bought tissue paper from the service station, the bag seemed to be covered in dust. She never dared to use it directly after bringing it home. Instead, she would leave it in the sun to dry, though it probably didn't help much. It was more of a psychological comfort than anything else. The tissue paper she brought from home is almost used up now. She's thinking about whether she should ask her mother to send more. In her past life, she didn't know much and didn't think much about it. She just asked her family to buy what she needed by writing letters.
But now,
she really doesn't want to trouble her family anymore or make them worry about her here. Since her rebirth, every time she writes a letter, she tells them she is doing well and has adapted to life here, that she has everything she needs. Next time she writes, she plans to remind them to prepare more for possible future relocations. She can't bring many things with her, but at least warm clothes and medicine should be prepared in advance. When Shin Yitong opened the package from home, she froze. It turns out they are not completely unaware. Maybe, from the moment they insisted on sending her to follow the army with Gu Huijing, they had already prepared for what was to come. In her previous life, she brought many things when she followed the army, but they were things she might need here. Naturally, she didn't bring everything from her childhood, only leaving those items at home. But this time, her family sent her important belongings, photos from her childhood, keepsakes from significant moments in her life. Her brother wrote that the house might not be safe anymore and they didn't know who might move in. They didn't want to leave her a home to return to, but the situation was beyond their control. Now that they know she is doing well here, they feel relieved. Shin Yitong covered her mouth with her hand, tears streaming down her face. She understood now that her family never sent her these things in her past life, and they even kept the news of her being sent away a secret. Because she acted like a child, always complaining and wanting to go home, they didn't have the heart to tell her that she no longer had a home to return to. But in this life, She had grown up and become more mature, so they thought she should know the truth. Tang Tang, don't worry. We are all prepared to face any unknown hardships. No matter what happens in the future, we believe that difficulties will pass and brightness will come. When Gu Huaijing returned, the first thing he saw was a mess of various items scattered on the ground. Huh, has the package from home arrived? Why didn't you wait for me to come back to get it? As he spoke, he stepped inside and saw Shin Yitong sitting on the floor, looking unkempt, hugging her knees tightly, curled up sadly. Gu Huaijing's heart suddenly clenched. He hurriedly walked over. Tang Tang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Shin Yitong refused to look up, her face buried between her knees and arms, her voice thick with a runny nose. No. Gu Huaijing was almost panicking. Then why are you crying? What happened? Did someone bully you? Shin Yitong handed him a letter she had been clutching tightly. The paper was crumpled from her grip and was stained with tears. Gu Huaijing was deeply worried. Could something have happened at home? He quickly read the letter, then fell silent for a while. Then he picked her up and held her tightly, gently kissing away her salty tears. Don't be afraid, Tang Tang. I'm here. I'll think of a way. My parents and everyone in the Yu family will be fine. I won't let them suffer too much. But Shin Yitong suddenly sat up straight, clutching his hand desperately. No, I don't need you to do anything. Don't do anything that might affect you or the Gu family. Gu Huaijing's face darkened. Shin Yitong, do you see me as someone else? This was the first time he called her by her full name and spoke so seriously. She felt a bit panicked. What else could I see you as? You're my husband. I really don't want to affect you. You and the Gu family have already done so much for us. We truly can't let you carry any more burden. As a married couple, the matters of the Shin family are also my concerns. Whatever I do for them is only natural. I believe the others in my family feel the same. From the moment we got married, the Shun and Gu families are one family. Watching my own family suffer without doing anything, am I still a man? Shin Yitong looked at him in shock. But Gu Huaijing gently kissed her on the face and spoke softly. Don't worry. I know what I can do and what I can't. I have a sense of measure. Maybe I can't completely change their fate, but I will do my best to help them live better. Shin Yitong hugged his neck and leaned into his arms, crying loudly.
Things are different now.
Truly different. In this life, she only changed herself a little, taking a small step toward him. But he took 99 big steps and ran toward her quickly. Thank you, Gu Huaijing. You're so kind. Gu Huaijing looked around, then picked up a cushion cover from the sofa to wipe her tears, since she couldn't move easily in his arms. I'm so good. Say something nice to me. Shin Yitong was crying so hard she didn't notice what he was using to wipe her tears. Zheng, Ji, brother Zheng. Her voice was sweet and soft, like music to Gu Huaijing's ears. His heart trembled with excitement. He couldn't help but wipe her tears again. Be good, stop crying. If you cry more, you'll turn into a little flower cat and that wouldn't be pretty. Gu Huaijing. What are you holding in your hand? Oh, just a sofa cover. It's okay, I'll wash it later if it gets dirty. But you're using it to wipe my face, and it's a sofa cover someone sat on with their bottom, she sobbed. This face can't be saved anymore. Gu Huaijing quickly went to get a clean towel and helped her wipe her face again. After all the fuss, Shin Yitong's mood improved a bit. She pointed at the things sent by her parents. These are from your mom and dad. Put them away first. Gu Huaijing was a bit unhappy. Are my parents also your parents? Shin Yitong said. You're really annoying. If I just say the parents sent it, can you tell which family it came from? Gu Huaijing quickly apologized. My mistake, I said the wrong thing. I'll pack my things now. He put all the food and items in their proper places. Gu Huaijing picked up a pack of tissues, looking a little confused. What is this? Shin Yitong snatched it away quickly. Don't look at things you shouldn't. Gu Huaijing was momentarily stunned but soon understood. He stepped forward, hugged her waist, and whispered in her ear, Silly Tang Dang, is there anything I don't know? That long strap thing, I even helped you wash it before. Shin Yitong was furious. If you don't talk, no one will think you're mute. Did she make him wash it? It was just that night after she changed out of it. She felt too tired to move, so she threw it in the basin, planning to wash it the next day. She even covered it with a towel. But who knew he was so quick and insisted on helping her wash it? Gu Huizheng laughed loudly and made a gesture to cover his mouth. All right, I won't say anything. But our parents are really strange. It's so hot on this island, yet they sent you a whole cotton-padded jacket? The jacket was sent by Shun Yitang's parents. She also found it strange. It was indeed her old clothes, but just an ordinary outfit. It didn't seem special enough to be worth sending all the way here. Most importantly, it was useless on this island. But the old clothes still brought back memories of the past. She couldn't help but gently touch the fabric, feeling a bit nostalgic. Then she sensed something was wrong. She looked at Gu Huizheng nervously. There's something hidden inside. Gu Huizheng was alert. He immediately jumped up, carefully closed the courtyard and house doors, and drew the curtains. Then he returned to Shin Yitang. What is it? Shin Yitang held scissors, her hands trembling.
I'm
a little scared. Gu Huizheng took the scissors and said calmly, Let me do it. He carefully unstitched the jacket along the seams and inside found a pair of jade bangles. The jade is smooth, bright, and shiny. Even someone like Gu Huizheng, who doesn't recognize good things, can see it's truly valuable. Besides that, there is also a ruby necklace. The curtains are drawn, and the room is a bit dim. Even in this light, the ruby still sparkles brightly. Shun Yitang says, This is my grandmother's necklace. I saw her wear it when I was little. I said I liked it, and she joked that when I get married, she would give it to me as a dowry. At the time, she thought it was just a joke. But now, more than 10 years later, the necklace is still in her hands. There are also a pair of bracelets. My mother received them from my grandmother when she married my father. Shen Yitang suddenly remembers that she didn't see these things in her previous life. After her family was cleared of accusations, her mother once regretfully told her that many things in the house had been lost over the years, and she had nothing left for her. She also said that material things are just external, and whether she has them or not doesn't matter. What matters is that the family members are all safe and well. Back then, her parents didn't give her these items, probably because they knew she wasn't capable of taking care of them and that having them might even bring her trouble. But now, they trust that she has grown up and become mature enough to protect these things, so they sent them to her. But can she really do that? Shen Yitang has no confidence at all. Even after living through another life, she still feels she hasn't made any progress. When faced with such situations, she only feels panic. Nothing else. She softly asks Gu Huizheng, What should I do? Gu Huizheng is silent for a moment. Since these things are so important, of course, they should be kept carefully. Just hide them at home. With me here, who would dare come to bother us? Gu Huizheng confidently says this. But he doesn't know that, by that time, human nature can become twisted and crazy. The world no longer follows rules. Especially those half-grown children who don't understand right from wrong and have no sense of morality in their minds. What they might do is completely unpredictable and uncontrollable. Maybe we should dig a cellar, Shen Yitang said. Hide all these things in the cellar, including my books, records, kipeos, and so on. She suddenly became excited. With these words, she wouldn't have to destroy her beloved belongings. Later, when that difficult time was over, she could take them out again and see the light of day. The cellar? But our place is quite damp. It's not good to store things there, and if there's another big flood someday, everything will be ruined. This made Shin Yitang feel worried. That's true. Although there haven't been any floods in the past few decades, who knows what might happen in the future? So, what should we do? I don't feel safe leaving them at home. Gu Huizheng carefully thought of a plan. He checked every corner of the house to find a good hiding spot. Finally, he had an idea. I have a suggestion. Gu Huizheng's idea was to sacrifice a little space in their bedroom. They could build an extra wall outside one existing wall, leaving a gap in the middle. That would be the best hidden space for storing things. Most people wouldn't notice a secret room inside the house. But we can't rush this. We need to do it secretly. In the next few days, you should organize the things you want to hide and make sure they're protected from moisture and bugs. Okay, Shen Yitang nodded repeatedly. Thank you. You're so kind, Gu Huaijing said. All your good stuff is packed away now. You must be tired of living such a hard life. No way. I'm not the kind of person who can't handle a little hardship, she replied. Is that so? He teased. Oh heavens, just shut that mouth. Gu Huaijing suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot to tell you. You said you wanted a job, right? I found a pretty good one. I've already talked to someone, and I can start working in a few days. Gu Huaijing looked eager for praise, as if to say, see how much I care about your future. Shen Yitang was stunned. A new job suddenly appeared, and it seemed suitable for Gu Huaijing. It must be a relaxed, easy job. Besides, it was just a water meter reader. What else could it be? She frowned and asked, before you make a decision, can't you ask me first? Today, she kept telling others that she didn't want this job and even taught them how to take exams. But secretly, she had already taken the job for herself. In the future, others will see her as very fake. And she really didn't want to be a cashier. In her past life, she had seen it all. Since they started charging for tap water, many tricks to steal water appeared. Some included opening the tap very slightly so that only a drop or two fell and the water meter would move. Others used magnets to pull the meter needle backward, so the next reading was even lower than before. Some people tried all kinds of ways to avoid paying water bills. There were many arguments over this. Shen Yitang couldn't imagine herself arguing with others over just a few cents of water fee. After being reborn, she thought Gu Huaijing was good in every way. She liked him more and more. To satisfy his silly pride, she was even willing to pretend in front of his colleagues and friends to make him look good. But today, his actions really lost points. Shen Yitang got angry and said, I won't go. Gu Huaijing was surprised, not expecting her reaction. His sharp eyebrows furrowed as he asked, You don't want to be a radio host? He scratched his head and said, Sorry, I acted on my own. But this opportunity was really rare.
There were several people around at the time.
If I didn't take it, someone else would have. I didn't know when I would get such a good chance again, so I just grabbed it immediately. If you really don't like it, I can tell them tomorrow and give the chance to someone else. But are you sure you don't want to think about it? I really think this job is good. Shen Yitang was stunned again. Radio host? The one on the radio who broadcasts the city news every morning and afternoon and reads newspapers in a local dialect. This description made the radio station, which many people considered prestigious, suddenly seem less impressive. Gu Huaijing held back his laughter and said, Yes, but if you go, your accent won't be just a local dialect anymore. It will be standard Mandarin. In the future, the children here who grow up listening to your broadcasts will be very grateful. The reason this job suddenly became available was because the previous announcer, who also had a local dialect, was a military family member. Her husband was transferred away, so she had to move with him. That left a vacancy for the announcer position. To fully support the military's work, the local government usually allocates a certain number of jobs to military families. So, when one military family member leaves, a new one must take their place. At that time, Gu Huaijing was in his leader's office, discussing work with some colleagues. Suddenly, he heard the news and fought hard to get this job. His wife was so delicate and refined. Could she really do factory work, cook in the cafeteria, or sell things at the service station? Being a broadcast announcer seemed much better. It's a cultured and elegant job, perfect for his wife. But unfortunately, his wife didn't like it. And she even criticized him for it, which made Gu Huaijing feel a little sad. However, he was very self-aware and quickly cheered himself up. He realized he shouldn't have acted on his own. For example, he himself didn't like studying when he was young. If his family had forced him to study and take exams like his brother, he would have been unhappy. It was only after joining the army and realizing his lack of education that he decided to study at a military academy. At the military academy, he was willing to learn actively and did well. So, no matter what he did, he believed it should be something he liked. Don't worry. Since you don't like it, we won't do it. There will definitely be a job in the future that suits you and that you'll enjoy, Shen Yitang said, Wait, actually, I think being an announcer isn't impossible. But just now you said you wanted me to be a water bill collector. Water bill collector? I think I've heard of that before. It's a real job, but that's not something you do. I never intended to ask you for that. Shen Yitong was confused and asked, why not? Isn't that job pretty easy? This job requires going to each household every month to read water meters. It's so tiring and has made you dark from the sun. Is that all? Isn't that enough? Why don't you want to do this job? I don't want to argue about water bills with people. That's true. Being a radio announcer is better. Do you want to try being a radio announcer? Let's see first. They need to see if I fit the role before I decide. How could you not be suitable? Before, as a military spouse doing your job, you only had elementary education, and your accent was fine for a radio announcer. Shen Yitong. The more he talked, the more the radio station seemed like a makeshift team. But this was on an island. Before the military arrived, besides local fishermen, there was no one else. It was extremely remote. There wasn't even a school there before. Now having a proper radio station was already a good thing. There couldn't be too many high expectations. Besides being a radio announcer, she couldn't think of any other suitable job here. As for her old dreams, Shen Yitong hadn't thought about them for a long time. But she still had them. She was very talented in language learning. Even French, which everyone thought was difficult, she learned easily. Her French teacher from France was even surprised by her authentic accent. Back then, she wanted to be a translator. But her dream was a bit too bourgeois. She wanted to translate those romantic and touching French novels into Chinese. But now, she not only dares not translate them, she has to hide those books carefully to avoid being labeled as dangerous and bringing trouble to herself and her family. In a few years, she even dares not let anyone know she knows foreign languages. Shen Yitong prepared herself before going to work at the radio station. That period didn't come suddenly overnight. The situation gradually became more tense. Because the island was remote, the changes were slower. In the military family compound, there was hardly any feeling of tension yet, but Shen Yitong, who had lived a long life, knew that things outside were already different. She rarely wears her beautiful dresses and high heels except when she is alone at home. Especially when going out with other military wives, she chooses light-colored long-sleeved clothes to look less noticeable. But even her simplest clothes, in terms of material, color, and style, still stand out too much. Wearing them, she looks like a wealthy young lady with a bit of a fashionable vibe, lacking the simplicity of ordinary people. Shen Yitong feels worried about her clothes. She can't really go to the service station to buy those plain floral fabrics and make loose, traditional clothes like the locals wear. That would be too difficult for her. Her eyes shift, and she looks at Gu Huaixing's military uniform on the other side of the wardrobe. She feels a little excited. In the coming years, military uniforms will become a popular fashion. Many people take pride in wearing a replica of a military uniform. There was also a popular striped shirt called sea-sole shirt in later times. Shen Yitong thinks that blue military pants paired with a blue and white striped sea-sole shirt might look good. She carefully asks Gu Huaixing, "Can I modify your clothes to wear?" Gu Huaixing finds it hard to believe. "You have so many clothes yourself, and now you want to mess with mine?" He feels sorry for himself. He wears only a few military uniforms all year, and when he finally has some casual clothes, they were specially made by his family for his wedding. He hasn't even worn the ones stored in the box. Shen Yitong asks, "Just tell me, if I modify your military uniform to wear, would that be wrong?" Gu Huaixing thinks for a moment. It probably wouldn't be a problem. Many people modify military uniforms, and I haven't seen anything bad happen. In the residential area, it's common to see old military uniforms turned into baby pants with open crotches. Some soldiers' families are poor and can't afford new clothes, so they save old uniforms to wear or send back to their hometowns, saving a lot of money. Then it's settled. Shen Yitong straightforwardly takes the 2 new pairs of pants and 2 sea-sole shirts that Gu Huaixing just received. Gu Huaixing protests, "Hey, you took them all. What am I supposed to wear? You still have a lot of old clothes here, don't you?" "Oh, it's a bit torn, but that's okay. I'll find someone tomorrow to help me fix the clothes and bring your things along so they can patch them up. Wearing old clothes, you'll think I'm messy and careless. Actually, I didn't care about these things before. Old, dirty, or torn clothes didn't matter. They were more comfortable and relaxed to wear. But ever since this little one arrived, every time she sees me in sloppy clothes, she looks at me with a look of dislike and disappointment. It makes me feel uncomfortable inside. Shin Yitong is really unreasonable. Even if the clothes are old, if you fix them, wash them well, and iron them until they look neat, they can still look good. Why insist on wearing new clothes? It's not about being fashionable, just simple and practical. Gu Huaijing almost forgot how to write the words simple and practical. All right, you look good and you're right. Whatever you say goes. Can you go to sleep now? Shen Yitong looked at the pile of messy clothes on the bed and then at Gu Huaijing. Gu Huaijing looked at her, bargaining with his eyes. He was willing to tidy up, but it depended on how much she was willing to pay. Shen Yitong walked over to him, wrapped her arms around his waist, tilted her face up, and sweetly called out, "Brother Ajing." Gu Huaijing immediately felt weak all over. This little one's tricks are really impressive. She obediently started tidying up, hanging what needed to be hung, folding what needed to be folded, some clothes into the wardrobe, some into boxes. Soon, everything was cleaned and organized. The little one sat properly by the bed, reading a book seriously. "Come here, let me hug you, Brother Ajing." Like a little rabbit wary of a big wolf, Shin Yitong looked at him cautiously. "No, I don't want to. You have bad intentions. Thinking of betraying me? Not so easy." Gu Huaijing snatched the book from her hand and threw it aside, then pressed himself down on her. "Wait a minute." Shin Yitong finally got a chance to breathe and said to Gu Huaijing, who was reaching into the bedside table, "This needs to be replaced with a new one." Although the manual said it could be reused, she was always worried because he used it for a long time and with strong force. She was afraid it might break if used too many times. So, they had a rule. Each one could only be used 5 times. After 5 uses, even if it was still in good condition, it couldn't be used again. Fortunately, so far, there haven't been any mistakes. "New, just replaced," Gu Huijing said. "Wife, when can we stop using this thing? Honestly, using this layer of protection doesn't feel as satisfying as real action. If he truly liked using it, that would be a lie." Shen Yitong bit his shoulder and asked, "What do you think?" Gu Huijing honestly replied, "I dare not say." He was afraid he might lose the chance to use it altogether. In the end, Shen Yitong was so tired that he didn't want to move a finger. He vaguely felt Gu Huijing helping him clean up. Then he left. He probably went to take a shower and clean that thing. Shen Yitong didn't pay attention to him and quickly fell asleep. She didn't know how long she had slept when suddenly a loud boom woke her up. She hurriedly reached out to feel beside her, but found no one. In the dark, she anxiously shouted, "Gu Huijing." Gu Huijing quickly rushed inside. "What was that noise outside?" Shen Yitong asked. Gu Huijing said, "It's nothing. Our yard wall collapsed. Go back to sleep, it's not a big deal." Shen Yitong reached out to hug him. Gu Huijing said, "I have dust on me. I need to wash up first. I'll be right back." Shen Yitong lay back on the bed, full of questions. The yard wall collapsed? How could a good wall fall down? Where did it collapse? Did it damage anything? Without the wall, couldn't people from outside come in easily? Gu Huijing came back quickly, carrying a fresh, cool scent, and embraced her, gently patting her back. "Be good, it's nothing. Sleep now." Unable to resist sleepiness, Shin Yitong quickly fell asleep. Early the next morning, she heard her neighbor Zhang's loud voice scolding. That troublemaker knocked down her yard wall in the middle of the night and crushed her chicken coop. Poor little chickens, just a few days old, and now they won't see tomorrow's sun. Shen Yitong looked at Gu Huijing in surprise. He scratched the back of his head, looking guilty. Shen Yitong understood immediately and quietly asked, "Why did you knock down Zhang's wall and crush her chicken coop?" Gu Huijing looked helpless and said, "It was so dark, I didn't know her chicken coop was right there by chance." Then someone asked, "Why did you have to mess with that part?" He replied, "It was for safety. If I knocked down the outer wall of the yard, it wouldn't be safe." I thought since you get along well with Sister Jiang, our families are like one family. A few days' delay in fixing the wall isn't a big problem, but he was told, you have to compensate for their chickens, not ours. He nodded and pretended he didn't know anything, then walked out. Suddenly, someone asked, Hey, what happened? How did the wall fall? Jiang Shuang looked upset and said, Exactly. Unfortunately, even my chicken coop was crushed. She added, Come on, we should dig it out quickly and see if the chickens can still be saved. Gu Huijing stepped forward to help and casually said, There must have been a loud noise. I was sleeping so deeply last night I didn't hear anything. Jiang Shuang agreed. Yes, we were both sleeping soundly and didn't hear a thing. At this moment, Jiang Shuang's son said, I heard it too. I looked out the window and saw a shadow flicker over there. Then it disappeared. Gu Huijing's heart skipped a beat. Well, no matter how careful he was, he couldn't prevent that little troublemaker. He then showed a surprised look and asked, A shadow? Could it really have been a thief? Did you see where he went? Jiang Shuang looked scared and said, Oh my, can thieves even get into our big yard? Gu Huijing reassured her, Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll go and report this today, and they'll strengthen the security around our yard. If that little thief dares to come back tonight, he won't get away. He added, You don't need to worry about the wall. I'll find someone to get the materials and fix it in the next couple of days. Jiang Shuang was very grateful and said, Thank you so much. Look at Leader Gu, he's a good man who knows how to take care of things. She compared him to her own family, who, after such a big incident, was still inside the house, not even coming out to check. Fortunately, when the wall fell, it was blocked by the chicken coop, forming a hollow triangle. The chicken coop below was also slightly damaged but still intact. The chicks trembled and curled up tightly, but they were all alive. As long as the chicken coop is repaired again, it will be fine. Gu Huijing saw that their chickens were safe and felt much more at ease. He straightened up, clapped his hands, and before leaving, he reminded her, Sister-in-law, take a good look at home later and see if anything is missing. If they focused on finding the lost items, they wouldn't have time to suspect him. Jiang Shuang looked grateful. You should also check at home later, see if anything is missing. Seeing Zhang's wife being tricked by her own dogman, Xin Yitong felt guilty. She took a bag of homemade fruit candies from her house and gave it to Zhang's wife to comfort her after the wall collapse incident. Unexpectedly, her gesture scared Jiang Shuang even more. Xiao Xin, you're being so nice to me all of a sudden. I feel uneasy. Did something happen? Nothing much, just giving you some candy to eat. No, you have to tell me clearly. What exactly is going on? Xin Yitan couldn't say that Gu Huijing deliberately caused the wall to fall. She also didn't plan to talk about the announcer thing for now, wanting to wait until everything was confirmed. Now she could only say, I got a job as a radio announcer, but it's not settled yet. Please don't tell others. Jiang Shuang's eyes lit up. Is it the announcer from the Chongmen Island People's radio station we listened to on the radio? Yes, that's the one. That's great. Jiang Shuang clapped her thigh. So, from now on, we can hear your voice on the radio every day. Unless something unexpected happens, yes. Your voice is so nice, you should do this kind of work. We should celebrate. This bag of candy isn't enough. You should treat me to a good meal. Alright, once our wall is fixed, we can go buy some food to celebrate. Oh, by the way, Sister-in-law Jiang, I want to ask if there are any tailor shops around here that can make clothes for people? Jiang Shuang thought for a moment. I don't know about tailor shops. Most of us make our own clothes, so we don't earn money from others. Are you thinking of making new clothes? No, I just want to alter a couple of outfits for work. You know, most of my clothes are skirts, and it's not convenient to wear them outside for work. There is nothing inconvenient about it. Wearing a skirt looks so nice. In her opinion, a prestigious job like a radio announcer should be suited for girls like Xin Yitong, who dress beautifully and work in a clean, bright office. Xin Yitong felt a bit speechless. It seemed that Jiang Shuang's political awareness was even worse than hers. But that was normal. She was a genuine poor farmer, so she didn't need to worry about such things. Others might be more casual, but Xin Yitong's status meant her words and actions were always watched. Any mistake could be disastrous. Fortunately, Jiang Shuang didn't argue further. Instead, she offered a suggestion. Changing clothes is easy. Most people can do it. But if you want it to look good and have neat stitches, it's best to use a sewing machine. Our Aunt Zhao in the courtyard has a sewing machine.
She's very kind.
Just ask her, and she'll be happy to help you. Shin Yitong wasn't very familiar with Aunt Zhao. Andy, will you go with me? Jiang Shuang smiled and complained, I finally get a day off, and you drag me to do chores. Come on, let's go. Oh, and how much should I give Aunt Zhao for fixing my clothes? Why give her money? She's not doing this as a business. It wouldn't sound right to pay her. Just bring some food or daily necessities as a gift. Shin Yitong thought for a moment. Wait for me a bit. She went home and took a bag of brown sugar. Would this be okay? Oh, my young lady, this brown sugar is so precious. It's not worth giving just like that. Just give her a couple of eggs instead. Shin Yitong hesitated. I can't give 2 eggs. Then just give her half, she said. The blue pants make her legs look long and straight. The hem of her sailor shirt is tucked into her pants, and her slightly loose belt emphasizes her slim waist. The wide striped navy collar shows off her delicate collarbones and adds a playful touch. These ordinary clothes look so good on you. Jiang Shuang says, No, I can't send back my husband Lao Liao's old military uniform anymore. I want to make a new outfit like this. It's so beautiful. Her old purse, a silk bag decorated with pearls, no longer suits the simple style she now wants to adopt. So she used leftover fabric from altering the military uniform and asked Sister Zhao to help make a crossbody bag. The bag was made from blue, white, and striped fabrics, sewn together in different shapes. Before the bag was finished, Jiang Shuang kept saying, Isn't this just the fabric we used to call 100 nets cloth? Back then, every family was poor. When they had children, they couldn't afford new fabric for clothes. They would gather scraps of cloth and sew them together to make a small wrap or blanket. But now, she wondered, why would she need scraps of fabric? Even if sewn from pieces, she wasn't afraid of being laughed at for carrying it around. When Sister Zhao finished sewing the bag, Jiang Shuang couldn't keep talking. Who could tell her why? Why does a bag made from scraps look so nice? It looks like it was put together randomly, but each piece of fabric seems to belong exactly where it is supposed to be. It doesn't look cheap or sad for not using whole pieces of fabric. Instead, it's impressive because of its clever design. Jiang Shuang decided that from now on, she wouldn't comment on any decisions made by the young lady until she saw the final result. The young lady is used to fine things, and her taste and insight are far beyond hers. While Jiang Shuang was still amazed, Sister Zhao had already found all the leftover scraps from the corners of the house. Little Shin, can you help me? Look at these scraps. Do you think I can make something nice out of them? Jiang Shuang looked at her hopefully. If it worked, they had many more useless scraps at home that could be turned into something beautiful. In the past, they only used scraps for patches, but now maybe they could make something new and pretty. The pieces of cloth were messy, many small and broken, making it hard to sew them together. However, since Sister Zhao had helped her so much, she felt too embarrassed to refuse. Shin Yitong thought carefully and looked outside at Sister Zhao's 2 playful children in the yard. She suggested, maybe we can make 2 school bags for the kids. She then started sorting the fabric by color. Jiang Shuang and Sister Zhao, not quite understanding, still came forward to help. Finally, after 2 days of careful planning and sewing by Sister Zhao, they managed to make 2 bags. One was dark, and the other was light. The dark one was for the little boy, with a gradient of blue to dark gray and light gray, decorated with a cute panda pattern made from black and white fabric and a small green bamboo design beside it. The light-colored bag was for the little girl, with soft floral fabrics in light shades, featuring a pattern of a white rabbit and a carrot. The colors were fresh and fun, much more attractive than the plain, dull bags sold in stores. Most importantly, no one would guess these were made from leftover fabric scraps at home. Both children loved their new bags and couldn't put them down. Suddenly, Jiang Shuang remembered something and told Sister Zhao, If anyone asks, just say you came up with the idea yourself. Don't mention little Shin. Sister Zhao looked confused.
Why?
With my simple mind, I could never think of that. I wouldn't take credit away from little Shin. Shin Yitong added, That's right. I don't want everyone coming to me with a bunch of fabric scraps asking for help. It's tiring and takes a lot of brain power, and I've even lost a few hairs over it. Sister Zhao shyly touched her hair. Sorry for the trouble. Later, when Sister Zhao's children went out carrying the bags, they amazed their friends. Other kids came home, insisting they wanted similar bags. Their parents had no choice but to ask Sister Zhao for help. Feeling a bit guilty, Sister Zhao promised not to tell anyone about Shunitang's help and agreed to assist. Fortunately, she made 3 patchwork bags with Shunitang, which helped her understand her color-matching ideas a bit. The torn fabric bag she managed to put together may not be as stunning as Xiaoshun's, but it still looks decent. Children don't really care about these things. As long as they have one, it's enough. Soon, patchwork school bags became very popular in the entire residential area. Almost every child had one. But that's a later story. On her first day working at the radio station, Gu Huaijing was even more nervous than Shunitang. He woke up early and went to the cafeteria to buy breakfast. When he returned, he saw that Shunitang had already changed into her uniform. Her style was completely different from her usual gentle and charming look. She wore a neat, well-fitted modified military uniform that made her look lively, like a tall, straight white poplar tree with a bit of heroic spirit. Her usual loose, curly hair was styled into 2 braids hanging over her shoulders, tied with white ribbons with blue polka dots, forming cute little bows. She looked adorable and playful, full of youthful energy. Just thinking about her wearing that outfit, which used to be his, made Gu Huaijing feel very excited. He stepped forward quickly, wrapping his arms around her slim waist and lifting her chin to kiss her. His kiss was so intense, as if he wanted to swallow her whole, to merge her into his bones and blood, never to part again. After a long while, Shin Yitang finally managed to break free from his hold. She looked at her face in the mirror, her cheeks flushed like peach blossoms and her lips swollen, and felt very angry. Look what you've done to me. How can I go see people now? Gu Huaijing sighed in a hoarse voice beside her ear. I really want to hide you away, so no one can see you. Only I get to look at you. In the end, Shin Yitang applied cold water to her face for a while until she looked a bit more normal. She didn't know what to bring for her first day, so she packed her house keys, a handkerchief, a sun umbrella, and a wallet into her bag. She slung her patchwork bag across her body and left with Gu Huaijing. Since it was her first time going there, she didn't know the place, so Gu Huaijing took her. He drove a military jeep, pretending to be official. The broadcasting station is a small yard with a sign outside that reads, Chongmen Island People's Radio Station. Do you want me to take you inside? Gu Huaijing asked. No need, Shen Yitang quickly replied. She also asked him not to park at the main gate, but to stop at the intersection instead. She arrived in a military jeep, which looked a bit proud and showy. She didn't want others to think she was pretending to be important. Moreover, if her boss saw her arriving like that, it would seem like she couldn't come alone and needed someone to her, making her look useless. In short, this young lady is very concerned about her reputation and definitely doesn't want Gu Huaijing to appear. Before getting out of the car, Gu Huaijing picked up a military water bottle placed nearby and hung it around her neck. He also patted her head and said, when you get to your workplace, get along well with your boss and colleagues. If someone bullies you, don't be afraid. Stand up for yourself. If you can't handle it, come back and tell me. Shin Yitang chuckled softly. Don't worry, I'm not a kid anymore. She gracefully jumped out of the car, slammed the door behind her without looking back, and walked forward happily. Gu Huaijing shook his head helplessly, feeling a sudden emptiness inside. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly called out, I'll come to pick you up after work tonight. Shen Yitang didn't turn around but raised her arm and waved behind her. Gu Huaijing watched her figure walk into the radio station's door. After waiting a little while, he started the car and drove away. There was a gatekeeper in the station's yard, an old man with cloudy eyes. He looked up and saw Shen Yitang, then asked, Who are you looking for? Shen Yitang smiled sweetly. Hello, sir. My name is Shen Yitang. I am a new radio host. Today is my first day at work. The gatekeeper nodded. Oh, it's you. I know. The boss mentioned it. From here, Go to the first office on the left. That's the director's office. Just go in and find him. Before arriving, Gu Huizheng had already told her that the director's surname was Tang. The director's office door was closed. Shin Yitong walked over and knocked. No one answered. Instead, a middle-aged man from the next office came out. When he saw her, his eyes flashed with surprise. Who are you looking for? Do you have something to say? Hello, I am the new radio host, Shin Yitong. Today is my first day reporting for work. May I ask if Director Tang is here? The other person had a very friendly attitude. So you're Xiaoshin? Hello. Director Tang is not here today. I'm Deputy Director Gao Jihong. Just call me Old Gao. Shin Yitong couldn't really call him Old Gao, so she quickly said, Hello, Director Gao. I appreciate your help with my job. But she couldn't help but think silently. This radio station is quite formal, with both a director and a deputy director. Gao Jihong waved his hand. No trouble at all. Come in first. Just then, she saw a woman passing by the yard and called out, Perfect timing, Tian Xuelian, come here for a moment. Let me introduce you. This is Comrade Tian Xuelian, our radio announcer. She will soon be transferred to another place with the military. Xiao Tian, this is Xiao Shun, who will be taking over your work. Tian Xuelian was wearing simple blue cloth pants and a white short-sleeved blouse with small floral patterns. Her short hair was cut to ear length, looking like an ordinary working woman. When she saw Shin Yitong, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes, as if she hadn't expected that her replacement would be such a young, pretty girl. Isn't she supposed to be a military wife? She looked so young. Had she really already gotten married? In an instant, her emotions surged, but Tian Xuelian quickly composed herself and extended her hand to Shin Yitong. Hello, Xiaoshun. I've been waiting for you. Shin Yitong shook her hand and greeted her. Gao Jihong said, All right, Xiao Tian, take Xiaoshin to the party and government office to handle your employment procedures, and then you can properly transfer your work. Tian Xuelian nodded. Come with me, Xiaoshin. The party and government office was on the other side, with the door slightly ajar. She could hear people talking and laughing from inside. Suddenly, Tian Xuelian stopped in her tracks. Shin Yitong was confused but followed her to stop as well. Then she heard inside voices saying, Oh, do you think they'll send this time as the military wife? Ugh, I really can't believe it. Is there no one else in the army? They keep sending these kinds of people. The tone of their voices was full of superiority. Forget the last one. She learned to operate the equipment after several days of training, but she also spread gossip on the radio. She felt ashamed and ran away, and now they're sending someone completely different. Now that the last one is finally leaving, we have no idea who will come next. Everything is fine, but I really hope there won't be another big mistake like before. It would be embarrassing for our radio station. Everyone laughed loudly and started imitating. Currently, the fishing forecast work is very difficult. The island's development projects are going very well. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. And those little bugs and pests, oh no, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to laugh myself to death. Honestly, if I don't hear jokes like this anymore, it would be a bit boring. Anyway, I just hope the new person can write the broadcast scripts themselves. I don't want to do it anymore. They don't even give me a raise, and I have to write all the scripts. What's going on? Shin Yitong. Just a moment ago, she thought those people were talking about something straightforward, probably the white characters that Tian Xuelian had read about before. Tian Xuelian looked upset. Sorry for making you feel embarrassed. Help. She had imagined many first-day scenarios at work, but she never expected to encounter something like this. What should she say? Nothing seems right. Why did she have to hear these things? While she was worried, Tian Xuelian suddenly stepped forward and kicked the door open forcefully. The laughter inside stopped immediately. Tian Xuelian, full of anger, said to everyone inside, Talking behind people's backs, that's all you've got. What's wrong with being a military wife? Without soldiers protecting our country at the front, would you still have the safe life and steady wages you enjoy here? Yes, I may not be very educated and sometimes don't recognize some words, but I always try to learn carefully. When I make mistakes, you don't patiently point them out, correct me, or help me improve. Instead, you hide behind and laugh at me. Do you think that makes you noble? A young girl in a dress spoke up. That's right. I've disliked you for a long time. You have no education, can't even speak standard Mandarin properly, and you got this job just because you're a military spouse. You've embarrassed us repeatedly on the radio. Do you still think you're wronged? Seeing the conflict might escalate further, Shin Yitong quickly turned and ran away. When in doubt, find the leader. Director Gao, there's a fight over there. Maybe you should go see. Gao Jihong stood angrily at the door of the party and government office. Everyone shut up. What's all the noise about? Tian Shulian, you too. You're about to leave. Can't you part on good terms? Leave a good impression for both sides? Why tear each other apart? And you all, not working properly, just gossiping. This month's bonus will be cut in half for everyone. Shen Yitong's eyes widened. Director Gao's way of handling problems was quite straightforward and harsh. Is this a punishment for everyone? That's enough. Tian Shulian, you can go now. I won't. Tian Shulian probably thought, since she's leaving anyway, she won't accept being wronged. I want them to apologize. Gao Jihong looked at the others. Did you hear that? Apologize quickly. Those people hesitated, feeling embarrassed. No apology, and you won't get the other half of your bonus. No one wanted to lose money, so reluctantly they said, sorry. Only the young girl in the dress, who had spoken earlier, was biting her lip in frustration, her chest rising and falling, refusing to speak. Song Qiaoling. Gao Jihong called her seriously. Song Qiaoling glared at Tian Shulian with resentment. Sorry, can we stop now? Tian Shulian finally smiled faintly. All right. Gao Jihong waved his hand tiredly. That's enough. Tian Shulian, you can go now. Tian Shulian really left immediately. Shen Yitong. Her left, and she was left feeling very awkward. Director Gao, Gao Jihong slapped his forehead. Oh, little Shen, I almost forgot about you. Well, everyone's here.
Perfect.
Let me introduce you. This is the new radio announcer, Xiao Shen, Shen Yitong. Shen Yitong awkwardly smiled. Hello, everyone. Everyone felt a bit awkward. No one likes being caught talking behind someone's back by a new coworker, then being scolded directly, and having to apologize under the boss's authority. It's really embarrassing. It's so shameful. Gao Jihong didn't care much. Liao Yuzhen helped Xiao Shen with her onboarding procedures, introduce her to everyone. Chao Chunyan, arrange a desk for Xiao Shen and Xiao Song, show Xiao Shen around her work. A slightly chubby middle-aged woman came over. Xiao Shen, I handle personnel here. My name is Liao Yuzhen. Just call me Sister Zhen. Here's a form, please fill it out. Xiao Shen Yitong quickly understood that although the broadcasting station was small, it was well equipped. There wasn't much work, but the staff was complete. The organizational structure was solid. Director Tang Baogua, Deputy Director Gao Jihong. Liao Yuzhen manages personnel, Chao Chunyan handles administration, and Accountant Chen Xuejuan takes care of payroll. Su Guilin is responsible for cleaning. There's also Lin Dabin, a technician who maintains the equipment. And finally, there's the young girl in a dress, Song Qiaoling. She is one of the two radio hosts here. Almost 40% of the station's daily work is done by Song Qiaoling. Another 40% was done by the previous host, Tian Shulian. 15% is Su Guilin's cleaning work. The remaining 5% is for occasional meetings organized by Director Gao to study the directives from above. As for Director Tang, he's rarely seen and usually doesn't appear. The radio host's office isn't here. It's next door, with 2 desks, one for Song Qiaoling and one for Xiao Shen. Tian Shulian's belongings have almost all been packed away. Su Guilin diligently wiped Xiao Shen's desk inside and out several times with a cloth. Seeing that the water in the cloth was still fairly clean, Xiao Shen took her bag off her shoulder, placed it beside her desk, and hung her water bottle on the back of her chair. Song Qiaoling's eyes lit up. I was just about to say, Xiao Shen, your bag looks really nice. It matches your outfit perfectly. Where did you buy it? And your clothes, are they modified military uniforms? Just a simple change, and they look great on you. Young women often find that talking about clothing and appearance helps them become closer quickly. They soon started to feel comfortable with each other. Song Qiaoling spoke more casually. The army really did a good thing this time by assigning you here. You don't know, but I don't even know how to describe the other military wives who were assigned before. It's hard to explain. Shen Yitong found it hard to respond, so she just smiled. We were talking about her just now, and I guess you think we're being too harsh. But she really has no education, and she refuses to learn. We told her to practice speaking Mandarin, but she wouldn't. She said she needed to take care of her family and children, so she had no time. We also told her that before the radio broadcast, she should read the script first and look up any unfamiliar words. But she refused, insisting on reading directly. She's caused many mistakes, and now everyone laughs at our station. Song Qiaoling got angrier as she spoke. Shen Yitong couldn't handle these comments and quickly changed the subject. Maybe you can teach me about the work. What do I usually need to do? Song Qiaoling explained that now is the time to broadcast the city radio station's programs. She just needed to start and then stop at the right moments. That's why she had time to come over and chat. The daily work was quite easy. In the morning, at 7 o'clock, they would report the local weather and fishing news. The Weather Bureau would call 5 minutes ahead to give the details, so the person on duty had to arrive before 6:50. Then they would play some revolutionary songs or similar content, and at 7:30, they would start broadcasting the city radio station's programs. They would continue until 11 o'clock. During this time, the announcers didn't need to stay in the studio all the time, as long as the broadcast went smoothly. The morning work was then finished. In the afternoon, work started at 1 o'clock, which was the local broadcast time. Mainly, the announcer would read newspaper excerpts and their own scripts. At 2 o'clock, they would switch to broadcasting the city radio station's programs, ending at 3:30, then playing music or sample operas for half an hour. That completed the day's broadcasting work. Next, the work division was explained. Song Qiaoling told Shen Yitong that because Tian Shulian used to live far away and needed to take care of her children and prepare breakfast for her family, she couldn't start work too early in the morning. The supervisor arranged for Song Qiaoling to work the early shift. From 6:50 a.m. to 11 a.m., Shen Yitong took over Tian Shulian's shift, working from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. The others at the broadcasting station work from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. They have one day off each weekend. According to the rules, when broadcasters are not on air, they need to stay in the office, read books and newspapers, learn, or write broadcast scripts. However, Tian Shulian often arrived late, usually around 10 o'clock because she was taking care of her family. She would brew a cup of tea, relax, and then be ready to go eat at 11. The office provides one meal at noon. But since there are few people in their unit, they don't have a dedicated cafeteria. Instead, they share meals with a neighboring fishing company. They eat at the fishing company's cafeteria. Song Qiaoling wrinkled her nose and said, "The good thing about sharing meals with the fishing company is that we get to enjoy different kinds of seafood every day. The biggest problem is that everyone there smells like fish, and sitting at the same table is hard to handle, so we usually bring our own food back to the office to eat." It was clear that Song Qiaoling got along very well with the people in the party and government office. "By the way, did you bring a lunchbox? You can eat with us later." Shen Yitong spread her hands and shook her head. "No, I just arrived today. I don't know anything yet." Song Qiaoling frowned again. "We all bring our own lunchboxes here. The cafeteria has bowls and chopsticks you can borrow, but they are mostly used by men, and they are quite messy. You probably wouldn't want to use their used bowls and chopsticks." Shen Yitong immediately felt very touched. She understood me. When she heard Song Qiaoling mention the cafeteria's bowls and chopsticks, she was worried she would be asked to borrow them. She would rather go hungry than use theirs. Song Qiaoling even put herself in her shoes and said, "Okay, later you can come with me into the broadcasting room. I'll show you how to turn off the equipment, then you can go home first. Remember to bring your own lunchbox tomorrow." Shen Yitong asked, "But what about the afternoon broadcast? Didn't she say she would take over Tian Shulian's work? That afternoon should have been her turn to do her work." Song Qiaoling felt a bit annoyed. Originally, Tian Shulian was supposed to keep working these days, at least to train the new person, but just now things got so chaotic that she left. "There's nothing I can do. I have to step in these days." She glanced at the clock on the wall and said, "It's almost time. Come with me." She took Shen Yitong into the next room, the broadcasting studio. "Our studio is full of electronic equipment. Be careful to avoid moisture and dust. Also, the fan needs to stay on all the time to prevent the equipment from overheating. When talking about work, Song Qiaoling was quite professional. But the next moment, she started complaining again. It's still Tian Xiulian. The day she was on duty, she was broadcasting the city station. As soon as she left the studio, she closed the door, windows, and turned off the fan. It was so hot inside and the machines ended up burning out. Lin Dabing took 2 days to fix them. She continued, when I asked her why she did that, she said it was to save electricity. She said, since no one is inside, turning on the fan wastes electricity. It's so funny. Does she think the fan is for her? No, it's for the machines. Remember this. Everything here is electronic equipment. Every step must follow the rules carefully. If you make one mistake, you could damage the machines. But don't worry too much. Just learn carefully, and you'll get the hang of it. Most people are only familiar with basic electrical appliances, like lights. Because they haven't used other devices, they naturally feel afraid of them. In this broadcasting station, besides the 2 announcers and technician Lin Dabing, no one else, including the director, dares to touch the equipment in the studio. Especially Su Guilin, the cleaner. Once she accidentally knocked off a socket while mopping and almost got an electric shock. After that, she was too scared to even go into the studio to clean. Only the 2 announcers take turns cleaning the studio. Song Qiaoling assumed Shin Yitong was the same. So, she first exaggerated the seriousness of the situation to scare her, making her afraid to touch anything randomly. But she was also worried that Shin Yitong might get too frightened and refuse to learn, so she comforted her at the end. Actually, Shin Yitong wasn't nervous at all. When she was in school, she had studied physics and even worked with simple circuits. These electronic devices didn't scare her at all. She looked at Song Qiaoling humbly and said, then I will trouble you to teach me. It's no trouble. The sooner you learn, the easier it will be for me. Sure, I'm about to start. Later, remember not to speak casually. At the end of the broadcast, you need to turn off the program source first. Now, we have to disconnect the line from the city station channel and then turn on the microphone switch. Immediately, Song Qiaoling made a shushing gesture and spoke into the microphone with a sweet voice. Dear listeners, today's morning broadcast is over. See you this afternoon. After finishing, she turned off the microphone. All right, now you can speak. Next, we need to shut down. She pointed at the switch on the machine. First, turn off this high-voltage power supply, then wait 2 minutes to let the machine cool down, then turn off the low-voltage power, and finally disconnect the main power. Remember, this order must not be wrong. If you make a mistake, it will be a disaster. When turning on the machine, the order is reversed. First turn on the low-voltage power, then turn on the high-voltage power. I will teach you this again tomorrow. For now, just remember it. After speaking, she stared intently at Shin Yitong. Shin Yitong nodded. Yes, I understand. Seeing her still staring at her, she looked back at her confused. Song Qiaoling frowned. You should write it down. A good memory is no match for a bad pen. What's the use of remembering now if you forget next time? Shin Yitong didn't think these simple things needed special memorization, but since others said so, she obediently took her notebook and wrote down all the steps Song Qiaoling just explained. Song Qiaoling watched her write to make sure she didn't make mistakes. Then she praised, your handwriting is really nice. You must have practiced. Yes, I used to take calligraphy classes, and your pen looks very fancy, smooth when writing, not cheap, right? I'm not really sure. My brother gave it to me. It's a Parker pen, probably not cheap, but she never paid attention to it. All right, that's all for today. I don't want to teach too much at once, or you might forget. Tomorrow, I'll teach you how to turn on the machine. Review your notes carefully tonight. I'll test you tomorrow. Shin Yitong held back a laugh. Okay, all right, there's nothing else for now. You can go home first. By the way, you also live in the military family compound, right? How did you get here this morning? Song Qiaoling casually asked. Shin Yitong smiled and replied, my husband brought me here. But if I leave early at noon, I'll have to walk back myself. Song Qiaoling tentatively asked, since you can come with the troops, your husband must be an officer, right? Such a young age to be an officer. Hearing this, Shin Yitong felt a bit proud. She didn't realize before what it meant to be a young regimental commander. Recently, she had more contact with the people in the family compound and found that most officers around Gu Huaizhen were below battalion level. Those with similar or higher ranks than him were usually older men with wrinkled faces. Even the neighboring Colonel Liao was relatively young and more accomplished, though he was still much older than Gu Huaizhen. No wonder Gu Huaizhen carried himself with such confidence. He truly had reasons to be proud. She cheerfully said, "My husband is a regimental commander." Wow, a regimental commander. Song Qiaoling's eyes widened. That's quite impressive. Anyway, you can go now. I need to go eat, Shen Yitang said, noticing that Song Qiaoling looked a bit strange. There was definitely some envy and jealousy. Everyone knew what being a regimental commander meant. Status, position, and most importantly, treatment. Marrying a regimental commander meant you wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing, and your needs would be easily met. But amidst this envy, there seemed to be a hint of pity and disdain, which Shen Yitang couldn't understand. However, she didn't mind. Just then, she saw Gao Jihong leaving to get some food, so she said to him, "Director Gao, Song Qiaoling taught me how to turn off the phone today. She told me to go back first and come back tomorrow to continue learning." She wasn't trying to impress her superiors on her first day at work. She was assigned by the military district, and as long as Gu Huaizheng's side was fine, her work would be smooth. Looking at the previous Tian Xiulian, her work ability was enough to do her job steadily. There was no point in being lazy if you had the chance. Only a fool would do that. Gao Jihong waved his hand dismissively and said, "Then go back first." Shen Yitang returned to the office carrying her patchwork bag and checked the military water bottle she brought, finding it a bit too heavy. She opened the lid and poured out more than half of the water, leaving just enough for her to drink on the way. Then she looked up at the sky and took out her sun umbrella. The people at the radio station watched as she gracefully walked out holding a small, lacy parasol. Among them, Lin Dabing stared at the gate in a daze for the longest time, until Accountant Chen Xuejuan walked over and kicked him gently. "Come on, stop daydreaming. If you're not eating well and are distracted, your mind is not right." Lin Dabing snapped out of his daze and muttered to Song Qiaoling, who was walking toward the fishery company nearby, "Little Song, you're really something. Why didn't you let Xiaoshen stay and eat with us?" Song Qiaoling rolled her eyes at him. "Forget it. She's a military family member. Do you understand? Damaging military marriages is against the law." Lin Dabing's face turned red. "What are you talking about?"
I didn't mean that.
"I know she's from a military family. I just care about my new colleague. Isn't that what everyone should do? Besides, she's pretty and pleasant to look at. Seeing her might even make her eat a little more." Song Qiaoling was quick to reply, "I advise you not to look at her. The more you look, the more you'll feel ashamed of yourself." At this moment, Liao Yuzhen, who handles personnel, lowered her voice. "Did you know? The information she just filled out says she's from a wealthy family. No wonder her demeanor is different from ordinary workers." Her voice was quiet, but there were only a few people around, so everyone heard her. Su Guilin chimed in. "No wonder she looks so delicate. Her hands are as soft as tofu. It's obvious she doesn't do any housework at home." Chao Chunyan was a bit unhappy. "What's wrong with being from a wealthy family? This isn't the old days. With her background, she's not better than us. She married into the People's Liberation Army. Doesn't she want to be a good wife and mother?" "Still dreaming of being a delicate young lady," Lin Dabing said. "If I could marry someone like her, I wouldn't let her do anything. I'd just love and cherish her," Su Guilin added. "But she can't really do nothing, right? She can't expect her husband to do all the laundry and cooking for her." Song Qiaoling suddenly chuckled. A man who can marry such a young and beautiful wife must be holding her in the palm of his hand. Everyone was confused. "What old man?" Song Qiaoling confidently said, "Xiaoshen's lover is the regiment commander." "Someone who can become a regiment commander. How could they be old?" Liao Yuzhen clapped her thigh. "That makes sense. I always thought, with Xiaoshen's background, no matter how good-looking she is, no soldier would dare marry her. But if the regiment commander is older, that's understandable. But why do you think Xiaoshan is willing? Probably because of the organization. The regiment commander liked her, and if she didn't want to, what could she do?" Especially with her family background, she wouldn't dare offend him. Besides, a rich girl like her marrying a regiment commander is a big blessing. When one person rises, the whole family benefits, but that regiment commander is quite old. Why isn't he married yet? That seems strange. Maybe he's a widower. Perhaps he has children already. If she married him, she'd have to be a stepmother. Wow, Xiaoxin really has it tough. This made everyone's hidden jealousy towards the young and beautiful Shin Yitong lessen a bit. Every family has its own problems. People look glamorous outside, but who knows what they go through behind the scenes. Unaware of this, Shin Yitong had only been gone a short while, but she had already become a poor girl who was forcibly taken by a powerful regiment commander. She was so tired, her feet hurt, and her cheeks felt hot. She regretted leaving home in the middle of the day. Even if she skipped lunch, she should have stayed at work and waited for Gu Huijing to pick her up in the evening. Oh, right, she was back now, so she needed to tell Gu Huijing. She glanced at the gate of the residential compound nearby and resignedly took a turn. Instead of going directly to find Gu Huijing, she asked the guards to pass a message for her. The first thing she did when she got home was kick off her black leather shoes. These shoes were sent to her by Mother Gu. They fit well, soft and comfortable, but since they were new, walking a long distance in them caused her heels to get red and sore. Shin Yitong let out a soft gasp, went to wash her feet, and applied some ointment. The cool, refreshing feeling made her feel a bit better. Then she changed into a loose dress, let her hair down, and suddenly looked relaxed and casual, no longer the tall, youthful girl she had been. She didn't feel like cooking. She also didn't want to go to the cafeteria. Shin Yitong sliced a tomato, sprinkled it with sugar, and mixed it. She served it on a pretty white porcelain plate. Then she took a cucumber, cut it in half, peeled it, and sliced it into thin strips about finger length. She arranged the cucumber slices on a plate and placed 2 butterfly-shaped cookies beside them. She also poured a glass of milk. She carefully set everything on the table, with bright red and green colors, looking quite nice. It was enough for a simple lunch. In her past life, when she lived alone, she often ate like this. The food didn't matter much, but presentation and a sense of ceremony were important. It looked nice, but eating it didn't bring much happiness. She preferred the egg noodles cooked by Gu Huajing. Shin Yitong finished her meal lazily, then picked up the remaining half of the cucumber. She lay on a lounge chair in the yard, using a small knife to cut the cucumber into thin slices and stuck them on her face to soothe her reddened skin from the heat. When Gu Huajing returned, he saw his wife lying on the lounge chair with her face covered in cucumber slices, eyes closed. Her soft dress revealed her fair, delicate legs. A gentle breeze moved the thatched edges of the pavilion, and the air was filled with the scent of flowers. Time felt so peaceful, and all the restless heat in her body and mind seemed to settle at this moment. Gu Huajing parked a 26-inch women's bicycle nearby and quietly approached. He looked at her sweet sleeping face for a long time. Finally, he couldn't resist and leaned down to kiss her plump, red lips. Shin Yitong opened her eyes. "Why are you back at this time?" Gu Huajing said, "I have something good to show you." He snapped his fingers and pointed to a purple bicycle not far away.
Wow.
Shin Yitong suddenly sat up, and the cucumber slices on her face fell off with a plop. She casually brushed them away, put on her shoes, and quickly walked over, tossing the cucumber slices into the chicken coop. Then she turned to look at the bicycle. "This bike looks really nice. Unlike those old, rusty bikes, this one is smaller and more delicate. Most of the metal parts are purple, with the front and back seats shining with silver. The handlebars are also purple. There is a white basket on the front, with a bunch of yellow daisies inside." Maybe Gu Huajing picked the daisies casually from the wild outside. But it was this small bunch of daisies that made Shin Yitong fall in love with the bike. "Is this for me?" she asked happily. Gu Huajing nodded.
Yes.
"I knew you were going to work at the radio station, so I asked someone to buy it. Luckily, I got here in time, but I don't know how to ride." "I'll teach you," Gu Huajing said. "Okay, wait for me. I'll change my clothes first." Shin Yitong hurried into the house. Gu Huajing shamelessly followed her inside, standing at the door with his arms crossed, watching her closely. Although they had been honest with each other many times, Shin Yitong still couldn't change clothes in front of him during the day when she was fully awake. She quickly pushed him away. Go outside. Gu Huajing smiled and obediently leaned against the doorframe, talking to her through the door. How does it feel to start your first day at work? Are your boss and colleagues nice? Pretty good. The boss and colleagues are easy to talk to, and the work is simple. She didn't mention the fact that her former military wife friend, Tian Shulian, was being excluded by other colleagues to avoid worrying Gu Huajing. Anyway, she thought she wouldn't be rejected, and even if she was, it didn't matter. She would just do her job well. She didn't like gossiping with others anyway. After changing into a long-sleeve shirt and pants, Shin Yitong tied her hair into a ponytail and wore a wide-brimmed straw hat. Gu Huajing first pushed the bike out of the yard. The small bike looked like a toy in his hands. When crossing the threshold, he lifted it easily with one hand. Then he told Shin Yitong to walk ahead and get used to the feel of the bike. The best thing about a women's bike is that it doesn't have a front bar, so you don't have to climb on from behind. You can just lift your foot and step on the pedal from the front, even while wearing a skirt. Shin Yitong pushed the cart for a while and felt she should be able to manage on her own. She turned back and warned Gu Huajing, "You must not let go." Gu Huajing patted his chest and promised, "With me here, you can rest assured." Shin Yitong naturally trusted him. They've known each other for 2 lifetimes. Although he can be quite annoying sometimes, he has never truly lied to her. Oh, wait, that one time before they got married doesn't count. To put it simply, even if she had to stand at the edge of a table and fall backward, as long as Gu Huajing was behind her saying he would catch her, she would dare to do it. So she learned to ride the bike very smoothly and quickly got the hang of turning and steering. All thanks to Gu Huajing running behind her, steadying the bike and supporting her, making her feel very safe. Riding a bike isn't that hard, Shin Yitong said proudly, but she didn't hear Gu Huajing respond behind her. She instinctively looked back and suddenly panicked. This panic caused her to shake violently, along with the bike. The front of the bike also swayed wildly from side to side, completely out of her control. "Help!" she shouted in alarm. With a loud crash, the bike hit and knocked over a rack of dried fish that was drying outside someone's house. In this emergency, Shin Yitong suddenly became very quick and agile, jumping off the bike in a flash. She stood steadily to the side. The bike, naturally, was thrown away from her hand and crashed heavily onto the ground. Gu Huajing saw her start to wobble and rushed over desperately, but he was a moment too late. He watched helplessly as the bike and the drying fish rack fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Fortunately, she didn't fall. "Tang Tang, are you okay?" he asked anxiously. Shin Yitong glared at him angrily. "Gu Huajing, you're done for. You've completely lost my trust, but learning to ride a bike is always like this." Gu Huijing honestly lowered his head. "Yes, I was wrong. Oh, that reckless kid has knocked over my stand." An old lady waddled out from the nearby yard, holding a broom in her hand. "Just wait, I won't let you get away with this." "Hey, isn't that Commander Gu and Xiaoshin? What are you guys doing?" Gu Huijing hurriedly went to help fix the bamboo stand, brushing off the dust from the dried fish, and apologized. "Ma'am, I'm sorry. I accidentally knocked over your dried fish while riding my bike. Here, the fish got dirty. If you don't want it, I'll take responsibility and pay you for it." The old lady looked at the bicycle on the ground and at Shin Yitong, who was blushing and with messy hair. She understood everything. "It's okay. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. It's just a bit of dust. Just wipe it off and it'll be fine. I thought some mischievous kid was causing trouble, so I came out to teach him a lesson." She took the dried fish and hung it on the bamboo pole, then moved the stand slightly to the side. "Ride your bikes, ride your bikes. Oh, this bike is really beautiful. I've never seen such a nice bicycle at my age." Gu Huijing kindly helped her straighten the bike and checked it over. Fortunately, the quality of the items was good, and no paint was scratched. He turned back and said kindly, "Tang Tang, shall we continue?" Shin Yitong turned and walked away. "I don't want to learn anymore." Gu Huijing quickly pushed his bike to catch up. "It was all my fault earlier. I shouldn't have let go. I know I was wrong. I'll change." Next time you tell me to let go, I won't do it, okay? Don't be angry. It's not worth getting upset over. Or, you can hit me to vent your anger. He casually picked up a stick from the ground. Don't just hit with your hand. If you hurt your hand, I'll feel bad. Use this and hit me hard. Don't worry about me. Shun Tong was annoyed. Who wants to hit you? Get lost. Gu Huizheng immediately grinned and said, I knew it. Our Tang Dang is kind-hearted. You probably don't want to hit me. You have no idea. The way you jumped off the car just now is amazing, so quick and agile. Even I can't match that. Shin Yitong suddenly stopped, turned around, put her hands on her hips, and glared. Are you done? Gu Huizheng looked upset. Wife, what do I have to do to get your forgiveness? Just tell me, and I'll do it. Then I want you to run around the residential area 3 times without your clothes, shouting loudly that you were wrong. Would you do that? Gu Huizheng looked strange. I have no problem with that, but if others see me without clothes, wouldn't that be unfair to you? Just then, Jiang Shuang, who was coming home from work, arrived. Jiang Shuang's eyes lit up as she circled her bicycle a few times. This bike is really nice. Did your family buy a new one? Although Shin Yitong was still angry at Gu Huizheng, she had to be honest. Yes, he bought it for me. It's for work. Jiang Shuang was focused on the bicycle and didn't notice the awkwardness between the two. When Lao Yao picked me up to join the army, I saw a girl riding a bike like this in the provincial city. I was so jealous. I also wanted to buy one, but Lao Yao said it was just a fancy toy and not worth it. He insisted on buying a big bike that both men and women could ride, and it could carry things more practical. Xiaoshin, I have to say, your Gu team leader is really good to you. He even bought you a special bicycle. This small bike was more expensive than the big one. Besides being useful for Shun Yitong's commute, it didn't have many other uses. Most families wouldn't spend so much on a bike. Gu Huizheng quickly said, it's not about whether it's worth it or not. As long as she likes it and can use it, that's enough. Seeing Jiang Shuang's eyes almost glued to the bike, Shin Yitong said, Sister-in-law, do you want to try riding it? Jiang Shuang was excited. Yes, yes, Gu Huizheng said. Perfect. Sister-in-law, please help Tang Tang learn how to ride it. He handed the bike to Jiang Shuang. Shin Yitong didn't look friendly. Sister-in-law, let's go. Jiang Shuang finally noticed something was wrong and quietly asked Shin Yitong, did you have a fight with your Gu team leader? Shin Yitong snorted. He doesn't pay attention when teaching someone to ride. That's why I fell. Jiang Shuang raised her voice and said, that's really Captain Gu's fault. How can he not teach you properly? Falling down hurts a lot, especially since you have small arms and legs. Your flesh is tender, and if you get hurt, it's not good. Are you okay? Shin Yitong felt a little proud and said, fortunately, I am quick and didn't get hurt, just fell off the bike. Jiang Shuang replied, well, men are all the same, careless. When my husband Lao Yao was teaching me to ride, I fell many times and had bruises on my legs. It's normal. If you don't fall a few times, you can't even say you've learned to ride a bike. Actually, your Captain Gu is quite good. At least he's willing to buy you such a nice bike, right? Let's stop arguing. Getting angry with men is like hurting ourselves. Why should we punish ourselves for their mistakes? Don't you think so? Shin Yitong said. Aunt Jiang, I think you're wasting your talent working in the cafeteria. You should be a political officer doing ideological work for others. Actually, Shin Yitong had already learned most of it earlier, just afraid to try. Learning with Jiang Shuang was better because she didn't believe Jiang Shuang could hold herself steady. So, she became more independent. Soon, she could ride alone. There's something really nice about controlling the bike by yourself, going wherever you want. The two of them took turns riding around the yard, circle after circle. Not only did many children watch with envy, but young women and wives also came out to see. Everyone admired Shin Yitong's beautiful bike. Tonight, many young couples probably will argue over buying a bike. Shin Yitong and Jiang Shuang also learned to help each other carry things. Jiang Shuang said, great. From now on, when we go out, you can take me. Shin Yitong replied, what are you thinking? You're strong, so you should be the one to carry me. Learning a new skill is always exciting. Shin Yitong kept riding until she was too tired to continue, then she went home with Jiang Shuang. Gu Huaijing was wearing shorts and a tank top, showing his firm arm muscles and faint chest muscles, working on building a wall in the yard. As her muscles tensed and bulged with each movement, every time she saw it, Shen Yitang's face would turn red and her heart would race. She thought to herself that if others saw him without his clothes, she would really be at a disadvantage. Jiang Shuang drove the car in casually and said, "Captain Gu, I returned the bike and everything else perfectly intact." Jiang Shuang happily withdrew. Gu Huaijing smiled at Shen Yitang in a friendly way. Her face still showed the joy of exercise, her fair cheeks flushed, more beautiful than the sunset. "Did you enjoy riding? Did you learn how to do it?" Shen Yitang was in a good mood and didn't want to argue with him. She snorted softly. "I was sweating so much. I feel terrible. I need to take a shower." Gu Huaijing, quick to follow, said, "I heated some water. I'll bring it to the bathroom for you. Are you hungry? Want to eat something? I'll cook for you. Anything is fine," Shen Yitang said as she went into her room to change clothes. Gu Huaijing happily carried a bucket of hot water inside, pouring half into another bucket. After mixing it with cold water, they had 2 buckets of warm water to use. "Take your time, Tingang. Call me if you need anything." Then he went around the kitchen, looking serious as he picked up the recipe book Shindage sent, almost sparking with frustration. In the end, he decided to ask the neighbor for help. Today, Shen Yitang went to work, so there was no food bought at home. Fortunately, Jiang Shuang had plenty of groceries. She now worked in the cafeteria, which meant she didn't have to worry about meat at home. She didn't have to queue at the food supply station. She could buy directly from the cafeteria. If her meat coupons weren't limited, she would want to eat meat every day. Today, Jiang Shuang bought a piece of pork belly, originally intending to make braised pork for her son. Seeing Gu Huaijing looking pitiful, she gave it to him first. She also showed him how to make a small stir-fry dish from the recipe. "Your little Shin doesn't like braised pork. He finds it too greasy. You can cut off the fat, fry it until crispy and the oil is squeezed out, then use it to stir-fry vegetables. It's really tasty." The recipe Shindage sent proved very useful, and Gu Huaijing's cooking skills improved a lot. After Shen Yitang finished her shower, wrapped her damp hair in a towel, she immediately smelled a strong aroma of spicy stir-fried pork. Suddenly, my stomach started to growl loudly. I hadn't eaten well at noon, and I had ridden my bike for a long time, so I was very hungry. "Wow, is there something tasty?" Gu Huaijing quickly served some hot rice and handed me chopsticks. "Eat quickly." When I sat down, he skillfully and naturally untied the towel on my head and started to wipe my hair. "Is it delicious?" I nodded repeatedly. "Yes, it's tasty. Once you eat the food I made, you're not allowed to be mad at me anymore." I hummed softly. "I don't want to bother with you. That matter is now in the past." Gu Huaijing took the damp towel outside to dry, then sat next to me and started eating. "The materials for fixing the attic are almost ready. After I finish eating, I'll quickly build the wall. You should also find some time these days to pack up the things you want to hide." I nodded. "Okay." Since the backyard wall had collapsed, we took the chance to repair it. Over the past few days, Gu Huaijing brought in many bricks, cement, lime, and other materials from outside. At night, when no one was around, he secretly carried some inside. After returning in the afternoon, he appeared to be fixing the wall with cement in the yard, but in fact, he had hidden a bucket of cement inside the house, waiting for the evening to start building the wall. Originally, the plan was to build the attic inside our own bedroom, but later, we decided it was too crowded with all our stuff, and adding another layer would make living uncomfortable. So, we decided to put the attic in the next room. That room would be used as a study, with a large bookshelf against the wall. No one would notice there was an attic inside. Gu Huaijing started working on it right after dinner. After tidying up, he went to the next room to work. I also went back to my room to pack things. Kipeos, high heels, and other clothes had to be packed away. Many of my books also needed to be hidden. There was also the gramophone, records, jewelry, and other valuables. And my frequently used, gold-edged porcelain cups and plates, silver knives and forks, all had to be hidden. I realized I hardly had anything left that I could still use daily. Growing up surrounded by these belongings, Shun Yitong now has to carefully remove them from her life, which makes her very sad. She tries to comfort herself by thinking that these are only temporary, and hiding them is a way to protect them. It's better than destroying them like in her past life. Her movements become slower. Every time she places something into the box, she can't help but touch it gently for a long time before reluctantly putting it in. She picks up a French poetry book and can't resist opening it. She softly begins to read aloud. She loves poetry books and also loves French. French is a beautiful language, and poetry makes it even more romantic. She enjoys quietly reciting French poems, as if she is still that girl walking on a street lined with tall trees, watching golden leaves fall slowly. She happily stretches out her hands to spin under the trees, her soft skirt spreading out like blooming flowers. That innocent, carefree Shun Yitong, who didn't know the hardships of the world. Gu Huaijing builds a wall for a while. Hearing no movement from the next room, he feels a little worried. He puts down what he's holding and goes to check. Since their relationship has become closer, he now always wants to stay close to her when he gets home. They rarely spend time apart in different rooms doing their own things. It's strange. Before she was here, he was fine living alone. But now, just a short time apart makes him feel restless and anxious. Then he sees Shun Yitong sitting on a chair with her knees drawn up, holding a book and quietly reading. Her tone is strange. She drags out the ending sounds, sounding lazy but strangely beautiful. At first, he thought her voice was too soft for him to hear clearly. But when he listened carefully, he realized she was speaking in a language he didn't understand at all. Her expression is also very unusual, flickering, distant, with a strange smile that doesn't seem to match what's around her. Gu Huaijing suddenly feels panicked. It's as if all the sweet moments recently were just a dream, and she is still that fairy in the clouds, in the water, someone he can see but can never reach. He suddenly loses control, ignoring the cement and dust on his body and hands. He took a big step forward, snatched the book from her hand, and casually threw it into the nearby box. Then he held her tightly, with a strong desire to make her part of him, and kissed her passionately. His lips and tongue swept over her like a powerful army, claiming his territory. It was really confusing. Shun Yitong smelled sweat and cement on him, and she tried hard to push him away. But in the end, she was completely overwhelmed by his scent and softened, obediently letting him do as he pleased. After a long time, Gu Huaijing's kisses gradually became gentle and tender, full of affection. Finally, he reluctantly released her, with lingering redness in his eyes and a hoarse voice. "Tang Tang, I'm sorry." He even apologized for his roughness just now. Shun Yitong scolded him. "What's wrong with you?" Gu Huaijing hugged her again, burying his face in her neck, smelling her sweet scent. His tone was a little sad. "Tang Tang, your behavior just now made me a little scared." Shun Yitong looked confused. "Scared of what?" "I always feel like you're a fairy from heaven, coming down to face a challenge. When you've had enough, you'll leave me and go back to the sky." "Tang Tang, don't leave me. Stay with me forever, okay?" Shun Yitong pushed him hard. "What do you mean? Are you wishing I'd go to heaven? Are you cursing me to die early?" Gu Huaijing looked stunned. "Huh?
No, I didn't mean that.
I'm afraid that one day you'll stop loving me, thinking I'm just a rough, uneducated guy. I'm different from you. You can write poetry, draw, read many books, and even speak a language I don't understand." He was always good at making her laugh when she was feeling sad. "What language? You're the one speaking some kind of bird language." "I was just reciting French earlier, but it's nothing special. Just think of it as a dialect you don't understand. Speaking French isn't a big deal. In France, even beggars and manure collectors speak French." Gu Huaijing nodded honestly. "Yes, I was wrong. I shouldn't have overthought things." Seeing how pitiful he looked, Shun Yitong felt a little sorry for him. "Actually, you're pretty impressive too. Didn't you also go to military school? You also know how to raise chickens, grow vegetables, make coconut oil, repair washing machines, and build walls. That's really impressive. Shin Itong reached out and hugged him, silently adding in her heart, "And you must also promise to be good and stay with me forever." Just as the warm moment was beginning, Shin Itong suddenly noticed a cement stain on his shirt. It was hard, a bit rough and slightly sticky. She suddenly realized and angrily pushed him away. "Ah, you're so annoying. You got dirt on me again. Go away, I don't want you to touch me anymore." Shin Itong changed into a new outfit, took the damp towel handed to her by Gu Huaijing, and wiped her hands and face before continuing to pack her things. This time, it went much faster. Gu Huaijing always has a way of making things less formal and more relaxed. By bedtime, they had packed several large boxes. The wall on Gu Huaijing's side was mostly built, leaving only one entrance. Once everything was inside, they would seal it. The next morning, Gu Huaijing first went out for morning exercises, then came back to take Shin Itong to work. Shin Itong said, "No need, I know the way now, and I can ride my bike." But she had just learned to ride yesterday, and Gu Huaijing didn't feel comfortable letting her go alone. What if she fell halfway? In the end, Shin Itong rode ahead, and Gu Huaijing ran alongside her the whole way. Seeing her safely enter the office building, he turned around and ran back. Song Qiaoling was chatting and eating sunflower seeds with Liao Yuzhen in the party and government office. Suddenly, she saw a person dressed very warmly from head to toe riding a bicycle. If it weren't for the familiar clothes, she wouldn't have recognized her. She hesitated and asked, "Is that Xiao Shun?" "Probably. Who else could have such a slim waist besides her?" This comment made Song Qiaoling a little upset. She always considered herself tall and slim, and liked wearing fitted dresses. So, what did Lin Dabing mean when he said that? It clearly implied she had a thick waist. Lin Dabing didn't notice her feelings and quickly said, "Xiao Shun, you're here?" Liao Yuzhen and Xiao Chunyan also came out. They came to see the bicycle. "Xiao Shun, is this your new bike? Where did you buy it? We can't find it on our island, right?" "Yes." Shin Itong carefully took off her protective gear, hat, veil, gloves. "It's just for convenience at work. My husband bought it for me. I don't know where he got it." Song Qiaoling came over. "Maybe it's true that older men care about others. But our little Shun is clever and knows how to choose." Just then, Shin Itong turned to go into her office, not hearing the words, "older man," in her conversation. However, Lin Dabing heard clearly and replied with a hint of sarcasm, "If you're jealous, you could try too. Maybe little Shin can introduce you to some colonel or political officer who wants to find a new partner." That comment was a bit too much. Song Qiaoling glared angrily at Lin Dabing. "Nobody asked for your opinion, so shut up." She turned and went back into her office. Liao Yuzhen and Xiao Chunyan exchanged glances, but said nothing. They also returned to their offices. As middle-aged women, they didn't want to interfere in young people's affairs. There was some history between Lin Dabing and Song Qiaoling, which explained their mutual dislike. They both started working at the broadcasting station around the same time. At first, both were single. Lin Dabing showed interest in pursuing Song Qiaoling. Song Qiaoling thought Lin Dabing was decent. He had a job, skills, and looked okay. But she was also a bit reluctant. She felt young and beautiful, with a good job, and maybe she could find someone better. She was worried about missing out if she didn't act now. So her attitude toward Lin Dabing was neither to agree nor refuse. She kept him hanging, saying she wanted to test him further. But he had given her many nice things, and she had accepted many of his clothes and gifts. She often called Lin Dabing to help with family matters. Lin Dabing was always eager to serve Song Qiaoling, smiling foolishly, thinking they were already a couple. One day, Song Qiaoling suddenly brought a boyfriend. He wore glasses, a white shirt, and looked very refined. He said he was a college student working in the county committee office. Longmen Island is a county-level area, with the county committee and government being the biggest authorities here. Of course, the military side doesn't count. Having a partner working in the county committee is considered very respectable. Li Dabing almost lost his temper. He argued with Song Qiaoling at work, questioning why she was playing with his feelings. Song Xiaoling dismissively said she never promised to be with him, so there was no playing with his feelings. Their argument was quite intense. Li Dabing blushed and shouted loudly, "Why do you eat my food and use my things if you didn't promise me? My snacks and fabric were eaten by a dog. Did a dog wear them?" Song Xiaoling calmly replied, "Did I ask you for them? You voluntarily gave them to me. I ate and used them to show respect." A grown man arguing over a little thing. It's embarrassing for you to even say that. Li Dabing was not as eloquent as her and was so angry he couldn't speak, only gasping heavily. Someone nearby stepped in to mediate and separated them. Honestly, everyone at the workplace knew who was right or wrong. Most people working at the station had some background, especially since Song Xiaoling was dating someone from the county committee. No one wanted to offend her without reason. So, this matter could only be let go. Li Dabing felt he had taken a loss. Since everyone was decent people working in the same place, they couldn't keep fighting like quarrelsome hens. After a while, they stopped arguing and started to get along peacefully, as if nothing had happened. However, Li Dabing still disliked Song Xiaoling and often made snide remarks. Song Xiaoling also didn't have kind words for him. Song Xiaoling huffed and went back to her office. Shin Yitong took out items from her bag one by one and placed them on her desk. A brand new aluminum lunchbox, a new enamel water cup, a pretty ceramic pen holder, a wooden paperweight, and a small photo frame with her own picture inside. Since she would be spending a long time here every day, she wanted to decorate her space with things she liked, which would improve her mood. Song Xiaoling wrinkled her nose, thinking she really was from a wealthy family and paid attention to details. A lace-trimmed floral handkerchief appeared before her eyes. Shin Yitong smiled and said, "This is for you. Only you have it. Thank you for teaching me how to do the radio." She found this handkerchief while tidying up last night. She had a whole collection of similar ones. In the future, she wouldn't casually take them out anymore, so she decided to use it as a token of friendship. During that special time, people like Song Xiaoling, who had good character, could use certain items without any problem. There was no real issue. However, her sensitive status was considered a serious flaw. Using slightly unusual things could lead others to criticize her. Song Xiaoling suddenly became very happy. "It looks so nice. I really like it. Thank you." She was only given one, which showed that in Shin Yitong's mind, her position was different from other colleagues. Song Xiaoling's vanity was greatly satisfied. She immediately tied a handkerchief in her hair and turned her head to show Shin Yitong. "How does it look? Pretty, right?" Shin Yitong nodded. "Yes, it looks very nice." In a good mood, Song Xiaoling was willing to teach her more. "Let me quiz you. What are the steps I mentioned yesterday for shutting down the machine? Check if you've been lazy and didn't review." Shin Yitong hadn't reviewed, but she wasn't worried about this small task. First, turn off the program source, then broadcast the ending, then turn off the high-voltage power to let the electronic tubes cool for a minute or two, then turn off the low-voltage power, and finally disconnect the main power. Song Xiaoling was very happy. "Exactly right. That shows you've been paying attention. So, when we shut down later, I want you to try it yourself." She was genuinely happy. She remembered how difficult it was to teach Tian Xiulian, who took many days just to memorize the steps. But when it came to operating the machine, she would panic. If she wasn't watching closely, she didn't know how many times she might have damaged the equipment. It took her half a month to train Tian Xiulian to broadcast independently. That period was very exhausting for her. For someone as smart as Shin Yitong, who learned quickly, teaching was much easier. And she had no worries about losing her position by teaching her apprentice. In her view, she and Shin Yitong had no competition. No matter how good she was as a broadcaster, she wouldn't become the station director. The faster and more Shin Yitong learned, the sooner she could hand over her work, making her own life easier. Then she could even take a few days off to rest. Soon, it was time to end the broadcast. Song Xiaoling asked Shin Yitong to try operating the machine herself. Shin Yitong was very confident, acting naturally and boldly, with no mistakes at all. When Song Xiaoling was about to give her closing remarks, Shin Yitong naturally finished them for her. Her voice was very gentle and pleasant. She learned so well that this afternoon, she planned to teach her how to turn on the equipment. Maybe tomorrow, she could work independently. Song Qiaoling should have been happy, but for some reason, she felt a sour feeling spreading inside her. Clearly, she was the most capable person at the radio station. That's enough. You brought your lunchbox, right? Time to go eat. Shen Yitong took out the lunchbox that Gu Huizheng had bought for her. It had already been washed at home, but she boiled it again with hot water before heading to the next-door fishing company's cafeteria with Song Qiaoling. The yard of the fishing company was much larger than that of the radio station. To make things easier, they built a small door in the wall between the two yards. You could go through this door, directly, without going around the main gate outside. Actually, the fishing company didn't really bring back seafood. All the seafood was traded and shipped directly from the seaside. This place was just an office. But, as Song Qiaoling said, probably because the employees dealt with seafood all year round, they inevitably carried a salty, fishy smell with a hint of sweat. Especially when queuing in the cafeteria with so many people gathered, the smell was quite strong. Shen Yitong tried to slow her breathing, only daring to inhale lightly, then quickly exhaled. She also tried to hide her disgusted expression. After all, this was caused by their work, and they weren't doing it on purpose. Most importantly, it was on someone else's territory. If she really annoyed them, those strong fists wouldn't be a joke. Shen Yitong reflected that she was actually a bit timid and bossy at home. Why was she brave enough to dislike Gu Huizheng in her past life, but now she dared not show any dislike in front of these men? Deep down, she knew that no matter how much she disliked him, Gu Huizheng wouldn't do anything to her. And if she really angered these people, they wouldn't be polite to her. So, she was actually just spoiled and proud. She really felt sorry for Gu Huizheng in her past life. Shen Yitong was happy with her job everywhere she went. She never expected that the most painful part of the job would be right here. Most of the workers at the fishing company were strong, young men. She and Song Qiaoling, both fair-skinned women, stood out among the rough, dark-haired men. Many people saw Shen Yitong, and their eyes lit up. They asked Song Qiaoling, "Little Song, why did you bring a female colleague to eat today?" It seemed like Song Qiaoling knew them well. "This is my new coworker, the new announcer, Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen, come over here." "I'm almost done, no need to wait in line," someone called out. This caused a bit of a fuss among the others. Someone else approached and said, "Xiao Shen, it's your first time eating here, right?
Don't worry about them.
These little troublemakers are used to causing trouble." They asked, "What do you like to eat?" "Our fried fish fillets and sauced fish are really good. If you like spicy food, you can try the steamed carp with chopped chili." Shen Yitong had never seen such a scene before and felt a little uncomfortable. She could only smile awkwardly and nod. Song Qiaoling looked a bit annoyed. She was outgoing and liked to get along with others, especially enjoying the feeling of being admired. There were many men at the fishing company, and only she was an unmarried woman at the broadcasting station. Everyone knew she already had a partner, and the men at the company knew she wouldn't be interested in rough, unrefined guys. But Song Qiaoling was lively and funny, so she often enjoyed being the center of attention. Today, however, everyone's gaze was on Shen Yitong. Even the young men who usually joked with her wanted to talk to Shen Yitong. Song Qiaoling secretly clenched her teeth. She deliberately walked over and pulled Shen Yitong behind her, saying, "Don't scare Xiao Shen. She has a partner. She's a military wife, and her husband is a company commander." Mentioning the commander immediately calmed down some restless, eager hearts. Shen Yitong's ears felt much clearer. Whether Song Qiaoling said this out of kindness or for some other reason, Shen Yitong was still quite grateful. Today, the cafeteria had a dish that someone had said was very tasty, pickled cabbage and braised fish. Shen Yitong ordered a portion and also asked for some vegetables. The chef filled her lunchbox to the top. Shen Yitong struggled a bit to close the lid, then carried her box and squeezed out of the crowd. She said to Song Qiaoling, "Let's go back quickly." After leaving the cafeteria, Shen Yitong finally took a deep breath, feeling almost suffocated earlier. Song Qiaoling giggled and said, "You smell terrible, right? You'll get used to it over time. After all, the fishing company is full of rough men. Shin Yitong thought her words were a bit too much. She frowned slightly, said nothing, and quickened her pace. They finished eating quickly and prepared for the afternoon radio broadcast. Song Xiaoling showed Shin Yitong how to turn on the equipment, then started playing revolutionary songs, following Tian Shulian's usual style. It was lunchtime, a time when many workplaces use loudspeakers to broadcast to everyone. Some people also listen to radio programs at home. Do they usually play music at this time? Shin Yitong asked. She thought this time might be better for more meaningful programs. But since she was new, she didn't want to stand out by suggesting different ideas. Song Qiaoling shrugged and said casually, "Anyway, Tian Shulian used to do it this way. If you have any ideas, you can talk to the station director. This is your broadcast time. You can do whatever you want." The afternoon broadcast went by quickly. After just one session with Song Qiaoling, Shin Yitong had already learned how to turn on the equipment and switch sources smoothly. Song Qiaoling was happy and said, "Looks like you'll be able to work independently tomorrow."
Great.
"If I don't supervise you tomorrow afternoon, do you think you can handle everything on your own?" Shin Yitong thought she could, but she didn't want to promise too quickly. If something went wrong, she'd be responsible alone. She asked, "I'm not very confident. Do you have plans tomorrow afternoon? If you need to take leave, maybe you should tell the boss." Song Qiaoling pouted and said, "It's nothing. The afternoon broadcast isn't really my job. I've been busy for days and just wanted to rest a bit. I want to spend time with my partner. It's been days since I saw him." She already said that. If it were someone else with a softer heart, they might have impulsively told her to rest. But unfortunately, she met Shin Yitong. Shin Yitong didn't care about that at all. They were supposed to be responsible for guiding new members. Originally, Tian Shulian was supposed to be her mentor, but she was driven away by their actions. So Song Qiaoling had to endure her frustration and take care of her for 3 days. On the third day, during Shin Yitong's broadcast, Song Qiaoling specifically called the station director over to observe Shin Yitong's skills. The director was very pleased with how quickly Shin Yitong mastered the broadcasting techniques and decided on the spot that she could work independently from now on. Both Song Qiaoling and Shin Yitong felt relieved. During these days at home, Shin Yitong had already packed away everything she needed to hide. Gu Huaijing repeatedly confirmed with her that once these items were hidden, they couldn't be taken out for a long time. Shin Yitong looked at the mostly empty house and sighed. "Yes, I'm sure. These are things I won't need." Gu Huaijing then wrapped the boxes tightly with oilcloth several layers thick, making sure they were waterproof and pest-proof, before placing them in the compartment and stacking them one by one. Finally, he sealed the wall completely. After a few days of drying, he would apply lime water and start painting the walls. But painting only one wall would look too stark, bright, and shiny, which would be too conspicuous. So Gu Huaijing decided to repaint all the walls in the house. If someone asked, the excuse was that the young lady disliked the old, dull walls and wanted them to be brighter, so they needed a fresh coat. Painting the entire courtyard wall was a big project. Gu Huaijing worked on it every evening after work, and it took several days to finish. Shin Yitong had to endure several days of a house full of white plaster and grayish spots, with the smell of lime everywhere. Finally, after finishing, she cleaned the house thoroughly, opened the windows, and aired it out for a few days until the smell was gone. The courtyard wall was also rebuilt and freshly painted, making the whole yard look like new, neat, bright, and much more beautiful. According to Jiang Shuang, their yard was the most beautiful in the entire residential area. But Shin Yitong always felt like something was missing. Maybe it was because the white walls everywhere were too plain. She stood by the wall, looking at it for a long time, then suddenly turned to Gu Huaijing and said, "Would it be okay if I drew something on that wall?" Gu Huaijing wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, bringing a fresh scent mixed with a hint of sweet coconut soap. Shin Yitong found this feeling a little strange and a bit funny. Who would have thought that the tough, brave leader Gu would smell like creamy coconut? "Did you secretly use my coconut soap to take a bath again?" Gu Huaijing corrected her unhappily. "What do you mean, my coconut soap?" It's our family's. I used my own homemade coconut soap. Do I need to hide it? But this coconut soap is really good. After washing, my skin feels smooth. Also, look at my face. Doesn't it seem whiter now? Shin Itong playfully and casually patted his face twice. Yes, it's whiter and smoother. She had finally stopped minding that he was a bit rough around the edges, so why bring it up now? Honey, I've already tidied up the room and changed the sheets. Thanks. Do you think I should draw a garden on that wall? Stop talking about gardens. You should feel sorry for your man here. Think about it, how long has it been? Shen Yitong paused, finally understanding what he meant. Suddenly, they both felt a bit warm where they touched. Yes, it really had been a long time. Before, because Shen Yitong had just started working and needed to be in good spirits, she didn't let him get close for several nights. Then, she was busy painting walls, and when she reached the bedroom, they had to move to another room. The house was a mess everywhere. With Shen Yitong's delicate personality, there was no way she would agree to intimacy in such a messy environment. Today, everything was finally cleaned up, the house was tidy, the bedroom was organized, and new, clean sheets were on the bed. Shin Yitong turned around happily, stepped on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed his lips. Well, walls and all that don't matter as much as my man. Gu Huaijing was so excited that his actions became a little too rough. The next morning, she sat in front of the mirror, looking at the red marks near her neck and collarbone. She glared angrily at Gu Huaijing. I told you to be gentle, but look at this. How am I supposed to go to work like this? When she didn't have a job before, it was okay. At worst, she just stayed home. Her skin was soft and easily left marks, but the good thing was they faded quickly. Usually by the end of the day, they were almost gone. Gu Huaijing suggested, maybe you should take the day off today? Shen Yitong replied, of course not. I just started working, and if I take a day off, someone else has to cover for me. They definitely have opinions. Although there were many people at the station, only 2 could really do the work, so taking leave wasn't easy. What if she told others she was bitten by a mosquito? She said, do you think everyone is that naive? What if I leave some marks on my neck and go to work? Gu Huaijing immediately pulled open her collar and stretched out his neck. Go ahead, do whatever you want. Bite hard if you like. Even leave teeth marks. Fuming, Shen Yitong punched his chest a few times. You're so shameless. I've never seen someone so thick-skinned. In the end, she changed into a high-collared shirt. Luckily, she hadn't hidden all her clothes in the attic. She kept some simpler styles. This shirt was white with a stand-up collar, decorated with delicate lace trim. The cuffs had ruffles, and there were 2 thin ribbons that could be tied into a bow. It looked good with her usual blue military pants. To match the outfit, Shen Yitong also changed her hairband to a white silk ribbon. Song Qiaoling saw her, and her eyes lit up. Little Shen, this shirt looks great. But your collar is buttoned up so tightly. Aren't you hot? Maybe I should loosen it a bit. Once I go into the broadcast room with all the machines and the fan on, it gets really hot. Let me help you unbutton it. Without waiting for her to ask, Song Qiaoling eagerly reached out to help Shin Yitong loosen her collar. Shin Yitong quickly stepped back. In her haste, Song Qiaoling's sharp nails scratched her chin. She couldn't help but hiss in pain. The collar was still pulled open a little by Song Qiaoling. This action was a bit too much for Shin Yitong. Shen Yitong wondered if she had been too kind to Song Qiaoling, to the point that she felt they were so familiar they could behave so impolitely toward her. When she was upset, her proud, spoiled attitude as a young lady appeared. Song Qiaoling, please show some respect. If you keep this up, I'll get angry. Song Qiaoling didn't expect her reaction to be so strong and felt a bit embarrassed. I didn't do it on purpose. Why are you overreacting? Anyway, if you get upset, that's your business. I don't want to bother with you anymore. After saying that, she turned and walked away, probably to find Liao Yuzhen and the others. She was likely talking about her behind her back. Shen Yitong didn't mind. After working for a while, she realized that although they were both broadcasters, she didn't actually interact much with Song Qiaoling. With the approval of the station director, she could come in a bit later, around 10 o'clock like Tian Shulian used to do. At that time, Song Qiaoling was usually hanging out with Liao Yuzhen and the others in the party and government office. When the broadcasts ended and lunch was over, Song Qiaoling usually left. In the afternoon, unless there was a meeting, she generally wouldn't stay at the station. At first, Liao Yuzhen and the others would invite Shen Yitang to join them in eating sunflower seeds. Shen Yitang didn't want to seem out of place right from the start, so she accepted the invitation. She even brought some snacks like cookies to share. But soon, both sides realized that wasn't a good idea. Shen Yitang wasn't interested in gossip at all. The others also felt that her presence made their conversations awkward. With her there, they couldn't chat as freely about trivial matters. They felt their gossip would seem disrespectful to her refined ears. However, the problem was they couldn't think of any elegant topics to talk about either. Sitting face to face in silence was quite awkward. After 2 times, everyone understood silently and stopped trying. Others no longer called Shen Yitang over, and she didn't go over on her own. But their relationship wasn't bad. They still greeted each other with smiles when they met, and at lunchtime, they would invite Shen Yitang to eat together at the fishery company cafeteria. The benefits of working at the unit include occasional perks, and she won't be left out just because she's new. Shen Yitang is quite happy with their current friendly, but not too close relationship with her colleagues. As for Song Qiaoling, Shen Yitang is very grateful that she openly helped her learn the job. At least she didn't intentionally teach her wrong things or make her embarrass herself in front of the leaders. But that's all there is to it. Regarding the conflict between Song Qiaoling and Tian Shulian, she only heard one side of the story and didn't know the full situation, so she couldn't judge. From what she has felt these past few days, Song Qiaoling isn't a bad person, but she does have some not-so-good little thoughts. Anyway, Shen Yitang doesn't want to get too close to her. When Song Qiaoling behaved so rudely just now and made her angry enough to leave, Shen Yitang didn't think she was at fault. If she talks badly about herself, let her say it. If trusting her caused a rift, then there's no need to keep in touch. Shen Yitang picked up the newspapers and her notebook on the desk and went to find Director Gao. In the first few days of work, she was honest and followed the same routine as Tian Shulian used to do. First, she played music, then broadcast city programs, and finally played a half-hour sample opera segment before shutting down and leaving. Her main goal was to avoid mistakes. In the past few days, she started adding her own ideas to her work. At noon, instead of just playing songs, she would pick out important or interesting news from the newspapers and share it with the listeners. Not just reading the newspaper plainly, but talking about the news in a friendly, conversational way, making it easy to understand. She hasn't received much feedback from listeners about this news-telling style yet, but she made sure to get Director Gao's approval beforehand. Every day, she would organize a summary of what she planned to say and get it signed by Director Gao before the show. She kept these approvals carefully just in case. To get approval for her program content, she had to go through the office of the party and government office. People inside watched her graceful figure walk by and couldn't help but sigh. Everyone is human, but how come some people just look so good? Song Qiaoling had just arrived and hadn't had time to complain yet. She snorted and said, "What's the use of being pretty? I still married an old man. His husband even hits people. That can't be true. Xiao Xin looks so delicate. Who would want to hit her? Of course it can. Soldiers are rough and don't understand caring for others. I saw it myself. She was bruised and red all over, and she winced when touched. That's why she's dressed so carefully today." Although her words were a bit exaggerated, when she pulled open Shen Yitang's collar earlier, she did see redness inside. What else could it be if not hitting? Maybe they even grabbed her by the neck. That's true. Not all men are as gentle and considerate as Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu refers to Wu Weizhong, Song Qiaoling's proud boyfriend who works at the county committee. When others mentioned her boyfriend, Song Qiaoling blushed. Yes, Weizhong told me he never hits women. In Director Gao's office, Shen Yitang handed over a notebook. Director Gao, this is the news we plan to report today. Please review it. Although coming here every day was a bit troublesome, she didn't mind for safety's sake. She was sure she wouldn't leave any evidence behind. She just wondered if Director Gao would find her troublesome. He put down the newspaper, cleared his throat, and said, "Bring it here." Actually, he didn't mind at all. In fact, he felt a little proud. Don't be fooled by his position as director. He usually had no work to do, just drinking tea and reading newspapers every day. He was a man, but he was too shy to listen to gossip with others. He spent his days idly, almost like mushrooms growing. Then Shun Yitong came in, treating him like a leader, constantly asking for instructions and reporting. It made him feel more respected than ever. He couldn't be happier. The report Shun Yitong brought was very well written. Clear, concise, well organized, and the handwriting was neat and pretty. A quick glance was enough to understand everything. Director Gao quickly signed his name and the date, then handed the notebook back. "Xiao Shun, you've been here for a few days now. How are you finding the work? Are you getting used to it?" Shun Yitong nodded. "I'm getting used to it." "Good. You're a hard-working and proactive comrade. Keep it up. If you ever have any problems at work, feel free to come to me." "Thank you, Director Gao." Shun Yitong returned to her office just as the morning broadcast ended. Song Xiaoling came back to turn off the equipment. As she passed Shun Yitong's desk, she deliberately let out a loud humph. Shun Yitong ignored her. In the afternoon, while the city broadcast was being relayed, Shun Yitong was quietly reading at her desk when Sister Chao Chunyan suddenly came over. She even pulled up a chair to sit beside her, looking as if she wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk. Shun Yitong was puzzled. "Sister Chao, is something wrong?" Chao Chunyan was in charge of administration and also acted as the office's counselor, responsible for everyone's well-being. After hearing from Song Xiaoling that Shun Yitong's husband had supposedly treated her badly, Chao Chunyan felt uneasy and decided to comfort her. "Xiao Shun, we've all heard about your situation. Men in the army can be a bit rough sometimes. They may not be very gentle, and when they lose their temper, they don't always realize their strength. You should try to be understanding." Shun Yitong was confused. What situation? And what did this have to do with her husband being a soldier? Of course, if you ever feel truly wronged, don't keep it to yourself. When you need help, you should ask for it. Even though your husband is a regiment commander, there are still higher officers who can step in if necessary. You can always talk to the leaders. Shun Yitong was even more puzzled. What did her husband's position have to do with any of this? "No, Sister Chao, I think there's been a misunderstanding." Chao Chunyan raised her hand, wanting to pat Shun Yitong's shoulder, but then remembered what Song Xiaoling had said about her being injured, so she hesitated. Instead, she gently patted the back of her hand. "Still, Xiao Shun, you should also think about whether you might have done something to upset him. Have you been taking good care of the household, doing the cooking, laundry, and looking after the child properly? We women, once we get married, are different from when we were girls." Shun Yitong couldn't listen anymore and firmly interrupted her. "Sister Chao, my relationship with my husband is very good. There are no problems." Sister Chao Yen sighed. "I know, family troubles shouldn't be shared outside, but we can't just swallow our anger and suffer in silence." Shun Yitong raised her voice slightly and spoke firmly. "There really are no issues. He treats me very well. He likes doing the laundry and cooking, and he has never looked down on me or thought I did anything wrong." Sister Chao Yen looked at her suspiciously. "Does he hit you?" Shun Yitong raised an eyebrow. "Of course not. How could he? Could she tolerate domestic violence? If Gu Huaijing ever hit her, even if she had to go back and be punished with her family, she would definitely divorce him." "Sister Chao, why do you think like that?" Sister Chao Yen said. "Really not?" But Xiao Song said, "She's spreading rumors that my husband hits me." The word rumors sounded a bit serious. Sister Chao Yen quickly waved her hands. "No, no. She just said that the injuries on your body are from being hit. She saw them herself. You wore such thick clothes, probably to hide the scars. Xiao Shen, don't be afraid. If there's really something wrong, just tell us. The organization will support you." Shun Yitong felt speechless. "There really isn't anything. Do I look like someone who can endure silently, and the injuries on your body?" Shun Yitong touched her collar. "You mean this?" "Sigh, I have sensitive skin and am prone to allergies." This morning, I was bitten by bugs and had an allergic reaction. I developed a large red rash. It looks pretty bad, so I wore a high-neck shirt to cover it. Cough, I see now. Sister Chow Yen sighed in relief. Did you put on medicine? Are you feeling uncomfortable now? You see, it's either my skin is too sensitive or I'm too delicate. Usually, I shouldn't cover up so tightly. Just get some sun and it'll be fine. Shen Yitong nodded. Yes, I understand. I've already applied medicine, and I don't feel uncomfortable anymore. Thank you for your concern, sister. Xiao Song told us these things because she cares about you. Don't take it to heart. Shen Yitong smiled and said, I know. If I encounter any problems in the future, I will be the first to ask you to help me. After acting as a caring older sister, Chao Chunyen was satisfied. Xiao Shun, study hard. I have some work to do, so I'll be leaving now. Okay, sister, take care. Shen Yitong let out a small sigh, then found it funny. She never thought she'd be someone who would gain sympathy for being a victim of domestic violence. Soon, it was time to go home from work. Riding her bike back to the residential area, she heard someone greeting her, several acquaintances she didn't know well. Xiao Shun, you went out? Lately, I keep seeing you riding your bike around. Shen Yitong smiled. Yes, I went to work.
Going to work, huh?
That's great. Are you working at a factory or in an office? Isn't it obvious? Someone like me, how could I work in a factory? I'm definitely in an office. You're lucky to be educated. We can only dream of sitting in an office and earning a salary without doing much. Her words sounded a bit sarcastic, and her tone was not friendly. Shen Yitong said, Sisters, work is just different types of labor. There's no hierarchy of worth. Office work isn't easy either. It's about using your skills to contribute to the country. After saying that, she didn't want to argue further. She pedaled her bike and left. Behind her, she heard a dismissive tsk sound. What's so special about her? She just married a good man. If it weren't for her husband, she wouldn't have such a good job. She's just a rich girl. Shen Yitong's anger rose. She couldn't help but turn back and say, Yeah, I'm lucky to have married a good man. Maybe your man should get a position like a team leader too. Her overreaction caused her bike to hit a stone, making the front wheel wobble dangerously, almost causing her to fall. Suddenly, someone steadied her bike. Look at you, not even riding properly. What's there to talk about with these people? It was Zhang's wife from Zhao's family, whom Shen Yitong knew from picking vegetables in her garden. Feeling a bit embarrassed after her boast was overheard, Shen Yitong asked, Zhang, where are you going? I plan to go to the service station to buy some things. Little Shen, recently I listened to the radio, and there was a girl talking about the news. She spoke so nicely, her voice sounded just like you talking. Her Mandarin was very clear, and her voice was similar.
Are all city people like that when they speak?
Shen Yitong didn't want to hide anymore. That must be me. I recently started working at the island's radio station. Auntie Zhang's eyes widened. Really, it's you? Oh my goodness, I actually talked to someone on the radio.
I'm so proud of myself.
Just then someone passed by. Auntie Zhang quickly waved and called out, I wasn't mistaken. The person talking on the radio about the news is really Little Shen. I knew it. Who else could have such a nice voice but our Little Shen? Another sister-in-law said quickly, It's not just about having a nice voice. The way he reports the news is new and simple. Even ordinary folks who aren't educated can understand it easily.
That's not just me saying it.
My husband said that the people above should learn to speak like that more often. Auntie Zhang said, Now I understand. That's why I used to fall asleep when I listened to the radio or read the newspaper. I couldn't understand what they were saying. I thought I just liked Little Shen's voice, but it turns out there's more to it. Shen Yitong said, All right, ladies, stop praising me. If you keep going, I'll get a big head. It's just praise, no big deal. By the way, your salary must be pretty high, right? How much do you make each month? Shen Yitong. It's getting late. Annie Zhang, you still need to go to the service station to buy things, right? I need to go home and cook too. I'm leaving now. Shen Yitong kept saying she needed to go home and cook, but she stared at her empty kitchen and was lost in thought for a while. Then she decided to check the vegetable garden in her yard to see if there was anything edible. The garden was well taken care of by Director Gu, lush and thriving. The lettuce was growing best and could be picked for cooking. Eggplants and cucumbers were also starting to bear fruit. It wouldn't be long before there would be more vegetables than she could eat every day. The flowers were also well cared for, blooming in bright reds, purples, and pinks. The newly painted wall is a bit too bright and shiny. Shin Yitong looked at the flower bed and the wall for a while, then suddenly had an idea. She quickly found paper and a pen and started sketching a rough plan. She wanted to turn this small flower bed into a big garden. As she kept drawing, the sunset gradually arrived. Only when Gu Huaijing came back did Shin Yitong jump up and say, "Oh no, I was planning to cook tonight. I forgot." Gu Huaijing smiled, knowing he never really expected her to cook every day. He rolled up his sleeves and came in, asking, "Let me do it. What do you want to eat?" While sketching in her notebook, Shin Yitong casually said, "I think our lettuce is ready to eat, so let's stir-fry some. You can go to the cafeteria and bring back some meat dishes." The small kitchen window is open today because Sister Jiang is working and her cooking is clean. She was quite good at planning. After thinking for a moment, she added, "Don't worry, we can afford it. I'm earning a salary now." Gu Huaijing looked at her proud expression and laughed. "Even if you weren't earning, I could support you. What are you drawing?" he asked, leaning over to look. Shin Yitong suddenly smiled. "By the way, today my colleagues at work thought you hit me. This was a big deal." Gu Huaijing immediately became serious. "What happened? Did you say something bad about me outside? There's no need for me to say anything. They saw me dressed like this in the hot weather and noticed the red marks on my neck. They must have misunderstood," Gu Huaijing said confidently. "Then your colleague's marriage must not be happy." "Why do you say that?" "Because they're too inexperienced." Shen Yitong thought for a moment and then glared at him. Yes, you're the most knowledgeable." But then she remembered that Song Qiaoling wasn't married yet, so it was normal for her not to understand these things. Actually, even in her previous life, she lived 10 more years and still didn't understand. Back then, if Gu Huaijing dared to leave a mark on her, she would have argued with him right away. So, men shouldn't be given a good face. Once they take control, they tend to become even more arrogant, and there's nothing that can really control them. Shen Yitong said, "By the way, can you help me move the stepladder you used to paint the wall the other day to the flower bed over there? I want to draw on that wall." Gu Huaijing frowned. "Are you going to stand on a ladder over there to paint?" Is that not okay? Didn't you say I could do whatever I want?" "No, it's too dangerous." The flower bed was built against the wall, about a foot high from the ground. Putting the ladder outside the flower bed wouldn't work because it was too far from the wall, making it hard to reach the painting area. But if I moved closer, the ladder would be on top of the flower bed, which didn't feel very stable. "What's so dangerous about it? Don't you use a ladder like that when you paint walls? Can you compare yourself to me?" Shin Yitong didn't reply, just looked at him sadly. Gu Huaijing raised his hand and patted his mouth. I was wrong. You're better than me. I only know how to paint plain walls, but you can draw beautiful pictures on big white walls. The ladder I used before wasn't very stable. Wait a couple of days, and I'll make a new one for you." Gu Huaijing went to the cafeteria to get some food. But someone pushed a cart full of round, sturdy pieces of wood to their door. "Is this the home of Commander Gu?" Shin Yitong hurried out. "Yes. What's the matter?" "This is the wood Commander Gu bought. We're here to deliver it." "Where should we unload it?" Shin Yitong was confused. "Are you sure? Did we really buy this wood? Why would we buy wood? It couldn't be for burning, right? Such good wood would be a waste if used as firewood." "How many Commanders Gu are there?" I think just one." "Then it's right. Commander Gu specifically bought it for making cabinets. It's high-quality cedar wood." "Oh." Shin Yitong finally understood. After building a hidden compartment for storing things, they agreed to turn that room into a study. They planned to install a full wall of cabinets on one side so that no one could find the hidden items inside. The houses they lived in were furnished by the military. They had standard furniture like tables, chairs, beds, and cabinets. So, walking into any house, the setup and decorations were almost identical. If someone moved out, The house would be left for the next family to use. Before Shun Yitong arrived, Gu Huijing had applied to get this apartment. He also went to the logistics office to persuade them, finally managing to replace some of the older furniture with newer pieces. He even took the time to repaint everything himself. Even so, when Shun Yitong first arrived, she still thought the furniture was too simple. Now they wanted a whole wall of cabinets, but the military logistics department couldn't provide that, so they had to make it themselves. Gu Huijing also told her they needed to build the cabinets. She thought he meant hiring someone outside to build them and then bring them in, but he actually meant buying wood and building them at home. That would mean inviting people over to work on it at their house. Thinking about how there would be outsiders at home for a long time, Shin Yitong felt a bit uncomfortable. But since it was her fault, she didn't complain. After thinking for a moment, she pointed to an empty spot next to the water well and said, "Let's unload the wood here first." Once the wood was unloaded, Gu Huijing also returned. He checked the wood, calculated the remaining money, and politely saw the workers off. After dinner, Gu Huijing threw his clothes into his homemade washing machine. With a sound of clanging, he completed his daily chores, feeding the chickens, watering the vegetables, and cleaning the yard and toilet. Of course, Shen Yitong was busy too. She was responsible for washing dishes and cleaning the house. Finally, Gu Huijing turned on the yard light and started working on the pile of wood. Shen Yitong saw him place a stack of paper on a table under the pavilion, carefully pressing a decorative stone on top. He was measuring the wood with a tape measure, occasionally looking at the papers. Curious, she walked over and asked, "What is this?" She looked closely and saw it was a design drawing for the room's cabinets, including the specifications and quantities of the wooden boards after splitting. The drawing was quite detailed. "Did you draw this?" Shen Yitong asked. "Yes, I drew it myself." "It's not as pretty as your drawings. Do you think this cabinet design will work?" he replied. The study was originally meant to be fully made into bookshelves. But later, he realized that was too idealistic. This wasn't Shen Yitong's old home, and most of her books were hidden because they had questionable ideas. Only a few proper books remained, fewer than 10, easily counted on fingers. Plus, the professional books Gu Huijing studied at military school didn't quite fit such a large bookshelf. So I decided to make a cabinet instead. "Okay, it looks really nice. When will the carpenter come?" "Will someone be home then?" Shen Yitong asked. "What carpenter? To make the cabinet, isn't someone supposed to come and do it? No need to hire a carpenter. I can do it myself." "Really? You can do it?" Seeing Shen Yitong look stunned, Gu Huijing felt a little uneasy. Could she think that his woodworking skills were not good enough? "Don't you want me to do it myself?" Shen Yitong shook her head quickly. No. I think you're amazing." "Oh my, how can there be such a talented man in this world? Is there anything you can't do? He can cook, raise chickens, plant vegetables, build and paint walls, fix washing machines, and now he even knows woodworking. Oh my, what kind of treasure man did I miss out on in my past life?" Gu Huijing's lips curled into a slight smile. "Just average, third best in the world." "I don't know everything, like I can't have children." Shen Yitong was so angry she pinched him. "Come on, praising you once, and you get all confused. By the way, I made you a ladder first," Gu Huijing suddenly remembered. The ladder was finished quickly. It was smaller and more delicate than the one he used before, specially designed to fit Shen Yitong's size. It was polished to a shiny finish, with no splinters, and painted a bright sky blue. Just standing there, it looked like a beautiful scene in the yard. What was special about it was that it was a ladder with a human shape. When opened, it forms a W shape supported by both sides for stability. But hers, when opened, had 2 wooden bars in front and back that could be pulled out to support the ground, forming a 4-legged structure. It could be used normally, even for jumping or bouncing, without falling over. And at the top there was a small platform like a little stool so she could sit and draw without getting tired. This small ladder perfectly matched all of Shen Yitong's dreams about a ladder. Excited, she couldn't help but throw her arms around Gu Huijing. "I love it so much." "Thank you." Gu Huijing looked at the sky and then at the pile of wood nearby, feeling a bit troubled. He still hadn't finished his task for today. But since his wife wanted to do something, he decided to go along with her. He gently picked up Shin Yi-tong and carried her into the house. Let's skip the woodworking tonight and go take a bath instead. For a long time after that, every evening, if someone passed by the small yard, a casual observer would see a lively, lush little garden where the couple was busy with their tasks. In the open space of the yard, Gu Huizheng wore a tank top and shorts, working among the wood piles. Thin, delicate wood shavings floated in the air from his plane. He occasionally lifted a piece of wood, squinting to check if the edges were straight enough, then used a saw to cut along the marked lines. Sometimes he looked up at the wall, where Shin Yi-tong, wearing a hat, sat on a blue ladder, carefully painting the wall bit by bit. They were both working hard to make their home better. A smile appeared on Gu Huizheng's face, feeling a sweet, soft happiness filling every corner of his heart. The word, happiness, now had a clear, tangible meaning. As it grew darker, Shin Yi-tong stopped painting. The dim light made colors look off, and the effect wouldn't be as good. She would then sit on a small stool beside Gu Huizheng, resting her chin on her hands, watching him work seriously. It was strange. After being together for so long, everything should feel normal. But the more she looked at him, the more attractive he seemed. Her gaze traveled from his sharp nose and beautiful lips down to his alluring Adam's apple, strong chest, and the six-pack abs outlined by his sweaty tank top. Then her eyes fell on his large, slender hands with clear knuckles. No one knew better than her how agile those hands could be. Feeling her intense gaze, Gu Huizheng's muscles tensed, and his breathing grew heavier. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and threw down the wood in his hand. You always tease me like this. If you keep it up, we won't be able to finish the cabinet before the new year. Shin Yi-tong. Not even Yi would be as wronged as she was. In her work, Shin Yi-tong had a new idea. Director Gao, I want to start a program called the Military Civilian Song Dedication. I think around noon after 12 o'clock is a good time because people are resting and eating. It's also the best time to listen to the radio. Not broadcasting then feels like a waste. So, I suggest combining the news broadcast with the new Military Civilian Song Dedication program from 12:30 to 2 p.m. each day. We can share some news, read letters from listeners, and play songs requested by the audience. This will make the radio more fun and attractive to the people, giving them a sense of participation. It will also strengthen the bond between the military and civilians, making everyone feel like one family. Director Gao looked at Shin Yi-tong, who was speaking confidently, and suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia, thinking, I am getting old. Once, he was a young man full of passion and big dreams. Who hasn't dreamed of doing good for society or changing the world when they were young? Unfortunately, those dreams and enthusiasm have been worn down by dull work and daily life. His career frustrations also slowly drained his spirit. Since being assigned to the radio station, which felt more like a retirement place, he had lost all ambitions. Every day, he just drank tea, read the newspaper, sat at his desk, and waited for retirement. Working at the radio station was not about achievement, just about not making mistakes. Everyone just went along with it indifferently. When Shin Yi-tong first arrived, seeing her delicate appearance, he thought she was like other military wives sent here to get a paycheck. But he didn't expect this young woman, no young military wife, to be so proactive. She had ideas and good ones at that. The content of the radio didn't have strict rules. Originally, they only needed to broadcast city news on time, and the rest of the programs were arranged by them. But the previous announcers had limited skills and couldn't come up with good programs. They couldn't just have her and others read newspapers for hours every day. Most importantly, what they read was boring and made people sleepy. It was more interesting to listen to the city station's programs. So, most of the morning and afternoon were scheduled for broadcasting programs on the city station. This made the announcers work much easier and less prone to mistakes, so everyone felt relaxed. This work habit continued for a long time. Even after the announcers changed, no one thought about changing it or adding extra tasks for themselves. Shin Yi-tong was the first to do so. The station director said, "Noon is the prime time for broadcasting, but others are resting, and our announcers should rest too." Your suggestion is basically cutting into your lunch break and adding more work for yourself. Are you sure about this? Shun Yitong replied, no problem. I can go get my lunch earlier and be back before 12:30. Since I have this job, I want to do it well. For me, the biggest reward is if people enjoy my broadcasts and listen to my programs every day on time. Actually, Shun Yitong didn't think too much about it. She just felt that since she was here, if she continued to just get by without challenge, doing her job half-heartedly and earning her salary, what was the point of working? She wasn't short of money to live on. Instead of wasting time coming here every day in such a hard way, she might as well stay home, drink tea, enjoy the breeze, look at the sea, or draw. Since she was here, she wanted to do something interesting and make her effort worthwhile. Since she was so proactive, the station director had no reason to discourage her enthusiasm. Even if she couldn't succeed in the end, it would just be a return to the original state, nothing serious. So he nodded and said, all right, if you're willing, go ahead and do it. Shun Yitong was happy. Thank you, director. Please support my work and set an example for our listeners. Let's start with a song. The director was surprised. A song request. Yes, our new program is called the Military and Civilian Song Request Show. Listeners can write us letters to send blessings or thanks to someone, and we can help convey their words. This confused the director. He hesitated, rubbing his temples. It wasn't that he didn't want to support her, but he just couldn't think of who to dedicate a song to. What should he do? Shun Yitong once again suggested, or maybe you have expectations for your family, friends, or even us subordinates. That's also fine. Director Gao suddenly had an idea. Maybe you want to write a message for my son who just started working? Sure. Shun Yitong nodded approvingly. It was almost like a reversal of the usual order. People might think she was the boss. Director Gao waved his hand. Go out first. I'll give it to you once I finish writing. He couldn't write those words in front of others. So Shun Yitong went to the party and government office and repeated the same request to other colleagues, asking them to choose songs. Liao Yuzhen was quite interested. Can I request any song I want? Shun Yitong replied, you can specify a particular song or just send your blessings without specifying. Anyway, even if they specified, it didn't matter much. The songs they listened to were mostly the same few, like Sing a Mountain Song for the Party, Red Plum Praise, or the reclaimed Farmer Sing. Shun Yitong decided that if few people requested songs, she would play one song for each person. If many people sent requests, she would group similar messages together, read out a few letters at a time, and then play one song. Su Guilin asked, Little Shun, I can't write. Can you help me write a message? Of course. Who do you want to send a song to? Just tell me. I want to send one to my mom. We just bought a radio at home, and she loves listening to it. She hugs it and listens every day. My mom's birthday is coming up. She's never really celebrated her birthday properly. I want to wish her, well, just to live well, eat well, drink well, and have a good life. Shun Yitong quickly wrote on a piece of paper and then said to Su Guilin, Jia, how about this? Su Guilin wants to send a song to her mother, wishing her a happy birthday, good health, happiness, and a long life. Su Guilin nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, that's exactly what I mean. Others also got excited. Oh, I see now. I'll write one too. Soon everyone finished writing what they wanted. Among them, the young man Qin Shuejuan was the boldest. He wanted to send a song to the girl he was pursuing. Shun Yitong looked at his request letter and hesitated for a moment. In this era, people are still quite conservative. Men and women walking on the street prefer to keep a safe distance from each other. If they are not careful, it can easily lead to misunderstandings. Qin Shuejuan blushed and asked, "Why? Is there a problem?" Well, I want to ask if you and this girl are already in a relationship. Qin Shuejuan's face turned even redder. And no, not yet. I want to take this chance to tell her how I feel. In response, Shun Yitong said with a hint of apology, In that case, I suggest you don't dedicate a song to her. Why not? Qin Shuejuan didn't understand, and neither did the others, especially the married women Liao Yuzhen and Chao Chunyan, who often act as matchmakers. Seeing Qin Shuejuan write this letter, everyone looked at him with teasing smiles. This is such a good opportunity. He's so sincere, the girl probably won't refuse him. Shun Yitong said, "That's exactly the problem. First, she's a single girl. If a young man dedicates a song to her on the radio and people around hear it, what will they think? It could affect her reputation. Second, are you sure the girl is willing to accept Chen's feelings? What if she doesn't want to? Chen, your approach might put her in an awkward position. Even if she agrees just to save face, do you think she can truly be happy? If I were you, I wouldn't make the girl I like uncomfortable this way. Instead, I would talk to her privately and ask for her opinion." Qin Xuejuan scratched his head. "Is that so? I hadn't thought of that. But hearing you say it, it does make sense." Liao Yuzhen and Chao Chunyan patted their chests and said, "Oh my, we almost caused trouble for someone else's girl." Shen Yitong smiled gently. "We know Chun is a good person. I'm sure the girl you like would be willing, but we can't start doing this on the radio. If we open this door, and listeners start sending similar letters, we might have to read them. If we do, it could cause trouble, and that wouldn't be good. I still hope our song dedication program focuses on family, friendship, and the bond between soldiers and civilians. This is the main point. She wants to do the show, but she really doesn't want to get involved in any trouble." Chun Xuejuan shyly took back the letter. "I'll write a new one. This time, it's for my younger brother, wishing him better studies." Shin Yitong finished collecting letters from her colleagues and then went to find Director Gao. He gently kicked the trash bin under his desk, which was half filled with rejected drafts. Calmly, he handed Shin Yitong a draft. "Just a casual write-up. Please read it and see what you think." Shin Yitong looked at it, pursed her lips, and didn't laugh out loud. "It's just that it's a bit too sentimental. Other song dedication letters are simple and straightforward. Just sending a song to someone, wishing them good health and happiness." Unexpectedly, Director Gao, who looks easygoing and always happily holding a teacup, also has a sensitive and thoughtful side. Shin Yitong sincerely said, "Director Gao, your writing is wonderful. During today's noon program, I will highlight your letter. I believe it will make a very good start for our show." After lunch, it was Shin Yitong's broadcast time. She entered the studio, opened the window, and turned on the fan to let some air in. She checked all the power cords and equipment connections to make sure nothing was loose. After confirming that the tubes, knobs, and meters were all working well, she started the equipment in the proper order to warm it up. When the time came, she switched the program source to the microphone and began broadcasting. "Hello, dear listeners. It's time for our news broadcast. I am your announcer, Xiao Shen. Before we start, I have an announcement. Starting tomorrow, our broadcast time will be moved to 12:30 p.m. We hope our listeners will tune in on time." As usual, Shin Yitong first shared a piece of news. After finishing the news, she said, "During the noon slot, we will add a new program called Military and Civilian Song Dedication. Listeners can send letters to dedicate a song to their friends or family, sharing sincere wishes. Now, let's read the first letter from a lucky listener. This is Comrade Gao Jihong, who wants to dedicate a song called Ode to Heroes to his son Gao Zhenhua, who has just started working." Comrade Gao Jihong wants to tell Gao Zhenhua, "Son, you have grown up now. You've started working. Seeing the passion in your eyes, I feel both proud and worried." He feels proud because your youthful energy is full of pure hope. He worries because you will face difficulties and setbacks on your path forward. He hopes you can keep that brave spirit, go out, try new things, and face failures. Even if you get hurt, don't give up. Child, don't be afraid of the heavy responsibilities on your shoulders. That's the duty given to you by the times. The country needs your strength to support it. The mountains and rivers are waiting for you to reshape them with your passionate hands. May your steps always march forward with a rallying call, and may your heart always burn with fire. Now, I present this Ode to Heroes to comrades Gao Jihong and Gao Zhenhua. After speaking, Shin Yitong turned off the microphone and connected the sound source to the tape recorder. He let out a gentle sigh. Next door, in the party and government office, colleagues who usually had no interest in the radio gathered because today they had written song requests. They all listened with their mouths wide open, bigger than duck eggs. Who is Gao Jihong? Why does he have the same name as the director Gao from their unit? It seems the director's son is named Gao Zhenhua. Could this letter really be written by the director they know? Is the director Gao really such a talented writer? This is too much. The first song request letter is so elegant and impressive. How can their simple, straightforward, and unrefined writing compare? Won't it make them look silly when read aloud? Not only them, but many people listening to the broadcast were also stunned. Can it really be like this? So, even ordinary people's letters can be read on the radio? This Comrade Gao is truly remarkable. His letter is so inspiring. Many young people listened with excitement, eager to go out and make a difference. Older folks also began to reflect on life, wishing they were young again. No one knew that Director Gao was alone in his office, moved to tears by his own words. He is truly the best father in the world. After finishing the song, Hero's Praise, Shin Yitong continued reading the news. Then he moved on to read some more letters. These letters weren't as emotional, but felt more real and down to earth. Strangely, even though he worked at the radio station and was already used to broadcasting, he still felt excited when he heard his name on the air. It was as if his good wishes had been blessed and were about to come true very soon. Even his colleagues at the station felt the same way, and others outside the station were even more eager. Listeners who heard the broadcast were very jealous of them. They used to think only educated people like Mr. Gao could be on the radio, but now they knew anyone could do it as long as they wrote a letter. Everyone started to feel eager to try. How happy would their friends and family be to receive their good wishes? People in the country tend to be modest. Some words are hard to say face to face, but they are happy to express themselves in this special way. The most important question was how to send the letter to the radio host.
Most people cared about this.
Fortunately, Shen Yitong's colleague Xiao Shun finally gave the mailing address for the letters. He kindly repeated it 3 times, making it easy for everyone to write it down. He also mentioned that outside the radio station, there was a special mailbox for letters, and people could choose to put their letters directly into it. After all, mailing a letter costs money for envelopes and stamps, and not everyone is willing to spend that much. If your hometown is far from here, you might not receive the radio signal and therefore won't be able to listen. Xiao Shen, I don't know many characters. Can you help me write this song request letter? Shin Yitong thought for a moment. Sure, I can help you write it. There were too many people and she didn't want to bring them all home and dirty the floor. She looked around and pointed to a stone table and benches under a tree shade. That's where the old men in the neighborhood usually sit and play chess. It was empty now. Let's write here. If anyone wants to write, we'll line up one by one. She pushed her bike over and took out a notebook and a pen from her bag. Come on, who wants to go first? People naturally love to join in the fun. There weren't many people at first, and Shen Yitong thought she could finish quickly and go home. But when others saw someone gathering here, they thought there was something interesting to see, so they hurried over. They heard it was for writing song request letters, and it was free. Initially, she didn't plan to write one, but since others were doing it, she felt she shouldn't miss out, so she joined the line. Seeing so many people waiting, others thought there must be some benefit, so they also hurried over to join. Shen Yitong's hand got a bit tired after writing for a while, and she was about to rub her arm. Suddenly, she looked up and was shocked. How could the line have grown so long in just a moment? Wait, didn't they know what they were queuing for? It wasn't for eggs. Thinking quickly, she called out, "Ladies, Annies, and sisters, I'm just helping to write song request letters. It's not for requesting songs, so please don't queue if you're not interested. There's no other benefit." Sure enough, many people didn't understand what writing a song request letter meant, and there was a lively explanation. In the end, not many people left. Everyone felt that, whether they listened to the radio or not, having their names broadcasted was a great thing. Plus, it was free, no reason not to do it. Shen Yitong said, but there are so many people, and the radio broadcast time is limited. It might take several days before your turn. It's okay, it's okay. When it's your turn, it's your turn. Xiao Shun, just keep writing. We listen to the radio every day, and one day it'll be your turn. Shen Yitong. All right, since she caused this herself, others are just supporting her work. What can she do? Just write. Gu Huaijing returned home. He didn't see his wife's bicycle in the yard and felt a bit strange. He went inside and found that his wife wasn't back yet. He hurried out to look for her. Then he saw a crowd surrounding his wife in the middle. After understanding what was happening, Gu Huaijing waved his hand and said, all right. That's enough for today. Everyone disperse. No, I still want to write some song letters. The people in front have finished, so why can't I? The person in line was unhappy. My wife is a radio host. She is responsible for broadcasting, not for writing letters for you. She already worked hard all day. If you want her to write letters, shouldn't you pay her? If you want to write back, go find your husbands or anyone who can write. At this moment, someone remembered. Oh yes, I can write too. I can write myself. Why was she so confused? Seeing others waiting in line to write, she just joined in. Gu Huaizhen calmed everyone down, then turned to hold Shen Yitang's soft, delicate hand. He gently rubbed it and asked, does your hand hurt? Shen Yitang nodded pitifully. It hurts. If you don't come soon, my hand will cramp. Gu Huaizhen said, are you silly? Why did you agree to help them write? I was just thinking that they support my work. I suggested it myself. If no one sends in letters for songs, it would be embarrassing. At first, only a few people came. I thought I'd just write. Who knew so many would come later? Luckily, you came, or I wouldn't know when I'd finish. It's actually a good thing. At least she doesn't have to worry about her song request show being cancelled. Song Xiaoling still went home after lunch every day. When she got home, she naturally didn't listen to the radio. She had no interest in it at all. But strangely, recently someone kept telling her, Xiaoling, your radio show is getting better and better. I now really enjoy listening to your radio programs. They're very interesting. Song Xiaoling smiled modestly, but her doubts grew deeper inside. Her cousin-in-law hasn't been promoted recently. Do those people really go out of their way to flatter her? Or is her boyfriend Wu Weizhong working on an important new project? That noon, Song Xiaoling went to Wu Weizhong's dorm to find him. She found him eating while listening to the radio, smiling. He had never been so gentle with her before. Song Xiaoling felt a bit upset. What are you listening to? Your station's broadcast, Wu Weizhong casually replied. Your new announcer is quite interesting. The news is fun, and the song request show is also very entertaining. Many people at our workplace have sent in song requests. What do you mean news and song requests? Song Xiaoling asked, confused. Don't you know? Come listen, Wu Weizhong said. Your previous programs were too dull. Now they've improved a lot. Not to mention, many people at our workplace now love listening to the radio at noon. From the radio, a sweet and lively voice of Shen Yitang came through. As Song Xiaoling listened, her face grew darker. The noon program had changed so much, but she had no idea. Does the station still consider her a broadcaster? Suddenly, she turned and rushed out. Hey, where are you going? Wu Weizhong asked, shaking his head helplessly. He didn't think much of it and sat down to continue listening. Song Xiaoling hurried back to her workplace and found her colleagues, who usually never listened to the radio at noon, all gathered around the radio, listening carefully. When a certain person's name was read out, they even cheered loudly. What are you all doing? Song Xiaoling shouted loudly. Seeing her, they didn't think much and said, we're requesting songs. We're betting on who little Shun will read first today. These people, taking advantage of the situation, had also fallen in love with requesting songs. When did this song request program start? I didn't know about it, she said, feeling very angry. Her tone was sharp, almost like questioning. Others also became unhappy. That's your job as a broadcaster. We don't handle broadcasting matters, so how would we know? Then what kind of spell did Shen Yitang cast on you? Why are you all supporting her? Is this fair to me? Everyone found it confusing. What does supporting or not supporting someone matter? Are we all colleagues? Isn't singing songs just to have fun? What kind of trouble is she causing? Lin Dabing didn't show any respect to Song Xiaoling and sneered, she has better skills than you. She just started working here and already made a popular show. Are you jealous? Song Xiaoling sneered. That's funny. I was the one who taught her how to run the radio station. Why would I be jealous of her? I told you, women who use flirtatious tricks to marry older men can't be good. She keeps running to the station director's office, probably using some tricks to get him to give her this show. When she said this, everyone's faces looked a bit uncomfortable. They exchanged glances and didn't want to talk to her. Unaware of the tension, Song Xiaoling kept talking. Why else would she get this opportunity? Based on experience and ability, she can't compare to me. Why should she get such a chance to shine? Liao Yuzhen couldn't take it anymore. What does it matter what you say? If you really think it's unfair, go talk to the station director. I'll go talk to him. I'm not afraid of her. Song Xiaoling stormed into Director Gao's office. Director Gao was sitting comfortably with his legs on the desk, leaning back in his chair, with his hands behind his head, listening to the radio with closed eyes, lost in enjoyment. Ever since his passionate and energetic song request was read on air last time, everyone around him looked at him differently, with admiration. Now he was thinking about writing an even more touching letter. But unfortunately, writing takes timing, luck, and harmony. He couldn't find that initial passion anymore, so he delayed for days and hadn't written a word. Suddenly, Song Xiaoling burst in aggressively and shouted, "Director Gao!" Startled, Gao Jihong nearly fell out of his chair. After hurriedly sitting down, she looked at him unhappily. "Why are you making such a fuss? What's your problem? Just tell me, what do you want from me?" Song Xiaoling was angry. "Director Gao, your favoritism is so obvious. Why did you give such a good program to Shinitong?" Gao Jihong paused. "Such a good program? Oh, you mean the military and civilian song dedication show. Yes. It's fun and popular with listeners. Why give it to a newcomer? At least, you should have told me so I could have a fair chance to compete. Just giving it to her without saying anything. What does that mean?" Gao Jihong sipped his tea slowly. "You know this program is liked by the audience. Before Shen Yitong came, why didn't you ever suggest doing such a program?" "Well, we never planned to do this kind of program before." "I didn't know," Gao Jihong nodded. "Exactly. So, why is there now a program like this?" Song Xiaoling was stunned and suddenly understood. "Are you saying that Shen Yitong herself proposed to do this program?" "That's right. Not only did she suggest doing this program herself, but she also took the initiative to sacrifice her rest time and started the show half an hour earlier. Even as a newcomer, she knew that lunchtime is the best time for people to listen to the radio. You guys have been doing this for so long. Didn't you think of that? Or maybe you thought of it but didn't want to add to your work hours. Let's not talk about this song dedication program. Shen Yitong's news segments are also very popular. Why do people enjoy her news reports more than the ones read from newspapers? You're experienced, but ask yourself honestly, are you really better at your job than Shen Yitong? Song Xiaoling didn't want to listen to Gao Jihong's nagging anymore. She snorted. She just likes to show off. Gao Jihong's face darkened. "What did you say?" Song Xiaoling said. "Director Gao, I think our work schedule is unfair. Why do I have to come in early every day to do the morning broadcast? I want us to be treated equally in the future, take turns doing the early shift." She wouldn't let her hog all the spotlight. Gao Jihong looked at her for a long time and sneered. "Song Xiaoling, I think you've been enjoying easy days for too long and have forgotten how you promised to work the morning shift every day. You don't remember, but I do. I still have the promise letter you wrote locked in my cabinet. Talking about the morning shift, it is definitely hard work." So how did Song Xiaoling agree to work the morning shift all the time? Actually, at first she didn't always work the morning shift. It all started 2 years ago when the unit arranged housing. No matter when, housing is a big problem. Everyone hopes the company can give them a place to live. But since the radio station is a small unit, they probably didn't have the ability to build houses for employees. Why was housing allocated 2 years ago? It all comes down to Director Tang, who is quite capable. 2 years ago, the county committee and government built new dormitories, and Director Tang managed to get a few units. At that time, many employees at the radio station had gotten married and started families, but those without houses in the county town each received one. Tian Shulian, a military family member, didn't get a house because she already had a place in the military housing area and couldn't move to the town. After the houses were distributed, only 2 units remained, but there were 3 young people still unmarried: Lin Dabin, Qin Xuejuan, and Song Qiaoling. There weren't enough houses, but everyone wanted one. According to the rules, unmarried young people weren't eligible for housing. But if these two houses weren't allocated, they would have to be returned to the housing office. At this point, Song Xiaoling stepped forward and said she wanted one of the houses, promising to work the morning shift forever to get it. She also said she could cover overtime when needed. At that time, the station leaders were worried because Tian Shulian kept complaining about her special family situation and couldn't work the morning shift. The director didn't want to offend her as a military family member, but he also couldn't force Song Xiaoling to work the morning shift alone. He couldn't just let him do it himself. Song Xiaoling volunteered to work the morning shift continuously, which was like giving a pillow when someone was sleepy. So Director Tang decided to give her one of the houses. The other house was temporarily shared by Lin Dabin and Chen Xuejuan. This is described as staff housing. Later, when the two young people want to get married, they will find a solution. It seems Song Xiaoling got some advantage, but she was the one who solved the station's problem. Moreover, she is a relative of Director Tang, who is indirectly related to her. She got her job at the station through Director Tang's help. That's how things were decided at the time. Once people start working, they rarely change jobs unless they get promoted. There's not much room for advancement at the radio station, and everyone is still young, far from retirement. It's clear that for many years, staff will stay the same. So, most people didn't mind the housing arrangement. Song Xiaoling even treated that apartment as her own. Her family's original house was for her brother's wedding, and her parents and younger brother had been living in her apartment for a long time. Director Tang said wisely, since you don't want to work the early shift anymore, you probably don't want to live in that apartment either. Then just give up the apartment and keep it as staff housing. Whoever works the early shift can live there. But she couldn't give up the apartment, even if she wanted to. Her parents wouldn't agree. They still hoped that after she got married, the house could be used for her brother's future wife. Song Xiaoling was left speechless by Director Tang's words. But she was not willing to leave quietly. She thought, it's not fair that she gets all the credit. If this continues, in the future, everyone will only remember Shen Tong as the radio host. Director Tang asked, do you want me to let you do the noon broadcast? Song Xiaoling replied, that's not possible. Why should she be given an extra half-hour of work for no reason? He frowned and asked, that's not good either. What do you really want? I want to do a song request program, right after the local weather forecast every morning. Just then, Shen Tong's broadcast ended, and the station was switching to the city news segment. Director Tang said, go call Xiao Shun and ask her opinion. She came up with the idea for the song request program, so I can't decide for her. Director Gao briefly explained the situation. Of course, he spoke with some tact and didn't say that Song Xiaoling was jealous because her show was popular. He only said that to better meet the public's request for song dedications and to extend the program, but he didn't want to increase her workload, so he scheduled it in the morning. Shen Tong didn't mind at all. That's great. I've been worried because I received too many song requests lately and can't read them all at noon.
So, thank you, Song.
Although Song Xiaoling should have been happy, seeing Shen Tong's attitude made her feel frustrated inside. At this moment, Director Gao gave a summary. Both of you are key staff members at our radio station. I hope you'll continue to innovate and improve our broadcasting work, Shen Tong said. Director Gao, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to work now. Director Gao waved his hand. You two can go back now. Song Xiaoling was not willing. She had caused a fuss, but Shen Tong didn't seem to have any trouble, while she had to take on more work. She couldn't accept this unfairness. Director Gao, I need to take leave, she suddenly said loudly. He looked annoyed. Why are you asking for leave now? What's wrong? He didn't like trouble from his staff. If you take leave, what about the morning broadcast? Other broadcasts could be paused, but the local weather report in the morning was essential. Fishermen relied on the weather forecast to decide whether to go out to sea that day. Although experienced fishermen could judge the weather without the radio, they still had to follow the production team's instructions, which depended on the weather forecast broadcast. Otherwise, if something went wrong, who would be responsible? So, the morning broadcast was a very important part of the station's work. Otherwise, how could Song Qiaoling have easily gotten her own house? Actually, Director Gao was a bit confused about what she was causing trouble for today. She already had her house, and her daily work was so easy, just broadcasting the weather, relaying city news, and chatting with colleagues. Was it really so important to seek attention? No matter how well Xiaoshan does her job, it won't affect her position at the broadcasting station. TSK, young people. Shen Yitang paused when she heard this. There are only 2 broadcasters, and since Song Qiaoling is on leave, she has to step in, right? But she wouldn't volunteer for the role. She just quietly stood aside, waiting for the station director to assign her. Song Qiaoling. Even a tough person needs to get some oil now and then. How long has it been since I took a day off for the early shift? Recently, I worked extra days to help Xiaoshan get familiar with broadcasting skills. I think I deserve some compensation. The station director looked at Shen Yitang with some hesitation. Xiaoshan. Shen Yitang understood his meaning and smiled. Director Gao, no problem. When Song Qiaoling is on leave, I can cover her shift. This made Song Qiaoling feel a bit better. Then Shen Yitang added, but I have a suggestion. Since our broadcasting staff can't be shorthanded, if someone takes leave and others cover for them, I think we should keep a record of these substitutions. That way, if someone needs to take leave, there's proof of who covered for whom. Otherwise, everyone might start taking leave just to avoid work, and the schedule will get chaotic. Director Gao nodded. Xiaoshan's idea is good. Let's do that. Song Qiaoling has indeed worked hard, so we'll give you 3 days off to rest. Although Song Qiaoling finally got her leave, she wasn't happy at all. She stomped her foot and glared at Shen Yitang. You really won't take any loss, huh? She hadn't had much to do these days, just chores at home during her time off. Now she owed Shen Yitang 3 days of coverage, and she'd have to make it up next time. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she was losing out. Shen Yitang looked calm. Without rules, there's no order. If we set the rules first, we won't have to worry about arguments. Isn't that better? Humph, I think you're the one who's calculating, Song Qiaoling said, stomping off. Xiaoshan, you'll have a tough time these 3 days, said the station director. Work isn't hard, but the only tough part is waking up early. I have to leave home before 6. Even if she doesn't eat breakfast at home, she still has to get up at 6 o'clock. It's only Gu Huizheng who has a hard time. These days, he can only sleep peacefully holding his wife at night. Because once he starts moving, he can't stop. He is full of energy, and even after working hard most of the night, he can still get up early the next morning feeling lively and ready to train. Shen Yitang, on the other hand, can't do it. The wake-up call is useless for her. She gets used to ignoring it and often sleeps until late morning before getting up. To make sure she can wake up easily the next day, Shen Yitang almost had Gu Huizheng move to the guest room next door. The next morning, Gu Huizheng insisted on taking her to work. He was worried about her going out alone so early. Shen Yitang didn't want to bother herself early in the morning, so having someone to take her was the best. A gentle breeze blew, and the rising sun dyed half the sky red. The morning sunlight was gentle and not harsh. Shen Yitang rarely wore a hat or veil, and today she enjoyed the cool breeze on her face. Her 2 slender, long legs crossed playfully, swaying slightly. Suddenly, she looked up, raised her hand, and peeked through her fingers at the rising sun. In the sunlight, her delicate, long fingers looked almost translucent, faintly revealing the shape of her fine bones. By the roadside, there were yellow daisies and fluffy dandelions. She even saw a small, golden-furred squirrel jumping from one tree to another. Shen Yitang's arm was wrapped around Gu Huizheng's waist, and she could feel the muscles in his waist and abdomen tense when he used strength. What a beautiful morning! Sometimes, working the early shift isn't so bad. But sitting in the back seat of the car made her hips a little sore. Shen Yitang was never one to push herself, and she was already thinking about finding something to cushion herself when she got back, so that sitting again tomorrow wouldn't be so uncomfortable. They soon arrived at the entrance of her workplace. The old man who watched the gate lived right there. Behind the guardhouse, there was a small shed with a little bed, his usual place to stay. Every day at 6:30, he opened the gate on time. When Shen Yitong and her companions arrived, the old man was dozing in the guardhouse, head drooping. He was even snoring. They decided not to disturb him and simply went inside. Shen Yitong asked Gu Huaijing, "Will you go back first? Won't you give me a tour of your workplace?" Shen Yitong smiled and said, "Come in then." She opened the office door. "Sit for a while. I'll go prepare something." She went to the broadcast room to air it out. There were 2 desks in the office. Gu Huaijing quickly recognized which one was Shen Yitong's. Even without looking at the photo frame on her desk, he could tell her style at a glance. She had moved many small, scattered things from home over time. Her desk was full of little items that weren't very useful, but made her happy. She even kept a small cactus in a clay pot. The simple, slightly rustic pot was decorated with colorful dyed string and cute drawings, making it look bright. Gu Huaijing pulled out her chair and sat down, feeling what it was like for her to work here every day. Suddenly, he jumped up. Gu Huaijing had a good habit. Every day when he arrived at the office, he would first clean his desk. Today was no different. He saw a nail on the side of Shen Yitong's desk, with a towel hanging on it. He took the towel, soaked it in the water outside in the yard, wrung it out, and hurried back to wipe her desk. He carefully took each ornament from the desk and wiped them clean. Shen Yitong finished preparing to turn on her computer. She came out and saw Gu Huaijing holding the towel, hesitating. Gu Huaijing said, "This towel is hanging here, and I see it's the cleanest. It must be yours." "No one else's towel for wiping the desk could be this clean," Shen Yitong replied. "Since it's so clean, do you think it might not be a desk-wiping towel? If it's not for wiping the desk, then what could it be for?" Gu Huaijing was stunned. "Huh? Do you wash your face before work? Why not?" On such a hot day, she rode her bike to work, sweating. Of course, she needed to wipe her face. Not only that, she also applied some snow cream after washing her face, which was in her drawer. Gu Huaijing chuckled. "No problem. If it gets dirty, it gets dirty. Just keep this towel for wiping the desk. I'll buy you a new one later, 10 or 8 of them, so you can change them every day." At that moment, the phone rang. Shen Yitong quickly grabbed a piece of paper and a pen and went to the small table designated for phone calls. She answered the phone seriously. "Hello, this is the radio station." The other person seemed a bit surprised. "Aren't you Xiao Song?" "Hello, Xiao Song is off today. I am the substitute announcer, Xiao Shen." "Okay, please note this." The caller slowed down their speech, explained the weather twice, then asked Shen Yitong to repeat it to confirm. After she did so correctly, they hung up. Gu Huaijing was nearby, watching her intently. He chuckled to himself, thinking how adorable his wife looked when she was working seriously. Shen Yitong glanced at the time. "I'm about to start broadcasting. Aren't you going back?" "It's fine. You do your work. I'll look around on my own." Shen Yitong thought he was just curious about her work environment, so she didn't pay much attention. "All right, you can go back later. I need to go into the studio now." To keep the broadcast quiet, the door to the studio had to be closed. Gu Huaijing wandered around the office and then went outside to the yard. In such a big place, he was only worried because his wife was alone. What if a bad person suddenly came in? That old security guard at the door, who he could lift with one hand. Using his military experience, Gu Huaijing inspected the security of the broadcast station and found many flaws. There was a small door in the yard leading to the neighboring courtyard, and it wasn't locked. The security guard was also dozing with the main gate wide open. If enemies had invaded, nothing could have stopped them. Gu Huaijing shook his head and decided to check outside the station as well. Probably because of his biological clock, Song Qiaoling woke up early today. Even though she was off, she habitually washed up and dressed, then headed out. Suddenly, she remembered. Wait, today was her day off. Why was she up so early? Just as she was about to turn back, she saw her mother also waking up, grumbling as she opened the stove to start a fire for cooking. So she decided not to go back. If her mother found out she wasn't working today, she would definitely make her stay at home doing chores all day. Song Qiaoling sometimes feels quite wronged. She is very capable, has a decent job, and even bought a house for her family. Her brother and younger brother didn't get a house, only she did. She also found a good partner, which makes her family proud. But her mother still looks at her with no kindness and keeps calling her a burden. She uses her salary to make herself a dress, but her mother scolds her for half a month. Song Chaoling doesn't know what more she needs to do to get her mother's praise. Her mind is a mess, but her steps unconsciously head toward her workplace. Just as she is about to reach the office gate, a man suddenly jumps down from a nearby tree. He has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, handsome like a movie star. Song Chaoling is stunned and just stares at him, not even surprised by his unusual entrance. Gu Huaijing also sees Song Chaoling. He looks at her briefly and notices she is an ordinary person, not a threat, so he doesn't pay much attention. But that glance makes Song Chaoling's heart race and her whole body feel flustered. Her cheeks turn red and her breathing quickens. Did he look at me? Was my hair messy just now? Is my outfit today nice? Too bad she didn't wear her new dress. Why isn't he looking anymore? Is he shy? What is he doing walking back and forth outside their workplace? Looking for someone? Could it be me? The more she thinks, the more she feels it might be true. Every morning at this time is her radio broadcast time. Could this soldier be her loyal listener, coming to find her? But why didn't he say hello when he saw her? Oh, right, he only heard her voice and never saw her face, so he probably didn't recognize her. Should she go say hi to him? Maybe he's taking a rare day off to look for her. It would be rude to keep him waiting. Song Chaoling took a few steps forward, but suddenly stopped. No, she can't be dazzled by someone's looks. Even if this man is handsome, he's just a soldier. There are so many soldiers on this island, and only a few officers. Most of the soldiers on this island are from rural areas outside the city. After serving for a few years, if they can't get a good position, they will have to return home. If she finds someone like that, should she go back to her hometown with him? Not going is impossible. They can't be separated for long periods. If she goes with him, leaving her good job as a radio announcer to become a farmer in some unknown poor village? Thinking of this, Song Chaoling shivered. Fortunately, she didn't act impulsively earlier, or her life might have been ruined. Wu Weizhong is better. She must hold on tightly to him. She probably won't find a better partner in her life. That man kept walking nearby. His handsome face, tall and strong build, and every move exuded masculinity, making her blush and her heart race. Song Chaoling couldn't help but wonder if he might actually be an officer. Last year, the military uniform was changed. All officers and soldiers now wear a bright red 5-pointed star badge and collar insignia. From their uniforms alone, it's hard to tell officers from soldiers. If she could marry a young officer. No, that's impossible. How could there be such a young officer? Even Shin Yitan could only marry an old man. If she had to marry an old man, even if he were a regimental commander, she wouldn't agree. But saying a few words to him wouldn't hurt. What if he's just someone with no future? Then she could just ignore him later. She's worried he might be persistent, and what if he causes trouble in front of Wu Weizhong? While Song Chaoling was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly saw Shin Yitan come out of her workplace, holding something in her hand, which she then handed to the man. Song Chaoling was shocked. She quickly stepped back 2 paces, hiding behind a pillar, and quietly peeked at them in disbelief. They were a bit far apart, so she couldn't hear what they were saying, but their gestures looked very intimate. When the man took the item, he even pinched Shin Yitan's hand. How could this happen? Song Chaoling felt like she was about to explode. As a married woman, how could she? Shin Yitan finished the weather forecast. Since she was covering someone else's shift, she didn't need to be too attentive, so she started playing music directly. Then, taking advantage of the busy morning at the neighboring cafeteria before it got crowded, she quickly ran over and bought 2 breakfasts for large fish meat buns. She kept one for herself and wrapped the other 3 in oil paper to give to Gu Huaijing. Since he was dropping her off at work, he probably wouldn't have time to eat breakfast later. Go back quickly. My colleagues will be here soon. Shin Yitan urged Gu Huaijing to leave.
Why?
Are you ashamed of me, your man?
What are you talking about?
I just don't want to delay your work. Will there be no chance to see each other in the future? Gu Huaijing gently touched her face and said, "Just a quick kiss, then I'll go." "You really have no shame," Shen Yitong said, but she still looked around to make sure no one was nearby. Then she tiptoed and quickly dabbed a light kiss on his face. "All right, you should go now." Shen Yitong pushed him firmly. Gu Huaijing laughed loudly and ran off. Shen Yitong chuckled softly and walked briskly back to her workplace. Unbeknownst to her, behind a nearby pillar, Song Qiaoling leaned against it, lost in shock and unable to recover from the huge surprise. At that moment, watching the man look at Shen Yitong with affection, Song Qiaoling admitted that her jealousy had reached its peak. She had even considered reporting Shen Yitong. As a married woman enjoying the life her older man provided, luxurious living, a decent job, why should she still be out looking for other men? People can't want everything at once. But she also knew that if she reported Shen Yitong, the consequences for her would be terrible. The ending would be very sad. Yet she was afraid. She had never done anything like this before. What if they found out she was the one who reported and came after her? Song Qiaoling felt extremely anxious. In her days, she somehow ended up at her cousin's house. Her cousin was about to leave and saw her. "Qiaoling? Why are you here? Aren't you working today?" Song Qiaoling replied absent-mindedly, "Yes, I'm on leave today."
Come in and sit.
"Yesterday, someone brought a duck, and I told Annie to kill it and stew it for lunch." Song Qiaoling felt a complicated mix of feelings toward her cousin. "My older cousin has been very talented and successful since childhood. Everyone often compares me to her, saying, 'Look at your cousin.' I do feel jealous sometimes. But my cousin has always been kind to me. She shares her good things with me, and I like to stay close to her." Later, she married a high-ranking official. People say she married well, not only living a good life but also stopping work after having a son. Her family also has a housekeeper helping with chores, and everything at home is the best: food, supplies. She doesn't have to worry about anything. Even relatives in the family benefit from her, gaining many advantages. My boyfriend, Wu Weizhong, was introduced to me by my cousin. But my cousin's husband is much older, remarried, with a daughter from his previous marriage. He has a bad temper and isn't very kind to my cousin. Whenever I see her humbly trying to please her stepdaughter, I feel a bit disdainful and contemptuous. It's similar to how I feel about Shen Yitong. On one hand, jealous of her good life. On the other, looking down on her marriage choices. Imagine there's a woman who, out of greed for a man's good qualities, marries him but spends his money and enjoys his benefits, secretly seeing other young men. Do you think such a woman should die? I was lost in my own feelings and didn't notice my cousin's expression turn very grim. "Song Qiaoling, do you even know what you're saying?" I was startled by her stern tone. I was just saying, if you were in that situation, what would you do? Report her or pretend you saw nothing?" My cousin looked at me carefully, confirming I was truly troubled, then asked, "Who is this person you're talking about?" "Someone I know. I actually dislike her a bit. She loves to show off, but she's not really bad. She even gave me a beautiful handkerchief." "Cousin, what do you think I should do now?" My cousin sighed softly, relieved that I wasn't talking about herself, and her tone became much lighter.
Don't worry about it.
"You only see that her husband is rich, but you don't know what she's suffering at home. Women seeking happiness is not wrong. When you left Big Lin and started talking with Wu Weizhong, do you think you did something wrong?" Song Qiaoling wanted to say that it shouldn't be compared like that. But when she thought of the scars on Shen Yitong's body, she suddenly felt much better. Yes, no matter how glamorous she seemed outside, at home she was still serving an old man and being beaten by him. Even if she was secretly seeing someone, it would be done quietly and nervously, and she could never be with the man she liked. In the future, she would have to watch that man marry someone else and have children. That must be very painful. Suddenly, Song Qiaoling felt balanced and happy. "I understand now, cousin, thank you. By the way, cousin, didn't you have a lot of novels before? Can you lend me some to read?" Her cousin found several books and handed them all to Song Qiaoling. "Here, take them. No need to return them. Old Xiao doesn't like me reading these." Song Qiaoling was excited. "Really? You're giving me all of them? You used to treasure these books so much, wouldn't even lend them to me before. Why are you so generous now? I'm already a mother. How can I be like you young girls? Song Xiaoling happily hugged the books. Cousin, I'll go now. Not eating? No, I'm going to find Wei Zhong. She casually grabbed an apple from the coffee table, took a bite, and left. She went to Wu Weizhong's workplace to find him. Suddenly, she thought Wu Weizhong was also very good. Although he wasn't as handsome as the soldier she saw this morning, he was young, had a good job, and a bright future. If Shen Yitong knew she could marry such a good young man, she would definitely be very jealous. When Wu Weizhong saw the book in Song Qiaoling's arms, his normally expressionless face changed instantly. He quickly grabbed a newspaper and covered the book. Do you know what you're holding? Song Qiaoling was confused. Of course. My cousin lent me this book, Jane Eyre, a famous foreign classic. Wu Weizhong immediately covered her mouth. Don't say that. Take it away and deal with it. You're not allowed to take it out again or read it.
Why?
There's no reason. It's not good stuff. Remember, you're not allowed to read it. Oh, Song Qiaoling turned around and tried to leave. Wu Weizhong called her back again, using a newspaper to help her pack her bag. Don't let others see. Song Qiaoling looked at him, wearing black-rimmed glasses and appearing very refined. She couldn't help but ask, Weizhong, my mom asked me to ask you, when are we getting married? As a young girl, she felt shy and blushed when saying this. But she really had to ask. Her mom had been urging her many times. They had been dating for a while now. Everyone says that dating without the intention of marriage is just playing around. If they kept going like this, people would start talking. But Wu Weizhong always seemed so calm and not in a hurry. She couldn't help but feel anxious. If she missed her chance with Wu Weizhong, she might never find such a good man again. Wu Weizhong looked indifferent and handed her the wrapped-up books. Let's talk about it later. First, take care of these. Watching Song Qiaoling's back, Wu Weizhong's expression was a bit cold. At first, he was eager to marry her, mainly because she was pretty and because of her cousin. Now that he was settling into his job, her cousin's connections didn't seem so important anymore. And over time, his initial enthusiasm faded. He realized he didn't really like Song Qiaoling's personality. She was too petty, too calculating, always comparing herself. Plus, her family had heavy burdens. Her parents had no stable jobs, and her older brother and younger brother needed support. Marrying her would be like marrying a bottomless pit. His job as a radio announcer was decent, but there was little room for advancement, and it wouldn't help his future. So now, Wu Weizhong was losing interest. He still hadn't let go, but he was thinking about looking elsewhere. Shen Yitong didn't know. She almost got reported. That evening, after work, Gu Huaijing gave her a page filled with detailed safety and security improvement points for the radio station. It listed 7 or 8 safety hazards and ways to fix them. Take this to your supervisor. Your area's security is really poor. If it's not fixed, I can't feel comfortable about you working there. Shen Yitong was speechless. It's just an ordinary radio station, she thought. Do they think it's a military base? The most valuable thing inside is just the radio equipment. But if ordinary people steal it, it's useless. Just scrap metal, right? She also thought that even if she handed it over to her boss, it wouldn't help much. Upgrading costs money. From what she knows about Director Gao, if he had that money, he'd rather use it for bonuses than waste it on useless things. Still, to keep Gu Huaijing motivated, she put the suggestion into her bag and handed it to Director Gao the next day at work. Director Gao was quite interested and looked it over. This is a very good suggestion, very professional. Did your husband write this? When did he come to our place? Yesterday morning, and he came again this morning. Before he started work, he said he was worried about me being here alone so early. Director Gao nodded. Yes, that's right. If he had a daughter like her, he'd do the same. As for the suggestion, he didn't say whether to fix the problem or not. He just casually put it in his drawer. Shen Yitong understood. But she didn't really mind. After all, her early shift was temporary. Usually the station was busy, so she didn't have to worry. Her 3-day early shifts quickly finished, and she returned to her usual routine, sleeping well before getting up and leisurely riding her bike to work. After Song Xiaoling started working, she also began reading the song requests from the mailbox. At first, she deliberately took more requests, leaving only a few for Shinitong. Let her have no requests to read. Let's see how proud she is then. But as she read more, she started feeling impatient. The messages all sounded the same, and some people's handwriting was so messy, it was hard to read. There were also many spelling mistakes. Reading them annoyed her to no end. Gradually, she lost patience. Her tone when reading became more indifferent. She skipped over messages written too messily, and for longer messages, she just picked 1 or 2 lines to read. People's ears are sharp. Those who are sincere are obvious at a glance. At noon, radio host Xiao Shen always reads letters with strong emotion. When reading letters to elders, she speaks respectfully. Among peers, she is lively and playful. For letters from elders to younger people, her tone is serious and caring, full of hope. She often adds a few words of her own summary and blessings at the end. Her reading always makes both the letter writers and the listeners feel happy and touched. More people listen to the radio at noon than in the morning. Some people want to dedicate songs at noon, but their song requests are read in the morning, which makes them unhappy. A few days later, Song Xiaoling noticed that the letters she was asked to read had special notes saying they should be read during the noontime slot. What does this mean? Song Xiaoling looked very upset, as if she was being looked down upon. She didn't really want to read the letters anymore, thinking it was trouble, but her not wanting to read and others not wanting her to read are two different things. When Shunyi Tong went to work, she just put down her things. Song Xiaoling angrily threw a stack of letters onto her desk. Shunyi Tong said, "Oh, you brought me the song request letters."
Thanks.
Song Xiaoling asked, "What do you mean? Are you doing this on purpose? Are you trying to make the listeners exclude me?" Shunyi Tong frowned and said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Song Xiaoling opened the letters and pointed at the words, asking, "Did you do this on purpose? Did you make them write like this?" After reading carefully, Shunyi Tong snorted and said, "If I say that, then they will do it. You could also tell your listeners to write notes, so I can read their letters in the morning." Song Xiaoling was speechless. Shunyi Tong spread her hands and said, "The listeners wrote these themselves. What can I do? There are so many letters, I'm really troubled. I thought you could help me share the burden." Who knew, sigh? Just as Song Xiaoling stomped her foot, about to get angry, she suddenly felt very sick. Her stomach churned as if something was about to come out. She hurriedly covered her mouth and ran outside. With a loud ugh, she ate into the drain in the yard. Shunyi Tong was stunned. Could she have been made sick by her self-anger? Other office workers heard the noise and came out to see what happened. Chao Chunyan quickly poured a glass of warm water for her. "Here, Xiao Song, rinse your mouth. Did you eat something bad?" Song Xiaoling also didn't know what was wrong. "I don't know. I was fine this morning, but just now I suddenly felt really nauseous." Chao Chunyan is experienced. She knows that young people who date for a long time without getting married often face problems. She patted Song Xiaoling's shoulder. "Xiao Song, you've been dating Xiaowu for a while now. It's time to get married." Song Xiaoling was surprised and only then realized where Chao Chunyan was coming from. At first, she felt a little embarrassed and annoyed, but then she thought, maybe this isn't such a bad idea. Actually, Song Xiaoling knew she couldn't get pregnant. When couples are alone together, they might lose control. She and Wu Weizhong had been very close physically, but Wu Weizhong is very careful. He never actually went all the way. But what does it matter? As long as she insists she is pregnant, can't he deny it? After a long time, Shunyi Tong's big mural project was finally finished. She stood in different spots around the yard, looked at it from various angles, and finally nodded with satisfaction. Perfect, absolutely perfect. She cleaned the ladder used for painting and placed it in a corner of the yard. On it, she arranged some potted plants and a few small crafts carved from coconut shells by Gu Huaijing. It became a nice shelf, adding more beauty to the already colorful small yard. Gu Huaijing's carpentry work was also done. The wood and tools in the yard were tidied up, making the space spacious and comfortable again. The smell of paint and colors was gone. In the afternoon, Shin Yitong returned from work. She finally could sit under the pavilion, relax, read a book, and enjoy her afternoon tea. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Is Xiaoshen home?" Shin Yitong happily went to open the door. "Sister Jiang, you haven't been here for a long time." Jiang Shuang coughed. "Sigh, don't mention it. I'm so mad at my son. Her son recently started elementary school. He kept causing trouble and getting called to the principal." Jiang Shuang was exhausted and annoyed. Recently, during his first exam, her son brought home 2-0 scores. Captain Liao was so angry that he clenched his fists and gave him a harsh beating. Later, the couple discussed and thought that their son's poor grades might be because they didn't provide a good study environment at home. Neither of them was very educated and didn't know what a good study atmosphere looked like. Captain Liao said, "Let's learn from the neighbors. Their family is well educated. Xiao Gu graduated from military school. I don't know about Xiao Shen, but they read a lot, so they must be cultured." They heard that the neighbors planned to set up a study room inside their house. It seemed that cultured people had good ideas. A study room sounds like a very cultured place. Captain Liao decided, "Let's also set up a study room at home. From now on, your son can study there." "He'll definitely do well," Jiang Shuang said, "but we've looked through the whole house and can't find more than a few sheets of paper with writing." "How can we have a study room without books?" Captain Liao replied, "Don't worry for now.
Just make it look like a study room."
Later, after our son studies for a few more years and we collect his textbooks, we'll have books then. So, Jiang Shuang took advantage of her early day off and came over. "I heard you set up a study room and even built a cabinet. I want to see it. I like the style, so I want to make one at home too." Shen Yitong was generous. "Sure, come take a look. The plans for the cabinet are still here. If you want, you can take them. Your Captain Liao can build one too," Jiang Shuang said. He's good at nailing chicken coops, but I'm worried he'll build the cabinet crooked and unstable." As she was about to follow Shen Yitong inside, she suddenly stopped in surprise.
"Wow.
"I haven't been here long, but your garden is already in full bloom? Wait, that's strange. Your yard wasn't this big before. Did you move the wall while I wasn't looking? Did you extend into my yard? That doesn't seem right." "My yard hasn't gotten smaller." Jiang Shuang became more confused as she spoke. She clearly remembered that Shen Yitong's yard used to have a row of flower beds along the wall with flowers planted there. But now, it extends into a large area that looks like a small garden. And the layout of the rest of the yard hasn't changed. "Where did this little garden come from?" Shen Yitong chuckled and asked, "Did you look carefully before?" Jiang Shuang quickly went over to see for herself. It clearly looked like a garden, and all the flowers were blooming beautifully. It even seemed like they had just been watered, with water droplets still clinging to the petals. Jiang Shuang reached out to touch the droplets, but instead, she felt a hard wall. She couldn't believe it and touched again. Yes, it was a solid, hard wall. "Is this a painting?" she asked. Shen Yitong smiled proudly. "What do you think? Does it look real?" Jiang Shuang took a few steps back, looked from different angles, and finally, with some reluctance, she reached out with both hands and touched for a while. Only then did she believe it. There was no real garden. The flowers in front of her were real, but the rest was all painted. She used some special technique to make it look like the garden extended far beyond what was actually there. "Oh my goodness, this is truly amazing. So incredible." Words couldn't fully express how shocked Jiang Shuang felt. She kept marveling. Her eyes on Shen Yitong changed, as if she was looking at a fairy in the sky. Shen Yitong felt a little uncomfortable. "Sister-in-law, don't be like that. You know I can draw," Jiang Shuang said. "I know. The painting in your living room is yours, but this is different. That one is obviously a painting, but this one feels different." She struggled to explain her feelings. "It's just not the same." Shen Yitong understood her. "Actually, it's nothing special. I just used a little painting trick, an optical illusion that makes it look like the garden extends far away." She then quickly drew a pencil line on the paper. "Sister-in-law, Can you help me pick up this pencil? Jiang Shuang clearly saw her draw the pencil on the paper, but when she heard that, her hand instinctively reached out. Her eyes told her the pencil was on the paper. Only when she grabbed nothing did she realize. Ha, you're tricking your sister-in-law again. Shin Yitong put the paper and pencil aside. All right, no more playing. Don't you want to see the study? Oh, right. Let's go see the study. Shin Yitong was a little nervous, worried if others could notice the unusual features of the house. Since all the houses here have the same layout and room sizes, it was easy to spot differences. After adding a mezzanine, the room clearly felt smaller. The cabinet made by Gu Huizheng was actually thinner than usual, but unless someone measured carefully, it wouldn't be obvious. The whole room was decorated in a way that made it look spacious at first glance, so it didn't seem small. Jiang Shuang didn't notice anything unusual. You really have good taste. You made the room look so nice. I told Lao Liao to look at the furniture, and he made his place look just as good. Did you only make one cabinet with all the wood you brought back? This question made Shin Yitong blush a little. She replied vaguely, yes, I also made some other furniture. Jiang Shuang didn't press further. She knew she wouldn't understand even if she asked. When they really needed furniture, Lao Liao could just ask Captain Gu directly. Gu Huizheng had also made a new bed. The old one was poor quality. Sometimes it would creak loudly at night when shaken too hard, and the whole room could hear it. Now that they had a separate house, the noise wouldn't bother anyone outside, but Gu Huizheng thought ahead. If guests came and stayed for a long time, the old bed might disturb their rest. So he specially made a new, very sturdy bed. It was heavy enough that someone like Shin Yitong, who was strong, couldn't move it at all. The old bed was moved to the guest room. On the night the new bed was finished, Gu Huizheng tested it thoroughly. No matter how much he tossed and turned, it didn't creak or make noise. Thinking about how he tested the bed that night made Shin Yitong blush with embarrassment. Jiang Shuang asked, "Why is your face so red?" "It's not that hot." Shin Yitong replied, "Oh, maybe I was feeling stuffy. I'll go outside for some air." Jiang Shuang said, "All right, I'll go back now." Later, Lao Liao can ask Captain Gu about the wood. When Jiang Shuang left, she kept staring at the flower wall for a long time, feeling very envious. She really wanted Shen Yitong to paint a similar one for her family, but she didn't dare to ask. Creating such a painting would take a lot of effort. It must cost a lot of money. She didn't have the nerve to ask. If she asked Xiao Shen to paint a wall for someone else, it would probably cost around 100 yuan. Jiang Shuang, earning only 18 yuan and 50 cents a month, thought this. Shin Yitong's song request show was still very popular. Maybe because there weren't many entertainment options on the island. Even though they only played a few songs each time, the people still loved this activity. Some people even specifically requested songs to dedicate to her. Others wrote letters praising her show and saying they liked it. But Song Qiaoling no longer cared about these things. She had stopped hosting the song request show. She had a more important plan now. She was getting married. Her plan had worked. Although Wu Weizhong looked a bit reluctant, her parents went to his house and said that since she was pregnant, they needed to get married quickly. Otherwise, they would complain to his workplace. Wu Weizhong's family had no choice but to agree to the marriage. However, they said that because Song Qiaoling was pregnant and couldn't handle hard work, and because they supported the new policies, they decided not to hold a wedding banquet. They also offered a bride price much lower than what the Song family asked for. Wu Weizhong's sister was also quite fierce, claiming that if the Song family didn't agree, they would delay the wedding. When Song Qiaoling's belly grew bigger, everyone would see who was embarrassed. Despite the unhappy process, Song Qiaoling was very happy with the final result. She could finally marry Wu Weizhong. Not holding a banquet was fine. She only asked Wu Weizhong to go with her to the workplace to distribute wedding candies. Everyone else didn't matter. She just wanted to show Shin Yitong, who had married a man with a history of domestic violence, what kind of good husband she had married. Even if she was pretty or successful at work, what did it matter? Did her husband have youth, good looks, a bright future, and a gentle, caring personality? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Xiaoling brought Wu Weizhong to her workplace. It was just after Shen Yitong finished her noon show and started broadcasting the city news, a time she was usually free. Song Xiaoling eagerly pulled Wu Weizhong into her and Shen Yitong's office. "Xiao Shen, here's a wedding gift for you." Song Xiaoling's voice was full of happiness. Today was a very good day that made her feel proud. A red candy with the double happiness symbol was placed on Shen Yitong's desk. Shen Yitong smiled and looked up. "Congratulations, I want to introduce you." Song Xiaoling pushed Wu Weizhong forward. "This is my husband, Wu Weizhong. He is 25 years old and works at the county committee office." She hesitated a moment, then added, "Weizhong is very talented at writing. His leaders really appreciate his work." At this point, Shen Yitong could only act surprised. "Comrade Wu is so young and capable. Xiao Song, you are so lucky to marry such a good man." Song Xiaoling's proud smile couldn't be hidden. "Weizhong, this is the new radio announcer I often talk about, Xiao Shen. And Xiao Shen's wife is the team leader." After saying this, she waited for Wu Weizhong to speak, but he didn't. She found it strange. Wu Weizhong was known for being good at socializing at work, so why was he suddenly so shy here? She turned to look at him. When she did, she was instantly furious. Wu Weizhong was staring at Shen Yitong with admiration in his eyes. He often heard about this new female colleague from Song Xiaoling. Every time she mentioned her, she used a tone of disdain. She was vain, loved to dress up, craved attention, and was very calculating. She married an older soldier for power and status, but unfortunately, he was abusive. Wu Weizhong had met Shen Yitong through the radio broadcasts. Every time he listened to the young woman on the radio, speaking softly and kindly about news or reading listener letters, he pictured a gentle, intelligent woman always smiling. The way Song Xiaoling described her colleague was very different, completely out of place, awkward. The more he thought about it, the more curious Wu Weizhong became about who she really was. A woman described as selfish and shallow. How could she possibly say such witty, touching, understanding, and kind words on a show? Until now, I saw it with my own eyes, and it truly touched my heart. It perfectly matched the image I had imagined of Wu Weizhong. No, it might even be better than I imagined. Song Xiaoling also never said that she looked this beautiful. A woman who is not only smart, capable, talented, but also possesses beauty that most people can't reach. Wu Weizhong. Song Xiaoling angrily pulled the man beside her. Wu Weizhong suddenly woke up as if from a dream, composed himself, and reached out to Shen Yitong. "Hello, Xiao Shen. I often hear your voice on the radio. Your show is very good." Shen Yitong smiled faintly, but did not shake his hand. She had seen this kind of gaze many times before. Before coming to the military, when she first met young men, almost none of them looked at her like that. But when this kind of look appeared on a newlywed man, it was a bit disgusting. "Liao Jie and Chao Jie are in the office over there. Xiao Song, go give them some wedding candies. They must be waiting anxiously," Shen Yitong said, subtly glancing at Wu Weizhong, who quickly retracted his hand. Song Xiaoling, furious, pulled Wu Weizhong out. "What are you doing? Have you been bewitched by that sly woman? Just staring at others. Do you remember why we are here today?" Wu Weizhong frowned. "What are you talking about? It was just too hot earlier. I felt dizzy, so I didn't say anything." "Where are you thinking of?" Song Xiaoling looked suspicious. "Really? Do you think I am the kind of man who can't walk away when he sees a woman? If that's the case, why did you marry me?" Song Xiaoling immediately became nervous. "Weizhong, don't be angry. I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have doubted you. But that woman is used to seducing men. You should stay away from her in the future." Wu Weizhong sneered. "I didn't plan to come at first. Didn't you insist on bringing me here to introduce me to her?" Song Xiaoling felt bitter inside. She hadn't expected it to turn out like this. She thought that bringing the capable young Wu Weizhong to meet Shen Yitong would make her see envy, jealousy, and pain on her face. But she was surprised to see that she seemed completely indifferent. Is she really not bothered? Does she not envy her for marrying so well? Even more annoying, Wu Weizhong also seemed to have feelings for her. Yes, she forgot that woman was very good at charming men. The men at the fishing company were like that, and the soldier she met that morning was the same. Forget about all that. Since she's here, she should show off first. She spent a lot of money on today's wedding favors, even asking someone to bring them from the city. It wasn't easy. Song Xiaoling was about to take Wu Weizhong into the party and government office when she suddenly heard two honks from a horn. She turned around and saw a military jeep parked at the gate. Her heart tightened. Could it be Shun Yitang's old boyfriend, the squad leader? She quickly grabbed Wu Weizhong's arm. Let it be. What does the squad leader matter? He's just an old man. It's better to let them stand together and see who looks better, an elegant, handsome young man or a rough, fierce older man. But the person who got out of the car was just an ordinary-looking young soldier, dark-skinned and honest-looking. He carried a big box from the car and came over, saying, "Sir, I'm here to find our Commander Gu's wife. Her name is Shun, and she's the announcer here." The security guard said, "You're looking for Xiaoxin? She's inside. Go ahead." Then he shouted, "Xiaoxin, someone's here to see you." Shin Yitang hurried out and recognized him, one of Gu Huaizhing's assistants, Xiao Zhang. Usually, he was the one responsible for visiting Gu Huaizhing at home. But it was a bit surprising that he came here to find her. Shin Yitang felt a little nervous and hurried over, asking Xiao Zhang, "Is something the matter?" Xiao Zhang smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, it's nothing. Commander Gu is here at the county government to discuss some matters. He asked me to bring some things for him. The weather has been hot lately, so the commander asked me to bring some cooling items for you and your colleagues to beat the heat and lower the temperature. There are very few outsiders at the unit, so when this young soldier arrived, everyone in the office came out to see what was happening. They overheard the young soldier say, 'Hey, are we included too?' The young soldier carried out 2 large watermelons from a box. 'This is from our Commander Gu, to thank everyone for taking care of my wife.' Inside the box, there were also some chrysanthemum candies and cooling ointment. 'And these, please share them with everyone, wife.' Oh, Commander Gu is so polite. Sending so many things, we really appreciate it. Of course, then we won't hold back either." Lin Dabing and Qin Xuejuan took the watermelons to find a knife and cut them up. Shun Yitang also shared the chrysanthemum candies and cooling ointment with everyone. They prepared enough for everyone at the radio station, including Director Tang and the security guard, even those who hadn't shown up before. Everyone got a share. The chrysanthemum candies were in clear glass jars, with light yellow, grainy pieces. When brewed with hot water, they made a light yellow chrysanthemum tea, sweet and refreshing, good for cooling down and calming the liver. Chao Chunyan was especially happy. "It's been hot lately. My kid keeps getting heat rash. I tried making him herbal tea, but he didn't like the bitter taste. These chrysanthemum candies are perfect. Liao Yuzhen liked the cooling ointment the most. I get bitten by mosquitoes a lot, and they swell up. This ointment works really well, just a little, and the itching stops. It's hard to find, though. Xiaoxin, your Commander Gu is really capable to get so many of these." Su Guilin beside her said, "Having the ability is good, but what's more important is being generous. Most people wouldn't share such good things so openly." At that moment, Lin Dabing and the others brought over the sliced watermelons, inviting everyone to eat. Everyone happily ate the watermelon, completely ignoring Song Qiaoling and Wu Weizhong, who were about to give out candies for good luck. They also invited the young soldier to join, but he waved his hand. "No need, I still have to pick up Commander Gu. Wife, I won't bother you with work. I'll go now. Take care. Come again next time." Liao Yuzhen waved warmly to say goodbye to the young soldier, still chewing a big piece of watermelon. On the side, Song Qiaoling, who had been ignored for a long time, suddenly snorted coldly. "Since your squad leader's partner is so generous, why doesn't he come here himself? We haven't even seen him yet. Maybe he knows he's old and ugly, so he's too embarrassed to come." Shin Yitang glanced at her silently and quietly put down the gift of chrysanthemum crystal and cooling ointment she was about to give her. "My partner is busy with work. As long as he shows his sincerity, does it matter if he comes himself?" Not important, not important. The sincerity is what matters most. Xiao Shun, you should thank your goose squad leader properly when you go back, Chao Chunyan quickly said. Shiniteng. Oh no, I need to criticize him when I get back. He should have delivered the gifts properly, but he only gave part of it. Then she looked at Song Qiaoling. Little Song, I'm really sorry. I divided the gifts among others, so yours is missing. But your partner is a county official, so he's seen all kinds of good things. My small gifts probably aren't impressive to you, right? Everyone finally seemed to notice Song Qiaoling and Wu Weizhong she brought with her. Hey, isn't that Wu? What wind blew you here today? Liao Yuzhen said warmly. Wu, come and eat some watermelon. No, thanks. Song Qiaoling grabbed Wu Weizhong's hand before he could reach for the watermelon. She didn't want to eat the old man's watermelon. She also didn't want that broken chrysanthemum crystal or cooling ointment. We're here to deliver wedding candies. Wu, and I just got married. Unfortunately, her proud wedding candies looked insignificant compared to the gifts Shen Yitang's man brought. Oh, so you got married. Congratulations. Everyone tried to act enthusiastic, but compared to the genuine happiness earlier, it still felt a bit lacking. Song Qiaoling felt deep resentment. Today was supposed to be her shining moment, but Shen Yitang and her old man ruined it. She was sure it was intentional. Why did they come at this exact moment, when they were late or early wouldn't do? As she left, Song Qiaoling shot Shen Yitang a fierce, hateful look. Shen Yitang's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, she realized this might not end well. What kind of mess was this? She insisted on bringing her newlywed husband to the workplace herself. She chose a man who is not very determined and easily attracted to other women by their appearance. Is it because she thinks she's too beautiful? Before leaving work, while others weren't paying attention, Shen Yitang quietly called Su Guilin, who was washing mops in the yard, into her office. Senior Sister Su, I have an extra piece of chrysanthemum crystal. Here, take it. Your children are many, so take it home for them to drink. Su Guilin nervously wiped her hands on her clothes before hesitating to refuse. No, that's not right. I've already taken one bottle from you. Shen Yitang said, Senior Sister Su, just take it. I need your help with something. Ah? What can I help you with? Something that happened this afternoon. Everyone saw it. Song Qiaoling probably has opinions about me. Su Guilin replied, It's not your fault. Besides, you didn't affect her at all. You gave her your gift, and she gave you her wedding candies. What's the big deal? Shen Yitang sighed. If only everyone was as understanding as you. I already upset her once with a singing program I did, and now I've taken her spotlight again. Sigh, we're colleagues, but things have gotten so tense. I feel uneasy, Su Guilin said. Well, to be fair, Song Qiaoling is a bit petty. Senior Sister Su, I'm not afraid of much, but I worry that Song Qiaoling might do something bad if she gets upset. So, I want to ask for your help. When I'm not around, keep an eye on her. If she does anything unusual, just let me know. Su Guilin asked. Song Qiaoling? She wouldn't really do that, would she? No matter what, better safe than sorry. Alright, I'll watch out for her. Thank you, Senior Sister Su. That night, Shen Yitang asked Gu Huaijing, Why did you suddenly think of bringing something to my workplace today? Seeing Xiao Zhang scared me. I thought something happened to you, he replied. Nothing serious. You said the weather was hot, and your throat felt dry. You also mentioned that there are many mosquitoes at your workplace. Someone just gave me some things, and I thought since we can't use so much at home, I'd bring some to you. It's also a way to help you out and improve your relationships at work. Shen Yitang leaned on his chest. Who gave you this? Such a coincidence. It's like they knew we needed these two things most. Gu Huijing gently stroked her smooth hair. Forget who it was. Just tell me, is your colleague happy? Some are happy, some are not. Really? They sent the wrong gift. Yes, the other announcer I told you about. Today, she was supposed to bring her new husband to the station to share their joy, but then you showed up and stole her spotlight. How could she be happy? Gu Huizheng clicked his tongue. Such a coincidence? Maybe we should send her something tomorrow as a wedding gift. No way. I didn't even give her the chrysanthemum crystal or the cooling oil today. Gu Huizheng chuckled. Why not? Anyway, I've already offended her so much. Even if I gave her something, she wouldn't be grateful. Why waste it? Gu Huijing pinched her cheek. My wife really knows how to manage the household. Her soft, smooth skin made his heart race. He suddenly turned over and pressed down on her. Forget about others. Let's do something we love first. Wait a minute. Shin Yitong pushed against his chest with her hands. I have a question. As a team leader, what level do you hold locally? She was a bit confused. Shin Yitong could tell that Song Qiaoling had deliberately brought her husband in front of her to show off today. But she couldn't understand what was worth showing off. Her husband wasn't as handsome as Gu Huijing, didn't hold a higher position, and his character wasn't as good. Song Qiaoling even looked proud, bringing him over with a look that said, Aren't you jealous? Aren't you envious? She wondered if there was something wrong with her mind. Probably at the level of a county party secretary or county mayor, Gu Huijing said casually. What's the big deal? It's nothing. I just think my man is really amazing, so young and already so impressive. She then lifted her head and kissed him on the lips. Gu Huijing was so excited. There's more impressive stuff. Let me show you. This sturdy new bed felt like a small boat rocking in the vast sea. As Shin Yitong was drifting off to sleep, she felt Gu Huijing wrap his arm around her waist and whisper in her ear, Be careful of that colleague of yours. When jealousy takes over, people can do things that might hurt you. Shin Yitong thought she might have answered him, or maybe she didn't. She couldn't remember clearly before falling into a deep sleep. It turned out she was right to ask Su Guilin to keep an eye on Song Qiaoling. The next morning, as soon as she arrived at work, Su Guilin hurriedly pulled her aside. Xiao Shin, this morning I saw Xiao Song sneak something into your desk drawer. You'd better go check it out. Shin Yitong nodded. Thank you, Sister Su. Just then, Song Qiaoling came out of the broadcasting room and gave them a suspicious look. Su Guilin quickly raised her voice and said, My mother-in-law has had a cough for years. She drank the chrysanthemum tea you gave me and said she felt much better. She coughed less last night, too. She wants to know where she can buy it. Song Qiaoling glared at them again, gave a cold hum, and walked toward the party and government office. When Shin Yitong returned to her office, she quietly opened her drawer while Song Qiaoling was away. Inside were several books wrapped in newspaper. One glance was enough for her to know what kind of books they were. So, someone was trying to frame her with forbidden materials? Su Guilin stood by the door, keeping watch, more nervous than Shin Yitong. Well, did you find it? What is it? Shin Yitong said, Sister Su, please keep an eye on the door for me. Then she took the books out and placed them in Song Qiaoling's drawer instead. Song Qiaoling rarely used her desk, so there was little chance she would notice. After finishing, Shin Yitong carefully checked all her belongings to make sure nothing else was wrong. Then she said to Su Guilin, Thank you, Sister Su. It's all fine now. You can go back to work. All right, Su Guilin replied, finally letting out a breath of relief. Her heart was still pounding. She had come in early that morning and, remembering what Shin Yitong had asked her to do the day before, had decided on impulse to take a look in the office. I didn't expect her to see it just then. It scared her a lot. Who would have thought? She usually talks and laughs with Song Qiaoling. How could a nice girl do something bad? She was so nervous, she forgot to ask why Song Qiaoling put those things on Shin Yitong's desk. Soon, it was almost 11 o'clock. Song Qiaoling came back and turned off her phone. She saw Shin Yitong sitting focused at her desk, reading a newspaper and writing in a notebook. She sneered inside. Humph, I'll show you. Pretending to work hard. At first, she didn't think there was anything wrong with those books. After Wu Weizhong warned her that day, she asked her cousin about it. Cousin, what do you mean by lending me these books? Wu Weizhong said reading these now is wrong. I asked you, why are you so kind? You never used to lend me books, and now you just give them to me. Are you trying to make me make mistakes? Her cousin always talks so harshly. Ma Yufang was a little impatient too. What good does it do for me if you make mistakes? You said you wanted to borrow them. Just take them home and read. Nothing will happen. Your family has no issues, and only the people from the committee are bothering to check on you. Song Qiaoling thought carefully. If people with good backgrounds are fine, then people with bad backgrounds reading these books might be making big mistakes. The people around her with bad backgrounds are mostly Shin Yitong, the wealthy young lady. At first, she didn't plan to go all out. If she pushed Shin Yitong away, who would come next? Someone like Tian Shilian, who takes half a month to teach, wouldn't have the time to work overtime. Now, her whole focus was on Wu Weizhong. She wanted to get married first. But yesterday's events made her so angry she acted without thinking. That night, she sent a report to the committee's suggestion box. And early today, she put all those problematic books into Shin Yitong's drawer. She had to teach her a lesson. She didn't think marrying an old man who was a leader was such a big deal. Song Qiaoling went into the broadcasting room. But an uninvited guest was in the office. "Hello, Comrade Shin." Shin Yitong looked up and frowned slightly. "Hello, Comrade Wu. Xiao Song is in the broadcasting room. Please wait a moment for her." Shin Yitong thought that, given Song Qiaoling's personality, if she saw her alone with her husband later, she would definitely get angry again. To avoid trouble, she had prepared her speech for noon and was about to get it signed by Director Gao. She stood up, ready to leave. Unexpectedly, Wu Weizhong handed her a book. "Comrade Shun, I heard Xiao Song say you like reading. I listened to your broadcasts and find your words very clever. You are a person with a lot of knowledge. I have a copy of How the Steel Was Tempered. This book shows how an ordinary person develops a strong will through the fire of revolution. I believe you will like it. You can take it and read." Shin Yitong waved her hand. "No, thank you. I appreciate the gesture, but I already have this book and have read it." Wu Weizhong looked surprised. "Really? Then what do you think about the saying, 'Life belongs to people only once, and a person should live it fully'?" Shin Yitong. Is he trying to have a deep talk with her? "Sorry, I really have other things to do. Maybe you should wait for Xiao Song to come out and discuss it with her." She was about to leave but was a bit too slow. Song Qiaoling rushed out of the broadcasting room and shouted sharply, "What are you doing?" Shin Yitong. So annoying. "Can't you two involve me, an innocent person, in your stuff?" She kept walking, trying to leave. But Song Qiaoling grabbed her. "You shameless fox. How dare you flirt with my husband right in front of me?" She raised her arm, intending to slap Shin Yitong. Wu Weizhong quickly stepped forward and held her wrist. Song Qiaoling, enough. I rarely have free time today, so I came early to have lunch with you. You were busy inside, and I just said hello to your colleague out of politeness. Why are you causing trouble here? Just saying hello. Do I need to borrow books to say hello? As a literature lover, I was just discussing some good literary works with Comrade Shin. Is there a problem with that? Why are you discussing literary works? You just think she's pretty and get attracted to her. You really have no shame. Wu Weizhong was angry. You're just being unreasonable. He turned to apologize to Shin Yitong. Sorry, I caused you trouble. Shin Yitong felt they were quite troublesome. Just as she was about to leave, suddenly there was a commotion at the gate of the yard. Several people wearing red armbands barged in aggressively. The security guard shouted loudly behind them. Who are you? What are you doing? Shin Yitong felt like the last shoe had finally dropped. At least they had arrived. Who is Shin Yitong? The person with the red armband asked. Song Qiaoling was overjoyed. Great. She was so proud. Shin Yitong remained calm. That's me. Someone has reported you for hiding harmful books. Search her. A few people with red armbands rushed into the office and started searching wildly without explanation. Shin Yitong watched their dirty hands touch her beloved belongings, feeling very disgusted. Found it. Someone excitedly brought over a few books. We found them. Stolen goods. You have nothing to say? Take her away. Others from the office also gathered around to watch. What happened? Did they find something? No way. Xiaoshin couldn't have done anything wrong. Shin Yitong stayed calm. When they tried to arrest her, she sidestepped. Wait a minute. Where did you find these books? Right there in the desk drawer. Shin Yitong said, but that's not my desk. This one is. She pointed to the photo frame on the desk to show which was hers. Then whose is this? Her. Shin Yitong said bluntly, pointing at Song Qiaoling. Song Qiaoling suddenly realized something was wrong and screamed. Impossible. She stopped herself just in time, but she couldn't understand how the books she had placed in Shen Yitang's drawer ended up in her own drawer. No, this can't be. It's a setup. She's framing me. She deliberately put these books in my drawer. Shen Yitang, what evidence do you have? If you say so, even if I found it in my desk, can I also say you are deliberately framing me? You're talking nonsense. It's obvious you're jealous of me and trying to frame me on purpose. Shen Yitang frowned. What do I have that you could be jealous of? Everyone also thought Song Qiaoling's words sounded strange. Shen is better in every way. What does she have that would make her jealous? Su Guilin trembled as she tried to step forward and testify. But there were too many people, and the red armbands looked fierce. She was so nervous she couldn't speak. One red armband said, "Stop wasting time. The items were found in your office. Both of you are suspects. Come with us." Shen Yitang spoke. "Big brothers, most people like to leave a mark in their books. Why don't you check first? See if there's any mark inside that can confirm the owner's identity. Okay?" Although the red armbands looked fierce, they had to consider who they were dealing with. Such a beautiful and charming woman calling them brothers and speaking softly to them. What couldn't they agree to? All right, let's check. The men roughly flipped through the pages loudly. At this moment, Shen Yitang felt a bit relieved. Luckily, her beloved books were hidden away, so she didn't have to endure such rough treatment. Song Qiaoling also felt a bit relieved. These books belonged to her cousin Ma Yufang. Each one had her cousin's name written on the inside cover. But she wasn't stupid. Before framing Shen Yitang, she had already torn off the names. Plus, Shen Yitang often pretended and read books all day. Having these books was perfectly normal for her. Her cousin also said that since her family background was good, it didn't matter if she was caught reading these books. Only people with bad family backgrounds needed to be afraid. Suddenly, a bookmark fell out of one book. A red armband picked it up and saw that it had a line of writing copied from the book. "It's my soul speaking to your soul, as if we've already crossed the grave and stand before God. We are equal." Below was the signature, Ma Yufang. The red armband shouted excitedly, "This is the evidence." What nonsense about God! This is just capitalist superstitions and evil spirits. Who is Ma Yufang? He stared at Song Qiaoling. They already knew another person was Shen Yitang, so this must be Ma Yufang. Song Qiaoling panicked. "No, I am not Ma Yufang. My name is Song Qiaoling." "I am not Ma Yufang," Liao Yuzhen beside her said. "Ma Yufang sounds familiar. I think I've heard that name before." Suddenly, Wu Weizhong stepped forward. "I want to report that Ma Yufang is Song Qiaoling's cousin." Then he looked at Song Qiaoling with a disdainful expression. "I didn't expect you to be like this. Not only do you read such books, but you also try to frame your colleagues. That's really shameful." He turned to Hongxiu Zhang and said, "Comrade, as Song Qiaoling's partner, I didn't notice her wrong ideas earlier. I am willing to reflect on myself, but I can't stay with someone like her. I want to cut ties. Song Qiaoling, since we haven't gotten our marriage certificate yet, there's no need to get it now. From now on, your matters have nothing to do with me." Everyone was shocked. Didn't they say the two were already married? Turns out, they hadn't registered their marriage yet. Liao Yuzhen clapped her thigh. "I just remembered. Little Song mentioned her cousin before. She said she married a high-ranking official from the county government." Hongxiu Zhang looked at Song Qiaoling. "Then these books are yours. Come with us." Song Qiaoling tried to resist desperately. "My brother-in-law is Vice County Mayor Zhao. You can't arrest me." Several Hongxiu Zhang members exchanged glances and sneered. They continued to hold her arms and tried to drag her out. After a few steps, Song Qiaoling suddenly shouted out loud, as if she was giving up. I want to report Shen Yitang for cheating." She secretly met with a man outside behind her military officer husband's back, ruining their marriage. When she said this, everyone was stunned. Their eyes slowly turned to Shen Yitang.
Xiao Shen. Cheating?
That's impossible. Shen Yitang was also shocked. What have I done? I don't even know myself. Gu Huaizheng came again today to the county government office. He was discussing a project about building an island with the military and government cooperation. The government's project needed support from the military. The military sent a colonel to personally negotiate, which was a sign of respect. After finishing the serious talk, someone jokingly praised Gu Huaijing for being talented at a young age and asked if he had a partner. If not, the county had many good girls he could be introduced to. Gu Huaijing loved talking about this topic. He proudly told others that he was already married. His wife works at the island's radio station. Yes, the radio host Xiao Shun, who reads the news and plays songs every noon. Others naturally praised Xiao Shun's programs, saying they are thoughtful and insightful. Everyone was having a happy conversation. At this moment, someone mentioned that Director Tang from the radio station was in the county for a meeting today. He probably hadn't left yet. They asked Gu Huaijing if he wanted to meet him and to ask Director Tang to take care of Xiao Shun in the future. Gu Huaijing was very happy to agree. Someone quickly went to find Tang Baohua. Unexpectedly, they received a call from someone at the radio station telling Tang Baohua that there was a problem at the station and he needed to come quickly. The caller was Director Gao. Gao Jihong was very aware of his limitations. When such a big incident happened at his workplace, he knew he couldn't handle it alone. He immediately decided to find the leaders.
What?
Someone is coming to arrest people at our place? Who? What did they do? Xiao Shen, the new radio host, is accused of hiding forbidden books. All right, I'll go back right away. The old-fashioned phone was very noisy, and the staff helping Gu Huaijing to find Director Tang heard everything clearly. They hurriedly stopped Director Tang, who was about to leave. Old Tang, wait. Xiao Shen's wife is right here with us. She's a leader in the military. Hearing this, Gu Huaijing immediately stood up. Sorry, everyone. I need to go now. It couldn't be Xiao Shen Yintang hiding forbidden books.
She was very cautious about this.
She had already hidden all the problematic books. There was no way she would bring them to work. She was definitely innocent. Thinking about her being falsely accused at work and unable to defend herself, Gu Huaijing felt heartbroken. He quickly drove the jeep very fast. He drove the back seat where Director Tang and County Mayor Zhong Guoyang were sitting, who were alarmed and hurried to catch up, their hearts pounding.
Grr.
The jeep stopped at the entrance of the radio station. Gu Huaijing got out quickly, slammed the door shut with a loud bang, and strode inside. He heard Song Qiaoling shouting loudly, "She is unfaithful, flirtatious, and always chasing after men. Even my boyfriend. Why haven't you caught her?" Gu Huaijing first looked at Shin Yitang and saw she was standing there calmly, which eased his mind. He then looked coldly at Song Qiaoling and asked, "Who are you talking about?" Song Qiaoling saw Gu Huaijing and widened her eyes in shock. "It's you." Suddenly, she yelled even more wildly, "Yes, him. That man. I saw Shan Yitang secretly meeting with this man that morning." Everyone looked at the man who just entered. He was tall, handsome, and impressive. Though young, he carried a strong, commanding presence that made him seem untouchable. Then they looked at Shin Yitang. They couldn't help but think that if these two stood together, they actually looked quite suitable. They kept glancing at them. But then they remembered that Song Qiaoling often mentioned, and the deep-seated belief in everyone's mind, that Shin Yitang married an older man. Tang Taizhong hurried in from behind, panting. "What are you talking about?" "This is Shun's partner, Leader Gu." "What?" Everyone was shocked again. Such a young leader? Yes, Shin Yitang was talented. How could she marry an older man? No, such a man was actually a good match. Wait, who said Shin Yitang married an older man? Gu Huaijing had already walked quickly to Shin Yitang. His stern aura softened as he gently held her hand and asked, "Did I scare you? Wow, look at that. This really shows what it means to be tough steel turned soft at the fingertips." Shin Yitang shook her head. "I'm fine." Then she looked at Song Qiaoling. Song Qiaoling's face was filled with disbelief and despair. Why was it like this? She was less beautiful than Shin Yitang, dressed worse, less capable at work, and even her marriage, which she thought would bring comfort, was no match for her. Why was there someone in this world who could crush her so completely? Song Qiaoling had no strength left to resist. She let the red armband guards drag her out. The tall leader looked disappointed and said, "Why is Xiao Song so irresponsible? I've emphasized this many times during meetings." Liao Yuzhen curled her lips and replied, "During meetings, you read documents like a lullaby. No one listens." If Xiao Shen explains, everyone would listen happily. Chief Chao Chunyan, still worried, asked, "Director Tang, Xiao Song was taken away. Could this affect the rest of us?" Director Tang ignored her and quickly admitted to County Chief Zhong, "County Chief, it's my fault for not managing my people well. I apologize." County Chief Zhong didn't bother to respond and nervously asked Gu Huaijing, "Captain Gu, it was all a misunderstanding. We will investigate thoroughly." Who reported Xiao Shen's broadcast? Gu Huaijing's expression changed as soon as he looked away from Shen Yitang. He said coldly, "We must investigate carefully. Also, what that woman just said seriously damaged my wife's reputation. She intended to harm our military marriage, and this must be dealt with seriously. Captain Gu, don't worry. The county committee and government will give you a satisfactory explanation today." Gu Huaijing nodded. "Thank you for your trouble," Shen Yitang said. "Sorry, it's my broadcast time now. You all go ahead. I need to start the program." She handed a notebook to Director Gao and said, "Director Gao, please review the content to be broadcast as soon as possible. No matter what, many listeners outside are waiting to hear the broadcast. Work can't be delayed." Gu Huaijing slightly frowned and asked, "Have you eaten lunch?" Shen Yitang smiled. "It's okay. I can eat after I finish broadcasting. I'm done here, and you should go busy with your work. Don't delay it." Director Tang finally found a chance to speak. "It's late now. Everyone has already missed lunch because of this. Why don't we all go to the cafeteria and eat together?" Chao Chunyan was very considerate and said, "Yes, later, let the kitchen prepare 2 good dishes for Xiao Shen to bring back." Gu Huaijing said, "Thank you all for taking care of my wife these days. No need to eat now. I have to go back to the army." He took out money and meal tickets and handed them to Chao Chunyan. "Please, sister, ask the cafeteria to make some hot food for my wife." "Thanks for your trouble." Chao Chunyan was surprised and said, "No trouble at all. Helping colleagues is what we should do." Gu Huijing shook hands separately with Tang Baoguo and Gao Jihong. "My wife is new here. If she does anything wrong, please kindly forgive her. If she doesn't understand something, please teach her." Director Tang replied casually, "Leader Gu, you're too modest. Xiao Shen is very talented. It's our honor to have her work at our station." After exchanging some polite praise, Gu Huijing left. County head Zhong also didn't stay for dinner and soon left. Once the county head was gone, everyone at the radio station gathered around the 2 station directors. Who is Xiao Shen's husband? Why does even the county head seem afraid of him? Director Tang, who is more experienced, said, "Actually, the station chief and the county head are about the same rank. But here on the military island, the army's words carry more weight than the local government." He continued, "Right now, the local authorities need the army's help with some matters. No one dares to offend the soldiers." He looked at Director Gao with some blame. "You too. I've only been away a few days, and this happened?" Who reported Xiao Shen? Gao Jihong rolled his eyes inwardly. "A few days? Xiao Shen has been here for a long time, and you haven't even shown up once." But he still said, "Don't let me find out who reported him. I'll deal with that person." But Xiao Song really shouldn't have brought such books to work, and it was lucky they were found. Otherwise, Xiao Shen might have been in trouble. Su Guilin timidly raised her hand. I have something to say." Director Tang looked sharply at her. "What do you know?" Su Guilin hesitated. Maybe Xiao Song reported him himself." She then explained what happened that morning. Director Tang was confused. Why would Song Qiaoling falsely accuse Xiao Shen? Song Qiaoling was actually a relative of his, and if she got into trouble, someone would surely come to ask for help. Thinking about this, Tang Baoguo felt a headache coming on. "It's jealousy," a hoarse, tired voice suddenly said. Everyone remembered there was still someone else present. Wu Weizhong was also quite intimidating. Yesterday, he happily went with Song Qiaoling to distribute wedding candies. Today, when he saw that Song Qiaoling was in trouble, he immediately distanced himself from her. Although everyone knows that in such a situation, it is a wise choice, imagine yourself in that position. If your partner were like that, who wouldn't feel cold inside? If Xiao Xin really had an accident, Captain Gu definitely wouldn't act like that. More than one person thought this. For some reason, just seeing the two of them together gave off that feeling. Everyone's eyes turned to Wu Weizhong, but he shook his head and said nothing. He turned around and walked away with his head down. When he told Song Qiaoling to draw clear boundaries earlier, he actually felt a sense of relief inside. He even secretly looked at Shen Yitong, wondering if, now that he's single again, he still has a chance? He remembered what Song Qiaoling had said, that her marriage wasn't happy, and she married an older man who was abusive. If it were her, he thought he wouldn't mind her being married, or her family background being not so good, as long as she was willing. But then Gu Huaijing appeared. Wu Weizhong felt a deep sense of irony. All the talk about old men and domestic violence was just slander made up by Song Qiaoling out of jealousy. In front of such a strong and talented man, he felt like a clown. No wonder she never looked at him. Wu Weizhong left feeling lost and dejected. Chao Chunyan said, "Oh, I need to hurry and give Xiao Xin his meal." Liao Yuzhen quickly stepped forward and took her arm. "I'll go with you." Just as Shen Yitong came out of the broadcasting room, everyone hurried over to flatter her. "Xiao Xin, this dish just finished cooking and is still hot. Your partner paid for it and the bill. Your partner is really good to you. Xiao Xin's partner is so young and talented. I never heard you mention him before." They misunderstood for so long, thinking he was an older man. Shen Yitong thought to herself that she hadn't said anything, yet everyone was so jealous. Showing off a little more wouldn't hurt, right? She smiled and said, "My partner is quite low-key. He doesn't like me to mention him casually outside." Low-key? That doesn't seem quite right, but whatever. She decided not to care too much. She would say what she wanted. In any case, praising her partner sincerely was fine. And she truly meant every word. This time, after such an incident, Xiao Song probably won't come back. Who knows what kind of person they'll send next? Song Qiaoling truly cannot come back. To find out about her, Shen Yitong rarely had free time and would go to Liao Yuzhen's office to gossip for a few days. It is said that Song Qiaoling was taken to the cattle shed and her family's house was searched, so the house was returned to her. Regarding that house, Director Tang even called a meeting with all the staff at the radio station. Shen Yitong, who had never been allocated a house, kindly said she didn't need one. Everyone agreed and decided to split the house, along with the current male dormitory, between two soon-to-be-married men, Lin Dabing and Shen Xuejuan. As for their marriage partners, no one knew exactly, but they said they had them anyway. It was bad enough that Song Qiaoling hurt herself, but she also hurt her cousin. Because of a bookmark, her cousin Ma Yufang was involved, which then dragged in her cousin's husband, Vice County Chief Zhao. There were also many complicated political issues involved which are too sensitive to discuss openly. In the end, Ma Yufang's family was ruined. All her relatives now hated Song Qiaoling and wished she would disappear. The two families were in chaos, causing a big fuss. Shen Yitong also felt very nervous. The next day, she secretly took a lot of food to Su Guilan. Thanks to Su Guilan's alertness that morning, she noticed Song Qiaoling's small actions, or else the outcome could have been very different. Song Qiaoling was sent to the cattle shed, and her marriage with that Wu guy is also off. What will happen to the baby in her belly? Shen Yitong was a bit confused. What baby? She just got married recently, right? No, she hasn't even gotten her marriage certificate yet. How could she have a baby? Everyone else looked at her with a "you're so naive" expression. Shen Yitong remembered. Is it because she was ing a lot recently? That day, after Song Qiaoling seemed to be upset and she would occasionally again and sometimes show shy, blushing expressions. Anyone with common sense could tell what was going on. Only Shen Yitong, who had never had children, was outside the situation. Or maybe she just has a stomach upset. You're so silly. If she wasn't pregnant, how could she have married so quickly? And she didn't even have a wedding banquet. It's obvious her in-laws are bullying her, and she had to marry quickly, so they're deliberately neglecting her. Oh, I see now. Is that how it is? It seems that occasionally gossiping can also teach us something. Shin Yitong remembered that the last time she saw Jiang Shuang, the other person seemed to be Ing. Could it be that Jiang's wife is also pregnant? She was lost in thought for a moment, and somehow the topic shifted to herself. Little Shin, you and Captain Gu haven't been married for long. Why haven't you gotten pregnant yet? Shin Yitong replied, we're still young, no rush. Why not? When I was your age, my family already had kids. Besides, does his family not urge him? Shin Yitong said, oh, I should go to the broadcasting room now. I can't chat with you anymore. Bye. She hurried to the broadcasting room to get some peace. It seems that staying away from gossip is the right choice. Now, Shin Yitong is the only announcer at the station, so she has to take on the responsibility of broadcasting all day. Gu Huaijing also diligently takes her to work every morning. Fortunately, the station soon hired a new announcer. It turned out to be a young man, dressed in a white shirt, looking refined. He is said to be quite educated, having graduated from high school. He is very modest and respectful, calling her older sister and brother as soon as he arrived. When he saw Shin Yitong, his eyes lit up, but it wasn't a creepy or inappropriate look, just simple admiration. This time, it was Shin Yitong's turn to train the newcomer. Suddenly, she understood how Song Qiaoling felt when she trained her. She really hoped the other person could learn quickly and be able to handle things independently soon. Sister Shin, can you slow down a bit? I want to write it down. The new guy, Xiao Minin, was nervously jotting down the key points Shin Yitong just told him. All right, it seems not everyone can learn so quickly. Shin Yitong smiled. It's okay, take your time. No rush. A warm feeling washed over Xiao Minin. Actually, when he first saw Shin Yitong, he was very nervous. She was so beautiful, so stunning that she seemed from a different world. He was afraid she would look down on him, as if even glancing at her too long was disrespectful, making him so nervous he couldn't speak smoothly. I didn't expect her to be such a gentle person. She speaks softly and patiently, and she carries a refreshing fragrance. I will study hard. All right, there's nothing more today.
You can leave now.
Can you come early tomorrow morning? I'll teach you how to turn on the computer. Xiao Minin excitedly puffed out his chest and answered loudly. Yes. Shin Yitong was startled, then she smiled and said, It's okay, you don't have to be so formal. I'm not a boss. Xiao Minin shyly scratched his head. Shin Yitong finished her work and left for the day. Xiao Minin watched her ride away on her bicycle, his eyes full of admiration. How could there be such a wonderful girl in the world? Caring older sister Chao Chunyan felt that this young man was acting a bit strange, so she stepped forward to give him some advice. Little Shun's husband is really talented. He's young and already a team leader. Even the county mayor speaks to him politely. He's also very handsome. Standing next to our little Shun, they make a perfect match. From her words, it was clear she was warning him. Young man, think carefully about your own worth. Some people are not someone you should be interested in. Unexpectedly, Xiao Minin sighed and said, Yes, only someone as outstanding as him can match her. Chao Chunyan was surprised. She looked him over carefully, as if trying to see if his words were sincere. Xiao Minin seemed to become smarter in front of others. He quickly understood Chao Chunyan's meaning and spoke seriously. Everyone likes beautiful things, but not all good things need to be owned. Appreciating from afar can also be a kind of happiness. If someone is better than you, there's no need to be jealous. Just learn from their strengths and work hard to surpass them. Wow, this young man has quite noble thoughts. Chao Chunyan deliberately asked, What if you can't compare? What should you do then? Xiao Minin replied, That just shows the other person is very outstanding and worth respecting. Chao Chunyan looked at him and suddenly sighed deeply. Xiao Minin was confused. Sister Chao, why are you sighing? Did I say something wrong? Chao Chunyan shook her head. No, you're right. I just wish more people could think like that. She thought of Song Qiaoling. Honestly, before Shin Yitong arrived, Song Qiaoling was a girl many people envied. But her jealousy of others being better than her ruined her. If only she could think like Xiao Minin does, that would be great. Xiao Xiao is a good young man, and he should be able to settle down at his job soon. That evening, after Shen Yitang and Gu Huaijing, the young couple, finished dinner, they were sitting together, thinking about building a small outdoor oven in the yard to roast some tasty food. Jiang Shuang came to find Shen Yitang. Wow, these two are always talking when they are together. Unlike her family, where Lao Liao only asks what to eat and inquires about their son's studies, and then nothing more. Captain Gu, can Xin Xiao borrow me for a bit tonight? I want to take her out. Gu Huaijing looked a little upset. Shen Yitang had to get up early for work these days, and he planned to take a shower and go to bed early. Why go out so late at night? She couldn't tell Gu Huaijing about this. Jiang Shuang didn't even tell her own Lao Liao. Once she said it, the plan might fall apart. Our family matters, how about it, Shen Yitang? Do you want to go? She said, giving Shen Yitang a meaningful look. Shen Yitang was curious. Well, then I'll go. Captain Gu, Shen Yitang has agreed to go. You can't keep her here. Gu Huaijing was both amused and helpless. Come back early and be careful. Don't worry, we're just in our family compound. Not going anywhere. Shen Yitang followed Jiang Shuang out. Sister-in-law, what exactly is going on? Shen Yitang asked. Jiang Shuang felt a bit embarrassed. Our son is already 6 years old. Before, when I couldn't get pregnant, it was because we were apart and we only saw each other a few times a year. But now I've been with the army for so long, and I still haven't gotten pregnant. Shen Yitang suddenly remembered seeing Jiang Shuang ing some time ago. Sister-in-law, a while ago. Jiang Shuang sighed. A few days ago, I thought I was pregnant, but it turned out I wasn't. And these past days, that feeling came back. I think I ate something bad. Then what about us now? Jiang Shuang lowered her voice, acting mysteriously. Do you remember Sister Miao? Oh, her husband seems to be a battalion commander. Yes, Sister Miao has a grandmother. When they lived in the countryside before, she was very skilled at helping people have children. Recently, Sister Miao brought her over to stay for a while. Several women in our big courtyard have become pregnant recently, all after taking her medicine. Shen Yitang was a bit surprised. This person is a doctor. Although she went to see a doctor for this kind of thing, there's no need to go secretly late at night, right? Is it reliable? I think it's better to go to a proper hospital. Jiang Shuang coughed. You don't understand. Her method is different from usual. It's a family tradition, passed down through generations, but only for girls, not boys. She quietly added to Shen Yitang. Why do you think Sister Miao brought her grandmother here? It's because she's been anxious about not getting pregnant herself. It's only been a short time, and she's already pregnant. Can it be fake? Let's walk faster, hurry up. We finally arranged this when her husband wasn't home. If we wait too long, and he comes back, it'll be hard to do anything. Wait. Shen Yitang stopped. Could this be some kind of superstitious activity? No. It's legitimate. Her family even comes from a Taoist temple or something like that, and you say it's not superstitious. Before Shen Yitang could finish speaking, a few women from the side stepped out from the shadows. You've finally arrived. Come on. Go inside quickly. Confused, Shen Yitang was hurriedly pulled into Sister Miao's courtyard by the women. Speaking of which, Shen Yitang had lived 2 lives and had never encountered such things before. For a moment, curiosity overtook her fear. She also wanted to see what was really going on. Anyway, there were so many military wives here. She wasn't the only one. Shen Yitang quietly asked Jiang Shuang, why are so many women unable to get pregnant? It didn't make sense. She always thought it was easy for others to get pregnant. One after another, 5 or 6 children in a family seemed normal. Jiang Shuang whispered, not everyone. Some want to have boys. Like this one, she's already had 3 daughters and she wants to have a son next time. I also want a daughter. Daughters are closer to their mothers. Wow, so this is about gender selection? Is it really that powerful? Shen Yitang initially thought she would see some mysterious ritual or ceremony, but there was nothing at all. There were no peachwood swords or yellow paper charms. The so-called expert was just an ordinary elderly woman with white hair. She had her hair in a traditional bun, wore old-fashioned coarse cloth clothes, loose wide-legged pants, and a pair of black cloth shoes with thick soles. Shin Yitong felt a bit disappointed. Is that all? Jiang Shuang replied. What else did you expect? These days, everyone talks about breaking old customs, so even if there was anything, they wouldn't dare show it. It seemed they also knew these things were considered old-fashioned. Everyone respected the elderly woman and took out what they had brought. Some dried fish, half a piece of cured meat, a few eggs, whatever they had. It didn't matter how much it was worth. What mattered was the sincerity. Jiang Shuang told Shin Yitong, I also took your share. Shin Yitong thought that I didn't say I wanted a child. Next, each sister-in-law lined up to have the elderly woman check their pulse. Afterward, she asked about their menstrual cycle, their life, and other personal matters. The sisters-in-law shyly shared their details. It looked quite proper. All the other sisters-in-law finished their pulse checks, except Shin Yitong. The elderly woman beckoned to her. Girl, come here. Shin Yitong hesitated. No, I don't need to. Without waiting for her to insist, the others firmly sat her down. Come on, you're here already. No need to be shy. Reluctantly, Shin Yitong had to muster her courage and extend her hand. Before the woman asked, she spoke up first. My period is normal every month, and everything else is fine. The elderly woman nodded. You have no health issues, just a bit of qi and blood deficiency. You should watch your diet and avoid overdoing it just because you're young, the other sisters-in-law giggled. I knew it. Commander Gu's physique is strong, but little Shun is so delicate. How could she handle it? People say a man's strength can be seen from his nose. Commander Gu's nose is quite firm. Normal? Little Shun, don't be shy. Are you saying your situation is different from ours? Shin Yitong's cheeks turned bright red. These married sisters-in-law, when talking about intimate topics, were truly shameless. God knows what kind of medicine she took to end up here doing such things with them. Jiang Shuang came out to protect her family. All right, stop talking. Young couples are shy. Not everyone is like you. Then the elderly woman handed out several packages of herbal medicine wrapped neatly in newspaper. They all looked the same in size and shape, and probably contained similar ingredients. The only difference was the amount each person received. Some had 2 or 3 packages, others had 4 or 5. So, what was the point of checking pulses and asking about various conditions earlier? The main event was about to begin. The elderly woman secretly took out a handkerchief containing about a dozen small yellow paper packets, some with a small red on top, others without. Then she asked, Who wants to have a son? Immediately, except for Jiang Shuang, several sisters-in-law said, I do. I want to have a son. The elderly woman gave them small paper packets with reds. Jiang Shuang said she wanted a daughter, and the elderly woman gave her a packet without a red. How about you? She asked Shin Yitong.
Definitely a son.
We don't have children yet. Having a son first is best, then we can relax. Someone answered for Shin Yitong. Another person said, having a daughter first is also good. She can help take care of her younger brother later. Shin Yitong said, well, either is fine. I think things should happen naturally. So, she didn't receive a small paper packet. The elderly woman instructed, take 1 dose of herbal medicine each day. For the next few days, avoid intimacy. After finishing the medicine, before being intimate again, drink this water to help you get what you wish for. The sisters-in-law were overjoyed and thanked the elderly woman. Shin Yitong silently held her 3 large packages of herbal medicine.
Who am I?
Where am I? What am I doing? That marked the end of tonight's activity. The sisters-in-law sneaked out of the elderly woman's house, chattering softly. Suddenly, they heard a stern shout. Who's there? It sounded like a patrol soldier. Uncertain who led the group, the sisters-in-law gasped and quickly ran away. Soon, they scattered in different directions and went home. Jiang Shuang also pulled Shin Yitong to run for a while. Shin Yitong couldn't keep up anymore, clutching her stomach and gasping. Why are we running? Oh, we're not bad people. We just live in this family compound. So why should we run away? Jiang Shuang thought for a moment and hid the small yellow paper packet in her pocket. This can't be seen by others. What exactly is this? From the feel and smell of the large paper package, it was definitely herbal medicine. But what about the small one? Does it have anything to do with gender prediction? Jiang Shuang secretly told Shinitong. It's incense ash, burned from talisman paper. Very effective. Can you really drink this? How effective is it? Probably over a 50% success rate. That's what Sister Miao said, Jiang Shuang said happily, seeming quite satisfied with the success rate. Shin Yitong looked at her as if she were a fool. Are you sure it's 50%? Yes, if I can really have a daughter this time, I will definitely buy many good things to thank them. What if you don't have a daughter, but a son? Then what can I do? Just blame my bad luck. Oh, so she's making a good profit. What are you talking about? The old lady is very kind-hearted. If you're willing to give more, she'll take it. If not, just bring 2 eggs and she'll still help you. Seeing her so happy, Shin Yitong held back from saying anything to dampen her mood. Back home, she casually threw the 3 packages of medicine onto the dining table. Gu Huaijing picked them up, looked at them, and sniffed. Are these medicines? Suddenly tense. Are you feeling unwell? Shin Yitong remembered her sisters-in-law, who lit up at the mention of having children. She suddenly realized she no longer rejected the idea of having children as much as she did at first. Living on the island with the army seemed to be easier and more pleasant than she initially thought. So she stepped forward, sat on Gu Huaijing's lap, and wrapped her arms around his neck. This is medicine that can help you have children. Gu Huaijing naturally put his arms around her waist, kissed her on the face, and then asked, Why are you taking that? It's not for me. Sister Miao wants to have a daughter. She hasn't been able to conceive for a long time, and she thinks it might be her health. She asked me to go with her and brought this. Are there people in our family who study traditional Chinese medicine? Kind of, Jiang Shuang had told her. This matter must not be let Gu Huaijing find out, or he might report it, and then the old lady wouldn't be able to stay in this family compound. That's just half-hearted. Don't take this medicine in case it makes you sick. Shin Yitong originally didn't plan to take it either. Who would go out of their way to eat bitter medicine? But she held Gu Huaijing's face with both hands and asked, Do you want to have children? Gu Huaijing looked at her curiously. Why do you ask? Since I promised not to have kids, I definitely won't force you. Shin Yitong looked confused. Actually, I haven't decided. Many people like having children, so maybe there are some benefits to it. But she was still a bit scared, afraid of the pain, afraid of danger during childbirth, and afraid. She felt shy and buried her head in Gu Huaijing's neck. And I'm also afraid I won't be able to raise the child well, that I might accidentally harm him. Even little chicks are easily accidentally harmed, let alone such a fragile little person. Gu Huaijing's chest moved twice, but before he could laugh, Shin Yitong pinched his neck and said, Don't laugh. Okay, I won't. Having a child is so troublesome, so let's not have one. If you want to see if raising a child has any benefits, then when Sister Jiang has a daughter, you can borrow her to play with for a few days. You think children are toys? Borrow them to play for a few days. Gu Huaijing thought carefully. But you could ask if there's medicine that lets you avoid having children. If you're afraid of pain, I can take it. Why? Shin Yitong was puzzled. If such medicine really exists, then we wouldn't need that thing. It works, but it's a barrier. It's not satisfying enough. Shin Yitong. He's really pushing his luck, just like always. Ask if you want, I won't go. Gu Huaijing thought for a moment. Forget it. Medicine is partly toxic. If you take the wrong one, what if you can't satisfy me anymore? No way. I'd love to. Are you afraid I can't satisfy myself? Shin Yitong started to get playful. Today, I want you to be the one begging me. Stop messing around. We have to get up early tomorrow. Gu Huaijing clenched his teeth and said, When will your new announcer be ready to start work? They've already arrived. After a few days of training, they'll be on air. You really? Stop joking. I'm just hanging around. Men's words can be tricky. The next morning, Shin Yitong almost overslept. While sitting on Gu Huaijing's bike, she was still very angry at this unpredictable man. She wanted to pinch his waist, but his abs were too hard to pinch. Suddenly, she remembered that the inner thigh is one of the most sensitive parts of the body, and she thought it might hurt. Without thinking, she reached forward. The bike wobbled a bit, and Gu Huaijing quickly grabbed her hand, stopping her from moving. Don't touch me outside. When we get home tonight, you can do whatever you want. Shin Yitong apologized. Sorry, I was wrong. Soon they arrived at the office. The security guard was surprisingly awake. Little Shan is here, and Director Gu is here too. Ever since he received the chrysanthemum crystal and cooling oil from Gu Huizheng, the security guard had been very friendly. He happily came out to help them park their bikes. Little Shen, Xiao Xiao is inside waiting for you, Xiao Xiao. Gu Huizheng didn't want the guard to help, so he parked the bike himself, then took Shen Yitong's bag from the front basket, and they headed to the office together. We have a new announcer, Shen Yitong explained. Then I probably shouldn't go in. Gu Huizheng instinctively thought the new announcer was a young girl, so for privacy, he decided not to go in. Before he finished speaking, he saw a fair, refined young man come out of the room. Comrade Shen, good morning. Gu Huizheng's heart immediately sounded an alarm. His wife liked this type of man the most. Before Shen Yitong could speak, the young man hurried over. Hello. You must be the new announcer, Xiao Xiao. I'm Shen's partner. My surname is Gu. Hello, Director Gu. I've heard a lot about you. Truly, your reputation is well-deserved. Xiao Minan couldn't help but grin. Gu Huizheng's grip was so strong, his hand almost broke. Gu Huizheng thought, such thin arms and legs, no strength at all. Just a little white, I wonder what Yitong sees in him. The white color was almost blinding. Shen Yitong said, All right, time is almost up. Xiao Xiao, go wait over by the phone. When it rings, remember to note down the details clearly. We'll need it for the broadcast. Okay, I'll go right now. Xiao Minan finally escaped from Gu Huizheng's grasp, secretly rubbing his hand. Oh no. My hand almost couldn't hold a pen to write. Shen Yitong didn't notice anything unusual and told Gu Huizheng, Today, Xiao Xiao is here with us. Maybe you should go back first. Gu Huizheng pouted. He's just a kid. What can he do? No worries, you go ahead. I'll just sit here for a bit, huh? There's no way he'd give them a chance to be alone, just the two of them. But soon after, the man and woman went into the broadcast room alone. Shen Yitong even closed the door. Gu Huizheng felt anxious and pushed the door open to peek inside. Shen Yitong frowned. Don't cause trouble, okay? Like a big dog. He looked sad but obediently closed the door, pacing around the office. This small space had 2 desks. One of the desks looked noticeably different from the last time he saw it, decorated with some items that clearly reflected Xiao Minan's personal style. He even copied Shen Yitong's way and placed a cactus on the desk. Gu Huizheng was so angry, he kicked the desk. What are you doing? Suddenly, the door to the broadcast room opened and Shen Yitong came out. Her legs pulled back quickly, almost cramping. Gu Huizheng staggered and brushed dust off the table with his hand. Nothing much, just helping to clean up. Oh. Shen Yitong grabbed a notebook from the desk and went back inside. Gu Huizheng raised his fist, pretending to threaten the door of the broadcast room, shaking it a couple of times. In the end, he sighed and lowered his hand. He thought for a moment, then moved the 2 desks in opposite directions, looked at them, and adjusted again. It probably wouldn't be noticeable. It wouldn't take long to do a weather forecast. When Shen Yitong came out of the broadcast room, she saw Gu Huizheng holding a cloth made from a face towel, diligently wiping the table for her. I always feel like something is different in the office, but when I look carefully, I can't see what has changed. Xiao Minan is very observant. Seeing this, he immediately rushes over and says, Leader Gu, you shouldn't do these things. Let me handle it. He reaches out to grab the cloth. Gu Huizheng won't let him take it. My wife doesn't like others touching her things. You clean your own stuff. Remember, you can't touch this cloth in the future. He then asks, You look like you've gone to school. You should learn quickly. You should have learned how to do the broadcast by now. Can you work independently tomorrow morning? Xiao Minan gets nervous again, clutching his notebook tightly. I'm afraid I can't yet, but I will try my best to remember. I hope to work independently soon. That won't do. When we march and fight, the situation changes quickly. You can't wait until you're fully prepared before going into battle. You need to be able to adapt quickly. Xiao Minan scratches his head, unsure how to answer. Although Leader Gu makes a lot of sense, does it really relate to his work? At this moment, Shen Yitong notices that Gu Huijing seems off and says to Xiao Minin, "Xiao Xiao, go buy breakfast quickly." Xiao Minin quickly replies, "Okay, I'll go now." "Do you want me to bring some back for you too?" Shen Yitong gives him money. "Thanks. If there are steamed buns, buy 4. If there are dumplings, fill the lunchbox." Gu Huijing opens his mouth to say something, but Shen Yitong steps on his foot, stopping him from speaking. After Xiao Minin happily walks away, Gu Huijing pouts and says, "I don't need him to help buy food." Shen Yitong rolls her eyes. "You like eating or not? Tell me, what did he do to offend you? You've been acting weird all morning." Gu Huijing is momentarily speechless. He can't just admit his petty jealousy, can he? I just don't like him. He's a grown man, so thin and so pale. What's he trying to look like? Shen Yitong. Whether he's thin or fat, what does that have to do with you? Suddenly, she seems to think of something, smiling faintly. You probably envy that he's fair-skinned, right? Ha. Gu Huijing scoffed, a grown man acting so girlish. Why should I be jealous? Someone like me has the true spirit of a man. All right, I get it. You're the most manly of all. No one can compare to you, okay? Gu Huijing suspiciously raised his arm and sniffed, doubting she was criticizing his smell. Xiao Minin quickly caught his breath and returned with breakfast. Today, there are steamed buns. Shen Yitong kept one for herself. She wrapped the remaining 3 in oil paper and carried them in a mesh bag, then handed them to Gu Huijing. "Hold this, turn around, get ready, run. Run back and eat." Gu Huijing looked back at her sadly, holding the buns, and ran off. Shen Yitong chuckled softly, surprised that someone like him could also feel anxious and uncertain. Xiao Minin watched Gu Huijing's figure with envy for a moment, then returned to his seat and started studying honestly. First step, turn on the low-pressure switch. Shen Yitong. Suddenly, she thought of a good idea. She sat down and cut many small paper pieces. Then, she wrote, "Power on 1, power on 2, in blue ink on some of them. In red ink, she wrote, "Power off 1, power off 2. She took a normal-sized sheet of paper and marked the steps for turning on and off in blue and red ink. Then, she took some glue and went to the broadcasting room. Xiao Minin nervously followed and asked, "Comrade Shen, what are you planning to do?" He was eager not to miss any learning opportunity. Shen Yitong handed him the small paper pieces. "Follow the instructions on these and stick the notes on the corresponding switches." He looked at them and understood. "This is a great idea. That way, I won't forget or damage the equipment," Shen Yitong said. "Actually, being a broadcaster involves basic skills like turning the equipment on and off. With practice, you'll get better and won't need to memorize everything. The most important part of this job is how you plan your broadcast schedule and create programs that the people enjoy. That's what you should focus on." Xiao Minin thought carefully for a moment.
I understand now.
"Thank you." With the help of a small note in the afternoon, Shen Yitong asked Xiao Minin to try turning the device on and off by himself, and he made no mistakes. The next day, he stayed with him all day, and by the 3rd day, he was confident enough to let him work independently. Xiao Minin is also a smart person. After Shen Yitong reminded him, he thought carefully about it. Then, he proposed the idea of creating a reading program. Director Gao approved his idea, but he said that they needed to ask the leaders for permission before reading any books. As a result, the local radio station's programs became more and more interesting. When Director Tang went to a meeting in the county again, he was even treated to a performance. They said the lively radio programs greatly enriched people's leisure time and were loved by the public. Happy, Director Tang even returned to his office to praise everyone for their recent hard work. Especially the 2 new colleagues, Shen Yitong and Xiao Minin, who made great contributions to the development of the island's broadcasting. During his speech, Liao Yuzhen was sitting below, knitting a sweater and quietly pouting. "What's the use of saying all this? It's better to give out more bonuses. Without bonuses, some benefits would be fine too. Don't be so sure." Chao Chunyan said, "Do you forget the lychees we received last time?" Shen Yitong was confused. "What's wrong with the lychees? Lychees are not bad, but on this island, everything is scarce except for various fruits. In the countryside, every family has a few lychee trees. Even those living in the city have relatives in the countryside." During the lychee season, relatives bring big baskets of lychees to their door. The lychees sold outside are very cheap, but no one buys them. Plus, you can't eat too many at once, as it can cause heatiness. At this time, if Director Tang treats lychees as a benefit and gives each person a basket, they would be overjoyed. Shen Yitang thought that maybe they should plant a few more fruit trees in their yard so they wouldn't have to worry about fruit in the future. What should they plant? Mangoes, papayas, bananas, lychees, longans, and jackfruit. Later, he planned to discuss with Sister Jiang to plant different kinds so they could exchange and enjoy them. Amid Director Tang's passionate speech and the distraction of others zoning out, the meeting finally ended. Finally, I can go home after work. As Shen Yitang left the meeting room, he heard the most enthusiastic person about leaving work, Liao Yuzhen, say, "Captain Gu, why are you here? Just picking up Xiao Shun after work?" "Oh, Xiao Shun is really lucky to have such a caring husband." Shen Yitang was a bit surprised and asked, "Why are you here today?" Gu Huaijing stepped forward, looking serious. "Sorry to take up everyone's time. There is a dangerous spy on the island who has escaped. He might be carrying weapons. Everyone should be very careful when going out or staying at home." When he said this, everyone who was relaxed suddenly became tense. They asked for more details. Gu Huaijing said he couldn't share much, only that the man is dangerous and armed. He advised everyone to avoid unnecessary outings, especially at night. Whether at home or work, doors and windows should be kept secure to prevent accidents. If they encounter the man, they should avoid direct confrontation and focus on protecting themselves. After speaking, seeing everyone so nervous they seemed ready to hide under the blankets, he added, "Don't worry too much. Both the military and local authorities are taking this very seriously. They have set up a trap, and if the man dares to show up, they will catch him." He also mentioned that the man's main goal is to escape by sea, so he probably won't be wandering around residential areas. Just stay alert, and there's no need to be overly suspicious. Then Gu Huaijing looked at Director Tang with some dissatisfaction. "Your security here is too weak. I asked your wife to submit some suggestions for improvements a while ago, but they haven't been taken seriously or fixed yet." Director Tang looked confused. "What security? What suggestions?" Gu Huaijing pointed to a tree outside the wall. "For example, that tree is right next to the wall. A bad person could climb it and jump into the yard. The wall is useless." Director Tang looked guilty. "It's my fault. I didn't pay enough attention to the suggestions Xiao Shin submitted. We will fix it properly from now on." Gu Huijing said, "Stop worrying about the future. Let's start now. At least, we should add a lock to that small door first. The main gate should be closed at all times, and it would be best to install an electric fence on the wall. If that's not possible, then put a ring of broken glass on top." Yes. Tang Taichung wiped his forehead, sweating. "We'll make the changes right away. That won't interfere with your work. We'll leave now." Shen Yitang sat on the back of his bicycle, holding his waist with both hands. "Is that special agent really that scary?" Gu Huijing was worried she might underestimate the danger, so he said seriously, "Very scary. Some things can't be casually shared with outsiders, but with close friends, a little can be told." Gu Huijing told Shen Yitang that the agent's identity was not simple. He was actually a guard for a provincial leader. He accidentally revealed himself during an escape, fleeing after being exposed, passing through an island to escape at sea. He was very skilled and had strong anti-surveillance abilities. But you don't need to be afraid. These days, I will pick you up and drop you off from work. You don't need to worry about the family compound. When you get to your workplace, just be careful and try to stay in your office." Shen Yitang asked, "But during this time, aren't you very busy? Capturing spies is important, but your safety is also very important." "Don't worry, everything is arranged so it won't affect my work." When they got home, they found the atmosphere in the family compound was tense. It seemed everyone had been told not to go out casually. The next day, Shen Yitang returned to her workplace and received a notice from above, instructing them to remind the public to stay alert and take safety precautions on the radio. The broadcast was to be repeated every half hour. Suddenly, the atmosphere became very tense, giving a feeling of everyone being on alert. Xiaomin was different from Song Qiaoling before. He was very proactive and eager to work. After the morning broadcast, he didn't go home but stayed in his office reading and studying. He didn't like to chat with others in different offices. Shen Yitong, on the other hand, gained a colleague she could truly work closely with. However, they didn't talk much in the office, each busy with their own tasks. Still, they got along quite well. Given the current tense situation outside, having someone with her in the office made Shen Yitong feel a bit more at ease. Unexpectedly, just as Xiao Minin was preparing a work plan to get approval from Director Gao, something went wrong. Shen Yitong looked at the time. It was almost the moment for the broadcast notification. She was about to head to the broadcasting room when suddenly, a strong, firm arm wrapped around her neck from behind, covering her mouth and nose. A mixture of sweaty, salty sea air and blood scent hit her face. Immediately, a cold, hard object pressed against her throat, causing a slight stabbing pain. "Don't move, don't make a sound." Shen Yitong froze completely, realizing in an instant that it was him, the fugitive spy being hunted by everyone who had arrived. She quickly gave up resisting and raised her hands. "Find me a hiding spot. If you dare shout for help, I will kill you right away." The attacker tightened his grip, and Shen Yitong felt the stabbing pain on her neck grow sharper. She hurriedly pointed at the door to the broadcasting room and whispered, The attacker loosened his hand slightly, covering her mouth, and Shen Yitong immediately said, "That's the broadcasting room. Only I can go in." The attacker dragged her forward. Shen Yitong opened the door to the broadcasting room. The attacker blocked her in front, looked around cautiously to check if anyone was inside, and only after confirming it was empty did he push her inside. She had never faced such danger in her life before, and Shen Yitong trembled with fear. But she knew she must not anger this person now. He had committed a serious crime. If caught, he would have no way out but death. Before dying, he probably wouldn't mind dragging someone down with him. No matter what, she had to find a way to calm him down first. After entering the broadcasting room, the attacker kicked the door shut. He looked around the room, as if evaluating how safe it was as a hiding place. Shen Yitong pointed at his hand covering her mouth, signaling she had something to say. The attacker slightly loosened his grip. "What do you want?" Shen Yitong said, "It's almost time for the broadcast notification. If I don't deliver it, my colleagues and leaders will become suspicious and come to check." The attacker's face darkened. Shen Yitong hurriedly added, "If you let me broadcast the notification, I promise I won't say anything unnecessary or reveal your presence." The attacker loosened his grip on her, but the sharp dagger still pressed against her neck. "Go ahead and broadcast. If you dare to say a word out of line, I will end your life." Shen Yitong's back was soaked with sweat. "I won't dare. Do it now." The attacker casually picked up a cup nearby and drank all the water inside. Shen Yitong didn't dare move, afraid that any sudden movement might cause the dagger to cut her neck. Only after the attacker finished drinking did she carefully sit down and prepare to switch the microphone. "You won't be able to speak later, or your voice will be broadcasted." Her kind warning made the attacker relax a bit. The dagger was no longer pressed tightly against her neck, but pointed loosely at her. From the increasingly strong smell of blood, it seemed he was badly injured. Shen Yitong softened her voice. "No one will come in while I work. Why don't you sit down and rest for a while? I'm not that stupid. If I dare to speak out of turn, my captors would be here before I could, and I would be killed first." The attacker didn't go far. He sat on the ground nearby, still holding the dagger against her waist. Shen Yitong tried to control her trembling voice. "Attention, everyone. The spy on the run has not yet been caught. Please stay alert. Who would have thought?" She was warning everyone about the attacker, but the real attacker was behind her, holding a knife against her. Broadcast complete. Now it's time for the news. Shen Yitong tremblingly picked up a newspaper and read aloud the news report, word for word. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead, and it seemed even the words on the paper trembled slightly. She had to work hard to avoid making mistakes. Tap, tap, tap. A faint, almost unnoticeable knocking sound accompanied her voice, transmitted through the microphone and broadcasted to listeners across the island. "Spy in the broadcasting room, help me." Shen Yitong knew that since she became a radio host, Gu Huaijing had specially placed a radio in his office. He usually listened to her broadcasts whenever he was free. She also knew he understood, as they had once casually talked about it. During military school, I learned about this kind of knowledge. But this hope is really too slim. Maybe he is busy right now and doesn't have time to listen to the radio. Maybe he heard the radio, but didn't notice the faint tapping sound mixed in. Save me, Gu Huijing, please save me. She really wants to cry. She doesn't want to die, truly. She just tasted the sweetness of love, and she can't bear to leave. She can't even imagine how Gu Huijing would feel if he heard her bad news. After knocking twice, Shen Yitong was about to knock a third time when her wrist was suddenly grabbed hard. The villain's eyes flashed with killing intent, almost breaking her fragile wrist. His voice was cold like ice. Morse code? Do you think I'm a fool and playing tricks? Shen Yitong's heart sank. It's over. He found out. He understands Morse code. Just as the villain raised his dagger, ready to cut her neck and run away, Shen Yitong suddenly found the courage from somewhere. She pushed up with both hands, narrowly blocking his arm. So close, her palm almost got cut in half by the dagger. You can't kill me. She clung tightly to his hand and quickly said, If you kill me and leave from here, you'll definitely die. I can help you escape. The villain paused with his forceful hand. How can you help me? You can take me hostage. I love my husband, who is a military captain. They won't hurt me. You can ask them for a boat to go out to sea. The villain was silent for a moment, seemingly thinking about whether her plan was feasible. Suddenly, he asked, Why do you want to help me? According to current mainstream thinking, when faced with someone like him, isn't it better to die bravely rather than surrender? Shen Yitong replied, Because I don't want to die. I want to live. After you get on the boat, you can throw me into the sea. They will come to rescue me, and then you can take the chance to escape. The villain sneered, You are quite confident in yourself. Shen Yitong looked up at him. Shouldn't I be confident? This man's heart trembled slightly. Indeed, with such a face that could bring disaster to the country, he definitely has the confidence to do so. However, he also comes from the military and understands that soldiers have a deep-rooted belief. They must never let ordinary people get hurt. So he is actually grateful to this woman for thinking of a good way to escape. Then just follow me quietly, the attacker said, grabbing her shoulder firmly and turning her around. Like at the beginning, he held her shoulder with one hand and pressed a dagger against her neck with the other. Gu Huaijing heard the secret signal sent by Shen Yitong. When he realized she had encountered a dangerous attacker, he felt like he might be going crazy. He quickly told someone nearby to alert the guards, then jumped into a jeep and drove as fast as he could. When Gu Huaijing arrived, the attacker was holding Shen Yitong at the radio station's entrance, confronting the military personnel. The others at the radio station huddled together, trembling with fear. Xiao Minan looked guilty and said, It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left Sister Shen alone in the office. The attacker, holding Shen Yitong's neck with one hand and waving a shiny dagger with the other, shouted, Prepare a speedboat for me, or I will kill her. Shen Yitong was almost unable to speak because of the chokehold. Her hair was messy, her cheeks flushed, and tears of fear kept falling uncontrollably. She thought to herself that this was probably the most embarrassing and worst moment of her life. When she saw Gu Huaijing rushing over, looking frantic, she tried to give him a reassuring smile, but it looked more like a cry. What should she do? It seemed she had also caused trouble for Gu Huaijing. But she really didn't want to die. She wanted to live well and stay with him forever. As Gu Huaijing ran toward her, he felt his legs go weak. He was scared. He joined the army at 16 and had seen many dangerous situations, even life and death moments. But never before had he been so afraid. Her slender neck was so fragile in the attacker's hands. Just a little force could easily break it. Gu Huaijing staggered and truly felt that he had lost his composure. Fear and impulsiveness cannot solve any problems. They will only keep her in danger. Step by step, his steps became steadier. When he approached the crowd facing off, he at least appeared calm and composed again, like Gu Huaijing. What's the situation now? Captain Gu, you're here. The criminal has taken a hostage and demands we provide him with a speedboat to go out to sea. Try to negotiate with him, calm his emotions, and don't provoke him. Agree to his demands first. Where is the... Gu Huijing found the hiding spot on the roof of a nearby house across the street. Captain Gu, this person is very experienced. His deadly spots are hidden behind cover, and the exposed areas are blocked by the hostage, so he can't shoot. Hand me the gun. Gu Huijing took over the position. The negotiation below was still ongoing. We can give you the speedboat. Please release the hostage first. The man sneered. If I let go of the hostage, will you let me go? Enough talk. Prepare enough diesel, water, and food on the speedboat. Once I check everything and it's okay, I will release the hostage. Release her? Once he gets on the speedboat, he won't say it like that. This woman is interesting. He no longer wants to let her go. She's not a woman with much backbone anyway. When she reaches the other side, she will be alone and relies solely on him. He isn't worried she won't obediently depend on him. All the things you want can be provided. But can we exchange for another hostage? The woman you have now is not in good health. The man angrily shouted, Stop wasting time. Prepare what I asked for immediately and give me a car to leave here. Shen Yitan could tell they were trying to delay time. The Gu Huizheng, who came just now, was also gone. Where did he go? When the man was furious, he suddenly pulled her hair. The pain made her head involuntarily tilt back. On the opposite roof, a faint, cold reflection flashed in her peripheral vision. That was a scope. In an instant, Shen Yitang's mind flashed a scene. A moonlit night, starlight, the roof, Gu Huizheng smiling as he said, Tang Tang, do you dare to entrust your life to me? Gu Huizheng, I entrust my life to you. Suddenly, Shen Yitang grabbed the man's arm that was choking her and used all her strength to forcefully fall forward. The man was caught off guard and, unable to control himself, staggered forward with her. His body was instantly exposed to everyone's eyes. At the same time, the man shouted loudly. The dagger in his hand flashed quickly in front of Shen Yitang's eyes and stabbed sharply at her chest. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The world lost all sound, leaving only blinding sunlight and her pounding heartbeat.
Bang!
A loud noise broke the silence. A warm, thick liquid with a strong iron smell splattered like fine rain onto Shen Yitang's face and neck, burning her so much she almost spasmed. The dagger clattered to the ground. Then, a heavy body fell heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. Shen Yitang looked down and saw his terrified, unblinking face with a terrible wound at her temple, bleeding dark red. She also fell to the ground. Her elbows hurt from scraping against the rough surface, but the pain was completely overshadowed by the feeling of survival and overwhelming fear. She lay there, trembling uncontrollably, her teeth chattering, her vision blurred, only the sticky dark red spreading before her eyes. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from afar, like intense drumbeats pounding in her ears, then stopped abruptly beside her. A large shadow cast over her, carrying a familiar, reassuring scent of sweat and a strong smell of gunpowder. A big hand, gentle yet firm, covered her eyes. It blocked out the glaring dark red on the ground and the twisted, terrifying face. Another sturdy arm carefully slipped around her neck, with almost reverent caution, lifting her from the cold, dirty ground and holding her tightly. It's okay now, Tang Tang, it's okay. His deep, hoarse voice carried a soothing power that could calm the soul's wrinkles. Shen Yitang's cheek pressed against his chest, and she could clearly feel her heart pounding wildly inside his chest, almost like it was fighting to break free. Gu Huizheng's embrace was strong and warm, like a fortress that kept out all fear and coldness. Shen Yitang's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and overwhelming exhaustion and fear washed over her like a tide. She instinctively curled up tighter in his arms. Gu Huizheng picked up Shen Yitang, strode quickly away from the fallen body and the spreading blood. Don't be afraid, we're going home, he said. After telling others to handle the rest, Gu Huizheng opened the car door and tried to put her on the back seat of the jeep. But Shen Yitang's hands tightly clung to his clothes, refusing to let go. Feeling helpless, Gu Huaizhen called someone else to help open the car, then held her as they got in. The car soon started moving. The smell of gasoline, leather seats, and the dust drifting in from outside the window filled the air, easing the heavy scent of blood from her nose. Shen Yitang's face was buried deep in Gu Huaizhen's chest, her vision dark. Only his steady heartbeat and warm body felt real. Her tense body gradually softened, and an indescribable sense of dependence grew in her heart. This was their escape from disaster. Gu Huaizhen had never felt Shen Yitang depend on him like this before. From getting out of the car to entering the house, she held onto him tightly, not letting go. Her delicate fingers gripped so hard that her fingertips turned white. Gu Huaizhen could only hold her tighter. Be good, it's okay now. The bad man is gone. We're home and safe. Zhang Shuang hurried in, anxious. Captain Gu, I heard Shen Xiao had an accident. How is she? Then she saw Shen Yitang curled up tightly in Gu Huaizhen's arms. She couldn't see her face, but her hair and neck were covered in blood, sticky and matted, sticking her soft, fluffy hair into clumps. The strong smell of blood hit her nose. Zhang Shuang had never seen Shen Yitang like this before. Oh my, she was so clean and tidy. How could she stand this? Suddenly, her gaze fell on Shen Yitang's elbow outside her short sleeve. Xiao Shen, she's hurt. It was a scrape from falling to the ground. It might not seem serious to most people, but on Shen Yitang's delicate, fair elbow, it looked quite shocking. Gu Huizhen smiled wryly and said, Sister-in-law, please help me bring the medical kit, and it would be great if you could boil some hot water and cook her favorite noodles. Okay, I'll go right now. Zhang Shuang was worried. She couldn't be of much help. She often came here and knew her way around, quickly finding the medical kit. Commander Gu, do you need help? Gu Huizhen shook his head. No, I can handle it myself. Then I'll go boil the water. Zhang Shuang was anxious to know what had happened, but saw Shen Yitang's condition and couldn't ask directly. Never mind, I'll find out later. First, I'll boil more water. It's not easy to clean all that blood. Tang Tang, come here. Relax a bit. I'll treat your wounds first. Not only was her elbow injured, but there was also a small bloodstain on her neck, caused when the attacker pressed a dagger against her throat at the start. Gu Huizhen trembled as he cleaned her wounds with a cotton swab, feeling heartbroken. He wished he could punish that evil spy 1,000 times over. Ow, it hurts. Her delicate, weak voice made everyone feel even more distressed. Shen Yitang looked like she was about to cry, but said softly, It's dirty. Yes, once the hot water is ready, we'll take a shower. First, put some medicine on the wound, or it will hurt more when we wash up later. The usual medicine used at this time was Manhwa oil. After cleaning her wound, Gu Huizhen dipped a cotton swab in Manhwa oil and gently applied it to her injury. It forms a thin film over the wound, which helps prevent water from directly hitting it during the shower, reducing pain. Zhang Shuang quickly finished boiling the water and helped carry it to the bathroom, about to volunteer. Commander Gu, do you need help? She saw Gu Huizhen carry Shen Yitang directly into the bathroom, then kick the door shut with his foot.
Oh, right.
They're a young couple. Why would she need to worry? She hurried back to the kitchen. Xiao Shen usually liked sweet and sour tomato and egg noodles. Luckily, she had tomatoes at home. Zhang Shuang was quick and prepared a bowl in no time. She brought it out and placed it on the table, then went to the bathroom door and called out, Commander Gu, the noodles are ready on the table. I'll go back now. If you need anything, just call. When leaving, he also helped close the main door and the courtyard gate. In the misty bathroom, Gu Huizhen treated Shen Yitang like a precious porcelain, carefully cleaning her without any desire. He used rich foam from coconut soap, with a faint coconut scent gradually replacing the strong, sticky smell of blood. Finally, he washed away every trace of the bloodstain. Gu Huizhen said, You go out and rest first. I'll wash up now. Shen Yitang held his hand and shook her head, unwilling to leave his sight. Gu Huizhen could only let her sit in a corner and quickly rinse himself with cold water. Then he carried her out, patiently and carefully helping her put on clean clothes and drying her hair. He applied medicine to her wound again and wrapped it with a thin bandage. Want to eat something? Shin Yitong thought for a moment. She had no appetite, but seeing his hopeful look, she nodded. She didn't expect to see the bowl of red tomato and egg noodles again, along with the sticky, crimson scene, suddenly appearing before her eyes. She immediately covered her mouth and ran to the sink, ing loudly. After ing all the sour water from her stomach, she weakly leaned on Gu Huaijing, letting him help her wipe her face. Gu Huaijing helplessly picked up a cup. Drink some water. Not hungry for this. Let's try something else. What do you want to eat? Shin Yitong shook her head. I don't want to eat anything. I'm so tired. I want to go to sleep. Okay, then go to sleep. Gu Huaijing carried her into the room, laid her on the bed. Just as he was about to get up, she held him tightly. Don't go. I won't go. I'm going. Don't leave. I'm scared. All right, I won't leave. Gu Huaijing could only lie down, holding her, gently patting her back. Be good, don't be afraid. I'm here. For the first time in such closeness, there was no wandering desire or only deep concern, wanting to comfort her. But Shin Yitong, unusually, hugged his neck and eagerly sought his lips. Gu Huaijing, kiss me. A gentle kiss fell, but she demanded more recklessly, her hands desperately trying to undo his clothes. Gu Huaijing held her hands. Tang tang, Shin Yitong. I want it. She couldn't help herself. Whether her eyes were open or closed, that twisted face kept appearing in front of her. The look of unwillingness, like a snake's tongue, kept spitting venom at her. Only Gu Huaijing's body temperature, heartbeat, and rhythm could bring her comfort. Again and again, she clung tightly to him, hugging him like an octopus, refusing to let go. She didn't know how long had passed before she finally closed her tired eyes, sweating profusely, like a mermaid just pulled out of the water. Gu Huaijing gently kissed her forehead, ready to get up and fetch a towel to clean her. But as soon as he moved, she held him even tighter. Not wanting to wake her, Gu Huaijing decided to stay quiet. Since she didn't seem to care anymore, what was there for him to care about? But she woke up again not long after, startled from a nightmare, waking multiple times during the night. Each time she woke, she desperately sought comfort, and with Gu Huaijing's soothing, she fell back into deep sleep. When she woke up again, the sun was high in the sky. No one was around, her body was dry, and the bed sheets were clean. But she didn't forget what had happened the night before. The memories were still clear in her mind. She couldn't help but cover her face. Oh my goodness, what had she done? How could she be so shameless? She didn't want to see anyone. But just as she raised her hand, she felt as if her whole body had been crushed and glued back together by a big truck. Moving even slightly felt like it would shatter again. A painful moan escaped her lips, and she realized her throat was hoarse, almost unable to make a sound. Hearing the noise, Gu Huaijing rushed in. Tang tang, I'm here. Shin Yitong reached out her hand to him. He immediately held her tightly in his arms. I'm here, don't be afraid. I saw you sleeping soundly earlier, so I made some porridge. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Her stomach growled twice at the right moment. She shyly buried her face in his neck and nodded. Then shall I carry you out? Gu Huaijing helped her settle at the dining table. I'll go serve the porridge. Shin Yitong grabbed his sleeve. Be good, I'll be back soon. I need water, she said hoarsely, almost in a whisper. After drinking a large glass of warm water, her throat felt a little better and she could speak again, though her voice was still a bit hoarse. What should I do? I can't go to work now. Seeing that she was still worried about going to work, he thought she was feeling much better. Gu Huaijing gently smiled and stroked her hair. It's okay. I'll call your workplace later to ask for leave. Eat some porridge first. Afraid she might lose her appetite again, Gu Huaijing didn't add anything to the porridge, just plain white rice porridge. It had been cooked long enough. The rice grains had dissolved, and it smelled strongly of rice. Shin Yitong picked up a spoon, gently stirred, and, under Gu Huaijing's nervous gaze, took a bite and swallowed. Seeing her finally swallow smoothly, he finally relaxed. I'll go wash the sheets and clothes. Earlier, he didn't dare turn on the washing machine because he was worried it would disturb her sleep. The shirt she wore to work yesterday was stained with a lot of blood and couldn't be cleaned anymore. Gu Huizheng didn't want her to think about those scary things again, so he decided to take control and threw the clothes into the stove to burn. He planned to get 2 new pieces in the next couple of days from his sister-in-law, who had helped alter clothes before, and have her modify 2 more for her. The familiar sound of the washing machine's bang echoed in the yard. Shen Yitong looked outside and saw her lush little garden, the thriving vegetable patch, and the small chicks that had started to look like little chickens. Finally, she felt a real sense of coming back to life. Gu Huizheng looked serious. My wife, I need to tell you something.
What is it?
Last night. Let's not talk about such embarrassing things. Shen Yitong's expression suddenly became unnatural. But Gu Huizheng still had to say we didn't use that a few times already. It's really not his fault. He had wanted to get it many times, but she wouldn't let him. Every time he moved slightly away, she clung tightly and wouldn't let him go even a little. He had warned her before, but at that time, she wouldn't listen to anything. So, it's not entirely my fault. Shen Yitong also remembered now. It seemed she was partly to blame. But never mind. It's not important anymore. Gu Huizheng, I almost died yesterday. His words made Gu Huizheng feel even more sad. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I didn't protect you. At that moment she was thinking, what should I do?
I don't want to die.
I still have so many things I want to do with you. I want to experience everything in life with you, all the joys and sorrows, including becoming parents. Gu Huizheng was very upset at first, but as he listened, he suddenly froze. You mean, yes, it's okay. If we have a child, let's have one. Gu Huizheng still couldn't believe it. Are you really sure? Didn't you say? Shen Yitong shook her head. In the face of death, those worries don't matter. We will never know whether an accident or tomorrow will come first. So, just live well in the present. I want what others have, including a child. Gu Huizheng excitedly hugged her. Tangdang, Shen Yitong wanted to ask if he also wanted a child, since he had promised not to before. Was he just trying to comfort her? But she could clearly feel from his body that his excitement might not only be about having a baby. Sure enough, words from the mouth of a fool are not trustworthy. Then we need to hurry. If we really get pregnant, it will be hard to fix later. Shen Yitong thought, help. Is there anyone who can control this person? Because Shen Yitong was very shocked, the leaders of the broadcasting station quickly gave her 3 days off to rest at home. Gu Huizheng also took 3 days off for the same reason, staying at home to keep her company. In the courtyard, familiar sisters-in-law came to visit Shen Yitong, bringing her lots of fresh vegetables, fruits, and homemade food. Of course, they also asked about what happened that day. At first, Gu Huizheng didn't want them to mention it, afraid it would scare her. But Shen Yitong was nervous at first when she talked about it, then she became more confident, and finally she made herself out to be a clever and brave hero, almost convincing herself. Later, Shen Yitong also asked Gu Huizheng, why didn't anyone from above come to question me? And wouldn't it be better to catch that spy alive? Wouldn't killing him on the spot prevent serious interrogation? Gu Huizheng, I wrote the report for you. I didn't let you go for questioning because I was worried it might scare you. We've already uncovered that person's background. Whether we keep them alive or not doesn't matter. They will be executed sooner or later. As long as no serious harm was done. Shen Yitong felt a bit more at ease. So, if you had killed him, it wouldn't have been a problem, right? Of course not. I've made a big contribution. Shen Yitong, I need to tell you something. I used Morse code on the radio to ask for help, but he found out. He immediately wanted to kill me. I suggested that he take me hostage and make demands to you. Actually, she was still a little scared. If that spy hadn't died and had been caught, and she was turned in, would she also have been treated as his accomplice? If that had happened, even Gu Huizheng might have been dragged down with her. I was very scared at the time and didn't want to die, so I said that. Gu Huizheng was silent for a moment, then held her tightly. Once again, he truly felt that he almost lost her. If she hadn't been so calm and composed, or if any part of the plan had gone wrong. You did very well, Gu Huijing said, kissing her forehead. Surviving is the most important thing. After resting at home for 3 days, Shin Yitong fully recovered and went back to work. As soon as she returned to the office, she was shocked by the changes she saw. It must have cost a lot. The office gate had been replaced with a large iron door topped with long, sharp spikes that couldn't be climbed. The tree outside the yard wall, which was close to the wall, had been moved somewhere else. A wire mesh fence now surrounded the top of the wall. Some brave sparrows tried to perch on it, but as soon as they got close, sparks flew and the poor birds were knocked away. Shin Yitong was startled when she entered. Am I in the right place? Is this still our radio station? The station manager said, Little Shun, it's my fault. I didn't take the safety advice from Commander Goose seriously, which caused you so much trouble. Don't worry. Director Tang has applied for funds to improve the station. Everything has been upgraded now. Not even a fly can get in. Xiao Minin rushed out and said, Sister Shin, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I knew the situation was serious, but I shouldn't have left you alone in the office. The others also hurried out and asked, Little Shun, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? Chao Chunyan quietly pressed a small yellow paper folded into a triangle into Shun Yitong's palm. She whispered, This is a good luck charm I specially got a few days ago. Wear it on you to ward off evil. Don't tell anyone about it. Shin Yitong quickly put it in her pocket, looked around cautiously, and her heart was pounding. Later, she found out that everyone in the broadcast station had one of these charms. Because someone had died in the yard, everyone felt uneasy when they came to work every day. With Chao Chunyan's so-called, blessed, good luck charm, everyone felt much more at ease. Then the station chief called a meeting. After taking a sip of water to soothe his throat, the station chief spoke. Now, let's start the meeting. Those who are knitting sweaters or mending shoes, put down your work. The newspapers aside. What I'm about to say is very important, so listen carefully, because our island just experienced a very serious incident involving a criminal trying to escape and harming people, and everyone knows the details. The victim is among us, but I won't go into more detail. Now, the county requires us all to work together to prevent spies and saboteurs. We've heard this kind of talk before. In the past, people probably wouldn't have paid much attention. Knitters kept knitting, and daydreamers kept daydreaming. But after what happened a few days ago, no one dared to ignore it anymore. Everyone was staring intently at the station chief. Enemy agents might disguise themselves as different people, blend into the crowd, steal important information, disrupt production, and cause social chaos. Their evil actions threaten the interests of the country and the people. So, we all must stay alert and increase our awareness of danger. Yes, Xiao Minin's eyes were red, and he clenched his fists tightly. We absolutely cannot let the incident from a few days ago happen again. The station chief looked at him and continued, Our specific prevention work includes, first, forming a joint patrol team. Our unit is too small, so we will team up with a neighboring fishing company to do this. Women do not need to participate. All the men, including myself, will take part. The specific tasks will follow the arrangements of the fisheries company, with shifts for patrols. Everyone should also pay attention to suspicious signs. If you notice any suspicious people or unusual situations, report them quickly. Our main focus for the radio station now is to promote anti-espionage and counter-espionage education, to raise awareness and help people recognize threats. Now, please feel free to share your ideas on how we can do this work better. Everyone looked at each other, thinking, what ideas could they have? They didn't know much about this. Finally, their eyes fell on Shin Yitong and Xiao Minin. According to the usual rules, for this kind of work, the radio announcers are responsible for writing the scripts and reading them on air. Whether it works well, or if the people like it is not their concern. Director Gao asked, Xiao Shun and Xiao Xiao, do you have any ideas? Xiao Minin said, I'll go back and write some scripts about how to prevent spies and we can broadcast them. Director Gao nodded. Our station's most educated people are you too, so this task is yours. Suddenly, Shin Yitong spoke up. I have an idea, I don't know if it's good. Go ahead, said Gao. Just reading scripts isn't lively enough. It doesn't really get into people's hearts or make a good impact. I was thinking, maybe we could make a radio drama. Radio drama? Everyone looked a bit confused. It's using sounds like dialogue, monologues, background noises, and sound effects to help listeners imagine the story and feel like they're part of it. Xiao Minin understood first. Like watching a movie with your eyes closed, right? When he said that, others also understood. That sounds great. That's interesting. But we can't do it, right? Making movies is so hard. It's not something we can manage. Shun Yitong said, we don't need to make such complicated movies. We can pick a few simple scenes, and they should relate to our island's features. We don't need many characters. Just a few of us here can act. Upon hearing that they could also perform, everyone became excited again. Oh wow, I can be an actor too? Lil Shun, tell me, what role can I play? Shun Yitong felt a bit shy. I just mentioned the idea. Whether we do it or not depends on the leaders and everyone's opinions. I think it's a good idea. Let's give it a try. Usually there's not much to do at work, so everyone was bored. Having something to do now feels pretty interesting. And this time, it's not just the announcer showing off, but everyone can join in. The feeling of everyone working together on one thing is really special. Director Gao said, Little Shun's idea is very good. I'll leave the detailed planning to you. No problem, Shun Yitong replied happily. I'll start writing the script as soon as possible. Little Shun, can you give me a good role? I'm willing to sacrifice for art. Whatever role you give me, I'll take it. Even a secret agent needs someone to play it. Everyone was full of enthusiasm. Shun Yitong quickly finished the radio drama script. To make it more relatable for listeners, he set the story on the island's non-U production team. It's about local fishermen outsmarting spies. Shun Yitong only wrote the main story. The detailed dialogues and scenes were to be polished by others who knew island life well. During the performance, some local dialect would also be included. After Director Gao reviewed the script, everyone eagerly prepared to start recording. Roles were assigned through self-selection and recommendations from the crowd. Lin Dabing and Qin Xuejuan automatically took on the roles of Spy A and Spy B. Spy A was pretending to be a Marine Research Institute expert. Spy B was disguised as a local who got lost visiting relatives. Xiao Minin was unanimously recommended to play the lively, naive young fisherman Ahai. Chao Chunyan, Liao Yuzhen, and Su Guilan played gossip-loving fisherwomen. As for Director Gao, he was the village leader who would appear at key moments. Even the gatekeeper, Uncle Men, had a role as an old fisherman. After the distribution was finished, everyone looked around and thought, wait a minute, why doesn't Xiaoshen have a role? But Xiaoshen's voice was too gentle, and her Mandarin was too perfect. It didn't seem right for her to play a fisherman's daughter. We definitely couldn't let Xiaoshen be a secret agent. Shun Yitong smiled and said, Did you forget? We still need a narrator. I'll do the narration. Yes, Xiaoshen should do the narration. That's perfect. Everyone took their scripts and practiced hard. Even the illiterate gatekeeper and Su Guilan practiced several times to memorize their lines. Everything was ready, and it was time to record. The recording was set up in Shun Yitong's office. Everyone moved their chairs into a circle around a small table with a tape recorder in the middle. Shun Yitong said, Everyone listen carefully. When I say start, no more noise, okay? Recording begins. She pressed the record button. At first, she read a gentle, calm opening. On this sunny day, it's a good time to dry the nets and repair the boats. Our brother Ahai is busy at the dock with some young men. After that, Shun Yitong looked at Xiao Minin. Xiao Minin, full of youthful energy, responded, Hey, let's work harder. Once we dry the nets, we can go out to sea this afternoon. Next, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Dabing, who was playing the secret agent. Lin Dabing looked a bit nervous. Oh, it's my turn now. Snap. Shun Yitong pressed the stop button. You don't need to say that line. Just read the script. Everyone looked at Lin Dabing with disapproval. Lin Dabing scratched his head. This isn't my first time. Xiao Shun, let me try again. Shun Yitong said. It's okay. We didn't expect to record everything in one go. I can re-record it later. Lin Ge, you start now. Lin Dabing quickly cleared his throat nervously. When Shun Yitong pressed the record button again, he started speaking. He used a slightly awkward foreign accent. Comrade, sorry to bother you. May I ask if this is the dock of Manhwa production team? Xiaomin responded, Yes, sir. Who are you looking for? Li Dabing held the script in his hand and spoke slowly. I am an expert sent by the Provincial Marine Research Institute. I am here to study a rare seaweed unique to this area. This seaweed is very important for national defense. Xiaomin responded respectfully. Oh, an expert. Welcome. Feel free to ask if you want to know anything. Li Dabing asked. Great. I want to know if any special ships have recently approached our island, especially at night. When does the lighthouse on our island turn on at night, and what is the pattern of the light signals? Finally, it was Chao Chunyan's turn. She nervously clutched her notebook and spoke loudly and exaggeratedly. Hey, Mr. Expert, you're studying rare seaweed, but now you're asking about ships and lighthouses? Even a 3-year-old knows where the seaweed grows, whether ships pass by, or if the lights are on. That has nothing to do with your research. Then came the sound of people whispering quietly as Shen Yitong asked everyone to make hushed voices. Suddenly, there was a squeak. Chun Xuejuan's chair shifted unexpectedly, making a loud noise. Li Dabing glared angrily. What are you doing? Chun Xuejuan explained nervously. I was too nervous and didn't sit properly. You're nervous? The spy role hasn't even come out yet. During the first recording, there were many mistakes. Some coughed uncontrollably, some accidentally farted, and others got so nervous they mixed up their lines. It took a long time to finish just one scene, with many stumbles and setbacks. After recording, everyone felt a bit unsure. Xiao Shen, do you think we did okay? Shen Yitong thought for a moment. I'm not sure either. Let's try again. But just having dialogue isn't enough. We need to add background sounds. What are background sounds? Sounds that make listeners feel like they're really there. For example, since our story takes place by the sea, we should add sounds of waves, seagulls, and fishing nets. That makes it more realistic and natural. Yeah, Xiaoxin, you really know a lot. So how do we get these background sounds? Shen Yitong said, Let's record them at the seaside. Xiaomin volunteered. I can go. But I don't have experience, so I'm worried I won't record well. Li Dabing and Qin Xuejuan also said, We'll go too. They weren't particularly eager to work. They just wanted a chance to have some fun. Then she looked at Shen Yitong and said, Little Shen, you should come too. Just tell us how to record, and you only need to speak. Shen Yitong replied, Sure, after the broadcast ends, I'll go to the beach with you. Liao Yuzhen, being very loyal, thought it was strange for a young girl to go out with a group of grown men. Little Shen, I'll go with you. Chao Chunyan said, Then I'll go too. Su Guilin felt that since everyone else was going, it would be a bit strange if she didn't go. Can I go too? Only the tall leader on the platform was left, and everyone looked at him. The tall leader snorted and said, I won't go join the fun with you guys, so you don't feel uncomfortable. Chao Chunyan reminded everyone, remember to bring water bottles, some snacks, and cooling ointment. Don't get heat stroke. So, what was supposed to be a nice outdoor sketching trip turned into a team-building activity for the company. As for how to get there, most people in the company lived nearby and walked to work. Only Shen Yitong had a bicycle. Everyone then started to complain about her bicycle. To buy a bike, you should get a good one, with 2 seats in front and 2 in back. One bike can fit 5 people. Such small bikes can only hold 2 people at most, and they're just for looks. Forget it, let's just walk. No one felt comfortable riding with Shen Yitong on her bike. Shen Yitong could only push her bike and walk with everyone else. But along the way, everyone praised Shen Yitong. If it weren't for little Shen, we would know so much. Exactly, we didn't even know what a radio drama was, and she's written 2 scripts. Ever since little Shen came, our radio station's programs have become so lively and diverse. Although it wasn't entirely their achievement, as members of the radio station, everyone felt proud. They arrived at the beach just as evening was falling. The dock was lively, with many fishermen returning from their trips. Most of the catch was handed over to the fishing company for sale. But some smaller or less attractive fish, which the company didn't want, were left behind. Fishermen often can't eat all the fish they catch, so they sell the leftovers directly at the dock. Liao Yuzhen and a few other women eagerly rushed over and immediately squatted down to pick through the fish. They completely forgot they were there to work. The 3 single men, however, were quite active. When Shen Yitong said they wanted to record some sounds, they eagerly looked at the recorder and started recording. The sounds on the dock included bustling noise, waves hitting the beach, sea breezes, seagulls calling, and the flapping wings of seabirds flying by. After a short while, Lin Dabing and Qin Xuejuan, two of the men, focused on collecting shells on the beach. Only Xiao Minin was still diligently working. He brought the recorded sounds back to Shen Yitong and asked, "Sister Shen, listen to this. Is it okay?" Shen Yitong nodded. "Yes, that's good. Let's go over there and ask the fishermen to help us record the sound of the nets being cast." "Got it." Xiao Minin carried the recorder and walked with Shen Yitong toward the crowd. The two well-mannered, fair-skinned young people appeared at the seaside, still carrying the recorder, which drew some attention. A curious fisherwoman approached and asked, "Young man, bringing your wife to the seaside and carrying that thing, are you going to sing and dance?"
Xiao Min an blues hit deeply.
No, it's for recording for a broadcast. That's my colleague, not my wife. The women giggled. What's there to be shy about? Keep trying, and maybe someday it'll be you on the radio. Xiao Minin got nervous. Shen Yitong was nearby. She wondered if he would be upset. She quickly spoke up to explain, "It's really not like that. We're just colleagues. And my colleague already." Shen Yitong gently patted his arm and motioned for him to step aside. "Ma'am, we work at a radio station. Do you listen to the radio often? There's no need to explain too much. The more you explain, the more others might misunderstand. Since it's just a chance encounter, and unlikely you'll meet again, there's no need to worry about these things." The fisherwoman said, "You mean the broadcast the production team plays over the loudspeaker? We all love listening to it. Yes, there's a girl who tells interesting stories, and she even takes song requests. It's a pity we don't know how to write letters, or I'd request a song too." "That's perfect. This is our announcer, Xiao Xiao. If you want to dedicate a song to someone, just tell him. He'll write it down for you, and you can listen for it tomorrow at noon." "Really? Such a good thing." "No, wait. That voice, miss, you're the girl who does the noon broadcasts, right? I can tell just by hearing your voice. You must be very pretty, and I was right. So, after the girl writes it down, will she be the one to read it?" "Yes, that's me. I also want to ask a few older women for help." "Well, if you have something to say, just tell us. We'll do our best." Shen Yitong. "Andes, do you know how to sing fishing songs? The kind you sing while working?" The older women giggled happily. Finally, they brought forward a cheerful, strong-looking woman with a bright face, an aunt who clearly had a good voice. "This is Sister Xiaochuan, who sings the best here." "Sister Xiaochuan, sing a song for the girl." Sister Xiaochuan was straightforward. "All right, I'll sing a couple of lines. You listen and see if it's what you want." She started singing with a clear, surprising voice. Oh hey, the melody flowed like waves, with sounds of seagulls and tides. Cotton trees bloom during the flood season. Sister Ai mends nets while Brother Gong repairs the boat. Shen Yitong's eyes lit up. Exactly. That feeling. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and record it. Oh, okay. Xiao Minin finally snapped out of it and quickly pressed the record button. But honestly, he didn't quite understand. What was the point of recording this very local fishing song? Her script didn't seem to mention anything like this. Seeing them really start recording, Sister Xiaochuan felt a bit shy and quickly waved her hand. "I was just singing randomly." "Don't waste your tape," Shen Yitong said. "Annie, you sang really well, so authentic. And the other aunties, can you all sing together? It doesn't have to be formal, just the kind of humming you do while working. Just humming? Is that okay?" "Yes, it's fine. Just be natural." One Annie went to chase after some children playing nearby. "Go away, go play somewhere else. Can't you see we're busy?" "No noise." Shen Yitong smiled. "Auntie, it's okay. Recording background sounds like this makes it more natural. Big sister-in-law, I really can't understand the thoughts of you cultural folks. This afternoon's trip to the seaside was very rewarding." Chao Chunyan and the other women collected several large bags of seafood bought at very low prices. Lin Dabin and Qin Xuejuan gathered a variety of beautiful shells in their pockets. Only Shen Yitong and Xiao Minin truly worked hard. They recorded both cassette tapes completely. Before it got dark, everyone went home separately. Xiao Minin took the tape recorder back and Shun Yitong wanted to listen to the recordings from the afternoon, so she packed the 2 cassette tapes into her bag and took them home. No one noticed that while they were focused on recording, 2 women from the military district's family compound happened to come over, looking to buy cheap seafood from the small fishing boat returning in the evening. They saw the group whispering together and sometimes holding the tape recorder facing the sea. As for the group of fishing women nearby, they were ignored intentionally. Those 2 women got excited and, once home, eagerly started gossiping. Guess who we saw at the seaside today? Mrs. Gu, yes, the one who's been in the news lately. Do you know what she did today? She was with a man playing by the sea. Oh, the way they were so close. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were a young couple. Are you sure it was her? Not someone else. Maybe they made a mistake. No way, it wasn't a mistake. That man looks gentle and fair-skinned, totally different from Mrs. Gu. Come on, tell us what they did. Did they hug or kiss? That's just inappropriate. I knew it. Those wealthy young ladies always dress so flashy. They're not well-behaved at all. The gossiping women were so engrossed that they suddenly felt a very cold presence approaching behind them. They instinctively turned around and directly met the cold gaze of Commander Gu. Gu Huaijing, with a stern face, said, "Who gave you the courage to talk nonsense here?" The women turned pale with fear. We were just talking casually. Just talking without proof? Do you know that slandering others is also a crime? Other people's reputation is just being insulted and trampled on by you all? I didn't expect there to be such a gossiping woman in our military family compound. It seems your men are too indulgent with you. This remark was a bit harsh. The men in these women's families are not as high-ranking as Gu Huijing in the army. Hearing this, they also felt nervous. At the same time, they couldn't understand. Usually, when men hear such things, don't they get angry and confront their women? Why, here, they are blaming the women instead. One woman boldly said, "We saw it with our own eyes." How could it be false? Commander Gu, we're only trying to help you. Seeing this, we can't just keep it to ourselves. Gu Huijing sneered. If it was really for my good, you should tell me properly. Instead, you're talking behind my back and saying such nasty things. He looked at each of their faces and said, I remember you all. If I hear anyone talking badly about my wife outside again, this won't be over. After saying that, Gu Huijing strode out of the family compound. He had just come back from work and found Shin Yitong wasn't home, so he planned to look for her. Unexpectedly, he overheard those words. Although he didn't believe a word, he couldn't help feeling a little anxious. The women who had been scolded looked at each other and started complaining about the 2 people who first brought up the topic. It's all your fault. Why are you talking nonsense? If that Gu guy starts giving our men a hard time at work because of this, what'll happen? Who knows, this man is so blind and foolish. No wonder he's being cuckolded. You still dare to say that? Are you not afraid of death? Because of Gu Huijing's words, they dared not speak badly of Shin Yitong anymore. If others did, they had to stop them quickly. Otherwise, it would all be blamed on them, which was so unfair. Not far from the family compound, Gu Huijing saw a slim, graceful figure riding a bicycle from afar, bathed in the evening glow, facing the gentle breeze. When Shun Yitong saw him, she immediately became happy, raising one hand high and waving twice. Her smile was brighter than the sunset. The worry in Gu Huijing's heart instantly disappeared. He quickly ran over and took a step forward. Shin Yitong naturally got out of the car and handed him the bicycle. They walked slowly together in the sunset. Why are you back so late today? I went to the seaside. Oh, what did you do there? I recorded sound materials. I want to make a radio drama. The boss agreed, and my colleagues are very supportive. Shin Yitong's eyes sparkled. Gu Huijing immediately felt that the work he had helped her get was really worth it. When she was immersed in her work, she seemed to glow with happiness. Editing the radio drama was very detailed work. It involved adding various background sounds, and she had to keep switching recordings between 2 tape recorders. During the editing, if any noise appeared around her, she had to start over from the beginning. But because she loved what she was doing and wanted to do it, Shin Yitong worked with great enthusiasm and never found it tiring or boring. Her colleagues also cooperated very well. They made sure not to make any noise while she was working. They even patrolled around her, making sure no birds flew by and that passing dogs kept quiet. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the first episode of the radio drama was finally released. At the start, a clear, distant fishing song was played, bringing everyone's thoughts to the vast sea. Then came the sounds of waves, oars hitting the water, busy crowds, children playing, and lively fish splashing on the deck. It felt as if the scene was slowly coming closer, and in everyone's mind, a familiar seaside dock scene appeared. Women hummed cheerful fishing songs while quickly mending fishing nets. Honest and kind young fishermen happily talked with the visiting ocean experts. Even though they had all participated in the recording, everyone listened to the broadcast with wide eyes, surprised and unable to believe they had created such a wonderful show. When the naive fisherman Ah-hai almost revealed a secret to spy, everyone's hearts tightened with worry. But when the clever and wise fisherwoman came out to expose the so-called ocean expert's lies, everyone finally relaxed. In the end, the spy was uncovered and caught by the just and brave villagers, who judged him fairly. Everyone felt very satisfied and happy. After the story ended, there was a light and cheerful fishing song, followed by Shin Itong's voice. How to guard against spies? Remember the 3 key tips. First tip, be observant and watch carefully. Don't just look at people's faces. Observe their actions and check their IDs. Second tip, ask questions until you get the truth. Make them nervous and their hidden secrets will come out. Third tip, report immediately without hesitation. Set up a trap so spies can't escape. The program finished, and colleagues outside the radio station couldn't help but clap enthusiastically. They had never felt their work was so meaningful before. Even the staff involved in the broadcast were so excited, not to mention the listeners outside, who were hearing this kind of broadcast for the first time. Letters of praise and compliments flooded in like snowflakes, piling up in front of the station director. Most of these letters expressed love for the program, requests for rebroadcasts, and hopes for it to continue forever. Outside, people everywhere were talking about the program. Even children on the street could recite the 3 tips for spotting spies. Because of this, the radio drama program was kept alive. A new episode was released every 2 weeks, and during the other times, they replayed previous episodes. Listeners didn't get tired of it. The more familiar they became, the happier they were to listen. Some even took pride in memorizing the lines. Even Sister Xiaochuan, who sang the opening song, became quite popular for a while. After recording several episodes about guarding against spies, the content gradually expanded to include interesting stories from people's daily lives. The scripts were no longer written only by Shin Itong. Everyone at the station took part, showing a strong sense of ownership. They used their gossip skills to brainstorm and write scripts every day. Even Su Guilon, who couldn't read well, worked hard to find out interesting stories and shared them with everyone, helping to improve the scripts. Xiao Minan also learned how to edit radio dramas, so Shin Itong no longer had to work late into the night alone. Now, she only needed to give some technical advice at key moments. Even Director Gao felt that the radio station had never been so positive and motivated as it was now. Even Director Tang Tai liked the current work environment at his office, so he spent much more time there than before. He even made several guest appearances in radio dramas. Children from Liao Yuzhen, Chao Chunyan, and Su Guilon's families also played roles as kids in the dramas. The children were very happy. Once the dramas with their participation aired, everyone at school knew about it and praised them. Their classmates and friends were very jealous. Soon it was almost the end of the year. This was the first New Year Shin Itong spent on the island in her life. She hardly remembered how she celebrated the New Year in her past life.
It was probably not a happy time.
She was in a bad mood then, not even wanting to enjoy ordinary days, so she had no energy to think about celebrating the New Year. Now things are different. She didn't feel very strongly about it before. When she was at home as a girl, she didn't need to worry about these things. She just made new clothes, bought new shoes, and thought about how to dress beautifully on New Year's Day. But everyone around her was very enthusiastic about the new year. Under this lively atmosphere, She couldn't help but feel excited too. The elders from both families had already sent their gifts early. Next door, Jiang Shuang was busy trying to exchange cloth tickets to make new clothes for her family. Meanwhile, Mother Gu sent each of Xin Yitong and Gu Huaijing a new outfit. It was clear that the situation in Beijing was becoming tense. The new clothes were no longer bright and colorful, but Mother Gu still carefully chose the best colors and styles. Gu Huaijing received a blue zhongshan suit, and Xin Yitong got a khaki linen suit with a wide belt, which made her look brave and handsome. Whenever Jiang Shuang had free time, she took Xin Yitong shopping for New Year supplies, waiting at the store for popular items like candies, cookies, sunflower seeds, and peanuts. The office also distributed New Year goods, a basket of oranges, a bag of apples, and 20 eggs. Because the radio station did an excellent job this year and received a special award from higher authorities, each person received an extra 6 feet of cloth tickets. Each gay man received 2 extra bars of soap, and each received a bottle of snowflower cream. Everyone was happy when they received this year's benefits. There was so much stuff that Xin Yitong couldn't carry it all alone, so she specially called Gu Huaijing to help her bring everything home. The army also gave out many New Year benefits. At the family compound, several fat New Year pigs were slaughtered, and each family received about 20 jin of pork. Gu Huaijing carried a big basin to bring the pork back. With so much meat, it wouldn't be eaten all at once. Jiang Shuang used her job at the cafeteria to get some sausage casings, then brought them home to help Xin Yitong make cured meat and sausages. The men chopped the meat. Jiang Shuang handled the most technical part, seasoning, while Xin Yitong took on the fun part, stuffing the meat into the casings. They used a funnel, cleaned it, and poked the small end into the casing, pinching it tight. They scooped the minced meat into the large end of the funnel with a spoon, then used chopsticks to push the meat inside, so it could fill the casing smoothly. Every so often, about the length of a palm, they tied the sausage with thin string, creating plump, bulging links. They hung the sausages on bamboo poles to dry for 2 days. As the meat inside started to lose water and shrink, they carefully poked small holes in each sausage with a sewing needle to release excess air, helping the casings fit tightly around the meat. Soon, almost every household in the yard was drying cured meat and sausages, and the air was filled with their rich aroma. Another lively group activity was frying oil dumplings. Families with a bit more money would spend some oil, flour, and sugar to fry these dumplings during the new year. They were great for giving as gifts or serving to guests, making them very respectable. When Xin Yitong was at home, her family didn't make these, so she had never tasted them. Jiang Shuang asked if she wanted to try frying some, and Xin Yitong hesitated for a moment. Are they tasty? Jiang Shuang was very sure. They are very delicious. Nothing tastes better. All right then, how do you make them? Jiang Shuang knew she definitely wouldn't agree. Just like when we made sausage rolls before, we can do it together. My family has many relatives, and I have lots of friends to give them to. I plan to make 10 pounds of flour. How about you? Xin Yitong thought for a moment. Since the food is so delicious, she also wanted to send some to her parents. I'll make 10 pounds too. Okay, Jiang Shuang handed her a list. It showed the ingredients needed to make fried pastry pockets with 10 pounds of flour, like eggs, sugar, peanuts, and so on. She asked her to prepare these first. Eggs are for mixing into the dough. You can skip them, but they make the food tastier. Sugar and peanuts are for the filling. The peanuts are roasted until golden, then the red skins are removed. They are crushed with a rolling pin, mixed with sugar, and become fragrant and sweet. No wonder it's so tasty. How could it not be? Xin Yitong suddenly had an idea. What if we add some shredded coconut to the filling? Jiang Shuang thought for a moment. I think that's a good idea. Since Gu Huaijing often makes coconut soap, shredded coconut is a common ingredient for them. Their chickens are raised on coconuts, so they have coconut chickens. Making fried pastry pockets is tricky, not because of frying, but because of wrapping. It's like making dumplings, but the edges need to be pinched into delicate pleats, which takes a lot of effort. Usually, only 1 or 2 people can do it well. So, everyone helps each other. Today, everyone is helping you wrap. Tomorrow they'll help me, and the day after, they'll help her. Jiang Shuang has been helping others a lot recently, so when it was her turn to make them, many people came to help. Since Shen Yitang was also there, Jiang Shuang reminded everyone early on, make sure to keep everything clean. Wash your hands thoroughly. After washing, don't touch other things. If you do, remember to wash your hands again before wrapping. Everyone replied, we know, we know. After that radio drama about not washing hands after using the bathroom and then eating and ending up with stomach worms, we're very careful about hygiene now. For a while, the government promoted a campaign about public hygiene, and the radio station was tasked with broadcasting messages about it. They recorded a radio drama on this topic, which was quite effective, more so than just dry announcements. But they underestimated Shen Yitang's level of hygiene awareness. Shen Yitang washed her hands and came in, handing out gauze masks to everyone. Wear these so that your saliva doesn't spray onto the food when you talk. She knew these sisters-in-law well. It was impossible to stop them from talking while working, and once they started chatting, saliva would inevitably fly around. Wearing masks was really necessary. Everyone exchanged glances and obediently took the masks to wear. They quickly divided the work and started working together. Jiang Shuang had already kneaded the dough in advance and covered it with a clean, damp cloth. When needed, they would cut off a small piece and roll it flat with a rolling pin. Then another person used the reflector from a flashlight, the larger side, to press on the dough, shaping a round piece of dough. Next, they folded the dough and handed it to the person responsible for wrapping the oil-filled pastries. Shen Yitang carefully observed and found that although they were all oil pastries, each person's finished product looked different. Some were generous, with fillings packed full, bulging so much that the dough almost tore. Some were rough, sealing the edges with just a few folds. Others, used to being frugal, didn't put much filling, so the pastries looked dry and flat. After watching for a while, she realized that the best-looking pastries were made by a 12-year-old girl brought by one of the sisters-in-law. She was neither fat nor thin, with a full, even shape. The folds she made were fine and dense, all the same size and spacing, just enough to form a half-circle border. She also counted and found that each oil pastry had exactly 22 folds. The girl's fingers were slender and clean, with neatly trimmed nails, free of any dirt. It was really to Shen Yitang's liking. She moved closer and asked, "Little sister, can you teach me how to make them?" The girl was a bit surprised but nodded. Okay. She patiently explained how to fold the pastries. Although it was Shen Yitang's first time, she was quite skillful. At first, her pastries looked a bit ugly, but as she practiced, they got better and better. The pastries she made became more beautiful, with folds just like the girl's, exactly 22, no more, no less. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuang's son ran back from outside, drinking water, and was stunned to see everyone wearing masks. "Mom, did you seal their mouths so they wouldn't sneak food?" Jiang Shuang. "Go away, stop causing trouble. Help me carry some firewood to the kitchen. We need to prepare the oil for frying the pastries." Each person placed their own fried pastry in a bamboo tray in front of them. At first, no one noticed Shen Yitang and the young girl. Later, when they started frying the finished pastries, everyone was surprised to see that the ones Shen Yitang and the girl made were the most beautiful. People who are good-looking really are different. The fried pastries they made look so nice. She was about to take hers to fry first. Shen Yitang protected her food like a treasure. "Fry other things first. This one is mine." Jiang Shuang didn't argue with her. It didn't matter how good or bad they looked, as long as they tasted good. In the end, the fried pastries were divided into 2 bowls. The more beautiful batch was reserved for Shen Yitang. They were plump, delicately shaped, and golden yellow when fried. A sweet coconut aroma filled the whole house. After cooling, Shen Yitang picked one to taste. The outer crust was crispy and crunchy, with crumbs falling off. When she bit into it, the thin pastry layer was actually made of more than 10 layers. The filling was sweet and fragrant, with the coconut and peanut flavors perfectly blended. The sugar was just right, sweet enough but not greasy. "Wow, this is so delicious." Jiang's sister-in-law really wasn't joking. These pastries are truly tasty. Later, Shen Yitong learned that not every batch of fried pastries was this good. During the new year, families exchanged gifts, usually similar items. Shen Yitong gave away many of her own beautiful and tasty fried pastries, but the ones she received from others were quite disappointing. Some looked poorly made, with strange shapes. Others were overcooked and blackened. Some had poor wrapping skills, and when fried, they cracked open, causing the sugar inside to melt and spill out, resulting in burnt, bitter-tasting pastries. Not everyone had the skill to knead the dough as well as Jiang Shuang. Shen Yitong received some poorly kneaded dough, hard and tough. When she bit into it, her teeth almost broke. So, Shen Yitong decided to give all the unattractive and bad-tasting pastries to Gu Huizheng to handle. Gu Huizheng didn't hesitate at all and took everyone to the military camp, distributing the food to the soldiers who looked like hungry ghosts. In no time, everything was settled neatly, and he kept thanking his sister-in-law. But those are later stories. Anyway, that day, Shen Yitong carried home a big bowl of golden, shiny oil horns that looked like gold ingots. She also brought back a young girl. She really liked this clean, clever girl. To thank her for teaching her how to make oil horns, she gave her a plate of them to take home. She also wanted to give her a small gift. The girl had shiny black hair, and she wanted to give her a pretty hairpin. But unfortunately, her pearl hairpins were hidden away, so she found 2 red ribbons to help her tie her hair. The girl would also dress up beautifully for the new year. Oil horns can be stored for a long time if kept dry. Following Jiang Shuang's instructions, Shen Yitong bought a large, small-mouthed clay jar, cleaned it, and let it dry. She put all the cooled oil horns inside, wrapped the jar opening with moisture-proof oil paper, and then covered it with a lid. The remaining oil horns were packed into 2 biscuit tins, along with some dried fish, dried shrimp, and seaweed she recently bought, to be sent to their parents the next day. She also wrote in the letter that these oil horns were made by her herself, asking them to keep and eat them, not to give away. All preparations for food and supplies were ready. That day, Jiang Shuang came to see Shen Yitong again, saying she wanted to buy red paper to write Spring Festival couplets. Quick, count how many doors you have to put up the couplets on. Let's measure the sizes, so we can buy the right amount of red paper. According to Jiang Shuang, the main gate and the big door of the house needed couplets. The other doors in the house also needed door charms. Door charms are the 4 characters pasted in the center of the door, with auspicious words like peaceful entry and exit, or everything goes well. They also needed to write the character Fu, fortune, upside down, symbolizing good luck arriving. While they were discussing where to put the decorations, someone came to the door. It was Sister Kwai Chunhong from the family committee in the big courtyard. The family committee usually consists of military family members who are politically aware, respected, and active in public welfare. My daily work involves resolving neighborhood disputes, maintaining order in the family housing area, organizing family learning sessions, and hosting group activities. Shen Yitong vaguely remembers that when she first arrived in her past life, Sister Kuei also came to visit her on behalf of the family committee. She probably said something like, "Since you're here, you should settle down peacefully and be a good helper to your husband." Of course, she knew Sister Kuei's attitude at that time was probably not very friendly. Fortunately, she didn't cause trouble and stayed quietly at home, avoiding conflicts with other military families. So, she didn't have much contact with Sister Kuei afterward. This time, unexpectedly, Sister Kuei came to her door. Shen Yitong was a bit surprised. "You came to see me?" Sister Kuei smiled warmly. "Yes, I came to see you. Only you can handle this matter." "Then, please tell me." Sister Kuei explained that the military would hold a spring festival gala on New Year's Eve, and each department needed to perform a show. The family housing area also needs to prepare 2 performances. After discussing with the family committee, they decided on 2 acts. One, as in previous years, a large chorus involving the children in the housing area. The other, a more creative skit. They wanted to perform a story about a spy disguised as an ordinary person going to a village to visit relatives, which Shen Yitong had written for her radio broadcasts. They hoped to change the setting from a village to the family housing area. If Shen Yitong agreed, They wanted her to help revise the script and assist in rehearsing the skit. The script was written by Shen Yitong herself, so changing it to fit the housing area wouldn't be difficult. In her past life, she was somewhat introverted, so no one would have come to ask her to rehearse. On New Year's Eve, Gu Huizheng said he would take her to watch the gala, but she didn't want to go. She thought such a place was boring and there wouldn't be anything good to see. Going would just be a waste of time. Thinking carefully, she realized that people used to say she was proud and aloof, looking down on others, and they weren't wrong. But in reality, her proud and aloof attitude didn't make her happy. At that time, Gu Huizheng, as a company commander, naturally stayed with the soldiers who couldn't go home for the new year, sharing their joy. So, she was alone at home, listening to the noisy music and lively voices from the celebration. While missing my parents and brother, I hugged my blanket and cried for half the night. Looking back now, I realize I was quite sentimental back then. I will never be like that again in my life. Whether the show is professional or high-level doesn't matter. It's fun as long as everyone enjoys the lively atmosphere together. So, Shen Yitong agreed without hesitation. Sure, Zhang Shuang interrupted. At that time, we get to choose who will perform and how. It all depends on what we decide, Sister Kuai said. Of course, since you are the teacher, Shen. Since we chose you, this program is entirely your responsibility. But we need to hurry. We can't delay the performance on New Year's Eve, Shen Yitong said. Don't worry, sister. I will think about the script tonight and show it to you tomorrow. You can also help decide who to pick. Everyone said Shen Yitong was proud, and Sister Kuai thought she might face some resistance today. But unexpectedly, she agreed so quickly and showed respect in her words. This made Sister Kuai very happy. All right, thank you for your effort, Xiao Shen. After Sister Kuai left, Zhang Shuang asked Shen Yitong, "Are you going to start rewriting the script now?" Shen Yitong replied, "Not in a hurry. Didn't I say I was going to buy red paper?" Revising the script didn't require sitting at a desk and stressing over it. She could think about it while shopping for red paper. Near the new year, red paper was in high demand. The two went to the supply store and managed to buy the last few sheets of red paper. Jiang Shuang said, "Buy more, we will also need it for wrapping red envelopes." They took the red paper home, cut it into suitable sizes, and Jiang Shuang took Shen Yitong to find someone to write calligraphy. Sometimes Shen Yitong found it strange. Zhang Shuang arrived on the island later than her, yet she seemed to know everything. This time, they went to find an old man, the father of a military officer living in the community. It was said that when he was young, his family was well off. He attended a few years of school and learned to write. Over the years, his successful son brought him here to enjoy his retirement. He had no other hobbies but liked to write big characters. He was famous in the community for his calligraphy. So every new year, people in the community liked to ask him to help write couplets. Like the elderly woman who helped with infertility issues before, giving a small gift to the old man is enough, whatever you feel is appropriate. However, that woman worked quietly in private, while the old man openly helps people write couplets. His house is busy with visitors, many coming to ask him to write couplets. The yard is crowded, with everyone gathered around a large table in the middle. The old man stands in front of the table, dipping his brush in ink and writing. Next to him, there is a big pile of cut red paper. On the other side, a long string hangs with finished couplets drying on it. Seeing that it's too crowded to get closer, Shen Yitong first looks at the written characters. How is it? Does the old man write nicely? Jiang Shuang's eyes are full of admiration. To her, people with culture are very impressive. Shen Yitong purses her lips and softly says it's okay. Out of politeness, she doesn't tell the truth. The truth is it's just SOSO, amateur level. Although she doesn't know much about calligraphy herself, her grandfather loved these things when she was young, and their home collected many famous calligraphy and paintings. She just looked at them casually. The more she looked, the more her appreciation improved. But for ordinary people, this level of writing is just right. If it were truly a master's work, they wouldn't be willing to put it on the door. Shen Yitong was just browsing casually, but one couplet's content deeply hurt her eyes. Sweep away all evil spirits. Overthrow all bourgeois authority. Forget about the rhyme and matching characters. The basic number of characters isn't even consistent. Yet, this is the most popular style of couplets nowadays. Suddenly, Shen Yitong feels a bit disappointed and says to Jiang Shuang, I don't want to write anymore. She turns and leaves. Jiang Shuang is stunned for a moment, wanting to follow, but then she looks back at the place Shen Yitong just looked at and understands. She quickly catches up and says, Xiao Shen, don't be angry. They didn't do it on purpose. Shen Yitong smiles and replies, I'm not angry. I just don't want to write anymore. Sister-in-law, you go ahead. I'll head back first. Jiang Shuang emphasized loyalty. If you don't want it, I won't either. I think those couplets are not very nice. We'll just stick red paper on the door later. When we were in the countryside before, no one helped us write them. We couldn't afford red paper, so we just cut 2 strips of red paper and pasted them on the door for good luck. Shen Yitong smiled again. When we go back, I will write the character for good fortune for you. Jiang Shuang was surprised. You can write. She then slapped her forehead. Oh, look at me. I'm so confused. I didn't ask a cultured person like you, but went to someone else. Little Shen, you can probably write big characters too, right? Shen Yitong. I can't. But I can. Although she hadn't practiced calligraphy with a brush, she had practiced with a pen, and was quite good at it. Plus, with her many years of painting experience, she definitely knew how to write artistic characters. It was easy for her to write a beautiful, Fu character. Jiang Shuang believed she was better at social skills and household chores than Shen Yitong. But when it came to cultural knowledge, she admired Shen Yitong blindly. No matter what, as long as Shen Yitong said she could write, she believed she would do a good job. Great. If I hadn't just decided not to ask that old man to write, I would have wasted the opportunity. She also felt a bit scared thinking about it. There was a rule when asking the old man to write. You couldn't specify what to write. Whatever he wrote, you had to accept. Most people couldn't even make requests. But what if the old man didn't like Shen Yitong and deliberately wrote rebellious or subversive words? Luckily, they left in time. As they walked, Jiang Shuang suddenly remembered. Oh no, we don't have any ink. No problem, I'll go buy some, she said, and immediately ran out. Shen Yitong shook her head helplessly and went home first. Without ink, she could also use paint. When Jiang Shuang returned, panting and holding a bottle of ink she just bought, Shen Yitong had already sketched a Fu character on a square piece of red paper and was filling it in with gold paint. Seeing the shining, golden Fu slowly take shape, Jiang Shuang was so surprised her mouth could fit a duck egg. Wow, I didn't know it could look like this. It's so beautiful, even better than the characters printed in books, and the gold color makes it look much more luxurious than black. Although we can't say things like, congratulations on your wealth, or great prosperity, outside now, everyone still hopes their family can be a little richer. And the character for good fortune is nice. No matter how much the revolution changes things, no one can take away good luck. If I had known you could do this, I wouldn't have asked anyone else. This character for good fortune looks so nice. Can you write one like this for me? I want to hang it in our living room so we can see it as soon as we enter. Shen Yitong. Here, this is for you. There's a little color left unfilled. You can fill it in. Huh? I don't think I can do it. Why not? You're so skillful and steady. Your hands can even cut radish slices thin enough to see through. Filling in the color is no problem. Hearing this, Jiang Shuang suddenly felt her hands itch. Then I'll try. So Shen Yitong handed her the materials and took a piece of paper to start drawing. This time, with ink, she wrote the character for good fortune in black, then added a gold border around the strokes. It looked very nice. When Gu Huaijing came home from work, he saw 2 women deeply focused on their drawings at home. Hey, what are you 2 writing? Seeing the long strips of red paper. Are you writing couplets? Clenching her fists in excitement. I want to try too. Jiang Shuang was surprised. Captain Gu, don't tell me you can also write big characters? Gu Huaijing pouted. It's just writing with a brush. Who can't do that? Shen Yitong also found it hard to believe. You really can? If his twin brother Gu Huaijuan said he could write beautifully, she wouldn't doubt it at all. But Gu Huaizheng? He doesn't seem like the type to do calligraphy at all. Gu Huaizheng snorted twice. Don't believe me? I'll show you what I can do. Just then, Zhang Shuang had bought a regular brush when she went to buy ink earlier. Gu Huaizheng picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and was about to write. Shen Yitan quickly stopped him. Wait a moment, she hurriedly took out a piece of newspaper. Try writing on this first. Wasting red paper is a small matter, but the real problem is that the red paper in the service station is out of stock. No more to buy. It's just that she doesn't trust him. Gu Huizheng hummed again and picked up a brush to write a big character of fortune on the newspaper. At first, it was a bit awkward. The first 2 strokes looked stiff. But soon he found his rhythm. His writing flowed smoothly, almost like a fine painting with sharp, elegant strokes. It was clear he had practiced. He didn't write randomly. After finishing, he shook his head in dissatisfaction. I haven't written in a long time, my hand feels stiff. Jiang Shuang said, Xiao Shen, I don't understand these things, but I think looking at Gu team leader's writing it seems pretty good. Not worse than that old man, right? Shen Yitang honestly and objectively replied, It's better than that old man's writing. Gu Huizheng felt proud. Of course. My teacher once praised me too. If my grandfather hadn't insisted I join the army, I might have become a calligrapher by now. Shen Yitang asked curiously, Who is your teacher? Gu Huizheng mentioned a name. Shen Yitang recognized the name. It was a famous contemporary calligrapher. But this raised more questions. How could a famous calligrapher today take him as a student? If he really was a student of a renowned calligrapher, then his skill level seemed quite poor. How did your teacher praise you back then? Shen Yitang asked. Gu Huizheng hesitated. How could he explain? Back then, he was very mischievous, causing chaos in the entire courtyard. He was not welcomed by anyone there. His parents, Gu and Gu, had no choice but to send him to his grandfather in the countryside, hoping he would cause less trouble. Coincidentally, the old calligrapher also lived nearby. At that time, Gu Huizheng was extremely wild. He noticed that the old man looked different from other rural elders, with a kind of noble, wise aura. He suddenly felt like teasing the old man, so he caught a stray cat to scare him. But the stray cat knocked over the old man's brush, breaking it. The old man caught the cat and threatened to beat it to death if the person who let it out didn't come forward. Gu Huizheng had to come out and admit his mistake. The old man said his brush was very valuable and Gu Huizheng couldn't afford to replace it. So he had to work for him to pay off the debt. Gu Huizheng went back crying to his grandfather, asking him to buy him out of his debt. As a result, Grandpa said the family couldn't afford the money, and there was nothing to do. Whoever caused the trouble had to pay it back. So Gu Huizheng began the hard days of working part-time to pay off the debt. Later, the old man said there were 2 ways to leave. One was to work honestly to repay the debt, but given the price of that brush, he would never finish paying it off in his lifetime. The second way was to learn calligraphy from him. Once he mastered it, he could leave. After careful thought, Gu Huizheng chose to learn calligraphy. He studied with a calligraphy master for 3 years. Later, the master had to leave the place for some reason and came to say goodbye to Grandpa. Gu Huizheng overheard their conversation and realized he had been tricked all along. Grandpa thought his grandson was too mischievous and wanted him to learn calligraphy to improve his character and become calmer. But he knew that if he told him directly, he wouldn't want to learn and might come up with ideas to resist. So, the 2 elders set a trap for him, making him willingly study for 3 years. To pay off the debt sooner, he worked very hard, resisting the temptation to play with friends and spending long hours practicing calligraphy every day. When Gu Huizheng learned the truth, he was angry at being played, but gradually understood his grandparents' good intentions. Long hours of practice did help him become more steady. Later, when he joined the army and carried out missions, he could stay still for hours during ambushes, thanks to his calligraphy training. As for how his master praised him back then, it's better not to mention it. His master's words were, "His brushwork is lively and full of spirit, almost like Monkey King riding his cloud." This meant his writing was too wild and unpredictable, with an unstable foundation. To truly improve, he needed to be grounded, calm, and steady, solidifying his basic skills. Gu Huijing said, "My master praised me for having talent. My writing is lively and full of energy." Shin Yitong looked at his writing and nodded. "Yes, it's almost flying off the paper." Jiang Shuang couldn't understand what they were saying. "That's right. I think Commander Gu's writing is just like the birds flying in the sky that day. So beautiful. I wish I had known there were two such talented people living next door. I wouldn't have bothered to look elsewhere. Commander Gu, this year, my family's couplets are all thanks to you. Wait a moment. I need to change my clothes first." Gu Huijing hurriedly went to his room. Jiang Shuang was puzzled. "It's just a few words. Why do you need to change clothes?" In a short while, Gu Huijing changed into a neat, bright white shirt, buttoned it carefully, and came out. Both Shin Yitong and Jiang Shuang stared wide-eyed, not understanding what he was up to. Gu Huijing said, "Bring out the red paper." "Do you want to write something?" Jiang Shuang replied. "How would I know what to write?" "Whatever you write, I'll write the same." "No, Commander Gu, you look so proper. Why are you wearing such a white shirt? If you accidentally get ink on it, it would ruin the clothes." Gu Huijing cleared his throat. "This is a matter for us cultured people. You wouldn't understand." Jiang Shuang said, "I don't understand." "Xiao Shin, do you understand?" Shin Yitong looked at him with amusement. She knew he was just pretending. Didn't she know? When they first met at his house, he deliberately dressed like the eldest son of the Gu family. He was just pretending to impress her. She nodded too.
Exactly.
Cultured people are particular about these things. They call it respecting knowledge. Hearing this, Jiang Shuang was filled with respect. She quickly wiped her hands on her clothes several times before respectfully placing the red paper in front of Gu Huijing. "Commander Gu, please write." After thinking for a moment, she became a little nervous and lowered her voice. "Don't write those things that people outside like to write. Xiao Shin doesn't like to hear them." Gu Huijing understood perfectly. Nowadays, most couplets had moved away from traditional blessings like happiness, longevity, and wealth. Lucky themes like good fortune and prosperity were almost gone. He couldn't be too unconventional. Of course, he didn't want to hurt Shin Yitong's feelings. He thought for a moment and wrote a couplet for Jiang Shuang's family. 3 red flags flutter in the wind, 5 good deeds bloom in spring. And for his own family, something simpler. Wind and rain send spring away, flying snow welcomes spring. The letter also included many words about self-reliance, hard work, and frugal living. Jiang Shuang picked up the paper about frugal living and said, "I'll take this." "You probably won't need it. You can't really expect the young lady to be good at managing money." Gu Huijing said, "Yes, our family's money is for my wife to spend as she likes." He finished writing all the red paper quickly, happily holding his part and leaving. Shin Yitong leaned on the table, watching Gu Huijing dry his written words. Gu Huijing's lips curled slightly, but he kept a calm face.
"What?"
"Didn't think I'm not as useless as you thought, right?" "Who said you're useless? You know a lot and are very capable. It's really a blessing to marry someone like you, a once-in-a-lifetime chance." Gu Huijing's pride almost soared to the sky. "Oh, how capable. Tell me more details." Shin Yitong raised her right index finger and beckoned him. "Come here, I have a secret to tell you." Gu Huijing immediately threw down what he was holding and moved closer. Shin Yitong wrapped her arms around his neck. "Actually, I think a white shirt doesn't suit you very well." Gu Huijing's face stiffened instantly. Her small mouth, capable of killing, gently blew air toward his neck. Restless little hands slowly moved up from his chest, finally stopping at his Adam's apple. Delicate, smooth fingertips lightly tapped on his throat, each tap seeming to ignite a fiery passion. Gu Huijing swallowed hard, his Adam's apple moving up and down. Her hand slowly moved down, unbuttoning one button then 2. Her red lips parted slightly, and her breath was intoxicating and soul-stirring. "You look best in military uniform, but my favorite is when you're not wearing anything." Suddenly, a fierce fire ignited in his mind, destroying the last thread of his rationality. He bit her lively little mouth fiercely, then picked her up and strode toward the bedroom. Shin Yitong panicked. I haven't taken a shower yet, he hesitated, then turned toward the bathroom. No hot water. I'll go turn it on now. Gu Huaijing gritted his teeth, finally setting her down. He didn't let go, pressed against the wall, and collected enough interest to cover his costs. Finally, he panted, "One day, I will die at your hands." Shen Yitong reached out and helped him button up his shirt. Gu Huaijing's gaze grew a little dangerous. "I don't suit wearing white shirts." "Who does?" Shen Yitong looked up into his eyes. "It doesn't matter what I like if it's someone I like. If I don't like someone, what they wear has nothing to do with me." This words felt like a clear stream flowing through Gu Huaijing's heart. All the jealousy, resentment, and strange desire to compete were washed away. He lowered his head and started a gentle, lingering kiss, until his stomach made a gurgling sound. Gu Huaijing shyly scratched his head. "I'm going to cook." While lighting the fire, he suddenly felt a bit dazed. She said they should live well. They should cook, do laundry, plant vegetables, and raise chickens. Yes, life was indeed becoming better. But why did all these chores seem to fall naturally on him? And why was he so happy to do it? TSK, this woman is incredible, so clever. Shen Yitong went to the study to write a short play script. It wasn't hard. She just slightly changed the original radio drama script, setting it in a family compound, and adjusted some details to fit that environment. Gu Huaijing finished cooking and called her to eat. Seeing her sitting at the desk, working her writing. Even her posture was different from ordinary people, her back straight, without any lazy slouch. It was clear her good manners had been ingrained since childhood. Elegance seemed to be part of her bones. Whenever this happened, Gu Huaijing would feel a sense of humility, thinking, "What am I that I deserve her?" He quietly approached, bent down, and hugged her shoulders. "What are you writing?" Big Sister Kue from the family committee said there will be a small performance at the Spring Festival Gala in the family compound, and she asked me to help write a script. Gu Huaijing frowned slightly. "Why do they want you to write it?" "Of course, because they trust my ability. If you're tired of dealing with these things, you can refuse," Gu Huaijing said. He knew that she didn't share much common ground with these older women. If she was pretending to fit in just for him, it would be too unfair to her. Shen Yitong smiled and said, "No, I actually enjoy it. It doesn't take much effort, so don't worry. I won't feel wronged. As long as you're happy. Remember, with your man backing you up, you can walk confidently in this big yard." "Really? What if I meet your boss's family?" Gu Huaijing replied. "If you don't like them, you can still stand your ground and not give them face." Shen Yitong happily hugged his neck. "With your words, I can be bold and act confidently." Gu Huaijing picked her up easily. "Let's go, time to eat." Jiang Shuang hurried over. "Xiao Shen, I forgot to tell you something." She looked up and saw Commander Gu carrying Shen Yitong out of the house, holding the baby. She quickly turned around gracefully. "Wow, your chicken is growing fast. Soon it might lay eggs." Her heart beat faster, and her face felt warm. This young couple really has many tricks. Shen Yitong got down from Gu Huaijing. "Sister-in-law, what did you want to tell me earlier?" Jiang Shuang said, "It's nothing. You all eat first. I'll come back later." "It's okay, sister-in-law. Just tell me." Jiang Shuang thought it over. It was better to say it now before they got too cozy after dinner. So she simply explained that a new family was moving into the neighborhood. The wife of Commander Yan Honghai, the battalion commander, was coming to stay with the troops. A few familiar sisters-in-law planned to go see her together. They heard that the battalion commander's wife was also a young lady from a big city. The sisters-in-law discussed what gifts to bring, maybe some dried vegetables or fish from their own homes, but worried she might find it too rustic. So they asked Jiang Shuang to represent them and ask Shen Yitong what she thought. Since Shen Yitong was also from a big city, she would probably know what kind of gift she would like. While Gu Huaijing went to the kitchen to serve food, Jiang Shuang's tone carried a hint of complaint. "Our family Lao Liao specifically told me that Commander Yan cares a lot about his wife. He asked me to be careful when talking in front of her and definitely not to make her angry." I said, "Since she's so delicate, as a rough woman from the countryside, isn't it better if I don't get too close?" Lao Yao said that Commander Yen mentioned his wife just arrived on our island. She's unfamiliar with everything here, so he hopes we can take good care of her. I was thinking, why does Commander Yen act so high and mighty? When you first arrived, didn't Commander Gu also not behave like that? Hey, you don't know about this? Has Commander Gu not told you? Just then, Gu Huaijing came out carrying food. Shen Yitong looked at him. Should I go too? Gu Huaijing said, if you want to go, just follow Zhang's sisters. If not, then forget it. It's just a wife of a battalion commander. Do you think she's a queen or something? We don't need to go pay respects. Zhang Shuang was startled and quickly looked back. Commander Gu, you shouldn't say that. Then she sighed. Sigh, Commander Gu is confident because he's capable. Unlike our Lao Liao, he's eager to please the leaders. Xiao Shen, tell us, what should we bring when we visit for the first time? Shen Yitong thought for a moment. I think there's no need to prepare anything special. Just act normally like we usually do. It's her who is coming to join the family community. We can't let others always accommodate her. Being accommodating once is fine, but not for a lifetime. Anyway, we show our true selves in front of her. Whether we can get along in the future depends on fate. Zhang Shuang clapped her hands. Yes, that's right. I think the same. We're all military families. Who's more noble than whom? About being particular, who can compare to you? Look, we get along pretty well too. Shen Yitong smiled a little nervously. She didn't realize how pretentious she had been in her past life. Zhang Shuang said, then I'll go talk to them. We'll bring what we should normally bring. We're planning to go tomorrow afternoon. Do you want to come along? Okay, let's go together. I'll find you after I finish work tomorrow. Zhang Shuang agreed and quickly turned to leave. The two sat down to eat. Gu Huaijing took a piece of scrambled eggs and put it into Shen Yitong's bowl. Are you really going tomorrow? Yes, I don't have anything else to do, so I might as well go and see. Mostly, she was curious about what kind of person this young lady from the big city was. She also thought that if, when she first came to the island, there had been someone who understood her, who could comfort her and help her get familiar with and adapt to life on the island, maybe her life wouldn't have been so messy in her past life. Gu Huaijing said, all right then, just go and take a look. Shen Yitong noticed his tone sounded a bit off.
Why?
You don't seem to like the wife of Commander Yen. Gu Huaijing replied. How could that be? I don't know her at all. I don't know what kind of person she is, so I can't say whether I like her or not. I just don't quite agree with Commander Yan's way of doing things. Shen Yitong was even more confused. What's wrong with Commander Yen? Gu Huaijing then explained to Shen Yitong that the woman coming with the troops now is not Commander Yan's original wife. Commander Yen was in his 40s. He had always had a wife and 3 children back in his hometown. His wife had stayed in the hometown, taking care of her parents-in-law, because Commander Yan's parents were not in good health. But recently, Commander Yen went to a provincial meeting and, somehow, he fell for a young woman from an urban art troupe. When he returned, he wrote a letter asking for a divorce from his wife. His reason was that their marriage was arranged and lacked love, and over the years, they had been apart often with no common language, making it hard to live together. At this point, Gu Huaijing snorted. No love, and he still managed to have 3 children. In the early days, they married in the countryside without even a marriage certificate. When Yen Honghai sent a letter back, it was as if he cut ties with that marriage. Then he happily filed for divorce and married the woman from the art troupe. The women in the family compound didn't know the details, but many in the military knew about it. Actually, many people disapproved of Yen Honghai's actions. But she couldn't really say anything. Incidents like Yen Honghai's are quite common in the military. In earlier years, such acts of resisting arranged marriages were even encouraged and praised. Basically, once a man becomes successful, he looks down on the small-footed women at home and uses the excuse of pursuing a new life with a revolutionary partner. However, the rural woman abandoned because of her small feet, how she manages to live amid gossip and rumors, was never considered by people like them. It's hard to judge. Shen Yitong said, then I'll first see what kind of person this woman is. If she's worth talking to, I'll keep in touch. If I feel she's not right, I can just ignore her later. After all, you can't judge someone without meeting them first. Anyway, even if Commander Yen is here, you don't have to pay attention to him. I'm not part of their unit, so he can't control me. Old Liao is a bit pitiful. Working under him means having to flatter him. Shin Yitong found this amusing. His clear attempt to distance himself from Yan Honghai was obvious. I know you're not like him. You definitely wouldn't do something unkind. She only half-answered this. Gu Huaijing did show he wasn't that kind of person. But there was another reason he didn't want Shin Yitong to visit Commander Yan's house. Before, he married Shin Yitong, a delicate and gentle wife. Others either teased him about his good luck or joked that he found someone to serve him. But those were all in good fun. However, Commander Yen was different. Gu Huaijing could faintly sense an inexplicable hostility beneath his usual words. He didn't understand why at first. But after hearing that Commander Yen divorced his wife from the countryside and married a young woman from the city, he suddenly understood clearly. It turned out that the hostility was actually jealousy. Maybe he even had some inappropriate thoughts about Shin Yitong. Therefore, Gu Huaijing didn't want Shin Yitong to have any contact with Commander Yen or his new wife. But he didn't want to tell her these unpleasant thoughts. So, he could only stew in his own frustration. Shin Yitong reached out and gently pinched both sides of his cheeks, lifting them up. Oh, I wonder why I am so lucky to have met you. Gu Huaijing was so flustered by her compliment that he didn't know what to say. Fine, let her go see what other men are like. Then she will realize how good he is. The next afternoon, Shin Yitong, Zhang Shuang, and a few other women gathered together to talk about this matter. Commander Yen really isn't a good person. His wife used to give birth to 3 children and took care of the elderly in the countryside. That's hard work, even if not meritorious. Now, he just divorces her. TSK, if it weren't for my husband insisting I go, I wouldn't go. Stealing someone else's man. What a fox spirit. Uft. As the primary wife of her own husband and someone who had mostly raised children and cared for her in-laws before joining the military, she could easily imagine herself in that situation. Shin Yitong didn't have this personal experience. She weakly said, maybe it's not always the woman's fault. Perhaps she doesn't even know Commander Yen has a wife. How could she not know? Commander Yen is quite old now. I think she was attracted by his power and status. Otherwise, why would a young woman from a big city marry such an old man and follow him to the island? But he's a commander. If he used his power to force her, what could a vulnerable girl do? If her family isn't well off, they might even be happy she married such a powerful man, pushing her to do it. Oh, in that case, that young wife might also be quite pitiful. Exactly. How does life on this island compare to the big city? When Xiao Xin first arrived, didn't she also feel it was pretty tough? Shin Yitong didn't expect the conversation to turn to her. She smiled awkwardly. It's okay. How can it be okay? I saw you run out of the public restroom like you were being chased by a ghost. Shin Yitong's eyes widened in surprise. What? She couldn't believe there was even a witness to her embarrassing moment. That's right, the talkative sister-in-law excitedly said. The first time I saw Xiao Xin, I was completely stunned. Oh my goodness, there are such beautiful girls in this world. Maybe she's a fairy who came down from heaven. Unexpectedly, I turned my head and saw her hurriedly running out of the bathroom. I thought to myself, so this fairy from heaven after coming down still needs to eat, drink, and go to the bathroom just like us. It's also because our Gu Huijing cares for his wife that he fixed the bathroom overnight. I wonder if Commander Yen has also built a bathroom for his little wife. Of course he did. If he's going to marry a city girl, he must have the same determination as our Commander Gu. What kind of determination? Just the determination to work hard. A few people chatted and laughed as they arrived outside a courtyard. Is this the place? Yes, it should be. The previous owner of this courtyard probably was planning to move out soon and didn't take much care of it. On the humid island, moss grew on the walls and weeds covered the base of the walls. In the corner of the yard, there was half a collapsed chicken coop, giving off a bad smell. The paint on the windows was peeling, and a piece of glass was broken. The new residents might have been in such a hurry that they hadn't had time to fix it up, so the whole yard looked run down. TSK, someone said, Commander Yen didn't do a good job either. When Commander Gu got the house, he hurriedly painted the walls, replaced tiles, fixed the doors and windows, and even repainted the furniture. Commander Yan knew his wife was coming, so why didn't he tidy it up first? Just then, a sharp voice came from inside the house. Yan Honghai, you're a commander, and you gave us such a broken house. How is anyone supposed to live here? Then a frustrated male voice responded. What's wrong with this house? All the military district's family houses are like this. Others can live in it, so why can't I? It's just a bit messy. Just tidy it up. Why am I the one tidying up? You said it yourself, that coming here means I get to enjoy being a commander's wife. And what happened? You're a commander, but you don't even have a service soldier. I have to do all the chores, cook, and wash your clothes every day. Isn't that what you should do? Don't talk about yourself. In our big compound, even the wife of the commander is just someone who cooks and washes clothes herself. I give you half of my salary every month, and since you don't need to work, just stay at home doing chores. Isn't that a kind of happiness? Seeing the people inside the house arguing more and more fiercely, the others outside looked at each other in surprise. Is it wrong for us to come here? Maybe we should go back first and come again next time? Just as they were about to leave, a man suddenly stormed out of the house, looking angry. He was of medium height, dark-skinned, with many wrinkles on his face. It was definitely Commander Yan. Jiang Shuang awkwardly spoke. Haha, is Commander Yan at home? Is your wife here too? Commander Yan's eyes lit up when he saw them. Hello, everyone. My wife is at home. She's new here and still adjusting. You came at a good time. You can help teach her. Jiang Shuang quickly waved her hands.
No.
We're just country women. We're not as knowledgeable as your wife from the big city. We just came to say hello. Commander Yan smiled and said, Go inside quickly. I have something to do and need to go out for a while. The others could only muster their courage and go inside. Inside, the women were angrily smashing things and yelling. Some of the women weren't very happy either. Except for Shin Tong. All of them were much older than the woman in front of them. It was a bit embarrassing for her to call herself their sister-in-law. Even Xiao Xin didn't insist that her husband, being a regiment commander, had to be higher than other men's positions to be called sister-in-law. But since they were here, they might as well do it. Jiang Shuang smiled and said, You must be Commander Yan's wife. Hello, sister-in-law. We all live in this family compound. The military wives usually dress simply. Xiao Jingwen looked up. She was already in a bad mood, and seeing a group of plain, rural women in front of her made her face even darker. What do you want? Just stand there and talk. I still have things to sort out here. If something is missing later, you won't be able to explain. Suddenly, her eyes brightened when she saw Shin Yitong walking in slowly behind them. She was a woman whose appearance and temperament were completely different from these lucky women who married good men and had just started their lives. Xiao Jingwen suddenly saw Shin Yitong as one of her own kind. She waved at Shin Yitong and said, Hey, come here. Shin Yitong was looking around at the broken-down yard, feeling a bit sad. If she had just arrived on the island and moved into such a place, she would have felt like giving up. Her old Mr. Gu really put a lot of thought into this. Suddenly, someone tugged at her sleeve. Little Shin, don't go. If someone loses something, it's not your fault. What? Shin Yitong finally realized and looked inside the house. What did they lose? A strange, sarcastic voice came from nearby. With just these few worthless things, what could they have lost? We're not so naive as to not see good stuff. Shin Yitong was stunned. She had only been distracted for a little while, so why did the atmosphere suddenly become so tense? If these people could get along with Jiang Shuang and Shin Yitong, they wouldn't be mean people. Why did they suddenly start talking so harshly? And it got worse. All from big cities, yet people are so different. When we moved here, it was like moving the whole supply store. I thought she brought the supply store home. Why do you only have so little? Is it because your family didn't want to give you dowry, or did Commander Yan not want to buy you nice things? The sisters-in-law were really going all out, completely forgetting what their husbands had told them before the visit, to be nice to Yan Commander's new wife. Why did she have to be so rude? Xiao Jingwen didn't expect them to talk to her like that. She turned red with anger and pointed at them. You have such courage, Zhang Shuang said. For Commander Yan's sake, we'll call you sister-in-law. Don't think you can look down on us. We're all military families. Who's nobler than whom? Military families should act like it. You'd better go back and learn how to behave properly so you don't embarrass Commander Yan. Sisters-in-law, let's go. Everyone turned to leave. Suddenly, Xiao Jingwen shouted, "That girl in white clothes with 2 long braids, don't leave yet." Shen Yitong looked at herself and pointed in surprise. "Are you talking to me?" "Yes, you. You look so refined. You probably aren't from the countryside. Why are you hanging out with people like them?" Shen Yitong frowned. "What kind of people are they?" "I am just like them, all military family members. I really understand how you felt when you first arrived here and saw the environment. Before we came, we genuinely wanted to get along with you and help you adjust. But if you insist on talking like that, I can't stay and chat. Maybe you should calm down and think carefully about what you really want before saying anything." After saying that, she truly left with the other sisters-in-law. Xiao Jingwen, who was behind her, smashed a plate in anger. Shen Yitong asked Zhang Shuang, "Sister-in-law, was I like this when I first arrived?" Time was too long ago. She only vaguely remembered that many sisters-in-law had come to see her when she first arrived, but her own attitude back then was fuzzy in her memory. Zhang Shuang replied, "How would I know? I arrived even later than you. I didn't see the grand scene of you moving the supply and marketing cooperative into your home." Another sister-in-law said, "Back then, you were quite proud and didn't bother to talk to anyone. But you're different from her. She's annoying, but you inspire respect, like..." She hesitated, unable to find the right words, and another sister-in-law chimed in, "Like a flower carved from ice. We're all afraid to get too close, worried that a breath might melt you away. So, didn't you dislike me back then?" "Of course not. Later, when you wanted to play with us and said something to me, I was happy for 3 days." She suddenly pouted and said, "Look, those few people are different. They talked a lot of bad things about you behind your back." Suddenly, a few military wives approached, and they didn't get along well with this group. Like a tracks like. The military wives in the compound were divided into many groups. The older and younger ones naturally couldn't play together. Among the younger group, Shen Yitong, Zhang Shuang, and a few other sisters-in-law who often played together formed a small circle. The small group across from them was always very confrontational, and every time they met, they would argue a few words. Of course, there were also some people who kept their distance and didn't offend either side. Because Shen Yitong was the face of their group, it was clear that the other group really wanted to include the new wife of Commander Yan in their team. So, when they saw Shen Yitong and her friends come out of the yard first, their faces looked a bit unhappy. "I told you we should have come earlier. Look, they beat us to it. In the future, where will we have a place to speak in this big yard? It's because making these egg cakes takes too much time. We only finished now. Why are you in such a hurry?" Even if they went ahead, it doesn't mean they'll get a good result. Haven't you seen what they're holding in their hands? Zhang Shuang and her group were indeed holding gifts meant for Commander Yan's new wife. But before they even entered, things got tense, so they decided to hold back the gifts. According to Shen Yitong, they didn't prepare anything special to impress her. Instead, they brought some common local specialties, following their usual habits. "It's good that we prepared egg cakes. People say that in big cities, everyone loves eating them." Zhang Shuang rolled her eyes. "They just happened to gather together, a bunch of snakes and rats, all smelling the same." Everyone laughed loudly. Spending more time with Xiao Shen really makes a difference. Now we can speak in forward phrases. After laughing, they looked a bit worried. "Oh no, we've upset Commander Yan's wife. What should we do when we go back?" "Sigh, what else can we do? Just cool it." It was hard for them to lower themselves and flatter others. Shen Yitong said, "Don't think about those unhappy things now. Do you want to perform a skit? If you do, let's go find Sister Kwai." Since Shen Yitong openly favored her own people, she gave all the important roles in the skit to her friends. Every night after dinner, they would practice in the community activity room. Everyone was very enthusiastic. They didn't know how to sing or dance. In the past, they just watched others perform from below. They never thought they would get a chance to go on stage themselves. We must not let Xiao Shen down. She must perform well and not embarrass her. This activity room is just an empty space with a bookshelf holding a few books and 2 ping-pong tables. Usually, family members don't come often. Only children come to play ping-pong. But recently, every evening, the room is brightly lit and lively, with music and chatting. This naturally drew people's attention. Soon, everyone knew they were rehearsing for the Spring Festival Gala. Some people were unhappy about this. They found Sister Kwai and said, the performances in the community should belong to everyone. Why are only a few people allowed to perform? We should have a say. It's not that they love performing, but to encourage everyone to join in. Anyone who participates gets a towel as a reward. All performances are judged, and the top 3 winners will receive prizes like a hot water bottle, an enamel basin, or an enamel cup. Before, Sister Kwai tried to get people to join, but everyone refused, saying they weren't good enough. But when Xiao Shen's skit was performed, everyone saw that even if they couldn't sing or dance, they could still participate and win prizes. This made some people feel jealous and insist on joining. Sister Kwai was overwhelmed and asked Xiao Shen, I didn't mean to make things difficult for you. It's just that they are making a fuss. Can you change the script and add 2 more people? The people practicing stopped.
Why?
They always talk badly about Xiao Shen. This is her skit. Why don't we want her to perform? What's wrong with that? Sister Kwai frowned and said, we all live in the same community. There's no need to cause trouble. If it gets serious, you're breaking unity. They wanted to speak, but Xiao Shen stopped them. It's okay to add 2 more roles, but Sister Kwai, you must ensure the new people participate actively in rehearsals and don't delay our progress. Sister Kwai was happy and said, Xiao Shen, you have a good sense of the big picture. Don't worry, I'll have them pick 2 people who will not slow us down. After Sister Kwai left, several sisters-in-law gathered around Shinitang. Jiang Shuang said, Little Shin, what are you afraid of? She already promised at the start that you would be in charge of the program. If she insists on bringing unlikable people, we just won't perform. They have the ability to put on their own shows. Exactly, that person, Commander Yan's new wife, is from a cultural troupe, right? They all like to flatter her. Let her help them come up with a show. Those women really wanted to please Xiao Jingwen, but unfortunately, Xiao Jingwen looked down on everyone equally. She wouldn't treat them better just because they tried to flatter her. Shin Yitong smiled and said, since they are so eager to join the performance, we shouldn't be so petty. I think our program's military wives are all positive roles, but it's a bit dull. Why not add a couple more people to make it more interesting? When she said this, everyone understood immediately. Yes, we need to work on unity. Little Shin, you should go back and revise the script quickly. Don't worry about us. We'll practice on our own. In this program, Shin Yitong didn't perform herself, but took on the roles of scriptwriter and director. Now, she was mainly responsible for teaching everyone the rehearsals. Since everyone asked her to go back and write the script first, she decided to head home. Near her house, she suddenly heard someone say, hey, and saw a figure emerge from behind a tree. Xiao Jingwen crossed her arms and looked at Shin Yitong. Shin Yitong paused and asked, are you looking for me? Xiao Jingwen sized her up from top to bottom. I think you're pretty capable. Is it interesting to hang out with those people? Shin Yitong frowned. Which people? Those uneducated, crude rural women, Shin Yitong chuckled. Whether someone is crude or not isn't decided by their background or education. And, do you think Commander Yen would like you looking down on rural folks? Xiao Jingwen said, forget it. I know your family background isn't great, so you have to pretend to be friendly with them. But you don't have to anymore. You have better options now. Follow me from now on. She seemed confident for no reason. Shin Yitong was too tired to bother with her. Sorry, I'm not interested. Please move aside. I'm going home. After speaking, she turned to go home, trying to bypass her. Xiao Jingwen had to stop her with a hand. Hey, why are you so ungrateful? With your background, marrying a regiment commander, I thought you were smart. I'll give you a chance to show off. Do you want it? Shin Yitong wasn't curious at all. Not interested. Mixing with those rural women won't do any good. Don't you want to stand out at the party? Let the soldiers see that we, who love freely, are better than those dull, arranged marriages with countrywomen? Shen Yitong stopped in her tracks. So, you know you're the third party. What third party? I said we love freely. Everyone has the right to pursue love. Shen Yitong replied, Sorry, I disagree. Only free people have the right to fall in love. Xiao Jingwen sneered. Nice words. You're no different. Who's more noble than whom? I'll ask you again. Are you willing to perform with me? I arranged for an extra act at the party. You're playing the piano and I'll sing. I asked my husband. There's a piano in the warehouse, seized from a capitalist. You come from a capitalist family, so you should be able to play, right? Shen Yitong's face turned cold. I don't want to. Suddenly, someone ran over. It's not good. Captain Gu and Lieutenant Yen are fighting on the basketball court. Both women were surprised. Without hesitation, they hurried after the person toward the basketball court. Usually, Shen Yitong stayed at home, and Gu Huaijing was also there with her. But recently, Shen Yitong was helping her sisters-in-law rehearse skits, so Gu Huaijing couldn't stay at home and decided to go play basketball instead. On the court, a mercury lamp hung above the hoop, casting a faint blue light. A group of people was gathered tightly around. In the crowd, two dark figures were twisting and rolling over each other, fighting fiercely. Xiao Jingwen wasn't sure if Xiao Jingwen could tell, but Shen Yitong saw clearly Gu Huaijing had the upper hand. He had knocked Lieutenant Yan Honghai down and was hitting him repeatedly. The people around were also taking sides, trying hard to break up the fight, but actually helping Gu Huaijing suppress Commander Yan, intentionally or unintentionally. Shen Yitong's mouth twitched. These people are really brave. But since that's the case, she wasn't in a hurry anymore. Instead, Xiao Jingwen was anxiously shouting, What are you all doing? Quickly stop them. Someone shouted, Stop fighting. Sister-in-laws are coming. Gu Huaijing, busy, turned his head briefly. Who called his wife over. Does he still want to keep his image in front of her? He quickly threw the person aside and stood up. Commander Yen, unwilling to accept this, lunged forward to hit Gu Huaijing again, but was stopped by a few people around him. He pointed at Gu Huaijing angrily and cursed, You brat. You've got guts. Dare to hit me? I think you don't want to work properly anymore. Gu Huaijing wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. I don't care about your bad character or conduct in private, but you two better not think about hurting my wife again. Otherwise, I'll hit you back. Once for each time, Shen Yitong hurried over, took out a handkerchief to wipe the dust on his face. Seeing a blue mark on his mouth and some blood, she gently eased her movements. Why are you fighting? Does it hurt? Gu Huaijing wanted to say casually that it was just a small injury, but seeing his wife's worried expression, he let out a hiss and said, It hurts, it hurts. Be gentle. The onlookers watching the scene couldn't bear to watch anymore. Next to him, Yan Honghai looked much more miserable. His eyes were dark, his nose swollen, and his face looked like a paint shop had exploded. Xiao Jingwen shouted loudly, What are you all doing? He's the commander. How dare you hit the leader? Old Yan, remember these people and punish them properly. Enough, Yan Honghai shouted in frustration. Let's go. He didn't care about his face after being beaten like this. But Xiao Jingwen refused to calm down. Are you just going to let them go? You're really something. How could they beat you like this? So embarrassing. Who is that person? Why did he hit you? What's his position? How dare he hit you? Yan Honghai was annoyed by her shouting. Shut up. It's all because of you. Xiao Jingwen heard somewhere that the military district would hold a spring festival gala during the new year. She insisted on participating in the performance. Since she used to be a singer in the art troupe, joining the show was just a matter of her saying a word. Not only did she want to perform herself, but she also asked Yan Honghai to help her arrange for Shen Yitong to perform with her. She learned Shen Yitong's name because some military wives kept trying to flatter her, always approaching her to talk. Although she didn't pay much attention to them, she took the chance to ask about some things she wanted to know. For example, she asked about a woman who looked quite good, very fair, and had a different style and aura from others. When she asked, others immediately understood. You mean the very beautiful woman? That's Commander Gu's wife. She comes from a poor family, a wealthy girl, and we don't know what tricks she used to marry Commander Gu. These women didn't get along with Shin Tong and naturally spoke ill of her. But no matter what they said, everyone had to admit that she was indeed beautiful. That woman looked quite attractive, but Sha Jingwen was reluctant to admit it, believing she was not inferior. From the disdainful tone of those women, Sha Jingwen was even more convinced that Shin Yitong must have married the commander through some underhanded means. Just married a commander. What's so special about that? Her husband is a brigade commander. She dared to look down on herself and give her a hard time. Let her see clearly who really has the power here. A wealthy girl like her was only meant to play the accompaniment. So she insisted that Yan Honghai arrange for Shun Yitong to play the piano as her accompanist during the performance. Why the piano? Of course, because of her background. She thought Shun Yitong always mingled with rural women, probably because she desperately wanted to escape the influence of her wealthy family background. But everyone knew that playing the piano was a clear sign of an upper-class lifestyle. If she let Shin Yitong perform on stage in front of everyone, that wealthy girl's label would be stuck on her, impossible to remove. Moreover, Sha Jingwen believed Shin Yitong would definitely agree to perform, because who wouldn't want to show off a little? Even if she didn't want to, she could make Yan Honghai find her husband and force her to agree. Yan Honghai specifically went to the basketball court to talk to Gu Huaijing while playing basketball. Actually, Yan Honghai wasn't as confident as Xiao Jingwen thought. First, Gu Huaijing wasn't under his control, so he didn't need to flatter him. That young man was quite talented, and the leaders liked him. Everyone knew he became a squad leader at a young age and had a bright future. Plus, with his family background, who would dare offend him easily? Yan Honghai didn't dare to act superior in front of him. He just didn't want to lose face in front of his new wife, so he gathered his courage and went to see Gu Huaijing. He thought he spoke quite tactfully, but just after he finished speaking, Gu Huaijing suddenly punched him in the face. You two are quite clever. Planning against us. What, you want my wife to be a background character for your wife? Or do you want to humiliate her publicly? Look at yourself in the mirror and see if you're worthy. Xiao Jingwen's little schemes couldn't be hidden from Gu Huaijing. When he heard Yan Honghai say he wanted Shin Yitong to accompany Xiao Jingwen to play piano, he immediately realized Xiao Jingwen had bad intentions. For Gu Huaijing, it might be okay if someone bullied him, but if anyone dared to bully his wife, they really didn't want to live. Yan Honghai had been living comfortably for years and no longer trained with his soldiers. He had gained a belly. He was no match for Gu Huaijing, who trained regularly. Gu Huaijing was clever, aiming for vulnerable spots that hurt the most. This time, Yan Honghai lost face and dignity. Hearing Xiao Jingwen still rambling made him even angrier. Can't you behave? If you want to perform, just do it. Why bother provoking his wife? But little did he know, at that moment, Xiao Jingwen's face twisted with rage, almost uncontrollable. The young man who just hit him was actually that woman's husband? He was a squad leader? How could there be such a young squad leader? That woman, what right does she have? With her background, why can she find such a young and talented man? Xiao Jingwen was so shocked that she suddenly blurted out her true feelings in a fit of hysteria.